Chapter 1. Transforming into the Matriarch. Chen Yuhu was abruptly awakened from her slumber, finding herself transformed into Chen Yuhu. This Chen Yuhu was not the same as the previous one. She, a vibrant and youthful student of history, had inexplicably assumed the role of the matriarch of a noble household. The image of Shaoqin emerged in her mind, only to swiftly dissipate, replaced by a barrage of societal headlines. News flashed through her thoughts about a female university student who had tragically succumbed to exhaustion while reading novels late into the night. At that moment, Chen Yuhu was overwhelmed with sorrow, reminiscing about her cherished university days and her dear roommates. How could she have died so unexpectedly in her dormitory? What a leftover duck delicacies she hadn't finished just yesterday. Such a waste. Sobbing softly, Chen Yuhu lay on the plush bedding, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the depths of her despair, a voice seemed to strike a bargain with her, promising that once her life in this world came to an end, she would be reincarnated back to her original world, a chance for revival at that very moment. With an astonished gasp, she cried out, mortified at the prospect of such an embarrassing fate. Was there truly no hope for rescue? Couldn't she simply enjoy her sleep in peace? Alas, her pleas fell on deaf ears. It appeared this negotiation was entirely one-sided. Gazing at the opulent surroundings of the household, Chen Yuhu realized she had irrevocably transitioned from a bright university student to the esteemed matriarch of a household. Yet, the next moment, overwhelmed by her body's physiological responses, she succumbed to slumber once more. It would traverse realms in the dead of night. It was impossible to remain fully awake. The following morning, as daylight broke, the maids gathered outside the door, exchanging glances while listening intently to the sounds within. What could be the matter with the lady today? Is she unwell? Their hushed whispers did not escape the sharp ears of the matron, who shot them a fierce glance, prompting immediate silence. After reprimanding the inexperienced young maids, the matron gently knocked on the door, her voice soft enough to send shivers down the spines of those accustomed to reprimands. "Madam, are you awake?" Inside, Chen Yuhu responded with soft snores. Ultimately, the matron, without waiting for permission, entered the room and gently shook Chen Yuhu awake. Apologies, but she had been up late before her unexpected arrival here. Seeing Chen Yuhu awake, the matron naturally inquired, "Is there something troubling you today, madam? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yuhu quickly adapted to her new role, raising her hand nonchalantly and instructing, "Have someone inform the old matriarch that I shall not be attending today, and also send for a doctor to the residence shortly." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once," replied the matron Fong. After relaying her orders, Fong matron called out, "You may all come in." Thus, a flurry of young maids entered in a steady stream. Sitting up from the bed, Chen Yuhu observed the scene through the delicate veil. As a girl hailing from a genuine proletarian background, she was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. After a flurry of activity and a refreshing wash, she settled before the vanity mirror, allowing the maids to attend to her, all the while contemplating the overarching plot of this novel. The protagonists were the emperor and empress, whose love was unwavering, blessed with numerous children, and exemplifying the virtues of brotherhood and camaraderie, a sci-fi tale, albeit one belonging to the realm of female narratives. In the narrative, Chen Yu's husband is a marquis, a subordinate of the emperor during the tumultuous times of conquest. He holds a modest degree of prestige, serving as one of the emperor's lesser allies. Chen Yuhu embodies a tragic figure, as her husband returned from the borders with a beloved woman, leading her to a fit of despair that ultimately caused her demise. Of course, there are myriad other factors at play, such as her mother-in-law's favoritism, the abundance of concubines, and, most significantly, her husband's lack of affection. The essence of her sorrow lies in the fact that she is a romantic at heart. For the marquis, she is willing to endure anything and sacrifice her own happiness. Even after her passing, her mother-in-law and the concubines found no solace in her husband's affections. It is only when a beloved is lost that one truly appreciates their worth. Should this infatuated soul witness the marquis's descent into madness following her death, she might find peace in her eternal slumber. Yet, Chen Yuhu is not merely a romantic, she possesses strength and cunning. Her ideal retirement, shared with her confidants, involves visiting bars to watch male models dance. There is nothing wrong with love, but it must be directed towards the right person. With the assistance of her maid, Chen Yuhu dons simple, elegant attire, her hair meticulously arranged. The matron is well prepared. Seated gracefully at the table, Chen Yuhu enjoys her breakfast surrounded by her loyal confidants. As she savors her meal, her mind wanders. The current juncture marks a little over half a year until the forthcoming Lunar New Year, when her husband is expected to return with this right person he encountered at the border. What is right or wrong at their age? What truly matters now? Children. This is the foundation of a secure retirement in ancient times. Madame Chen Yuhu has one daughter and two sons. Her eldest daughter has just turned 14, having reached the age of maturity. In Chen Yuhu's eyes, failing to secure a suitable match for her daughter at this stage is utterly foolish. Chasing after that old man to discern whom he has taken a liking to is nothing short of madness. A man remains a youth at heart, even at 80, still capable of true love, yet he occupies himself with such trivial pursuits. How idle! The breakfast is meticulously prepared, a feast of exquisite variety, and Chen Yuhu relishes it thoroughly. Within the Grand Marquisate, amidst opulence, here is a lady preoccupied with the whims of men. Chen Yuhu shakes her head in disapproval, pondering how comfortable life has become. A maid enters to convey a message. Madam, several concubines, along with the young masters and miss, are waiting outside to pay their respects. Chen Yuhu waves her hand dismissively. Send them away, there is no need for formalities today. Tell them I am unwell. Understood. The young maid promptly replies, indicating that the household is well disciplined under the matron's guidance. The matron, with a glint in her eye, inquires, Miss, why are our young masters and miss not present? Chen Yuhu looks at the matron quizzically. What do you mean, our children? They are all mine, and they are not to be seen today. Upon hearing this, the maids in the room stiffen, recognizing the implication in their mistress's words. The matron nods in agreement, displaying her compliance. Chen Yuhu gazes at the room full of maids and the matron, all of whom are her trusted allies. Is life not meant to be enjoyed, no matter how it unfolds? Certainly, there are numerous issues at hand, particularly concerning the education of children. Lord Linji has several illegitimate sons and daughters, making their education of utmost importance. According to Chen Yuhu, these children are far from ordinary. If one were to be somewhat dull-witted, it might be manageable. However, if they are intelligent, it is only natural for them to strive for their own interests, a common human inclination. The esteemed lady of the Marquisate finds herself envious of the two concubines and treats them and their offspring with little regard. Such behavior would be the subject of ridicule if made public, yet it is indeed the reality. Concubine Hua, having been the Marquis's favored companion from his youth, holds a significant place in his heart. Concubine who, possessing captivating beauty, has gradually garnered a semblance of genuine affection and remains in high favor. Concubine Hua has a son and a daughter. Her eldest daughter is poised and graceful, with ambitions of her own, while her younger son displays remarkable talent in his studies. Concubine, who also has a son and a daughter, her eldest son is merely a few days apart in age from Chen Yuhu's second son, yet their treatment is vastly different due to Chen Yuhu's evident disdain for Concubine Hu. However, Concubine whose eldest son possesses a cunning intellect that borders on the extraordinary. Ultimately, under the harsh treatment, he has taken a turn for the worse. The Marquis has been stationed at the border for 5 years, and the atmosphere within the household is fraught with turmoil. It is no wonder that the lady of the house has met a dismal fate in the end. In her obsession with harming others, she has neglected the education of her own children. When will she remember the wisdom of focusing on her own family? Chapter 1. Becoming the Matriarch. Chen Yuhu was abruptly awakened from her slumber, transformed into none other than Chen Yuhu herself. This Chen Yuhu was distinctly different from the one she had known. She found herself in the body of a vibrant and youthful history major who had inexplicably become the matriarch of a noble family. The image of Shao Qinshe arose unbidden in her mind, only to dissipate swiftly, giving way to the haunting echoes of societal news. Reports of a female university student who had perished from staying up late to read novels flooded her thoughts. Chen Yuhu was overwhelmed with sorrow, reminiscing about her splendid days at university, her dear roommates, and the tragic notion of dying unexpectedly in her dormitory. And what of the leftover duck delicacies from the previous day? They were a precious treat. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lay on the soft bedding, consumed by her melancholy. In the depths of her despair, a voice seemed to reach out to her, proposing a bargain. Once her life in this world concluded, she would be reborn in her original one, at a moment that would allow her to be saved. Chen Yuhu gasped in disbelief, weeping aloud at the indignity of it all. Surely, she could not be denied the chance to be rescued. Was it too much to ask for a peaceful slumber? Regrettably, her pleas fell upon deaf ears, revealing that this agreement was one-sided. Gazing at the extravagant surroundings filled with descendants, she realized that she had irrevocably transformed from a clear-minded student into the esteemed matriarch of a household. Yet, her body succumbed to fatigue, and she fainted, unable to withstand the physiological changes. Who would traverse into another realm at such an hour? There was no hope of clarity. The following morning dawned bright and clear. The maidservants gathered outside the door, exchanging glances as they listened intently to the sound from within. Is something amiss with the lady today? Is she unwell? Their hushed whispers did not escape the sharp ears of the head maid, eliciting a piercing glare that silenced them instantly. After chastising the inexperienced young maids, the head maid gently rapped on the door. "Madam, are you awake?" Inside, Chen Yuhu could only be heard breathing softly. Eventually, the head maid, lacking permission, entered the chamber and gently shook Chen Yuhu awake. Apologies, she had been up late before her arrival here. Seeing that Chen Yuhu had roused, the head maid naturally inquired, "Madam, what troubles you today? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yuhu swiftly fell into character, raising her hand with a natural grace, saying, "Please inform the old matriarch that I shall not be attending today, and have someone fetch a doctor for me shortly." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once." The head maid, Fong, replied dutifully. Afterward, Fong summoned the young maidservants. "Come in." Thus, a stream of young maids filed into the room. Sitting up on her bed, Chen Yuhu watched the scene unfold through the delicate veil. As a girl from a humble background, she had never before encountered such a spectacle. After a flurry of activity, she refreshed herself and sat before the dressing mirror, allowing the maids to attend to her while she pondered the general content of this novel. The protagonists were the emperor and empress, who shared a profound love and had numerous children, embodying the ideals of brotherly affection and familial harmony. Yet this was a narrative crafted for a female audience. I am the narrative. Chen Yuhu's husband is a marquis, a subordinate of the emperor during the tumultuous times of conquest. He holds a modicum of prestige, yet is merely a minor figure among the emperor's ranks. Chen Yuhu, a character of profound sorrow, suffers the tragic fate of her husband returning from the frontier with a cherished woman, resulting in her untimely demise from heartbreak. Naturally, there are myriad other contributing factors such as her mother-in-law's favoritism, an abundance of concubines, and her husband's indifference towards her. However, the crux of her suffering lies in her husband's lack of affection. The most lamentable aspect of this mistress is her romantic naivety. She is willing to endure any hardship for the marquis, sacrificing her own happiness in the process. Yet, upon her death, the concubines and her mother-in-law find no solace in her husband's affections. The notion of unrequited love is starkly illustrated only in death. Does she become the moonlight that was once her ideal? Had this love-stricken woman witnessed her husband's descent into madness following her death, she might have found peace in her final repose. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu is no mere romantic. She possesses strength and cunning. Her dreams of retirement with her close friend envision days spent at bars, reveling in the dance of male models. While love is commendable, it is predicated on meeting the right partner. With the deftness of her maid, Chen Yuhu dons simple attire and arranges her hair with care. The matron has long been prepared. Chen Yuhu sits gracefully at the table, enjoying breakfast amidst her trusted confidants, deep in contemplation. At this juncture, there remains half a year until the upcoming Lunar New Year, when her husband is expected to return with that right person he encountered at the border. What is right or wrong at this age? What matters most at this stage of life? Surely, it is the prospect of children. This is the true assurance of a comfortable retirement in ancient times. Mistress Chen Yuhu has one daughter and two sons. Her eldest daughter, now 14 and coming of age, merits urgent attention. In Chen Yuhu's view, failing to secure a match for her daughter while obsessively pursuing the whims of an elderly man is nothing short of madness. Men, even in their twilight years, may still harbor notions of romantic love, yet to spend time analyzing such fancies is frivolous, as Chen Yuhu muses. The morning meal is exquisitely arranged, and she partakes with great enjoyment. Within the Grand Marquisate, abundant wealth surrounds her, yet the focus remains on the study of men. Chen Yuhu shakes her head inwardly, pondering the ease of their lives. A maid enters with a message. Madam, several concubines, along with the young master and young mistress, await outside to pay their respects. Chen Yuhu gestures dismissively. Send them away, there is no need for formalities today. Inform them I am unwell. Yes. The maid promptly replies, indicating that the household operates under the matron's strict yet effective management. The matron, with a cunning glance, inquires, Miss, do we not see our young master and mistress today? Chen Yuhu, puzzled, responds, What do you mean by our? They are all my children, and none shall be seen. Upon hearing this, the maids stiffen, recognizing the gentle reminder from their mistress. The matron nods in agreement, displaying a compliant demeanor. As Chen Yuhu surveys the room, filled with her loyal attendants, she reflects on the notion that life should indeed be lived with joy and fulfillment. Certainly, issues abound, particularly concerning the education of the children. Lord Lin Ji possesses numerous illegitimate offspring, rendering the matter of their education paramount. According to Chen Yuhu, these children are not to be underestimated. If one were merely dim-witted, it might be manageable. However, intelligent individuals naturally seek to advocate for their own interests, which is a common human inclination. It is indeed a source of ridicule that the esteemed lady of the Marquisate harbors jealousy towards the two concubines and is not particularly kind to either them or their children. Yet this is the reality. Concubine Hua was the Marquis's early companion, having shared a childhood bond. Concubine Hu, possessing notable beauty, gradually garnered a taste of genuine affection and remains in favor. Concubine Hua has one son and one daughter. Her eldest daughter is graceful and astute, while her younger son exhibits remarkable talent in his studies. Concubine Hu also has a son and a daughter. Her eldest son is merely a few days apart in age from Chen Yuhu's second son, yet their treatment could not be more disparate. This disparity arises from Chen Yuhu's particular disdain for Concubine Hu. Nevertheless, Concubine Hu's eldest son possesses a cunning intellect. Ultimately, under severe scrutiny, he has deviated from the right path. With the Marquis stationed at the border for 5 years, the household has descended into chaos. It is no wonder that the primary lady's fate turned grim. Preoccupied with schemes against others, she has neglected the education of her own children. When will she learn the vital lesson to focus on her own family? Chapter 2. An elderly thief in the household. After dedicating an entire day to clarifying her thoughts, Chen Yuhu sat in her elegant study, penning words. The paper, adorned with gold flecks and emanating a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a purple sandalwood brush and a lustrous black paperweight, all exuded an air of distinction. Chen Yuhu gazed upon a considerable sum of money before her. Fortunately, she had inherited all the skills of her predecessor. Otherwise, her inability to read or write could have led to her being captured as a monstrous aberration in merely a matter of days. As she wrote, she summoned the old nurse to inquire, How is the old madam faring these days? The mention of the elderly lady instinctively irked Chen Yuhu, a reflex inherited from her predecessor. It was no wonder that she felt discomfort, while others claimed that having an elder in the household was akin to possessing a treasure. Her own elder had squandered the family's wealth, transferring it to others. The old lady had 2 biological sons, the eldest, Lin Ji, and the second, Lin Chu. Her affections seemed to drift far away, as she persistently extracted valuables from Chen Yuhu to send elsewhere. The only reason Chen Yuhu had endured the old lady thus far was due to her sister-in-law, who was astute enough to discreetly supplement her, indicating that neither she nor her husband were of that ilk. This subtle support had prevented discord within the household. However, Chen Yuhu had no intention of continuing to tolerate the old lady's antics. She planned to send her up the mountain. The sorcerer had efficiently arranged for the task to be executed swiftly. Trusted aides were always reliable. In the coming days, Chen Yuhu intended to feign illness to compel the old lady into isolation. The elderly matron spent her days in leisure at home, demanding money from Chen Yuhu, as if she were a mere dispenser of wealth. I bear the surname Chen, not that of an ATM, she thought disdainfully. Refusing to part with her funds would be deemed unfilial, leaving her to serve the old woman in silence. Chen Yuhu scoffed inwardly. The old nurse accompanied her. and a young maid brought in a bowl of medicine. "Madam, it is time for your medication." Chen Yuhu raised her gaze to the scenery outside the window, feeling as if she heard some distant call. "Eldest son, it is time for your medicine. Why take medicine when there is no ailment?" The doctor arrived, reciting a litany of advice urging the madam to worry less and think fewer thoughts, subsequently prescribing a plethora of tonics that Chen Yuhu had no intention of consuming. She had summoned the doctor not only to clarify her current situation, but also to facilitate the removal of the elderly woman. Her own mother had never received her devotion. Why should a stranger expect her to serve tea and water daily? If she denied her funds, she would establish boundaries. That old crone would be better off departing this world sooner than later. With the purple sandalwood brush in hand, she appeared to embody the poise of a refined scholar, while her thoughts harbored venomous curses. Over the years, Chen Yuhu had cultivated an impeccable reputation for filial piety, a reputation that the old lady had boasted about. Having given her money, the old lady had indeed executed her duties. Now, Chen Yuhu intended to let her experience the taste of retribution. Upon finishing her writing, Chen Yuhu inquired of the old nurse, "Have all arrangements been made?" The old nurse promptly assured her, "Rest assured, my lady, I have already given the necessary instructions." As she spoke, the tremor in her voice betrayed her excitement. It was not for any other reason but the thrill of knowing how much her own daughter had suffered under that old hag's tyranny over the years. The young lady has finally come to her senses and decided to take charge of her affairs, thought the old matron bitterly, her mind preoccupied with the task at hand. And naturally, it would be accomplished splendidly. The following morning, Chen Yuhu rose early, having refrained from staying up late the previous night. Sitting in the main seat, she observed the room filled with people, 2 concubines, 3 daughters, and 4 sons. Her expression remained unchanged. The marquise certainly had a knack for procreation. This indirectly illustrated that the mistress was rather ineffective. Despite the numerous children, only those born of her own flesh had survived. Perhaps she ought to enroll in a course entitled Refinement for the matron. However, the presence of hope kept the 2 concubines relatively well-behaved, despite Chen Yuhu's previous disapproval of them. After her biological daughters performed their greetings, one swiftly settled beside Chen Yuhu, scrutinizing her with eyes full of concern. Had not their mother dismissed the morning salutations and summoned a physician yesterday? The matron had already briefed them on the physician's arrival, yet they felt reassured only by witnessing it themselves. After all, their mother belonged to them. Chen Yuhu grasped her eldest daughter's hand, feigning reassurance. "Do not worry. Mother is well." Though expressing this sentiment was somewhat challenging, she managed to articulate it nonetheless. Chen Yuhu had 2 biological sons named Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingtong, fraternal twins who bore no resemblance to one another and exhibited differing temperaments. At 13, they had been sent to the academy. The elder was faring adequately, while the younger struggled considerably with his studies, indicating that despite the elegance of Lin Qingtong's name, he was ill-suited for the traditional scholarly path. After observing her 2 surrogate sons, Chen Yuhu began to ponder her next course of action, setting aside thoughts for later consideration. As there were several other genuine surrogate children she had yet to evaluate. The eldest daughter of concubine Hua, Lin Anji, was 11 years old, while her younger son, Lin Qingluo, was still quite young, having been born after the marquis's departure and never having met his father. It seemed Lin Ji would return to the capital in the spring of next year, leaving a whole year in between. It was apparent that these concubines were indeed living in difficult circumstances, as Lin Qingju's sleeves had grown short. However, it was also possible that they dared not display their prosperity in Chen Yuhu's presence. Regardless, Chen Yuhu held a deep-seated disdain for this child. After giving birth to Lin Qingjiao, Chen Yuhu had hoped for a legitimate son and became pregnant again. However, Lin Qingju was born merely months after the twins, making it difficult for Chen Yuhu to find joy in it. The elderly matron would not so much as glance at these concubines. In her eyes, only the legitimate offspring counted as children, while those born of concubines were deemed mere half-slaves. The matron, a staunch protector of legitimate heirs, had suffered greatly from the presence of concubines in her youth and showed no kindness to them. However, this did not imply that she favored Chen Yuhu's children. Her affections lay solely with Lin Chu's offspring, considering all others somewhat equal in her eyes. Chen Yuhu set down her teacup and declared, "You shall all remain here for dinner today." The children were at a growth stage, and the matron instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. Yes, outside, the once imposing matron, Fong, appeared as docile as a kitten in the presence of the mistress. Lin Qingzhu's gaze was sharp and unkind. Being still young, he had yet to master the art of concealment. It seemed that Mama Fong had not refrained from flaunting her authority before him and his concubine. Chen Yuhu paid little heed to this, as long as Mama Fong did not overstep her bounds. After all, her demeanor was a reflection of her role as the stewardess of the household, and it also upheld Chen Yuhu's dignity as the matriarch. Setting down her teacup with a crisp sound, the two concubines flinched slightly, casting wary glances in Chen Yuhu's direction. In truth, the previous matriarch had not been particularly kind to them. With the rightful authority absent from the estate for several years, they had grown accustomed to living in fear of her strictness. While there was no overt mistreatment, the servants were often subject to deductions from their meager allowances, and there was no additional support. If a child could survive, they would. If not, they would perish. Chen Yuhu mused that this was no better than poisoning the child outright. Fostering animosity while raising a tiger was a perilous endeavor. Waving her hand, she beckoned Lin Qingzhu closer. Hesitant at first, he ultimately dared not defy her and stepped forward. Chen Yuhu leaned in, inquiring why his sleeves were so short. What were the servants doing? Her words carried a weight that compelled Lin Qingzhu to kneel outside. His wet nurse offered an excuse, claiming the young masters grew quickly, attributing the oversight to the servants, promising that the seamstress would endeavor to reserve more fabric in the future. Chen Yuhu grasped Lin Qingzhu's sleeve and ornaments, not allowing any delay in her discourse. An oversight was an oversight. What did it mean that the young masters grew quickly? Which household allowed their young masters to attend lessons and socialize in ill-fitting garments? His wet nurse knelt, too fearful to raise her head. Chen Yuhu withdrew her hand, deciding to let it go. After all, spring was upon them. She resolved to provide each young master and the two concubines with 2 new sets of clothing from her own store this year. Everyone rose to express their gratitude, thanking Madame for her kindness. Just then, the meal was ready, and Chen Yuhu waved her hand, instructing them to serve the food. Chapter 3. Do not involve me. Though boys and girls were traditionally seated separately at the age of 7, today, as one family, there was no need for such division. However, due to the number of people present, they were arranged at 2 tables. As they dined in relative quiet, Chen Yuhu unusually took a moment to inquire after the 2 concubines. They dared not speak much, but when she asked, they responded affirmatively. Seated at the head of the table, Chen Yuhu surveyed everyone from her elevated position. For some reason, a particular film came to mind, Raise the Red Lantern. She resolved that as long as they did not cause trouble, she would not proactively seek their demise, provided they did not interfere with her interests. What Chen Yuhu aspired to do was to bind everyone's interests together, making it clear to the true love soon to enter the household that every individual here was the true love of the Marquis. After breakfast, she retained everyone's presence and addressed her eldest son, stating, I have contacted your maternal family. Your uncle wishes for you to accompany him in his studies. And you should take Qingzhu along as well. Madame, whose eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to believe the news. Lin Qingzhu stood frozen in place. Chen Yuhu, appearing to be in considerable pain and unwell, forced herself to continue speaking. I have heard about the recent disturbances at the Yong'an Marquis' residence. I wonder if you are all aware of it. There are only so many children in our family, and we cannot divide them. Ultimately, they bear the surname Lin. I do not expect you to be well versed in the annals of history, but I implore you to grasp the essence of matters and refrain from making grave mistakes that could implicate our entire family. As your stepmother, though I did not give birth to you, I have nurtured you. Please do not bring disgrace upon me in the future. The children hastily knelt before Chen Yuhu, murmuring, We would never dare. She seemed somewhat impatient, waving her hand dismissively. Do not speak of daring. You are bound together by blood. When you venture outside, remember that the dignity of the family is at stake. In times of trouble, consider your actions carefully. Some truths you will eventually come to understand. A true man aspires to greatness, yet children raised under the care of women, confined within the domestic sphere, lack worldly knowledge. Currently, we have no man to stand as the pillar of our household. Your uncle is preoccupied with his own family and cannot attend to ours, and your grandmother. This sigh speaks volumes. The minds of those present began to race. The 2 concubines were aware of the difficulties the mistress had faced over the years, yet they typically relished the spectacle. After all, she was the head of the household. They were not in a position to elicit sympathy. I have exerted great effort to send you forth. You must cherish this opportunity and study diligently. The children, still kneeling, dared not rise. They chorused, "Yes. We are deeply grateful. Mother, please take care of your health," as if rehearsed. When had Chen Yuhu ever received such treatment? They had to kneel before her, which was undeniably gratifying. In such moments, one might be led to believe that the children were quite promising, yet it was merely an illusion. Politeness did not equate to capability. After the boys had spoken, Chen Yuhu intended to summon a wet nurse from the palace to instruct the girls in etiquette, while she herself would provide extra lessons for her children. Her eldest daughter was already 14, having reached the age of maturity. It was time to consider suitable matches. By 16 or 17, she should be on the verge of marriage. However, 18 or 19 is also an appropriate age for marriage, and while Chen Yuhu could not halt the tide of time, she wished to keep her daughters at home a little longer. She aimed to nurture these children well, with the concubines firmly under her influence. Even if they were clever and talented, they must remain obedient. Furthermore, Chen Yuhu preferred to foster a harmonious atmosphere. Such an approach would bring joy to all. In the following days, arrangements were made by Granny Fong, while Chen Yuhu feigned illness at home. With so many eyes in the residence, she played her role convincingly, ensuring that even those stationed far at the borders would not suspect her pretense. Chen Yuhu, appearing to struggle against her ailment, busied herself preparing luggage for the two boys who were to study at their uncle's home. As she raised her hand, life became considerably more manageable for the two concubines. The concubines now felt emboldened to frequently pay their respects to Chen Yuhu, bringing with them various exquisite embroidered items. Chen Yuhu feigned illness, neglecting to pay her respects to the elderly matron, while occasionally engaging in conversation with a couple of concubines. Lin Yuji and Lin Qingluo were still quite young, delighting in their playful antics. Chen Yuhu, generous in spirit, bestowed upon them trivial trinkets, causing the two little ones to coo and charm her affectionately. The concubines observed that the mistress favored her daughters slightly more, attending to them with greater care. That evening, the two concubines shared whispers with their trusted confidants, reflecting on how the children were growing and how the mistress was beginning to consider their futures, thereby showing them more attention. Indeed, it was a blessing to be in the mistress's good graces. Her kindness should be cherished. This was the honest flower concubine, who noted that since the mistress had fallen ill, her temperament seemed to have improved significantly. The servants could speak more freely. Yet the concubines were reminded to heed the mistress's words, for the master would be away for years, leaving them without support. Their greatest concern was that if the mistress's health continued to decline, the Marquis's household might seek a new bride. Who concubine, threading a needle in the dim light, appeared lost in thought. She was aware of the dynamics at play. They were figures of some standing, but ultimately, the fates of the children and the reputation of the household rested in the mistress's hands. Resentment was futile. Life was not a scripted play. With the master absent for years, the concubines endured hardship, yet few would perceive their struggles as burdensome. For the mistress had not overtly oppressed them. She had merely chosen to disregard them. The two concubines had already realized that they could not rely on the master. By the following morning, the contents of their midnight conversation had reached Chen Yuhu's ears. The mistress's grip on the household was indeed formidable, a fact that Chen Yuhu had come to appreciate. As a maid helped her adjust her attire, she gazed into the bronze mirror and, upon hearing the maid's report, remarked, "Both concubines are perceptive individuals. Only such understanding souls can nurture insightful children." The customary greetings continued, though rumors had begun to circulate in the capital, suggesting that the celestial signs were unfavorable and that the lady of the loyal and brave Marquis's household should take precautions, though the identity of this lady remained unspecified. While feigning illness, Chen Yuhu busied herself with her children's education and the arrangements for the young girls' lessons. It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that the household could not function without its matriarch. Moreover, the mistress, who typically enjoyed robust health, had recently been bedridden, undoubtedly due to some ill fortune. As matters were arranged one by one, Chen Yuhu exhibited remarkable patience. On another morning of greetings, the concubines brought their young children to pay their respects. On this particular morning, Chen Yuhu had important matters to address. The household boasted several spacious courtyards. Naturally, the finest was reserved for the mistress. A few other decent ones were not allocated to the two concubines, the reasoning for which was self-evident. After breakfast, Chen Yuhu suddenly proposed. Now that flower concubine is leading the two children, the small courtyard seems inadequate. Perhaps it would be best to relocate to Chunhua Courtyard. Flower concubine was momentarily taken aback. During the routine greetings, such a significant favor had unexpectedly fallen upon her. Once she comprehended the situation, she quickly bowed with the children, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, mistress. Thank you for your kindness." Chen Yuhu smiled as she looked at Aunt Hua. The place where the two aunts resided could hardly be described as small. It was a space of considerable size, meticulously chosen by the former matriarch. Chapter 4. Moving courtyards. Aunt Hu's smile appeared somewhat strained. Observing this, Chen Yuhu remarked, "Yuji has grown. Aunt Hu, why not move to the Shangquan courtyard?" Aunt Hu had not anticipated that there would be a matter concerning herself, especially since Aunt Hua was currently managing 2 children alone. Despite only bringing 1 daughter, she too was able to relocate, a situation that brought the 2 aunts immense gratitude. Having lived in such a modest dwelling since their arrival, they could hardly have imagined one day swapping it for a more spacious courtyard. Even more astonishing was that the change was initiated by the lady of the house. Seated gracefully in her rightful position, Chen Yuhu found that the difficulties set by the former matriarch had become a means for her to bestow kindness. Simply changing courtyards entailed no loss on her part, and it brought joy to everyone involved. A most fortunate arrangement. This was far better than the situation with Miss Jiang, who had entered the estate and immediately taken precedence over the 2 aunts, selecting a grand courtyard for herself. From her elevated seat, Chen Yuhu spoke kindly, seizing the opportunity to assess what the young masters and misses, as well as the 2 aunts, might require, instructing the steward to provide for their needs. The previous quarters they occupied were inferior even to the servants' quarters, and now the 2 women were genuinely elated, showering Chen Yuhu with expressions of gratitude. From that moment forth, Chen Yuhu's accessories and comforts were never lacking. With a cheerful demeanor, she felt immensely satisfied with her current life. She had transformed into the elegant matriarch of the Marquisate, rather than an elderly woman weary and frail, gasping for breath like an old bellows. Moreover, she was affluent and held a position of esteem. Chen Yuhu was quite content. Given her abundant material wealth, she willingly extended kindness towards the frivolous Marquis, eager to treat him well until the children matured. For the glory of the Marquisate still relied on his support. Once Chen Yuhu granted permission for them to move courtyards, the 2 aunts busied themselves thoroughly. Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua even temporarily entrusted their children to Chen Yuhu as they prepared for the move, a momentous occasion for both of them. Early in the morning, the 2 aunts sent their children to the main courtyard. It was also the day for Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhu to visit their uncle's home for their studies, and they had come to bid farewell to their mother. Lin Qingzhu, glancing at Lin Yuji nestled beside Chen Yuhu, pursed her lips. Lin Qingbai, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother, led Lin Qingzhu in paying respects to Chen Yuhu, informing her that they would be away for their studies and would not be able to accompany her as often, urging her to take care of her health. Lin Qingzhu followed suit, kneeling alongside Lin Qingbai. Dressed in comfortable home attire, Chen Yuhu appeared exceptionally approachable, devoid of any airs, embodying a maternal figure as she waved at the 2 children, encouraging them to rise. Immediately, a maid stepped forward to assist the young masters. Throughout this exchange, Lin Qingzhu did not mention her aunt or sister even once. In such circumstances, it was indeed preferable to adhere to the temperament of the former matriarch and refrain from bringing such matters to light. Moreover, Lin Qingzhu believed that if his mother could maintain her current demeanor, the concubine would also fare well. If Chen Yuhu were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly remark, "Children are so easily appeased." In just a few days, her attitude had shifted. Chen Yuhu kindly inquired about the 2 children, asking if they lacked anything or if the servants were neglecting their duties. She specifically asked Lin Qingzhu if there were any inconsiderate individuals who had shown him disdain. Lin Qingzhu silently shook his head in response. Chen Yuhu then advised Lin Qingbai to remember to take care of his younger brother while out, and to maintain good relations with their cousins. Lin Qingbai, with clarity in his eyes, bowed respectfully to Chen Yuhu and affirmed, "Mother, I understand and will look after my brother." Chen Yuhu could perceive a distinction in her emotional response towards her biological and non-biological children. However, the difference was not substantial. After all, she had never experienced the process of nurturing a child herself. Lin Qingbai was the type of child who exuded a dignified aura, while Lin Qingzhu appeared somewhat somber in comparison. Nevertheless, Lin Qingzhu was handsome, which endeared him to Chen Yuhu to some extent. Indeed, she had a preference for the aesthetically pleasing, a true admirer of beauty. All the children in this family possessed commendable looks, significantly enhancing Chen Yuhu's patience. When sending a few children back to their studies, Chen Yuhu refrained from bestowing extravagant gifts. While a momentary present could elicit favorable reactions from the children, she feared that it might cultivate a habit where future visits to study would necessitate monetary incentives. Chen Yuhu had her own considerations and, of course, did not wish to appear entirely ungracious. Originally, she should have accompanied the children, but feigning illness, she allowed them to go on their own, as it was her natal home. Recently, rumors had been proliferating, suggesting that although the matriarch adhered to Buddhism, she was reluctant to relinquish the comfortable life she had grown accustomed to. Chen Yuhu chose not to pay her respects or utter any words, as it would be inappropriate for a daughter-in-law to invite her mother-in-law for quiet reflection. Did she wish to sacrifice the good reputation she had maintained for so long? Would she forsake her future? Chen Yuhu remained composed, while others struggled to maintain their composure. The Marquis was stationed far away at the border. Yet her younger brother-in-law held an official position in the court, subject to the scrutiny of public opinion. It was no wonder the matriarch favored her younger son, who was studious, eloquent, and a prestigious Hanlon scholar. Yet, his elevated status came with a certain poverty that necessitated additional support. The matriarch, not from a privileged background herself, naturally sought to benefit from the situation. Chen Yuhu was indeed that sheep. As expected, the children had only been at their uncle's house for 2 days when Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law, Mrs. Tan, arrived to visit the matriarch, her mouth covered in blisters. Chen Yuhu, claiming to be unwell, chose not to accompany her. She, too, was feeling quite unwell and had finally awaited this moment. Grandma Fong returned from the matriarch to report that the mistress had been unwell recently, and as the children had grown, she expressed the desire to relocate the 2 concubines to a different courtyard. Changing courtyards was a significant undertaking, and the 2 concubines were overwhelmed, requiring the mistress to assist with the care of the children despite her illness, which was why she had not come to pay her respects. The mistress was genuinely concerned for the matriarch and had sent a servant to substitute for her visit. Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law sat gracefully at the foot of the matriarch, exuding an air of composure. Madame Fong observed with a faint smile, remaining silent. This Madame Tan was certainly not someone to be underestimated. After meeting with the matriarch, Madame Fong returned to relay her observations. Once she departed, the 2 women began to discuss the encounter. The elder lady, shedding her previous gentle demeanor, spread her hands in exasperation, expressing that though she often thought of her, it was clear her concern was superficial, merely sending a servant to convey a few words. It was unfortunate that she had always praised her for her filial piety. However, Tan Shiriwei dared not echo the elder's sentiments. Her sister-in-law was not one to be trifled with, and their family patriarch had consistently been a Hanlon scholar, with their stature relying heavily on the elder brother. Their noble title was not inherited, but rather earned through diligent effort, having little to do with the family lineage. Indeed, the elder's scholarly achievements were also self-made, with minimal support from home. This was a point of pride for Tan Shiriwei. The relationship between the Marquis and his younger brother remained strong, and recently, she had taken advantage of the elder matriarch's financial support from her sister-in-law. The sister-in-law, having endured in silence for quite some time, had allowed this to become almost expected. Until one day, the elder brother sent a brief letter, stating simply, "Zhengqian, if you cannot support your wife and children, you may send them to your sister-in-law." Zhengqian was Lin Chu's courtesy name. This single sentence left Lin Chu feeling utterly humiliated, and it was then he realized what his mother and wife had been up to. It was unheard of for a sister-in-law to support her younger brother's family, especially since they had long since parted ways after the elder's passing. Lin Chu was a man who would not tolerate dishonor, much like Lin Ji, both striving for the betterment of the Lin family. While he could not neglect his mother, his wife bore no such constraints. From that moment on, Madame Tan suddenly became quite astute. Chapter 5. A Prayer for Blessings. Madame Fong returned to relay her report, also discussing the dynamics between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law with Chen Yuhu. Chen Yuhu had been feigning illness, feeling quite miserable confined indoors. After delivering her message, Madame Fong exited without further elaboration, harboring blind confidence in her daughter, believing she was well aware of the situation. Upon hearing Madame Fong's account, Chen Yuhu smiled knowingly, anticipating that soon their matriarch would ascend the mountain. The 2 exchanged knowing glances. The elder lady was particularly fond of her youngest son, and with Lin Chu's future and reputation at stake, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Indeed, just 2 days later, The matriarch voluntarily announced her intention to ascend the mountain to pray for the protection of the borders of Daeong. Chen Yuhu, still feigning illness, adorned her face with a pale complexion, presenting an appearance of frailty, as she accompanied her children to express gratitude to the matriarch. She even refrained from summoning Qingbai and Qingzhu back, deeming it unnecessary. Her grandmother's spiritual retreat should not hinder the children's education, lest she be deemed unkind. Chen Yuhu had meticulously planned this occasion, ensuring it was grand and that the matriarch received the respect she deserved, just as the matriarch had genuinely invested in matters enhancing Chen Yuhu's reputation. Chen Yuhu, too, was committed to genuine endeavors, leading outsiders to speak of the matriarch's benevolence and her willingness to undergo ascetic practices for the sake of celestial phenomena. Due to her illness, Chen Yuhu did not personally escort the matriarch to the mountain, instead dispatching a trusted confidant. Even in her ascetic practices, she would not neglect the elderly matriarch, for she was the mother of the family's pillar. Offending her severely would yield no benefit. Thus, moderation was key. She meticulously arranged a comfortable setting, ensuring the matriarch could enjoy her days in the mountains. As long as Chen Yuhu was not summoned to serve and was kept busy adhering to the rules, she was generous with her expenditures. After all, it was not her own money being spent. The more she spent, the more the outside world would commend her filial piety. Even the matriarch had given Chen Yuhu a favorable disposition again, perceiving her as obedient. Once the matriarch departed, Chen Yuhu's health improved day by day, with her spirits lifted. The concubines also felt more at ease. The two young masters were granted 2 days off every half-month, allowing them to return home. With this holiday, Chen Yuhu was in no hurry, for her health had only just begun to recover. The matriarch's departure relieved a burden from her heart, and her mood soared. She vividly remembered how the matriarch had once displayed her grotesque face while demanding money from the original Chen Yuhu. As Chen Yuhu's health returned, she resumed her customary greetings. In the morning, the concubines arrived first, with the younger young masters and mistresses being carried by the nurse, waiting outside for Chen Yuhu to rise. However, things had improved significantly. For instance, the chief maid beside the lady, Go Yu, emerged with a smile, inviting the concubines and young masters to the side hall to wait. The spring chill was biting. It was best to prevent the young masters from falling ill. Ah yes, thank you for your concern, my lady, they responded. The little ones, cradled in arms, were placed on the ground and bowed towards the main house, expressing gratitude for their mother's care. Once Chen Yuhu rose, they were invited into the main house to pay their respects. Chen Yuhu sat high in her seat, looking down at the assembly with a smile. Please rise. The children gazed at her with eager eyes, hoping she would offer them a meal today. The two concubines naturally noticed this. Yet, Chen Yuhu would not be so benevolent as to offer a meal every time, for she wanted them to perceive it as both intimacy and honor. Otherwise, it would become a habit, and not providing a meal would seem as though she owed them something. As Chen Yuhu observed the children dutifully bowing to her, her face radiated warmth. Until Hu Yinyang remarked, Yuji has always been close to her elder sister. She enjoys running to the lady's side. I wonder if the lady finds her bothersome. Chen Yuhu had just taken a sip of honey water. Upon hearing this, she looked up, placing her teacup down, the lid and cup producing a crisp clink. Hu Yinyang's heart tightened, her grip on the handkerchief subtly tightening. Chen Yuhu smiled gently. What is the matter? Has Hu Yinyang grown weary of tending to the children? Now that Yuji is reading, do you wish to leave her behind and seek a moment of peace for yourself? Chen Yuhu's tone was lighthearted, and everyone could tell she was jesting. Hu Yinyang let out a large breath of relief. May the lady forgive me. I do not wish to be lazy. It's just that when you mentioned how children are raised by the women of the inner quarters, it struck a chord within me. Boys can carve out a future for themselves, while girls must marry and bear children. I, being a humble willow, simply wish for the lady to show a bit more kindness. Hu Yinyang had long since knelt on the ground, her body bowing low, her forehead nearly touching the floor. Even within the main residence, even with carpets adorning the floors, this remains an exceedingly embarrassing affair. When Aunt Hua discerned that Aunt Hu was speaking halfway, she too hastily knelt upon the ground, for they both had daughters. The distinction between a girl raised under the care of the legitimate wife and one nurtured in the chambers of a concubine is indeed vast. Not to mention, their men are not to be relied upon, and in the future, the children can only depend on the matriarch. Chen Yuhu, observing the scene, sighed softly. Regardless of whether the children could comprehend the situation, they had already knelt beside their mother. Quickly, assist the young ladies and young masters, as well as the concubines, to rise. With this command, the maidservants standing on either side immediately sprang into action. The two concubines, sensing the moment, decided to withdraw gracefully. Chen Yuhu's eldest daughter, Lin Qingjiao, who sat closest to her mother, furrowed her brow at the unfolding scene, her expression far from pleasant. Chen Yuhu waved her hand. Let us serve the meal first. Nothing is more important than dining. One must be well fed to have the strength to discuss such matters. The concubines and children thus enjoyed a meal at Chen Yuhu's expense. Once they finished dining, everyone remained as attentive as ever. Lin Qingjiao cast a disapproving glance at the two concubines. Chen Yuhu perceived this clearly and decided to provide her daughter an opportunity to express herself. Qingjiao seems to have something to say. Why not share it with me? Upon hearing her mother's call, Lin Qingjiao turned and offered a polite smile. Rising, she performed a respectful gesture toward Chen Yuhu, indicating that she had nothing to say. The decision lay with her mother. Chen Yuhu beamed with satisfaction. This was as it should be. Were she to engage in reckless discourse with the two concubines today, Chen Yuhu would have far more concerns for her seemingly naive daughter. It appears that the child is merely young, unable to conceal her thoughts, but not truly foolish. Very well. Please, take your seat. Observing her mother's smile, Lin Qingjiao understood that her choice had pleased her mother. Seated in her rightful place, Chen Yuhu beckoned the two younger daughters. Lin Anji and Lin Yuji approached Chen Yuhu, bowed respectfully, and greeted her, "Mother." Chen Yuhu nodded in acknowledgement. She regarded the two girls and stated, "Very well, as they are all children of this household. Let us dwell together henceforth. I wonder if Anji and Yuji can leave their mother's side, for they shall now reside with your elder sister." Chen Yuhu's smile radiated warmth. The two concubines felt their hearts constrict with anxiety, fearful that the children might express reluctance, particularly Lin Yuji, who was still quite young. Fortunately, the two girls did not disappoint them. The daughters were agreeable. Both being daughters, Lin Qingjiao had her own courtyard by the age of 6, while Lin Anji, at 11, still shared close quarters with her concubine mother. Such is the disparity. Chapter 6. The Path of Survival. Chen Yuhu remarked, having all the girls together may not be ideal. Qingjiao's Guanju Pavilion has 2 adjoining courtyards. Let Anji and Yuji choose from those. Though all are courtyards, the adjacent Tingxua Hall and Nongyu Cottage do not compare to the Guanju Pavilion. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient to delight the perceptive Anji. Overjoyed, Lin Anji exclaimed, "Thank you, Mother." With a smile, she covered her face with a handkerchief. Aunt Hua was of a kind disposition, raising delicate children, particularly in Ji, who was especially endearing to Chen Yuhu. The charming little girl captivated the attention of Lin Yuji, who gazed at Chen Yuhu with sparkling eyes. In the future, a female tutor would be engaged, and I would prepare the Chunxi Pavilion for their studies. The tutor was specifically invited to instill proper etiquette, and they would study the regular curriculum, with separate seating for boys and girls in the academy. The significant matter of the day was thus settled, and as they departed, Aunt Hua solemnly bowed to Chen Yuhu with the children. This gesture left Chen Yuhu feeling somewhat disconcerted. She merely uttered a few polite words. The household had ample courtyards. Yet due to the influence of the imperial couple, who disapproved of the prevailing trend of concubines, the already low status of such women was further diminished. Concubines were akin to servants, and their children were considered half-slaves. If Chen Yuhu had previously been an unremarkable mistress, not even harsh towards her subordinates, she now stood as an exemplary matron, the kind that all concubines in the capital aspired to be. After watching Aunt Hua and the children leave, Chen Yuhu sipped her tea to calm her nerves, grateful for her status as the mistress. Granny Fong also took her leave to find the steward and assist the 2 young ladies in tidying the courtyard. With only familiar faces remaining in the room, Chen Yuhu turned her attention to Lin Qingjiao. The two settled onto the couch, and Chen Yuhu retrieved a soft pillow to place beneath her. She looked at Lin Qingjiao, inviting her to speak. Lin Qingjiao smiled, a genuine and pure expression reserved for her mother. Chen Yuhu was momentarily dazzled by her beauty, while not an absolute stunner. Her innocence made her the ideal embodiment of a delicate flower, truly worthy of her name, Jiao Jiao of the bright moon. Among the 3 girls, Lin Yuji, daughter of Aunt Hu, possessed the finest looks, and both of Aunt Hu's children were quite handsome. And Ji excelled in her scholarly demeanor, combined with a touch of delicateness. Comparing them, Chen Yuhu then heard Lin Qingjiao remark, "Mother has been rather lenient with these concubines lately, allowing them to become presumptuous and disrespectful. Silence. Chen Yuhu's tone was stern, startling Lin Qingjiao. Chen Yuhu had just thought her daughter clever, but it seemed wisdom was not abundant. Nevertheless, the original owner of this body had raised such a refined girl. Lin Qingjiao, taken aback, cautiously regarded Chen Yuhu, whose serious demeanor indicated the importance of her words. Who taught you to speak in such a manner? Is this how a noble daughter of the Ho residence should speak? Where has your education and upbringing gone? Have they vanished into thin air? Lin Qingjiao's eyes instantly glistened with tears. The fair-skinned girl, with reddened eyes, appeared both pitiful and endearing. Yet, Chen Yuhu remained resolute. She was not her biological mother and would not be swayed by sentiment. Misdeeds warranted correction. Is this how I have instructed you to address your father's concubines? It seemed the original owner had indeed left a mark. Chen Yuhu coughed, attempting to blur the lines between her identity and that of the original owner. Yet, even if it were the original matriarch's intention, the original owner could not have been so overt. It was more a matter of the child's tender age and lack of understanding. Qingjiao, she is the mother of your younger siblings, and you share a blood bond. Though her status may be humble, she is nonetheless an elder. I may have the authority to judge or even reprimand her, but you do not. As the eldest sister, you must counsel me and consider the dignity of your younger siblings. Do you truly believe that if they lose their honor, you, as their elder sister, can remain unscathed? If it were possible, I would immediately convey to you that the remaining words are unnecessary, for Lin Qingjiao has already grasped the implication. Similarly, when your sister marries and your brother serves in the court, without dignity to uphold, neither will they. One stroke of the pen cannot inscribe 2 characters of Lin. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Qingjiao yearned to express more, yet upon encountering her mother's disapproving gaze towards Chen Yuhu, she swallowed her words. She was a child astute in reading emotions. Chen Yuhu drew Lin Qingjiao closer, producing a handkerchief to wipe her face. Leaning against Chen Yuhu, the child bore a heavy heart, at risk of becoming misled in her perceptions. Chen Yuhu gently patted Lin Qingjiao, saying, Qingjiao, I resent their usurpation of your father's attention, while you resent your younger siblings for dividing his affection. But consider this, if your father truly cherished me, would he have taken in so many concubines? Why would he allow the birthdays of Qingzhua and your brother to be so closely aligned? Ultimately, who bears the responsibility? Lin Qingjiao's eyes widened in shock. Chen Yuhu could discern that the child's worldview was fracturing. A child should not speak ill of their father. You need not articulate it, yet there are matters you must comprehend. Reflect on the 2 concubines and the many children in our household. Have they thrived under my care? Does your father genuinely dote upon the 2 concubines? Does he favor your brothers? Tears streamed down Lin Qingjiao's cheeks, her expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. In the past, her father was the sovereign of their household, and even in his prolonged absence, his influence had altered her mother, who gradually became harsh. Everyone bore mutual resentment, yet no one dared to harbor animosity towards the father. Suddenly, Lin Qingjiao threw herself against Chen Yuhu, sobbing, Mother. Why? For a little girl filled with admiration for her father, it felt as though the sky had collapsed. Chen Yuhu comforted Lin Qingjiao, saying, Jiao Jiao, we need not delve into their reasons, for that will only lead us into a dark alley. What we must focus on is what lies ahead. You may certainly share these sentiments with your 2 younger sisters. However, as the eldest sister, you must remind them that one should not speak ill of their father. All that you possess is a result of his endeavors. You must honor, cherish, and respect him. My aim is to encourage you to adopt a multifaceted perspective rather than to foster resentment towards your father. Life imposes its limitations upon us, regardless of whether they are favorable or unfavorable. The glory and dignity you enjoy today are all fruits of your father's valor on the battlefield. This is something you must understand. Lin Qingjiao gazed vacantly, yet with clarity. But mother, when will men, who can achieve great deeds and hold their heads high, allow us to be free from such constraints? Father, husband, and son all embody the heavens. When shall we ascend to such celestial heights? Chen Yuhu's countenance grew solemn. This cursed ancient era, to become Wuzetian, that would truly be divine. As she patted Lin Qingjiao, her gaze fixated on the flickering candlelight, lost in contemplation. Qingjiao, to survive in the crevices of existence is to embrace the wisdom of the margins. Even the smallest ant can gnaw at an elephant. Chen Yuhu's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, brimming with strength. Lin Qingjiao had never witnessed such a version of her mother, and amidst her astonishment, a flicker of admiration ignited within her, a yearning for that profound conviction. Wiping away her tears, Lin Qingjiao rose and knelt before Chen Yuhu, declaring, "Mother, I do not yet fully comprehend, but I shall come to understand." Chen Yuhu gently caressed Lin Qingjiao's hair, her tone softening as she replied, "Qingjiao, most men in this world are akin to your father, and in the future, your husband will be no different. Yet, a woman possesses her own path to survival. Though constrained by the times, a woman can carve out her own realm. I believe in you, my daughter. You shall blossom into a girl as radiant as the moonlight, clear and unblemished. Everything and everyone will be laid bare before your eyes and heart." With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Lin Qingjiao smiled at Chen Yuhu and vigorously nodded her agreement. From that moment forth, the image of the girl that Chen Yuhu painted would become the embodiment of Lin Qingjiao's aspirations for the future. Now grown, Lin Qingjiao discerned that even a slight nudge from her mother could elicit such profound insights, revealing her own understanding. Chapter 7. Enlightenment. Chen Yuhu imparted a series of teachings and insights to Lin Qingjiao, urging her to transcend the confines of her identity as a daughter and the limitations of the Ho residence, encouraging her to adopt a multifaceted perspective on humanity. A wise child requires little guidance. She would ponder these matters herself, and Chen Yuhu merely needed to ensure she did not stray from the right path. Upon returning to her quarters, Lin Qingjiao pondered her mother's words and felt an increasing sense of sorrow. Her mother's deep affection for her father was pitiable, while the concubine was at her mother's mercy, easily manipulated. The future of her half-siblings rested entirely in her mother's hands. Although the boys had some hope, they too were ensnared by the constraints of filial piety. Even their mother's life and death were beyond their control. The plight of girls was even more dire. Rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, this intricate web ensnares all. The more Lin Qingjiao contemplated, the more desolate her thoughts became, until her two younger sisters came seeking her. Noticing her trance, Ji quietly inquired. Lin Qingjiao led her sisters into the inner chamber and recounted Chen Yuhu's words to them anew. The ancients displayed remarkable wisdom. Even the 6-year-old Lin Yu, with wide eyes, listened intently. "Eldest sister, do not speak further," Ji exclaimed, her eyes widening as she attempted to cover Lin Qingjiao's mouth. Thus, during dinner the following evening, as Chen Yuhu was enjoying her meal, she was taken aback to see Lin Qingjiao approaching, resolute, accompanied by her two sisters. Chen Yuhu paused, beckoning the children to sit down and instructing someone to guard the door. She specifically requested that no one attend to them. Ji and Yuji watched Chen Yuhu cautiously, unable to believe such words emanated from their mother, as if meeting her for the very first time. Chen Yuhu greeted the young girls with a warm smile, inviting them to sit and partake in the meal. Several young girls exchanged glances, remaining silent as they gathered around Chen Yuhu to partake in their meal. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Chen Yuhu summoned a maid to serve a digestive tea. The evening's feast was predominantly meat, and these pampered girls consumed even more than she did. "Do not overindulge," Chen Yuhu admonished gently as she led the girls back to the resting area. "Come now, having shared these words, I wish to hear your thoughts." Beneath the soft glow of the candlelight, Chen Yuhu's face radiated warmth and kindness. The two girls suddenly relaxed, feeling a touch drowsy. Lin Yuji raised a finger to her lips, signaling to Chen Yuhu and Lin Qingjiao. The little one remarked, "Mother, sister, this must not be spoken of." Lin Qingjiao was momentarily taken aback, while Chen Yuhu chuckled. "Qingjiao, do you see? You are less composed than your 6-year-old sister. Just moments after I spoke with you, you hurriedly brought the younger ones to me. Such impulsiveness is unbecoming." Lin Qingjiao, caught off guard by the rebuke, quickly recognized her own rashness. Chen Yuhu continued, "Though your elder sister may be somewhat impulsive, it is a testament to her affection for you. She trusts you enough to share her thoughts without reservation. Speak up. Now that you are young ladies, it is time for you to form your own opinions. I do not wish to raise you as mere puppets, subservient to your husbands. The world of high society can be merciless, and I fear I may not comprehend how my cherished daughters may suffer." As she spoke, Chen Yuhu tenderly stroked Lin Yuji's head. Meanwhile, the two concubines were anxious, fearing the girls might provoke the main wife, yet they were powerless to intervene, merely waiting. The children, though still somewhat masters of their own fate, held more sway than the concubines. Suddenly, Lin Anji burst into tears. "Chen Yuhu, taken aback, shifted slightly before returning to her original position. "Anji, why do you weep?" Lin Anji, laughing through her tears, replied, "I am happy that someone considers me. My aunt only wants me to perform well before you, so I might marry into a wealthy family, as though that alone guarantees my happiness." Under the constant scrutiny of concubine Hua, she felt as if she had been living in darkness. For the first time, Lin Anji realized she had someone to rely upon. Chen Yuhu beckoned her closer, wiping away her tears. "Indeed, marrying well may lead to a smoother path. Your aunt is not entirely wrong. She is a servantess child, and her achievements in bringing you and Qing Luo into this world are remarkable. However, Anji, you are not merely a servantess daughter. You are the daughter of a marquis and my daughter. You need not heed your aunt's limited perspective. Trust in your own judgment and come to me with your questions." Anji nodded through her tears, growing increasingly aware of her age as her aunt's urgency mounted, particularly with the presence of a legitimate daughter standing in her way. As concubine Hua feared the main wife might dismiss her daughter at any moment. In conversing with Lin Anji, the sentiments expressed naturally evolved into notions of marrying into a respectable family, pleasing the matriarch, and exerting every effort to secure a marriage. However, Lin Anji found such discussions unpalatable. Having perused numerous tomes, she perceived her world as vast, yet paradoxically confined. The path designated for women, though fraught with challenges, seemed devoid of avenues truly belonging to Lin Anji. Chen Yuhu gently grasped Lin Anji's hand, offering comfort with a reassuring pat. As intelligent young women, Chen Yuhu sensed the sweet taste of victory on the horizon. Thus, with such astute girls, guiding them into adulthood meant achieving half of her success. Should a boy prove less clever than expected, the broader course should be entrusted to Lin Qinghua. He possesses intelligence and is supported by his mother and sister, yet is still bound by traditional constraints that limit his potential. It was evident that the girls were capable of comprehension, albeit with varied reactions. Ultimately, Chen Yuhu imparted a singular piece of wisdom to the girls. "Remember my words, the ant gnaws at the elephant." Moreover, she emphasized that our own selves are our most precious treasures. Regardless of how the world perceives us or deems us worthless, we must recognize the inherent value of our own lives. In the face of future tribulations, do not act impulsively. You have been raised with care, so do not belittle yourselves or cause harm to your own being. Have you all heard of the recent events surrounding Miss Wu? The lives of her entire family pale in comparison to that of a single virtuous individual, yet they resorted to a tragically drastic measure. You must never emulate such actions. Though Miss Wu did not hail from a prominent lineage, she was nonetheless a girl of good standing. Her father and brothers served in the court, yet after 3 years of marriage, she was driven to despair by her in-laws, leading to her untimely demise. While her fiery temperament contributed to her fate, one must ponder why a person of such quality would willingly embrace death. Her family mourned as they carried her coffin away from her in-laws' home, forever binding the two families in enmity. That evening's conversation illuminated the eyes of the girls, instilling in them a newfound resolve. Anji confided in a trusted maid, acknowledging that although she could not rival her elder sister, who was her mother's true offspring, she was no longer entirely without support. When she spoke these words, her gaze bore a steadfastness her maid had never witnessed before. At the very least, her aunt could no longer speak freely without consequence. Even the thought of marrying her off to a servant's family had been quietly uttered. Fortunately, her mother's authority prevented such notions from coming to fruition. In moments unknown to Chen Yuhu, Lin Anji felt a sense of gratitude. She was thankful that her family was under her mother's stewardship. Had it been her aunt in control, she might have found herself wed to a servant's household. This was not merely a question of practicality. The mere utterance of such intentions by her aunt indicated that she had indeed contemplated this path, using a daughter to facilitate the rise of her maternal family. Yet, her aunt's priorities lay more with material gain, hoping for Anji to secure a marriage into a prestigious family, especially with her younger brother still needing support. Ultimately, in her aunt's eyes, she was not Lin Anji, but rather a means to an end, a vehicle for profit and advantage. In contrast, the absence of maternal relatives like Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua seemed to afford a modicum of protection for her. Chapter 8. Beneath the Lamp. A Beauty Weeps. Chen Yuhu provided guidance to the girls, while also creating a distance between them and their own mothers. Soon, several young ladies came to pay their respects, revealing a noticeable improvement in their relationships. Standing behind Lin Qingjiao, the eldest sister, They collectively greeted Chen Yuhu, evoking a sense of camaraderie. Chen Yuhu was exceedingly pleased. The two concubines sat to one side, rendered speechless. In just a few days, the two girls began to closely follow the legitimate daughter, unlike before when, despite daytime affections, they would return to their concubines at night, inevitably subjected to their words. Now, even if they wished to speak, no one was there to listen. The separation allowed the two concubines to realize that, even as illegitimate daughters, they were still masters in their own right, distinct from those who could be swayed by them. Now, when they summoned their daughters, they had to pass through the scrutiny of the eldest daughter, requiring her approval to take them away. Feeling the loss of control over their daughters, the two concubines naturally felt anxious. This was evident in their gazes. Aunt Hu looked at Xiao Yuji with hope, filled with aspirations for her daughter's success, while Aunt Hua was left with only a sense of dread, having lost her grip on the situation. Chen Yuhu lifted her teacup, concealing her scrutinizing gaze. The maidservants had already assigned seats to the young ladies. Chen Yuhu sat regally on the high platform, observing the myriad of lives below, a somewhat exaggerated statement, yet undeniably true. Setting down her cup, she announced, "Tonight, your brother will return. I have been busy recently, seeking a suitable tutor for Qing Tong, as well as a respectable female teacher and a governess to instruct you in etiquette. It has been a long time since our family gathered. The children have endured hardships while studying away from home. Since they have a holiday, let us dine together this evening." The assembled guests responded in unison, acknowledging her words. At times, Chen Yuhu felt as though she were engaged in a sort of role-playing game, finding great joy and immersion in her performance. By afternoon, indeed, the two children returned, coming to pay their respects to Chen Yuhu. After a period of absence, both children had undergone some changes, with Lin Qingzhu standing out noticeably. An indescribable transformation evident in her demeanor. Chen Yuhu smiled at the two children, inquiring about their well-being and exchanging casual remarks before allowing them to depart. She found herself favoring the girls slightly more. Young Lin Yuji, still quite small, eagerly sought to see her brother upon hearing of his return. Emerging from Chen Yuhu's main courtyard, Lin Qingzhu approached her concubine mother to pay her respects. The conversation with her biological mother was markedly more relaxed than her demeanor with Chen Yuhu. Their exchanges exhibited a newfound intimacy. However, since boys were sent to the outer courtyard at the age of 7, and Lin Qingzhu was now studying away, the concubines had fewer opportunities to express concern, limited to inquiring about each other's well-being, which was invariably satisfactory. Lin Qingzhu was studying at Chen Yuhu's family home, alongside her second brother, in a renowned and noble family that had long been esteemed, with generations of officials and even ancestors who had held high positions. The inheritance of poetry and literature is steeped in a myriad of intricate rules, many of which Lin Qingzhu had yet to encounter. Initially, these regulations weighed heavily upon him, rendering daily life more burdensome than in his own home. When Lin Qingzhu confided in his elder brother, he discovered that his brother shared the same sentiments. A glance exchanged between the two brothers spoke volumes of their mutual sorrow, fostering a deeper bond between them. Subsequently, Lin Qingbai took Lin Qingzhu to converse with their cousin. With a hearty laugh, their cousin remarked, "You two are truly earnest. Did your aunt not impart any words of wisdom before your departure? Our family's numerous customs are intended to instill in the children the understanding that outcomes are shaped by one's efforts." How true that is. Under the cousin's guidance, their lives indeed improved somewhat, and their relationship blossomed further. Daily, they danced along the crimson threads of family rules, naturally strengthening their bond. That evening, they shared a meal, during which Chen Yuhu graciously instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. As students under the tutelage of Chen Yuhu's elder brother, they enjoyed a certain level of privilege, unlike mere visiting nephews. Thus their circumstances were not too dire. Nevertheless, the two harbored no grievances for having witnessed the true privileges of students. They recognized that their uncle had afforded them some measure of special treatment. As the family gathered for dinner, the atmosphere grew mundane, prompting them to summon concubine Hua for a reprimand. The essence of the admonition was to avoid overly restraining Ji while ensuring the maternal relatives were kept in check. Rumor had it that concubine Hua's family had recently begun to assert themselves in the household. Chen Yuhu had never been lenient with concubine Hua's relatives, but recently, having elevated concubine Hua's status, her family members had begun to act with audacity. Logically, it ought to have been concubine who felt emboldened, given her son's maturity, while Lin Qingluo remained but a child. Yet, concubine who was inherently cautious, lacking maternal kin, and her humble origins rendered her somewhat disreputable. Concubine Hua, though sincere and straightforward, possessed a character marked by frivolity. After a few words from Chen Yuhu, she found her face flushed, silencing her, and she dared not even glance at Nji. Nji, burdened by her aunt's actions, felt unable to hold her head high, and concubine Hua audaciously sought her daughter's assistance. Lin Qingjiao grasped her sister's hand, prompting Nji to lean more heavily on her elder sister, refusing to look at their aunt. Concubine Hua had lost 2 previous children, both boys. Whether due to inability to retain them or the harsh reality of their survival, had she not been the first to occupy her quarters, it would be inconceivable that only these 2 children remained. Concubine Hua's mother, having gained access to the household, once told her that Nji's fate was particularly resilient and assertive, insisting that she must be the eldest daughter, which supposedly led to the loss of her previous 2 children. Such foolish notions were unfortunately believed by concubine Hua, who even contemplated tempering her child's pride with threats of returning Nji to her maternal home. This illustrates the folly of humanity, yet even foolish individuals have their purposes. Taking a sip of fine tea, the year's best sparrow's tongue, which she reserved for the main hall, Chen Yuhu remarked after the meal, concubine Hua, "It seems your intellect is somewhat clouded, as Nji has been nurtured into a timid creature under your care. If you cannot comprehend this, perhaps you should send Qingluo to me for a few days, and I shall take care of her." The expression on concubine Hua's face instantly shifted. However, it was evident that she lacked the courage to defy Chen Yuhu, so she descended from her chair and knelt on the ground, gazing pitifully at him. Aunt Hu's eyes lit up with interest. While concubine Hua was reluctant, she was willing. Her daughter, being younger, had a brighter future by following the mistress. Aunt Hu displayed a hopeful expression but remained silent, aware that the mistress was intentionally highlighting concubine Hua, rather than genuinely wishing to raise a child. The mistress had 3 biological children to concern herself with, and thus, the mixed-blood child had already garnered her attention. She felt satisfied enough. Concubine Hua knelt on the ground, pleading profusely for herself. Chen Yuhu could hardly be bothered to engage with her. "Enough, enough, rise," he commanded. "Return and inform your family that it is not yet your time to manage affairs in the household. Let them know to tread carefully." Concubine Hua's expression shifted to one of shock, and she quickly softened, looking at Chen Yuhu with a mournful face and muttering, "Yes, indeed." There was a unique charm in the sight of a beauty weeping beneath the lamp. "Now, everyone return to your rest. It is late, and there is no need to pay morning respects tomorrow." "Understood." Once everyone departed, Mama Fong entered, holding a letter. Some days prior, Chen Yuhu had sent a letter to the frontier, and a reply was now due. Upon opening the letter and glancing at its contents, Chen Yuhu felt a sense of relief. He feigned ignorance towards the mention of taking a concubine within the letter. However, the tone indicated that the couple indeed shared an affection, and it seemed to be quite strong. With matters settled, Chen Yuhu chose to disregard the rest. The following morning, Chen Yuhu rose early and summoned Lin Qingtong. This child was not the eldest son and was not particularly adept at his studies, often remaining taciturn. More importantly, he bore little resemblance to her, his complexion unmistakably inherited from his father, exhibiting a certain defiance. Chen Yuhu was not fond of him. The original Chen Yuhu had a preference for scholarly pursuits. Chapter 9. Every family has its own troubles. Chen Yuhu hailed from a scholarly family and held a deep appreciation for refinement and education. The current Chen Yuhu, however, evidently favored physical beauty. Thus, the child's presence seemed rather diminished. Perhaps he was aware of his lack of favor. When Chen Yuhu summoned him early in the day, he appeared quite astonished. Without any superfluous conversation, she instructed him to eat quickly. The boy, not one for many words, hastily complied. Mama Fong entered with a list, which Chen Yuhu took to examine. "Is everything prepared?" she inquired. After reviewing the list, she turned to Lin Qingtong, asking, "Have you finished your meal?" Lin Qingtong ate rapidly, lacking any semblance of decorum, prompting Chen Yuhu to frown. Unfazed by his mother's dissatisfaction, he continued his hasty feast, showing no concern. Chen Yuhu, too weary to chastise him, knew he would not heed her words. With his father absent, she would seek assistance in managing him. The mistress had business to attend to outside the residence, and the carriage was already prepared. It was only after the mistress departed that others realized she had taken the second son along for the outing. Aunt Hu heard the news with little reaction, for she had been aware all along. Both sons were her own. She had sent the eldest and Lin Qingtong to pursue their studies. Before the mention of the second young master, she sensed that the matriarch had ulterior motives. Chen Yuhu, accompanied by her son, took a seat in the carriage. While seated, she observed Lin Qingtong, who was positioned at a considerable distance from her, and inquired, "Why do you sit so far away? Come closer." Reluctantly, Lin Qingtong complied, inching nearer. Today, Chen Yuhu was dressed in a grand manner, a stark contrast to her usual simple attire at home. Lin Qingtong, having not witnessed such a splendid version of his mother in quite some time, could not help but steal a few glances at her. Noticing Lin Qingtong's furtive glances, Chen Yuhu candidly remarked, "Humph. I might as well inform you that I have arranged for your brothers to learn horseback riding and swordplay with Master Wu today." Lin Qingtong's eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming again. He was well aware that his mother harbored aspirations for him to pursue his studies. Thus, the opportunity for his brothers to ride was likely a ploy to dishearten him, deliberately bringing him along. He felt envy for his brothers, who could effortlessly excel in their studies, as well as for their chance to learn equestrian skills. Lin Qingtong cautiously glanced at his mother, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Among the robust twins, he stood a head taller than Lin Qingbai and was notably more robust. His expression was one of pitiful caution, which unsettled Chen Yuhu. When the carriage came to a halt, Lin Qingtong leaped down first, arriving at the illustrious General Wei's residence. Suddenly, he turned back to look at his mother. Although his father was a military general, his mother seemed somewhat distant from the ladies of the martial family. What, then, was their purpose in visiting today? Lin Qingtong quickly masked his emotions, his mind racing. Chen Yuhu presented their invitation to the doorman, and soon, they were greeted by none other than the mistress of the Wei family, Lady Ho. Her reaction to their arrival was a mixture of surprise and familiarity. Chen Yuhu greeted Lady Ho with a smile, and the two exchanged pleasantries while Lin Qingtong followed closely behind his mother, his gaze clear and attentive. Lady Ho, a few years older than Chen Yuhu, bore the surname Feng and was named Feng Chuani. Chen Yuhu affectionately referred to her as Sister Feng. Invited into the main courtyard, the two women engaged in conversation, predominantly regarding their children, as Chen Yuhu and Lady Ho were not particularly well acquainted. When discussing other children, Chen Yuhu merely touched upon them briefly. However, when it came to Lin Qingtong, she spoke at length to Lady Ho. "I have many children, and my daughters are quite obedient, while my sons are relatively ambitious. Yet this one is a true troublemaker. Had it not been for his father's persistent courtship, even invoking the emperor's name to persuade my father, I would never have considered marrying a military man. However, after our marriage, my perspective shifted. There are indeed merits to being with a soldier." "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" Lady Ho replied, resonating with Chen Yuhu's sentiments. She, too, came from a scholarly family, her father being an imperial censor. What youth has not dreamt of a gallant young man, rather than a sunburnt, sweat-soaked soldier? Chen Yuhu's words struck a chord with Lady Ho. The Lord Ho is a man of integrity, and I find that far superior to those who merely bask in the glory of their ancestry. Until I had this rascal. As Chen Yuhu spoke, he playfully poked Lin Qingtong's head with his hand, displaying a blend of irritation and helplessness. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, stubborn and unruly, heedless of my words, consumed only by his own frustrations. With his father often absent, it fell upon me to find someone who could guide him. Chen Yuhu's exasperated demeanor amused Madame Ho, who, unable to contain her laughter, understood the challenges of raising him without a strong paternal presence. She pointed at Lin Qingtong and declared, "Entrust him to my general. You need not worry. My sons fear him greatly. While I cannot promise he will excel, I can assure you he will be tempered." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu immediately rose, bowing respectfully to Madame Ho, exclaiming, "Oh, with your sister's words, I am profoundly grateful." His playful antics elicited continued laughter from her. At that moment, a youth burst in, his high ponytail swaying as he donned a fitted outfit. His striking features were complemented by sharp eyebrows that arched dramatically. "Ah, which of your sons is this? He is truly handsome." Chen Yuhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Madame Ho's expression darkened as she addressed the intruding youth. "Do you not see I am receiving guests? Who permitted your entry?" Chen Yuhu was taken aback, uncertain whether to intervene or remain silent. Sensing Chen Yuhu's apprehension, Madame Ho clarified, "Take a closer look. This is not my son, but my youngest daughter. Ah, Chen Yuhu's astonishment deepened. A daughter. With his inhibitions cast aside, he grasped the girl's hand, scrutinizing her features. Madame Ho sighed. This is the family's unique conundrum. While you toil for a son, I endure daily frustrations with my daughter. They exchanged knowing smiles. The girl, mistakenly perceived as a boy, curtsied to Chen Yuhu, addressing him as aunt. I am Ho Yijing. What a splendid name. Majestic and befitting a daughter of a martial family. You are quite the striking figure. Do you enjoy martial arts? Would you care to invite my nieces to join you? Ho Yijing scratched her head, recalling how many disdained her lack of femininity, deeming her coarse. Yet, on this occasion, a lady had greeted her with such warmth. Madame Ho, equally delighted, remarked, she spends her days wielding swords and spears, and her cousins shy away from her. If she could befriend your daughters, that would be splendid. Why should there be any issue? I admire her spirit. Who says a girl must be meek and mild? A spirited demeanor is equally admirable. Chen Yuhu rifled through her belongings, filled with trinkets and bracelets. After searching for a moment, she clapped her hands. I suspect you do not fancy these. Your uncle possesses a delicate ivory dagger, exquisitely crafted. He once offered it to me, suggesting I use it for sustenance. I refrained from mentioning it. I have kept it safely. When your aunt returns home, I shall have someone bring it to you as a greeting gift. Thank you, aunt. Ho Yijing beamed at Chen Yuhu, prompting Madame Ho to look away, unable to contain her amusement. Madame Ho, engaging with Chen Yuhu for the first time, appears to be a person of considerable grace. At the very least, she is aware that many outside do not hold her daughter in high regard, often resorting to admonishments upon encountering her. Perhaps, being from families of martial generals, there exists a deeper understanding between them. After sharing some light-hearted banter, Madame Ho led Chen Yuhu and Lin Qingtong to the training grounds of their estate. The training grounds were bustling with activity, filled with numerous individuals, including her 4 legitimate sons and the sons of her brothers. As Chen Yuhu understood, there were no illegitimate children in their family. General Ho had been anticipating their arrival, not expecting that his wife would engage in such an extended conversation with Madame Lin, as few could converse so freely with her. Following Madame Ho, Chen Yuhu beheld the young men at the training ground, all of appropriate age. She endeavored to restrain her gaze, reminding herself, this is not the modern era. One must not gaze indiscriminately, for my daughter must eventually marry. General Ho nodded slightly in Chen Yuhu's direction, to which she returned a respectful gesture as a form of greeting. Chapter 10. Apprenticeship. General Ho's eyes swept over Lin Qingtong, beckoning him over. Lin Qingtong approached, his demeanor serious, yet upon seeing Lin Qingtong, General Ho smiled, remarking that he resembled his father. It was no wonder that his father had personally written to request that he accept Lin Qingtong, as it must not have been easy for his mother to manage him. Lin Qingtong, feeling somewhat bashful, glanced towards Chen Yuhu, who offered a gaze filled with anticipation and warmth, rather than reproach. It seemed to Lin Qingtong that this was the first time his mother had looked at him in such a manner. He was momentarily taken aback. General Ho addressed Lin Qingtong, stating, I shall accept you. Return home today to gather your belongings, for you shall move to my residence tomorrow. The path of martial arts is arduous. Can you endure it? Lin Qingtong lowered his head in contemplation. Without martial training, he would return home to study, overshadowed by his brothers. He then cast a determined glance at General Ho, affirming, I can, and I wish to pursue martial arts. As they departed, Chen Yuhu engaged in further pleasantries with Madame Ho, who, understanding that Chen Yuhu needed to return home to prepare for her son's journey, did not insist on prolonging their visit. Upon returning home, Chen Yuhu instructed her servants to prepare a meeting gift for Ho Yijing, as well as the ceremonial gifts for the apprenticeship. She regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, unwilling to present a meager offering to the general's household. Nor did she wish for Lin Qingtong to be slighted. That evening, an ivory dagger and a red jade pendant were delivered to the general's residence, personally arranged by Mammy Fong, who conveyed many kind words. The ivory dagger was a token meant to please a young lady, while the red jade pendant served as a gesture of propriety. Later that evening, Chen Yuhu gathered all her children for dinner. Considering that only 2 concubines would be absent, she decided to invite them all. Such moments of togetherness are rare, and one meal would not make a difference. During the dinner, Lin Qingtong unusually took a seat at the lower end of the table beside Chen Yuhu. Chen Yuhu constantly reminded, we must prepare everything for Qingtong. The apprenticeship gift cannot be lacking. His daily needs must also be attended to. He requires ample clothing for his martial arts practice. And we must bring an abundance of medicinal supplies for injuries. With so many children in our family, you must ensure harmonious interactions with them. Though the Ho family has always upheld commendable values. However, I must emphasize, I would prefer you to be the one to strike rather than be struck. For I would willingly apologize on your behalf rather than see you secretly weep. Do you understand? Lin Qingtong nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yuhu continued. You will be going to the general's residence, and I shall provide you with 2 attendants, one skilled in medicine and another to manage your daily affairs. Do not take too many people with you, as you are there to learn from your master. With each of Chen Yuhu's instructions, Lin Qingtong responded with a nod. Suddenly, Chen Yuhu lifted her head and surveyed the group of boys, addressing Grandma Fong. Tomorrow, please visit the boys' quarters and ensure that any inexperienced maidservants are sent away. There shall be no one remaining in the boys' rooms. Replace them with attendants and elder maids. The boys exchanged glances and then lowered their heads in unison. Chen Yuhu proceeded, Tomorrow morning, I will first take Qingtong to pay respects to her master, and we shall also introduce the girls to Yijing, a lively child. In the afternoon, I will escort Qingba and Qingzhu to the maternal side of the family. I will personally see them off. Although it is said to be a 2-day leave, it is actually only a day and a half, as we must return the following afternoon. She added, Another month is upon us. Do not forget to write to your father. Children in ancient times were precocious. They understood their responsibilities. The children collectively affirmed her request. After a long day filled with tasks, Chen Yuhu, visibly fatigued, had her meal and sent the children home, for she had many matters to attend to the next day. The children looked upon her with concern, urging their mother to take care of her health. The 2 aunts also offered many kind words. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yuhu lay in bed, deliberately reminding herself of her busy schedule, ensuring they understood for whom she toiled. Should she not articulate this, would she be deemed unworthy? It was essential for the children to cultivate a sense of gratitude. In the soft, fragrant embrace of her bedding, Chen Yuhu drifted into slumber. The children, indeed living up to her expectations, returned to pen letters to their father. Qingba, with utmost respect, first inquired about his father's well-being, then narrated the family's recent happenings, subtly mentioning their mother's fatigue and ill health. He emphasized her busyness and genuine ailments, clearly hinting at underlying issues. He concluded with wishes for his father's health and expressions of concern. The girls, on the other hand, wrote of their delight in moving to a new courtyard and mentioned their grandmother's prayers for their brothers, who were pursuing their studies, envisioning a prosperous family where their brothers would achieve great things in the future. In essence, they focused on pleasant tidings. Chen Yuhu read each letter with admiration, reflecting on the innate brilliance of her children. The youngest, Qing Luo, even crafted a drawing for their father. They have done all that they could, and the feelings of the head of the family upon seeing the children's letters are beyond her consideration. The following day at the illustrious general's residence, Chen Yuhu observed as Lin Qingtong performed the rite of apprenticeship, and everything proceeded smoothly. Chen Yuhu accompanied Madame Ho to Lin Qingtong's future dwelling, assisting in his settling in. As Chen Yuhu was about to depart, she reached out to gently stroke Lin Qingtong's head, feeling sentimental. My dear child, if you do not enjoy studying, then your mother shall acquiesce to your wishes and find you another path. I have even written to your father about this. I do not expect you to conquer the world in the future. I only wish for you to pursue what you love, to engage in something you would be willing to dedicate your life to. And if it brings you joy, then your mother shall support you in your endeavors. In order not to live in vain, and to have something you are passionate about, please earnestly learn from your teacher. And do not be as reckless as you were before. In the past, he would frequently summon the parents, and the original owner had given up hope. With many children at home, not to mention the siblings, there were also the concerns regarding Qing and Zhua. However, mother would come to visit you often. If you encounter any issues, send someone home to find me. Do you understand? Lin Qingtong's expression was restrained, seemingly reluctant to part from Chen Yuhu, silently nodding in response. Madame Ho, observing from the side, couldn't help but admire Chen Yuhu's maternal affection, recognizing her gentle nature and the challenges she faced. With the man absent, she also had to assist in raising her illegitimate children. Approaching, she offered some comforting words. Rest assured, Yuhu, I will take good care of Qingtong. We are close by, and if you miss your son, you can simply come visit and we can have a chat. Chen Yuhu pretended to wipe away tears, glancing at Madame Ho. That would be wonderful. I hold a great fondness for Yijing. I wonder how Qingjiao and the others are getting along with him. Madame Ho's spirits lifted at this mention, pleased that her daughters were bonding well with Yijing. Yuhu was adept at nurturing children. It was merely a matter of them expressing their tempers toward one another. Chen Yuhu humbly deflected any credit to herself. When she and Madame Ho found the young ladies, Lin Qingjiao and Lin Anji were attentively watching as Yijing skillfully wielded a whip, the whip dancing through the air with vigor. Lin Qingjiao and Lin Anji cheered for Ho Yijing, their admiration evident, greatly satisfying his desire for recognition. Upon finishing his performance, Ho Yijing noticed his mother and aunt and eagerly leaped down to rush toward them. Mother, aunt. By convention, he should have called her aunt, but Madame Ho forbade it, asserting that the bonds among men were distinct from those of women. Chen Yuhu acquiesced to this. With a smile, Chen Yuhu regarded the young ladies. Lin Qingjiao and Anji first greeted Madame Ho before calling out to their mother. Lin Qingjiao said, Mother, I wish to learn the whip as well. Madame Ho was momentarily taken aback, believing that Chen Yuhu had brought the girls to foster a connection with Yijing out of affection. Yet, to claim that Lin Qingjiao genuinely liked Yijing was not entirely accurate. However, with Lin Qingjiao's declaration, her certainty wavered. All eyes turned to Chen Yuhu. She smiled and replied, This is not something I am skilled at, so why not plead with your sister Yijing to teach you both instead? Lin Qingjiao indeed turned her gaze toward Yijing. Ho Yijing, filled with enthusiasm, declared, Of course, I can. I shall prepare a gift for my masters upon my return. We cannot treat our Yijing with indifference. Chen Yuhu jested in response. Lady Ho quickly chimed in. Oh, is one son not sufficient? Do you wish to send all your daughters to my household as well? I suspect you are rather fond of my family. Chen Yuhu laughed. Indeed, I am captivated by the illustrious general's residence and the presence of beauties like my sister and Yijing. Were it not for the obligations at home, I would gladly take my sister as my mentor and move into the estate. Laughter filled the air. Chapter 11. 3 sons and 3 daughters. Chen Yuhu politely declined Lady Ho's invitation to stay for dinner, explaining that other troublesome matters awaited her at home. As for the children, they could formally send an invitation to visit, and thus all were taken back by Chen Yuhu. When it was time to board the carriage, Lady Ho came out to see them off, and in her gaze towards Chen Yuhu, there was a genuine hint of sympathy. Her burdens were not feigned. With the men of the household away for years and a multitude of illegitimate children, all responsibilities fell squarely upon her shoulders. Her kind heart wished to spare those children from misfortune, diligently planning for their futures. Was that not a considerable undertaking? Such a transparent soul is indeed rare to encounter. It is no wonder she refrains from mingling. With so many affairs at home, where would she find time to socialize? Lady Ho watched as the carriage receded, returning with Ho Yijing, not forgetting to instruct the servants to pay attention to what the Lin family's young master might lack, ensuring they did not overlook him. Chen Yuhu had many tasks yet to accomplish and could not afford a moment's respite. Fortunately, once she had settled the children, she could finally find a moment to rest. In the afternoon, she promptly took her 2 children back to her maternal home, this time bearing significant gifts. Within the carriage, she pondered alone, considering numerous outcomes, all leading to the same conclusion. Lin Qingzhu was destined to be exceptionally intelligent. She wished to exert control over him, yet he was no longer a mere child. He was nearly a young adult. Concubine who, though relatively honest, could not bring herself to commit an unprovoked act of cruelty. Had she just arrived and not interacted with them, perhaps a single dose of poison would suffice, but after spending days together, she feared the nightmares that might ensue. Moreover, Lin Qingzhu would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her. His keen intellect foretold of his success, and Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingtong were not necessarily destined for mediocrity. It was premature to draw conclusions. Furthermore, relying on children was less prudent than relying on her own wealth. For now, it was wiser to guide them towards a path free of trouble. High positions and wealth are indeed desirable, yet Chen Yuhu dared not gamble with her own principles. As she mulled over these thoughts, her darker inclinations were once again subdued. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she encountered 2 young boys, still under the gentle and loving care of their mother. Accompanying her, they entered the estate. This time, following their mother, they were to pay their respects to their grandparents. Having studied diligently for days, they had yet to meet their grandparents. This visit, unlike previous ones where they were merely students seeking knowledge, held deeper significance, as their aunt also came out to accompany them. Arriving at Songha Hall, the 2 boys bowed deeply to their grandmother. Chen Yuhu's mother wore a tranquil expression, seemingly unperturbed. Even upon meeting her grandson, she did not display overt signs of joy. Chen Yuhu and her sister-in-law appeared accustomed to this demeanor. After a brief bow, the two children were permitted to leave. Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law, unable to contain herself, inquired before the old lady could speak. "Yuhu, what are your thoughts? Why have you brought your illegitimate son along?" While savoring the tea from her mother's cup, Chen Yuhu mirrored her mother's calm demeanor. She raised her gaze to her mother and confessed, "I regret it. Yet, it is too late for remorse now. I can only strive to make amends." Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch, who had always found her daughter rather muddled, felt a flicker of interest, eager to observe and listen to what she might articulate. Setting down her teacup, Chen Yuhu candidly expressed her sentiments to her mother and sister-in-law. "I regret not having addressed these illegitimate children sooner, allowing them to grow up in peace. However, since they have already matured, there is little I can do but assess their potential. For those with promise, they shall join Qingbai in the imperial examinations, united as brothers, sharing the same surname of Lin." The mention of their shared surname caused an inexplicable tightness in Chen Yuhu's throat, a reaction likely stemming from the original owner's instincts. She begrudgingly acknowledged this, but found herself hoping for their success, believing that their collective strength would ensure the family's prosperity. "Even if they were to ascend to great heights in the future, I would still hold the title of their legitimate mother. The two concubines had not caused me much trouble over the years, and the children have been relatively well behaved. My intention in bringing this illegitimate son into our home was, of course, to foster a bond. Once he leaves our household, he will be regarded as both our student and nephew, which is quite advantageous. We are all in this together." At that moment, the elderly matriarch's gaze softened towards Chen Yuhu. She remarked, "After all these years, you have finally shown some wisdom." Chen Yuhu, holding her teacup, did not retort. The Chen family was not one prone to frivolous chatter. Rather, it was a family characterized by a serene disposition, likely a result of their familial environment. Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law looked upon her with pride, stating, "Now that you have a plan, the family will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly. You need not worry." Chen Yuhu smiled at her elder sister-in-law. Their family was sizable, as Chen Yuhu's biological mother had borne 6 children, all raised with care. Thus, in the eyes of the elderly matriarch, having a few dull-witted members was not surprising. Among the 6 children, there were 3 sons and 3 daughters, along with 2 illegitimate daughters. The elderly matriarch favored her eldest daughter, but perhaps brilliance can befall misfortune. Chen Yuhu's elder sister passed away following a difficult childbirth just a year after her marriage to a local noble of the Longxili family. Her sister's marriage produced a son, but she succumbed to complications, and the Li family's second branch has not remarried in the intervening years. Li Qingjing, mourning his late wife, found solace in raising their child alone. This serves as testament to the allure of Chen Yuhu's elder sister. From that time forward, the elderly matriarch devoted herself to managing her household affairs and nurturing her grandchildren. Madame Chen is remarkably devoted to her family, a commendable trait indeed. However, her intense focus on her own household sometimes leads to neglecting her daughter's well-being. Chen Yuhu has a younger sister who has married into a family in a distant place, specifically the Su family in Guangling, near Yangzhou. Among her 3 daughters, 2 are quite astute, yet it is the one deemed less capable who has remained close at hand, leading Madame Chen to prefer ignorance over awareness. Chen Yuhu endures her own hardships. As long as she can maintain a positive outlook, her life can be more comfortable. If she cannot, no one can rescue her. Now that the foolish one has gained some clarity, Madame Chen feels compelled to intervene, reassuring Chen Yuhu that the family will indeed care for her, entrusting her to her brother's guidance. In the presence of her mother-in-law, Chen Yuhu playfully feigns innocence and spends time with her sister-in-law, where the 3 engage in a lively exchange of gossip. This gossip serves not only as idle chatter, but also as a means of conveying vital information. Recently, it was revealed that the elderly Chen Taiwei took a young concubine, only to be confronted by Madame Chen that very night. News has also surfaced regarding the Qingyang Duke, who has been involved in an indiscretion with his own siblings-in-law, resulting in a division of his second household and a public declaration to sever ties with the other family. This scandal has become common knowledge throughout the capital, prompting many to avoid dealings with the Qingyang Duke's estate. Furthermore, there was an incident involving an official whose legitimate wife brutally murdered his concubine, leading to reprimands for the official for failing to manage his household properly. The concubine was not a servant, but a respectable commoner, causing repercussions that affected the entire family. As Chen Yuhu converses with her sister-in-law, she derives numerous insights from these events, reflecting the prevailing sentiments within the court. In the 12th chapter, the master leads the way. A carriage laden with gifts arrives, and Chen Yuhu attends to her elder brother and sister-in-law with care. Before departing, she casts a glance at the two children and gently advises them to study diligently. Afterward, she returns home, contemplating her circumstances while seated on her bed in soft loungewear. The boys in the household have been sent off to carve their own paths, leaving only Lin Qingluo, still too young to be of concern, especially with her biological father soon to return. As for the girls, Chen Yuhu has her own plans, having already paved the way for them. The master may lead them in, but the journey of cultivation lies with the individual. Chen Yuhu believes that she has fulfilled her role as a surrogate mother adequately. If raising them is an act of kindness, she has indeed done her part. Now, she intends to loosen her grip temporarily and indulge in the life of a noble woman. The following morning, Chen Yuhu savors her breakfast alone, which consists of delicate xiaomai, assorted pickles, thinly sliced beef shank, shrimp dumplings, small wontons, and various types of congee, along with an array of pastries. Even this spread reflects her efforts to minimize excess. It could have been far more extravagant. Chen Yuhu considers this feast a bit too lavish for one person, but her intentions extend beyond mere sustenance. It's also an act of generosity. Any food she cannot finish or has not touched is typically shared among the servants, ensuring that nothing goes to waste. Should she choose not to bestow upon them, they would have to pay out of their own pockets to enjoy a meal from the kitchen. Due to various considerations, Chen Yuhu ultimately refrained from making any significant reductions in this expenditure. The steward in the household was a confidant of the Marquis, and whether he engaged in embezzlement was of no concern to her. He was a trusted aide of the Marquis. Her focus lay solely on the steward's ability to manage affairs and his obedience. After finishing breakfast, someone soon entered to announce, "Madam, the appointed female officials have arrived." Chen Yuhu acknowledged with a sound of affirmation. She had relied on her elder sister-in-law to arrange for 2 retired female officials to assist her. Although female officials could serve until old age and retire in the palace, not all were inclined to spend their twilight years there, nor did all possess the qualifications for such a privilege. 3 young girls were presented before Chen Yuhu, accompanied by 2 elderly female officials. In Chen Yuhu's eyes, the 2 women were not particularly old, merely in their early 40s. However, in ancient times, one could be a grandmother by that age, and some might even be on the brink of becoming great-grandmothers. Chen Yuhu instructed the household girls to pay their respects to the 2 elderly women. "These 2 matrons have been invited to instruct you. Please greet them." The matrons scrutinized the 3 girls carefully. Chen Yuhu had assured the matrons that she would provide for them in their old age, although this was not strictly necessary. They merely sought the protection of the Marquis's title, which was a similar sentiment. Though seated in the main position, Chen Yuhu displayed great respect towards the 2 matrons in the presence of the young girls. She articulated, "I am aware that the daughters of noble families are often regarded as precious, with some even choosing not to marry outside their esteemed lineage. My daughters are indeed precious, yet I do not wish to raise them strictly according to traditional customs. It is said that daughters must remain unsullied, but I refuse to cultivate ignorance in my children. They must be informed of certain realities to avoid panic and confusion should they encounter such matters in the future. By educating them in advance, they will be mentally prepared for whatever challenges may arise." Although the 2 matrons were taken aback, they adhered to the master's instructions and taught accordingly. The meditation pavilion had long been prepared, awaiting the arrival of the young ladies and their instructors. With the matrons present, lessons were set to commence. Chen Yuhu found herself with new tasks at hand. One matron would teach the young ladies proper etiquette, while the other would instruct them in tea preparation and other skills, all of which centered around decorum and propriety. Once the formal lessons were completed, Chen Yuhu would engage in casual discourse with the matrons, discussing rare or private matters, sharing gossip with the household girls. She would make them forget what they had heard, as the matron, enforced strict discipline, disallowing excessive discussion for fear of instilling frivolous habits in the girls. Gradually, the 3 young ladies experienced a refreshing shift in perspective each day. Chen Yuhu absorbed considerable gossip and cultivated an increasingly amicable relationship with the 2 matrons. Chen Yuhu kept a watchful eye on the girls, perhaps unnoticed by them. Yet the 2 matrons were keenly aware. drawing from her years of reading novels and watching dramas. Chen Yuhu understood that it was not a lack of intelligence in children that concerned her, but rather the peril of them being overly clever for their own good. Especially for girls, the world can be particularly harsh. She insists that the girls in her household maintain integrity and clarity of mind. The two matrons greatly appreciate Chen Yuhu's educational approach, as few ladies raise their children in such a manner, constantly occupied with the girls. Alongside managing the household and caring for Chen Luo, Chen Yuhu leads a fulfilling life. Occasionally, she savors a cup of tea, engages in calligraphy, and admires the scenery in the garden, living a comfortable existence. As the weather warms, she has not forgotten the elderly lady on the mountain, sending provisions and food to her. Originally, Chen Yuhu had planned to take the children up the mountain at the end of the month to pay their respects to the elderly lady and to enjoy some leisure time, as they seldom have the opportunity to unwind. However, a few days ago, her sister-in-law took their youngest son up the mountain, and upon returning, the child developed a high fever. The elderly lady, both anxious and irate, declared that they should refrain from bothering her and cease their frequent visits, which disturbed her tranquility. This, in a way, alleviated the burden of unnecessary commotion. With the arrival of warmer days, Chen Yuhu took the children to select fabrics to create garments for everyone. The two studying children did not require new clothes, as they wore standardized outfits at their uncle's home. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu still made them some, considering they would have holidays. The child practicing martial arts had no need for fine fabrics, as they wore through clothing quite rapidly, and she had already sent several outfits. The girls in the household appeared to share the same living conditions, which indeed were similar. Yet, any disparity could foster a spirit of comparison, making it challenging to manage the children. Chen Yuhu, fondling the fragrant cloud gauze, felt a deep appreciation for this luxury fabric, which she had only seen in videos before. She selected a piece of fragrant cloud gauze and a piece of brocade for her own garments, and chose 2 pieces of soft smoke gauze and flower-patterned brocade for the girls. The concubines were allowed to pick for themselves, while Chen Yuhu specified her own selections. In the blink of an eye, she had become a noble woman. Who could have foreseen such a transformation? During her idle moments, Chen Yuhu would gather with her concubines for small chats. Concubine Hua, with her deft hands, crafted exquisite handkerchiefs for Chen Yuhu, resembling works of art, and naturally, Chen Yuhu rewarded her generously. Concubine Hu, with her witty tongue, always managed to make Chen Yuhu laugh joyfully. The hierarchy within the household was clearly defined, fostering a harmonious living environment. Chen Yuhu treated her 2 concubines to delightful meals and enjoyable activities, with the children nearby, creating a naturally amicable atmosphere. She often jested with her concubines, saying, "With the Lord away, I am left to lead you both. Should I choose one of you as my wife for your virtues?" The 2 concubines were momentarily taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Chen Yuhu's humor could sometimes be rather irreverent. After all, she was not a true ancient. However, she held no disdain for her concubines. At the very least, concubine who played the pipa exceptionally well, and concubine Hua possessed remarkable embroidery skills, which Chen Yuhu could not rival. She sincerely praised both concubines, who in turn genuinely admired Chen Yuhu. The nuances of their flattery were of little concern to her. Chapter 13. Monogamy. Chen Yuhu harbored no worries that the Lord's return would alter their relationships. In a realm where true love seeks entry, the bond among the 3 girls only deepens. Chen Yuhu meticulously assesses the accomplishments of the trio, occasionally testing the young Chen Luo on her studies. Observing the child engrossed in her reading is quite delightful. Chen Yuhu reclines in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book while Chen Luo diligently practices her writing. Her hands smeared with ink, negotiating with Chen Yuhu in a sweet, childish tone. "Mother, if I finish these 20 characters, may I have a piece of cake?" Chen Yuhu feigns contemplation before conceding. "Very well. Once you complete these 20 characters, my dear Chen Luo may indulge in a piece of cake." The little one, standing on a stool with a brush in hand, beams at Chen Yuhu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, mother." Aunt Hua and Aunt Hu enter, one carrying a platter of pastries while the other bears sliced fruit, exchanging knowing smiles upon witnessing the scene. In the distance, several girls enjoying their day off are seen outside, flying kites and competing to see whose ascends the highest. Yuji rushes in, glistening with perspiration. Chen Yuhu immediately urges, "Come in and rest. The heat is becoming unbearable. You 3 must be cautious not to turn into little coal balls." Laughter erupts from those around them. Life unfolds joyfully and leisurely. As they observe Qingluo's education and witness the girls flourish, each developing her own temperament. And Ji possesses a gentle nature, while Yuji exhibits a spirited disposition. Qingjiao, though appearing gentle and elder sisterly, can be rather ruthless when faced with challenges. Fortunately, her beauty resembles that of a blooming magnolia, allowing her to navigate situations with grace. Avoiding conflict, she sometimes displays a charming naivety. As Chen Yuhu observes the unique personalities of the girls, she finds it quite amusing. During the summer, she takes the children and the two aunts on a lakeside excursion. Once the children begin their schooling, Chen Yuhu plans outings to the theater with the aunts, where a striking young actor has recently joined the troupe. The three engage in lively discussions, sharing secrets with one another. Chen Yuhu, accompanied by the three girls, attends a banquet, where Qingluo tugs at Chen Yuhu's skirt, pleading, "Mother, take me with you." Aunt Hua, with a doll in hand, can only frown in disapproval from the sidelines. Chen Yuhu, caught between amusement and exasperation, admonishes, "Please release me. You're wrinkling my skirt." Unfazed, Qingluo insists, "Mother, take me along. Why do you only take my sisters out to play?" All right, I shall take you. But do let go of my skirt." Thus, Chen Yuhu brings Qingluo to the banquet at the esteemed General Wei's residence, where Madame Lin and her illegitimate son become a spectacle in their own right. Chen Yuhu and Madame Ho are already well acquainted. She reclines on a small couch, while Madame Ho settles beside her. Qingluo stands beneath the couch, tugging at Chen Yuhu's garment, exclaiming, "Mother, I wish to have some cake." A small table nearby displays an array of delectable pastries, flour cakes, glutinous rice cakes, osmanthus stuffed lotus root, and jade belt cakes, all tempting and beautifully presented, causing Qingluo's mouth to water. At home, Chen Yuhu warns that too much sugar can harm a child's teeth, and Aunt Hua keeps a watchful eye on Qingluo, rarely allowing her to indulge. "Mother," the surrounding ladies observe the charming little one with delight. Chen Yuhu remains unfazed, retorting, "Will you continue to act coy? If you eat those sweets, I shall inform your aunt, and you shall see how she will scold you." Lin Qingluo naturally remarked, "Then mother will speak on my behalf. My aunt listens to you the most." Chen Yuhu glanced down at Lin Qingluo and retorted, "Why should I assist you? When I return, I will offer incense to mother." She added, "You should honor me by paying respects. That does not count." The child, flustered, turned crimson, on the verge of tears. The surrounding ladies erupted in laughter. But it was Lady Ho who intervened, presenting him with a piece of cake. "All right, as your aunt, I shall plead for you today. Have a piece." Lin Qingluo glanced at Chen Yuhu, and only when Chen Yuhu nodded did he dare to accept the cake. "Thank you, aunt." At that moment, Ho Yijing suddenly entered, immediately spotting Lin Qingluo by Chen Yuhu's side. After greeting the elders, he addressed the young boy, "Qingluo, your brother is looking for you. Let me take you outside." As this was the ladies' gathering, Lin Qingtong, now a young adult, could not easily enter. Lin Qingluo sat by Chen Yuhu's feet, shaking his head at Ho Yijing. "I won't go. If I leave, it will only be mother here, and I must protect her." The listeners burst into laughter. A young lady, shaking with mirth, exclaimed, "Quick, keep him here, lest he miss it, and we bully his mother." Amidst the laughter, Qingluo remained unperturbed. Recalling his mother's advice not to easily alter one's actions due to others' prejudices, but rather to steadfastly uphold his own convictions, the ladies continued to chuckle. And Ho Yijing could not suppress his laughter either, negotiating with Qingluo, "Your aunt is here to protect you. Your brother misses you. He has been away from home for so long. Would you not like to spend some time with him?" With the cake in hand, Lin Qingluo hesitated, then took a bite, wiping his mouth and hands with a handkerchief before standing up to bow to Chen Yuhu. "Mother, my second brother misses me. He has been working hard outside. I shall go accompany him and return shortly." His demeanor resembled that of a pedantic scholar, causing the ladies to laugh heartily, particularly the young woman who had just spoken, who was now clutching her stomach in laughter. Chen Yuhu could not help but chuckle as well, pinching Lin Qingluo's cheek. "Go on, go play with your brother." She then advised the attendant beside her, "Follow him. Ensure that Qingtong does not lead him astray or let him eat anything indiscriminately." The attendant complied. Once outside, Lin Qingluo quickly spotted his second brother and rushed towards him. "Second brother." He leaped into Lin Qingtong's embrace. The two brothers shared a warm reunion. When the children are away, conflicts diminish, as distance softens grievances. As long as the children are together, Chen Yuhu insists they play joyfully as a group. They cherish the rare moments spent together, naturally fostering good relations. Meanwhile, in the ladies' gathering, Lady Ho was regaling the others with tales of Chen Yuhu's humor. It all began when someone remarked on how well Chen Yuhu had raised her children. Noting the harmony among her wives, Lady Ho could not refrain from saying, "You know nothing of her. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor has been guarding the borders for 5 years, and now the Ho residence is entirely her domain." She recounted, "The last time she spoke to me, she said that even though the Duke is absent, the household remains a monogamous one." A lady, puzzled, inquired, "How is that so?" Madame Ho enlightened the crowd, stating that among her 2 concubines, one is her lady and the other her wife. The audience was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this unconventional assertion. However, as realization dawned upon them, laughter erupted, with many remarking on Chen Yuhu's playful wit. Yet, Chen Yuhu, with unwavering confidence, defended her stance. "My 2 concubines are exceptionally considerate. When my lord is away, they tend to my every need. Oh, Ching plays the pipa beautifully, while Lienner's embroidery surpasses even that of our household seamstresses. I am so pampered by them that I hardly remember what my lord looks like." Laughter filled the air, and someone jested, "When your lord returns, I shall certainly relay this to him." With a wink and a flourish of her hand, Chen Yuhu invited them to share her words. Chapter 14. The matriarch Chen Yuhu, accompanied by her 3 daughters, attended several banquets. Everyone was aware of her amiable nature and her delightful humor, as well as her ability to raise her children so well. She had nearly become a paragon of harmony among wives and concubines. Yet, a young bride inquired, "Does Madame Lin truly feel no jealousy at all?" An older matron interjected to clarify, "Though she is youthful, her children are already grown. What benefit is there in rivalry? It is far better to nurture the children, whether they be legitimate or illegitimate, for they all call her mother. As long as one child succeeds, the Lin family will prosper, and she shall have peace of mind. As for the men, does she not lead a good life? When her husband is away, Yuhu is the pillar of the household. The concubines, focused on the children, have no time for envy. Isn't a harmonious family a blessing?" "Indeed," chimed in another lady, "while it appears she manages easily, with so many children, each demanding her attention, she bears the weight of household affairs, the farm's prosperity, and the household's expenses. Her burdens are significant. One can only hope that her sons, should they achieve success, will honor her in return." Those listening nodded in agreement, understanding her plight. Chen Yuhu's reputation spread, leading to numerous invitations, yet she selectively accepted them. As the weather turned pleasantly cool, she expressed her desire to take her family to enjoy the autumn scenery. Meanwhile, she made grand gestures of sending gifts to the elderly matriarch and arranged for a physician to check on her well-being. She dispatched her trusted nurse to convey the family's affection for the matriarch. As the children's holiday approached, there was no need to visit the general's residence. For Chen Yuhu had planned an autumn outing with Madame Feng, thus Lin Qingtong would naturally have a holiday as well. However, she needed to return to the Chun household personally to request leave for her 2 children. Early in the morning, Chen Yuhu set off with her daughters and a cart full of gifts to visit her mother and pay her respects, accompanied by her elder sister-in-law. Upon settling down, her sister-in-law's voice resonated from outside. "I have heard you have instituted a monogamous system?" Her sister-in-law's hearty laughter accompanied her words. Just as their mother was about to sip her tea, she coughed and quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, leaving the visiting children astonished. For it was their first time witnessing their grandmother in such an unrefined manner. Despite her words, the elderly lady appeared far from angry. Instead, she turned to Chen Yuhu and remarked, "You have become quite renowned. Are you aware of that?" Chen Yuhu replied candidly, "I had no idea." It was at this moment that Chen Yuhu noticed both her second sister-in-law and eldest sister-in-law had arrived. "Second sister-in-law, are you feeling better?" Chen Yuhu's voice brimmed with joy. The second sister-in-law, smiling, nodded and expressed her gratitude. "Thanks to the doctor you recommended." Chen Yuhu smiled back. Once everyone was seated, the elderly lady continued, "Not long ago, the queen's sister visited the palace and recounted your invention of monogamy as a jest to the queen and the emperor. The queen remarked, 'Free and unrestrained,' while the emperor noted that Lady Lin possesses a unique nonchalance. Indeed, there has been significant progress." The elderly lady looked at Chen Yuhu with a smile and added, "Now, take back that set of jade headpieces of mine." The eldest sister-in-law chimed in, "Recently, third brother and sister-in-law brought gifts home, and they made sure to include something for you, knowing your penchant for beauty. Sister-in-law prepared a stunning set of 8 treasures headpieces for you. Leaning back in her chair, Chen Yuhu mused, "Home is indeed the best." The elderly lady lifted her teacup and inquired, "What is this? Is your monogamy not serving you well?" Laughter erupted from the 2 sisters-in-law and the servants in the room. "Quite well indeed. Obedient, gentle, and meticulous, qualities I cannot emulate," the eldest sister-in-law began, but just as she was about to compare a lady with concubines, a maid outside called out, "Master-in is here." The words were suddenly swallowed. The second sister-in-law, with a warm smile, gently stirred her teacup and remarked, "Everyone has their own strengths." Chen Yuhu remained silent. The 2 children entered, first greeting their grandmother, then their elder and second aunts, before finally acknowledging Chen Yuhu. Yet, it was evident that the children were far more delighted to see Chen Yuhu. They approached her, and she joyfully grasped their sleeves, admiring them left and right. At this moment, the elderly lady, seated at the head, suddenly announced, "Your second brother has been appointed as the head of the Zhongshu Academy and will assume his position shortly. You should send the children there." The smile on Chen Yuhu's face abruptly vanished. The change in her expression was stark, prompting the eldest sister-in-law to comfort her. "The Zhongshu Academy is not far from the capital. You can always take a carriage to visit them." Chen Yuhu momentarily remained at a loss, still appearing displeased. How could she maintain closeness with the children if they were sent so far away? The elderly lady placed her teacup down with a thud, startling Chen Yuhu. Instinctively, her 2 sons stepped protectively in front of her. Witnessing this, the elderly lady nearly laughed in exasperation. "You claim to have made progress, yet here you present this demeanor." Chen Yuhu pushed her sons aside to peek at the elderly lady. The elderly lady, with an expression of frustration, scolded, "Have you forgotten your own words? How can you allow the children to be raised by the women of the inner quarters? I know the Marquis is not returning, and you worry for the children. But you have never been one to bear heavy burdens. The Duke's decision to take you as his wife is already a testament to his lack of discernment. If your selfishness were to hinder the child's future, I would not even need to prompt the Duke. Upon his return, I would ensure your dismissal." The old lady's words resonated with authority. Lin Qingbai immediately knelt, closely followed by Lin Qingzhua. The impact on Lin Qingzhua's tender heart was palpable. He sensed the strictness of his uncle's household, yet to casually abandon a daughter seemed unthinkable. Could this truly be the behavior of a biological mother? "Grandmother, please temper your anger. My mother only harbors a loving heart, unwilling to part with her son, and would not go so far. Grandmother, please take care of your health. My mother is virtuous and capable, sustaining the vast Duke's residence. No one has the right to dismiss her so lightly." The old lady glared at Lin Qingzhua, demanding, "Are you implying that I am unable to discern right from wrong?" The grandson dared not argue. "My mother is timid, and out of consideration for her. We all understand that grandmother acts in her best interest." Chen Yuhu cautiously lifted her gaze to the old lady and spoke, "I cannot allow my own shortcomings to jeopardize their future. They are like fledgling eagles, destined to soar in the vast skies. As long as you understand." The old matron huffed, clearly displeased. After having offended her in the morning, Chen Yuhu dared not approach in the afternoon, instead lingering in her second brother's study, playing Go with the children. Lin Qingzhua was surprised to find that none of the young gentlemen, who had diligently studied the 6 arts since childhood, could best their mother. The study's window was open, and a flowering tree stood outside, petals drifting down. Seated at the window, Chen Yuhu smiled as she made a decisive move, leaving her defeated opponents encircling her. Rather than scrutinizing the board, she playfully remarked to her opponent, "A strategist immerses themselves in the game, their moves akin to conquering heaven." Lin Qingzhua paused, gazing deeply at Chen Yuhu, stirred by an unfamiliar perspective. Women too possess a unique breadth of character. Chapter 15, The Autumn Banquet. Fortunately, these days off need not be wasted. Rather, I shall take the children out for some genuine enjoyment. I will invite 2 sisters-in-law, and soon, more and more people will join to appreciate the autumn scenery. The larger the gathering, the more vibrant the atmosphere. The girls in the countryside fly kites, while young couples steal moments together. Chen Yuhu's gaze sparkled with enthusiasm, causing the girls to shy away. Her sisters-in-law and Lady Feng chided her, "You little rascal. They are not here for you. See if Lady Lu is looking for you." Chen Yuhu covered her mouth, laughing. At the autumn banquet, a cup of green wine accompanied each song. The boys, spirited and playful, engaged in a game of kuju. and Chen Yuhu was more than willing to let her two scholarly boys expend some energy. The 6 arts of a gentleman enable one to wield both books and swords. Occasionally, Chen Yuhu would daydream about the boys she raised, destined for greatness in the world, unable to suppress a smile. This nurturing phase, especially as the children thrive, is quite delightful. Soon, Chen Yuhu would send them off to Zhongshu Academy for a winter of focused study, preparing to return to the capital for the spring examination. The girls were poised and beautiful, while the boys were brimming with youthful vigor, filling Chen Yuhu with immense joy. With family and friends by her side, she raised a cup of osmanthus wine, reveling in the splendid autumn scenery. On that particular day, Chen Yuhu was exceedingly joyful, having indulged in drink to the point of inebriation. Upon her return, her 2 concubines prepared a sobering soup and tended to her as she retired for the night. However, Chen Yuhu, in a drunken stupor, clung to her concubines, unwilling to let them leave. Granny Fong, standing nearby, urged her, "Madam, it is late. Please allow the concubines to return and rest." Chen Yuhu retorted with conviction, "These are my wives and ladies. They ought to accompany me to sleep." The 2 concubines stifled their laughter, biting their lips, refraining from arguing with the intoxicated mistress. Eventually, they managed to coax Chen Yuhu to release her grip. As they made their way back, a young maid held a lantern aloft, while the concubines exchanged whispers. Concubine who remarked, "I come from humble beginnings and never imagined anyone would honor me with the title of wife. Though I cannot be the primary spouse in this lifetime, I am grateful that the lady has granted me a sense of fulfillment." Concubine whose background was indeed modest, destined to be raised as a plaything for the powerful. Concubine Hua listened with a gentle smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. As a legitimate child, her fate was either to remain a concubine or marry another servant, ultimately producing a brood of little servants. Such is the nature of society. One has little control over their fate. Life is arduous for everyone, yet it is even more challenging for women. The next day, after Chen Yuhu had sobered up, the 2 concubines came as usual to pay their respects. Chen Yuhu exhibited no embarrassment, as if nothing had transpired. Her forthrightness alleviated any awkwardness the concubines might have felt, allowing them to be more generous in their demeanor. Concubine Hua remarked, "Madam, you surely indulged too much in drink yesterday. I shall prepare a nourishing soup for your stomach." Chen Yuhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. This remark was intentionally laden with meaning, causing concubine Hua to blush. However, her inherently honest nature prevented her from teasing Chen Yuhu as concubine who might have. As the autumn banquet concluded, Chen Yuhu began to pack her belongings. She ventured to the front courtyard, where 2 young masters were engrossed in their studies. Upon noticing Chen Yuhu approaching, they set down their scrolls and, as she neared, bowed and called out, "Mother." Chen Yuhu nodded in acknowledgement. A clever young servant swiftly fetched a stool for her to sit upon. Today, Chen Yuhu had come to discuss their impending departure. In other households, such matters might be solely managed by the mother, sparing the sons from concern. Typically, boys focus solely on their studies and are ignorant of household affairs. However, Chen Yuhu was disinclined to adopt this approach. If one cannot manage their own small matters, how can they hope to govern larger affairs? She had not even packed her own belongings, pondering how she might address future concerns with composure. Chen Yuhu articulated her purpose and sought the opinions of her 2 sons, who evidently possessed their own ideas. Lin Qingbai stated, "While attending the academy, the details are of little consequence. What matters is having a trustworthy servant by our side." Lin Qingzhu added, "As long as we bring our books, we need not carry too many people or belongings. That would only draw unnecessary attention. Indeed, given that uncle has just become the head of the academy, we must exercise extra caution." Chen Yuhu smiled, acknowledging that while it is commendable for you to contemplate these matters, there is no need for excessive caution. One should foster harmonious relationships and immerse oneself in learning, avoiding entanglements in the factional disputes prevalent within the academy. Often, these factions are intertwined with the affairs of the court. Fortunately, you 2 brothers will accompany one another, providing companionship along the way. I shall refrain from elaborating further. You must be vigilant and considerate of your own circumstances while ensuring not to overexert yourselves. I sincerely hope for your achievements, with the condition that you remain safe and acknowledge that a humble existence can still be lived with dignity. Mother does not doubt that my 3rd brother and I will strive for scholarly distinction to prove ourselves to you." Chen Yuhu chuckled, and Lin Qingzhu also smiled. "How delightful!
I anticipate that the titles earned by my future sons will bring me even greater joy than those earned by your father." Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhu exchanged amused glances and bowed respectfully to Chen Yuhu, affirming their resolve to excel. It truly felt like a family united. As the previously chilly and fractured atmosphere dissipated like fog in the gentle rain, Chen Yuhu came to understand what it means to be neither deaf nor mute, nor merely a patriarch. Living life with a serious disposition is untenable. One must navigate the days with subtlety. Lin Qingzhu felt content with their current existence. After all, he was not the biological son of the matriarch and lacked the standing to make demands. In this harmonious environment, they remained blissfully unaware that this peace would soon be shattered by the onset of winter. Chen Yuhu personally saw the two boys off to the academy, ensuring they were settled before returning home. Indeed, on her way back, Chen Yuhu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, recalling how the two boys stood at the steps. Bowing to her, she lifted the curtain to gaze at them until the wheels of the carriage began to turn slowly. They were still so young, mere children, tirelessly striving to forge a future for themselves and their family. It was only after the carriage had traveled a considerable distance that Chen Yuhu finally lowered the curtain, sighing inwardly. For the two boys, as long as their mother's carriage remained in sight, they could not depart. Not to mention, Chen Yuhu's worried gaze felt almost tangible. Only when the carriage disappeared from view did the two boys straighten up. Lin Qingbai, watching the direction of the departing carriage, turned to Lin Qingzhu and said, "Joie, our family has worried for us for quite some time. We must exert ourselves during the spring examination." Lin Qingzhu, likewise observing the carriage's retreat, felt not only the warmth of his mother's love, but also a burgeoning ambition. Chapter 16. Hosting guests after sending the two boys off. Chen Yuhu returned home in less than cheerful spirits. When the matriarch was in low spirits, those beneath her would take heed of her countenance. Consequently, her subordinates, sensing her mood, began to devise plans. The following day, two concubines and the young ladies of the household came to pay their respects. Lin Qingjiao stepped forward and proposed, "Mother, autumn has arrived. Shall we host a small banquet at home? Let us invite Aunt Wu and Aunt Feng, for we also wish to see Sister Yijing." And Ji and Yu Ji gazed expectantly at Chen Yuhu, who reclined gracefully on the imperial concubine's couch, her eyes sparkling with amusement, fully aware of their efforts to comfort her. In the intricate tapestry of aristocratic society, interpersonal relationships held undeniable significance. "Very well, let us proceed with your suggestion. We shall host a crab banquet." With the matriarch's decree, all hands sprang into action, setting a date and sending out invitations. Fortunately, Chen Yuhu's guests were familiar faces, many of whom had attended the autumn feast, complemented by a few amiable companions. As Chen Yuhu steered the overarching direction of the banquet, she delegated various details to the young women in her household, assigning each a specific task, even involving Yu Ji in the preparations. Her elder sister returned with updates for the matriarch, while the little Qingluo sat beneath her mother's couch, savoring pastries with utmost seriousness as she listened intently to her sister's report. Chen Yuhu watched Qingluo with delight. Children of such tender age were truly a source of amusement. Before allocating tasks to the young ladies, she took the time to admonish the steward and the matrons. "Do not underestimate them due to their youth. Though they may be young, this banquet is my responsibility, and we cannot afford to tarnish the family's reputation." She added, wherever the girls may falter, "I trust you will exercise patience. I am aware of your extensive experience, and I understand if it may seem unseemly to take orders from a child. I have also advised the children to show respect towards all of you." The assembly responded with a chorus of humble affirmations, expressing their honor in assisting the young mistress. "Indeed, we shall diligently assist the young ladies. They are all bright and will surely adapt swiftly," they echoed, eager to contribute. "Rest assured, madam, you shall enjoy the fruits of your labor." Chen Yuhu smiled faintly, observing how her initial admonitions had transformed into a flattery fest, thanks to her prior guidance. The young women navigated their tasks with relative ease. Otherwise, seasoned stewards might easily overwhelm these sheltered young girls. It is a misconception that masters are inherently superior to their servants. The adage, "the servant's arrogance over the master," is not without merit. Even a new bride must tread cautiously to establish her footing, while the likes of Qingjiao still possess their innocence. However, with their mother's support, they need not navigate the waters as carefully as a bride entering the household. Chen Yuhu remained seated on the couch, listening to Qingjiao and the others respond methodically. The young women, clad in similar loose-fitting attire befitting their youthful exuberance, appeared more childlike than mature. Only Qingjiao, being slightly older yet still unwed, retained a youthful appearance and did not overly adorn herself. After hearing their reports, Chen Yuhu pointed out a few areas for improvement and then shifted the conversation to other matters. In truth, these tasks could be supplemented by capable hands in the future. What they primarily needed to learn, aside from the fundamental skills, was the art of managing others. Unlike the stewards, Chen Yuhu advised the young ladies. While it is important to show respect to the senior stewards of the household, remember that you need not be overly apprehensive. In a realm where servitude often misjudges the strength of its masters, several young women united in agreement. Chen Yuhu observed as the banquet preparations unfolded meticulously, until a letter arrived from her sister-in-law, informing her of a surprise. Her cousin intended to present a renowned theatrical troupe for the evening's entertainment. This prompted Chen Yuhu to ensure a stricter oversight of the guests at the banquet, anxious about potential mishaps. Heeding the warning, she conveyed her instructions, hoping to avert any disturbances that might complicate matters. The venue chosen for the gathering was the rear garden of the Marquis' estate, where numerous enchanting gardens abound. Yet, in the autumn, Chen Yuhu believed the rear garden to possess the most captivating scenery. It was adorned with towering trees and an abundance of fruit-bearing plants, all diligently cared for by the servants, who safeguarded the harvest from birds and refrained from picking the fruit, lest it mar the garden's autumnal beauty, a sight that the masters preferred unspoiled. Additionally, a plethora of chrysanthemums flourished, revered by the ancients for their integrity and auspiciousness, presenting a splendid spectacle in full bloom during this season. Every corner of the estate's gardens was meticulously maintained, exuding elegance and refinement. Prior to the banquet, Chen Yuhu personally visited the garden, having heard that Qing Jiao had arranged for the trees and flowers to be pruned. Satisfied with the enhancements, she nodded in approval. Given that the gardens were regularly tended, she seldom sought external assistance. Before dispatching the invitations, she thoughtfully noted the plants present, mindful of potential allergies among her guests. Some responses indicated dietary restrictions, which Chen Yuhu deemed too significant to share with the young women, as the well-being of attendees was paramount. Any misstep could tarnish the family's reputation, especially in light of explicit warnings. With a crab feast on the agenda, preparations were made well in advance, and 2 days prior, the crabs arrived at the estate, kept alive in water. On the day of the banquet, the entrance to the Marquis' residence bustled with activity, drawing attention from passers-by. Chen Yuhu, having risen early to prepare for her guests, felt the fatigue of the day weigh upon her. Accustomed to leisurely mornings, where she would awaken to the gentle coaxing of her attendants and children, rising at such an hour was a rare occurrence for her. Today, she aimed for an appearance that was both elegant and appropriate. This intimate gathering was meant for friends to enjoy each other's company. Thus the attire would not be as formal as that of a grand banquet. Adorning her hair was a golden hairpin inlaid with yellow jade, intricately carved into delightful, plump persimmon shapes, a charming touch. The other hairpins served merely as embellishments, ensuring the ensemble appeared lively, for a single extravagant piece could risk presenting her as ostentatious. In preparation for the hairpin and the small gathering, Chen Yuhu meticulously crafted a new attire. Today, she adorned herself in a set of garments fashioned from apricot-colored satin interwoven with silver threads, opting for a light camel-colored shawl to temper the dazzling brilliance of the silver. The round, translucent jadeite earrings, though seemingly unremarkable, enlivened her otherwise mature ensemble. Complementing her attire was an exquisite long necklace of 8 treasures jadeite, carefully designed with intricate details. Before stepping out, Chen Yuhu admired her reflection in the large bronze mirror. For the sake of her outfit, she could tolerate the lord taking in 20 concubines. As long as they bore no children to claim her pension, she would be amenable to their presence, even welcoming an additional 120. Chapter 17. The women's opera troupe dressed in her splendid new garments. Chen Yuhu made her appearance before everyone, each accompanied by their respective daughters. With a beaming smile, she exuded a natural elegance, her accessories harmoniously complementing her attire. Every detail invited scrutiny and appreciation. On her wrists, she wore multiple bangles, and her hair was adorned with a scattering of ornamental hairpins. The gathering comprised families either related by marriage or close friends, all relationships that required nurturing. For the role of the matriarch is indeed a challenging one. The scattered gifts were but trifles, Only those of shallow means would hesitate to offer them. Most, like Chen Yuhu, were well prepared. As expected, Chen Yuhu warmly greeted everyone at the entrance, her gaze alighting upon the beautiful daughters present, nearly overwhelming her senses. Most were of an age akin to Lin Qingjiao, with a few young ladies around 15 or 16, at the prime age for marriage. Chen Yuhu was quite taken with them and generous in her gestures. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat restrained as everyone sipped tea with decorum, hesitant to fully relax. However, the garden's vibrant scenery and Chen Yuhu's arrangement of a charming tea brewing session encouraged a more engaging experience, allowing the guests to partake in the activity themselves. All eyes turned toward the setup, yet without the host's invitation, no one dared to step forward. That was until her sister-in-law's cousin, hailing from a prestigious scholarly family, broke the silence. Although her sister-in-law also belonged to an esteemed lineage, it paled in comparison to that of her cousin. The cousin, surnamed Zhang, was named Zhang Jinjin. Inspired by the phrase, the pearls remain unmoved, revealing innocence. Her grandfather had modified the character for seeing to observing, and her courtesy name was equally intriguing, Wu Tu. Upon noticing the space Chen Yuhu had left, the young lady beamed and cast a playful glance towards her. Were she male, he would surely be entranced. Despite being a cousin, their ages differed significantly. She had been married for 3 years and had a 2-year-old child. Her sister-in-law remarked, "Jinjin, didn't you mention preparing a surprise for everyone? What are you waiting for?" Zhang Jinjin took a look around, clapped her hands, and exclaimed, "I indeed wanted to. But I didn't anticipate so many young ladies would be present, which makes me feel rather shy." Her remark elicited laughter from the older guests. A lady, dressed in an elegant attire of jade green, began to speak. She was the wife of the Prince of Pingning, the daughter-in-law of the Grand Princess. Casting a glance at the girls around her, who were exchanging puzzled looks, she smiled and inquired, "What delightful treasures do you bring to share with us? Or are they perhaps too youthful for our eyes?" I chimed in, assuring her that we, the older companions, were of no consequence, and urged her not to tarnish the reputations of the young ladies. A lady clad in yellow tossed a fruit towards the wife of the prince, retorting, "Who are you calling an old companion? I believe that title suits you better." The yellow-clad lady, delicate in appearance, was indeed youthful. The wife of the prince, Mrs. Sher, clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it is my fault for speaking without thought. I had forgotten that we have such young sprouts among us today." Laughter erupted amongst the gathering. Though such words were exchanged, it was clear that none present were of particularly advanced age. While Mrs. Sher's attire may have suggested maturity, she herself was not very old. Mrs. Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law remarked, "Mrs. Yurong has not spoken falsely. If the girls' reputations are at stake, then let them all be married into your family." Mrs. Sher's full name was Lu Yuruan. Zhang Jinjin, unfazed, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "If we have enough sons in our family, we might as well marry them all off there. After all, your son is still quite young, is he not?" Another wave of laughter followed. After their jovial exchange, it was decided to retain the young ladies, under the pretext of broadening their horizons. Subordinates were summoned to usher in the theater troupe that Zhang Jinjin had brought along, who had been waiting patiently. As the troupe entered, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The performers were all male, which left everyone bewildered. What was the intent behind this? Were they to cast aside their reputations and embark on a path of mutual ruin? Would the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence become a den of iniquity? Chen Yuhu experienced a brief moment of shock before quickly comprehending the situation. This troupe consisted of women disguised as men. Zhang Jinjin promptly stepped forward to clarify. While partaking in refreshments, the audience watched with great interest, fully aware of the performers' true identities, yet captivated nonetheless. Mrs. Sher, seizing a handful of sunflower seeds, remained transfixed, muttering, This is astonishing." A nearby companion inquired, "What is this?" Mrs. Sher blinked in disbelief. "These men lead such splendid lives." She remarked that such troops should be invited more frequently. Among the assembled ladies, some nodded in agreement, while others laughed heartily. The younger girls gazed in awe, some even blushing at the spectacle. The makeup was meticulously applied, and height adjustments made, rendering them indistinguishable from genuine young gentlemen. However, each member of the troupe had undergone identity verification. There was no chance of a man mingling among them. Should any mishap occur, the troupe's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Although societal constraints on women are not as stringent today, the potential for reputational harm was a serious concern. Should their names be sullied, this troupe would surely vanish. The audience, engrossed in the performance, was caught off guard by an interactive segment. A group of ladies playfully teased these young gentlemen, leaving them blushing and flustered. The young girls, watching, covered their faces with handkerchiefs in shyness. Being mindful of the presence of children, the gathering maintained a degree of decorum. Indeed, Chen Yuhu found her worldview profoundly challenged. She had assumed that women in ancient times were predominantly demure and adhered strictly to social conventions. Yet here were individuals far more uninhibited than herself. Noticing the astonishment in Chen Yuhu's eyes, Zhang Jianjun pointed at her face and exclaimed, "Everyone, look at Lady Ho's expression. Do refrain from touching her face. She might be frightened to death." Zhang Jianjun covered her mouth with a handkerchief, laughing so hard that she nearly doubled over. Her demeanor both charming and delicate. However, Chen Yuhu recalled that when she had playfully taken someone's small hand, she had employed a myriad of teasing methods herself. It seemed there was still a naive soul among them. "Ha ha ha, look at Yuhu's expression. Qiueying, hurry and go sit beside the lady so she can acclimate." Chen Yuhu forced a smile. The previous autumn gathering, where everyone had engaged in poetry and couplets, had been her quintessential image of ancient social gatherings. Despite the music and dancing, yet, the atmosphere this time was a stark lesson for the rigid Chen Yuhu from these ancient individuals. Qiueying was exceptionally handsome, but for someone like Chen Yuhu, who had seen countless charming men in the entertainment industry, he was somewhat lacking. Surely, the Marquis must be exceptionally handsome, otherwise, why would the lady not be fond of Qiueying? Zhang Jianjun reveled in the spectacle, while Mrs. Feng, upon hearing this, closed her teacup, remarking that her husband was sturdy, though slightly inferior to her own general. Before she could finish her thought, a young girl had already covered her face and fled. The other ladies were left in stunned silence. Mrs. Feng opened her mouth, then closed it again, finally managing to utter, "Why are they sitting here in silence?" After one girl had fled, Lin Xingjiao, her face flushed, followed suit, as she was the hostess and the topic of conversation was her father, which warranted her retreat. One by one, the girls exited, their faces aglow. They had their own separate little gathering to enjoy. The ladies laughed heartily. Even Chen Yuhu found herself unable to contain her laughter, for the sight of Mrs. Feng's gaping mouth and the girls' crimson faces was simply too amusing. Chapter 18. A cool breeze. The following day, Chen Yuhu took a respite at home. Organizing this not insignificant gathering had proven to be no trivial task, filled with myriad concerns. Overseeing a large multi-person event entailed managing meals, greeting guests, entertainment activities, and various other details, all while ensuring one's presence was felt. It was not physically exhausting, but rather mentally taxing. Fortunately, the event concluded successfully, and through it, Chen Yuhu gained newfound insights into the society she inhabited. She reclined languidly on a small couch, holding a freshly arrived Sichuan melon sliced tea, lost in thought. Leaning back, with the window open, she admired the view outside. Having perused countless histories, novels, and cinematic portrayals, she had always envisioned these esteemed matrons as dignified and graceful, adept in the art of social niceties. Ever respectful towards their husbands, they seemed to embody a facade, akin to beautiful symbols or masked figures, strictly adhering to the prescribed feminine virtues. At the last gathering, the unfamiliarity among attendees had bred a certain politeness, aligning perfectly with Chen Yuhu's rigid expectations. However, the previous day's gathering had broadened her horizons. Everyone was human. There were no more of those stoic, emotionless figures, but rather individuals who laughed and played, devoid of the malice often depicted in dramas. The primary wife often regards the concubine and her offspring with disdain, viewing them merely as servants or trifles, lacking any real significance. While this sentiment may appear harsh, it is a common perception. The wives vary in their relationships with their husbands. Some enjoy a harmonious bond with their spouses who refrain from taking concubines, while others endure a strained connection, yet still find their husbands disinclined to expand their households. Among those in government positions, especially men with children and pressing responsibilities, the presence of concubines is typically limited. Even if social engagements lead to the acquisition of a concubine, they are frequently passed on to others. In essence, the significance of one's role or personal aspirations often precludes them from spending time in the inner quarters. Even if they do venture into the courtyard, there is little opportunity to cultivate affection with the servants. Among the discerning, there are also those who are easily misled, claiming to have true love for each of their numerous concubines. Chen Yuhu gazed dreamily at the begonia tree outside, realizing her assumptions were misguided. Humanity is diverse and cannot be confined to a singular mold. Holding a teacup, she leaned against the window frame, tilting her head to admire the begonia blossoms. Life, indeed, was quite comfortable. Upon entering, Goyu remarked, "Madam, the autumn breeze has grown chilly. Shall I close the window? I will fetch you another cup of tea." "No need. I do not wish for tea anymore. What are the young ladies up to?" "The young ladies are taking the day off. Gathered together to admire the remnants of the lotus in the small pond." "Very well. Please have the kitchen prepare a dish of sour bamboo shoots with old duck for dinner, along with a few seasonal, refreshing dishes." "Understood. I shall relay your instructions. We happen to have a fine jar of drunken green plums as well." Thus, Chen Yuhu's days unfolded, neither overly bland nor particularly flavorful. Daily, Qing Luo and several girls would frequently come to pay their respects, ensuring her Elon courtyard remained lively. Any delicacies or fresh produce were promptly sent to the boys laboring away in their studies and martial arts training, simultaneously expressing their mother's longing for her sons. Additionally, a portion was set aside for her elder brother, the head of the academy, and another for her second son's master, with a special emphasis on not shortchanging the teachers. The obligations of social niceties alone amounted to considerable expenses. Fortunately, Duke Zhongyong, a military man by trade, had fought alongside the emperor, helping him ascend to the throne and amassing considerable wealth through the confiscation of properties. With a keen mind, the duke had saved a substantial portion for himself, ensuring his family's financial stability. Their lineage was not entirely humble, having accumulated some wealth over generations. Yet small officials often faced difficulties. Although they had some connections, money was scarce, and the high cost of living in the capital made it challenging to maintain a standard existence on a meager official salary. Moreover, Chen Yuhu remained steadfast in her correspondence with the duke stationed at the border. Not only did she write herself, but she also encouraged the children to pen their own letters. The children were perceptive, whether they were studying, training in martial arts, or the girls at home. They all understood the importance of writing to their father. Eventually, Chen even urged the concubines to join in the writing. Each time the duke received a thick stack of letters from home, he transitioned from initial surprise to a gradual acceptance of their playful banter. Each bundle of stationery required time to open, as each letter added to the collection. The Marquis received a letter from his concubine, which took him by surprise. Yet he chose not to respond. Instead, he wrote back to Chen Yuhu, remarking that his wife was too benevolent, having nurtured their hearts. Upon receiving the reply, Chen Yuhu was partaking in a hot pot, a fitting meal for the chill in the air. However, the warmth of the dish could not thaw the coldness in Chen Yuhu's heart. Although she understood the realities of the ancient world, witnessing the Marquis's reply alongside his childhood companion and the woman he had cherished for many years left her feeling desolate. As snow fell outside, it seemed as though her heart, too, turned icy. Yet, she had to accustom herself to this era, embracing the inevitability of her fate. Her youth, her future, her family, these thoughts weighed heavily upon her. Chen Yuhu's appetite suddenly waned, prompting concern from her maidservants. "Madam, what troubles you? Is the food not to your liking?" Chen Yuhu forced a smile and shook her head. "No, the dishes are quite delightful. Please reward the kitchen." She then added, "And take this letter to be burnt." With a finger, she plucked a sheet of paper, causing the young maidens in the room to lower their heads, too timid to look. Granny Fong slightly bowed, accepting the letter with both hands, assuring her, "Do not worry, madam, I shall handle it." Afterward, she exited, igniting the letter in front of the gathered maidens. Chen Yuhu ate her hot pot in silence, accompanied by a low-alcohol fruit liquor. Eventually, she dismissed those standing nearby, instructing them to wait outside the door. Though it was described as fruit liquor, it was merely a mild drink that would not intoxicate her. The servants had grown accustomed to their mistress occasionally indulging in a small drink. They believed that a madam who enjoyed life was far preferable to one who was perpetually fixated on her two concubines. At least she was no longer erratic in her emotions. After finishing her meal, she observed the maidens flowing in and out in silence, forming a line as they exited. Then, her personal maid entered to remove her hairpin and untangle her hair. Chen Yuhu, seated in the room warmed by a heated bed, waved her hand, signaling the excess maidservants to withdraw. By the time she emerged in her nightgown, only the night watch maid remained. The maid extinguished the lights and settled on the couch outside. Chen Yuhu nestled into her soft bedding, longing for the comforts of modernity as the novelty of life as an ancient noblewoman began to fade. Chapter 19. Seeking a scholar during the winter, Chen Yuhu took the girls from her household to 2 banquets, hoping to lift their spirits before the cold settled in fully. She also brought her concubines and children to the mountains to pay respects to the elder matriarch, persuading her to return home, citing the chill in the air. This was, of course, a fade for the outside world. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu had thoughtfully brought numerous gifts, considering every aspect for the elder's comfort. The matriarch, however, refused to leave the temple, fearing that her beloved son would suffer damage to his reputation and career. Unable to sway her, Chen Yuhu decided to remain silent. She embarked on this journey primarily for herself and her children, as well as to provide some respite for her 2 aunts. The family resided in the mountains for over 10 days before beginning their return. She fulfilled all necessary courtesies, and any slanderous whispers she would not tolerate. Life in the mountains was quite pleasant. Wealth ensures a good life anywhere. The landscape, blanketed in fresh snow, offered a unique charm against the backdrop of the autumnal desolation. Each day, Chen Yuhu dedicated time to kneeling in the grand hall, reciting scriptures to pass the time and cultivate her character. The abbot bestowed upon her the phrase, compassionate benefactor. From that moment on, Chen Yuhu became known as a charitable devotee of Buddhism. Whether she truly believed was a matter only she could ascertain. Be it writing scriptures or reciting texts, for her, it served merely to occupy her time and temper her disposition. The aunts followed suit, emulating her behavior. After savoring the mountain vistas and settling the elderly matriarch, Chen Yuhu returned home with her family. Their abode, with its high beds and soft pillows, was undeniably comfortable, and the garden, though lacking the wild charm of the mountains, was exquisite. Yet, the overall atmosphere, serious and tranquil, could be somewhat oppressive. Prolonged exposure could indeed shape one's character. During the winter, Chen Yuhu personally ventured into the city to the academy, where she encountered her 2 sons, who had grown thin from their diligent studies. She had 1,000 pieces of advice to impart, yet remained silent. In ancient times, children were wise beyond their years, and her excessive counsel would bear little fruit. They were far away at the academy, and her assistance was of little avail. Both boys were quite sensible, assuring their mother that she need not worry, for they were committed to their studies, understanding that some hardship was to be expected as long as all was well at home. Rest assured, all was well. Just the other day, I took the entire family to the mountains to pay respects to your grandmother, who remains in good health, though she refuses to return home with me. Lin Qingzhu remained silent. Lin Qingbai remarked, if grandmother prefers to stay at the temple to pray for blessings, it reflects her concern for our father and the family. It is her own form of devotion. There is no need for you to persuade her excessively, as long as she remains healthy. Chen Yuhu nodded in agreement. The children were aware of how their grandmother ascended the mountain, as this was not hidden from them. However, they could all see how the elderly lady had, in recent years, failed to uphold proper conduct, particularly in her support of the second branch of the family. After visiting them, Chen Yuhu made another trip to the esteemed general's residence, where she had previously sent a notice. However, she was greeted only by the general's wife, who teased her upon arrival. Here to see your son, are you? Alas, he has gone hunting outside the city with the general. Chen Yuhu smiled at the general's wife, unfazed by the turn of events, and spent the day in her company before returning home in the evening. At the border, she received a letter from the steward, detailing all that had transpired at home. Lin Ji was well aware of everything, including how his mother had made her way up the mountain. Yet, he remained indifferent. Ultimately, Yuhu had not truly acted unfilially. Should the elderly lady continue to exploit the family to support the second household? If it were up to Lin Ji, Yuhu should have dealt with her long ago. Moreover, even after ascending the mountain, Yuhu was well cared for, enjoying delightful meals and companionship from the children, who stayed with the elderly matriarch for over half a month. In the latest letter from my mother, there was no mention of Yuhu or her own children. Instead, she insisted that I find a tutor for my second brother's eldest son to initiate his education. My own children, having benefited from the lady's influence, were already enrolled in the academy, yet my second brother's child required me, stationed far at the border, to seek out a learned scholar. When Lin Ji responded, he did so without any semblance of politeness. As a military man and a straightforward individual, this quality was precisely what Yuhu found appealing. Lin Ji candidly informed my mother that he was a military officer, lacking the connections of a scholar, while Yuhu's family possessed such connections. She had not anticipated that the expectations would fall upon her. Should you attempt to coerce Yuhu with filial piety, I shall write to my second brother. The elderly matriarch, upon reading the letter, slammed her hand on the table in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless against this son. If provoked, he would genuinely devise ways to trouble the second brother, and unfortunately, whatever he said, the second brother, with his wooden-headedness, would heed. With a sigh, the matriarch set this matter aside for the time being. As she aged, her ability to manage matters diminished, and her daughters-in-law became increasingly difficult to control. With the New Year's Eve approaching, Chen Yuhu counted the days, eagerly awaiting the return of the children. Even Chen Luo remarked, "Mother's eyes are solely focused on the brothers coming home, leaving no room for me and my sisters." Laughter erupted in the room. Chen Yuhu playfully tapped Chen Luo's nose, saying, "You little rascal, I'll inform your aunt to deduct your cake for tomorrow." Chen Luo, however, was indignant. "If I don't eat, then I won't eat. Mother is being biased." Just then, Aunt Hua and Aunt Hu entered, catching wind of the conversation. Aunt Hua's expression immediately turned stern, but out of consideration for Chen Yuhu, she refrained from reprimanding him. Chen Luo, who had grown up before their eyes, was a child that Chen Yuhu genuinely adored. Moreover, the sweetness of his words brought endless joy. He hardly spent much time in the main hall with his own mother. In Chen Yuhu's courtyard, there was even a small room designated for Chen Luo. With a smile, Chen Yuhu lifted Chen Luo into her arms, who pouted as he sat in her embrace. Chen Yuhu coaxed, "All right, it was Mother's mistake. I worry about the cold weather and the journey home for your brothers, fearing that your second brother might be injured while practicing martial arts. It seems I have overlooked you and your sisters. Why don't you call your sisters over to have a nice lunch with me, all right?" Chen Luo glanced at Chen Yuhu's expression, then obediently climbed down from her lap. He clasped his hands together and said, "I understand, Mother. I will go call my sisters now. Do not worry about my brothers. They will return home safely." "Excellent. Our Chen Luo is truly obedient." Chen Yuhu pinched Chen Luo's chubby little face. "Put on your cloak, and let the maid accompany you." Chen Luo nodded haphazardly, passing by the two aunts and awkwardly bowing, not daring to look up at his mother's expression. Aunt Hua disapproved of Chen Luo's spoiled demeanor and would often scold him, resulting in Chen Luo now being afraid of her. Chapter 20. Poison wine. Several children enjoyed a midday meal at Chen Yuhu's, followed by an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, I rose to engage in some playful moments. The household filled with the lively commotion of children. This jubilant atmosphere occasionally veered into noisy territory. The youngest, Yu Ji, would sometimes come to me, complaining that her elder sisters, considering her tender age, were reluctant to include her in their games. At such times, it fell upon me, Chen Yuhu, to arbitrate and ensure that they welcomed their little sister into their play. Once justice was served, I found myself seated with the aunts, listening intently as a servant shared the latest scandal that had sent shockwaves throughout the capital. A significant incident had erupted within the household of the vice-general, Yu. He was caught in an affair with his sister-in-law, an act that was promptly discovered by the vice-general's wife, creating a veritable uproar. It was said that the elder matriarch of the Yu family fainted upon hearing the news. The vice-general and his second brother each had only one son. Now, the legitimate heir of the second branch had been relegated to the status of a concubine's child in the first branch. This was no mere fraternal dispute. I felt my perception of the ancient world wavering as I noticed the astonished expressions of those around me. It appeared that not everyone in this era was desensitized to such events. As I listened to the servant narrate the scandal in vivid detail, I found myself captivated, struggling to suppress my reactions. The unfolding drama was utterly sensational. Were this to occur in modern times, it would undoubtedly be the talk of the town. The vice-general's wife had returned to her parents' home, awaiting the formalities of divorce. I engaged in a discussion with the two aunts about whether it would be more advantageous for her to pursue a divorce or remain married. We spoke in front of the girls, intentionally allowing them to overhear our conversation. Aunt Hua remarked, "If she chooses not to divorce, she can hold this over the vice-general for life. If she can swallow her pride, a smoother life awaits her." Aunt Hu countered, "In my opinion, she should indeed seek a divorce. At just 30, the vice-general's wife still has time to remarry. The children are old enough to understand the situation. If they are wise, they will honor their mother. If they resent her for exposing the scandal, it reflects poorly on them. By divorcing now, she might still bear another child and move on from this chapter." I regarded Aunt Hu with newfound respect. It is evident that everyone, regardless of their station, has their own calculations. Arrogance can lead to missteps. I set down my cup, agreeing with Aunt Hu's perspective. Living a full life means facing the unpleasantness of that man in the years to come, and the second branch might even elevate their own to a concubine. Life is fraught with difficulties. It would be better to sever ties decisively, especially since the children are maturing. Qing Luo remained seated beneath my couch. Her eyes narrowed in contemplation, oblivious to what thoughts danced within her young mind. The other girls appeared equally pensive. I hoped they would learn the virtue of patience when necessary, as well as the courage to act decisively when the moment called for it. I took pleasure in observing their thoughtful expressions. In the grand tapestry of life, the assistance of others is often limited. I cannot accompany these children forever. They must cultivate the bravery and capability to confront and manage their own challenges. At last, the time for the children's holiday has arrived. Chen Yuhu had been eagerly awaiting their return since dawn. The room had been meticulously prepared beforehand. Observing the two boys, now noticeably taller, one could sense the burgeoning scholarly aura surrounding them. The family gathered together, with the boys recounting tales from their academy, forming small alliances as they spoke. This camaraderie was undoubtedly influenced by their familial ties and the political insights of their esteemed elder. Listening to Chen Yuhu's words, the boys refrained from interjecting, immersing themselves in their studies. After all, their father was absent from the capital, and any uproar would bear no consequence for them. Moreover, although their father was away, they were studying at an academy presided over by their uncle, where no one dared to bully them. This situation was already quite favorable. The atmosphere in the house was lively, filled with the sounds of animated conversation. Suddenly, a maid entered, announcing, "The second young master has returned." Chen Yuhu immediately rose, and the entire family followed suit to greet him. Lin Qingtong had returned on horseback, and he appeared significantly transformed, looking much more well-behaved than before. The reckless demeanor he once had was nearly unrecognizable. Lin Qingtong, upon seeing his family come out to welcome him, could not conceal his surprise, as he had not anticipated that his two brothers would return before him. Over the past year, he had grown taller and darker. Chen Yuhu, employing her maternal instincts to the fullest, scrutinized Lin Qingtong with an affectionate gaze, a treatment she had similarly bestowed upon the other two boys earlier. Chen Yuhu had truly mastered the art of embodying a nurturing mother. As the family jovially finished their dinner and exchanged farewells, a matron suddenly entered, her expression grave, causing everyone to pause. The matron glanced at Chen Yuhu and then at those surrounding her, prompting a furrowed brow from Chen Yuhu. What could be of such significance? Had something happened to the Lord? No, the matron swiftly assured Chen Yuhu. For her, as long as the family's pillar remained standing until the young master matured, the rest would be inconsequential. Thus, she relaxed and resumed her tea, her demeanor evidently influencing the entire household. Once Chen Yuhu relaxed, it was clear that the tension in the room dissipated, affecting everyone from the servants to the masters, as a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout. The matron continued, "The old lady of the inspector's office has sent word." Chen Yuhu's expression grew solemn. Her mother had always held a pragmatic view of life. One should survive if possible, and if not, then perish. The fact that her mother had chosen to send a message indicated that this was no trivial matter. Chen Yuhu took the letter and opened it in front of everyone. The note was brief, mentioning just a couple of lines, yet it made her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. Essentially, it stated that the wife of the third house of the Duke of Chang'an had been granted the death penalty and instructed Chen Yuhu not to attend the funeral. In the intricate web of relationships among the capital's elite, unless one bore a deep-seated grudge, there was typically some form of connection. Celebratory occasions or significant deaths within the family would usually warrant an extensive invitation to guests. The elderly lady was uncertain whether the Lin family had any connections with the Duke of Chang'an. Yet she was wary of Chen Yuhu's frequent social outings over the past year, fearing that they might lead to trouble. The reason for the recent execution was rather straightforward. The Duke of Chang'an was related to the Empress, who, despite her strained family relations, had begrudgingly conferred a title of nobility upon him for the sake of appearances. However, the third brother of the family possessed remarkable talent and an extraordinary demeanor. During the autumn banquet, he caught the eye of the Grand Princess, the Emperor's only sister, who was in the bloom of youth. Unbeknownst to anyone, perhaps due to a disagreement with the Empress Dowager issued a decree for his demise via poison wine. The elderly lady wrote to remind Chen Yuhu to remain discreet and limit her social engagements during this tumultuous time. Upon reading the letter, Chen Yuhu felt a profound sense of despair. The Grand Princess had taken an interest, leading to a death sentence. It was all so tragically simple. Disregarding the value of human life, Chen Yuhu's heart trembled at the thought. She had planned for her two aunts to keep her company that night, but she decided otherwise. Qingqing and Lianer, you should return home. It's late, and you ought to rest well. There is no urgency, so let us disperse for now, she instructed. In these days, let's impose stricter regulations on the comings and goings within the estate. The young men should venture out only when absolutely necessary. Everyone bowed in agreement. Chen Yuhu had no time to manage them. Her instinctive caution told her that further turmoil lay ahead. The Empress was not to be underestimated and might drag others into this predicament. The Empress Dowager's dissatisfaction with the Empress stemmed from the fact that she was the sole occupant of the Emperor's harem. Yet, the Empress had borne 4 imperial sons, leaving the Dowager with no grounds for reproach. She often lamented the emptiness of the harem and sought to bring her niece into the palace to alleviate the Empress's burdens. In the realm of women's fiction, the narrative typically halts abruptly once the female protagonist ascends to the throne, leaving one to ponder what transpires thereafter. Under the weight of imperial authority, it is impossible for the heroine to maintain an upper hand indefinitely. Chapter 21. Forgotten that night, Chen Yuhu struggled to find rest. As she toyed with her string of pearls, the comfort of her recent days slipped her mind. She had forgotten that they resided within a society governed by imperial power, where authority reigned supreme. She could foresee the impending events. The emperor would likely shield the Empress Dowager, bestowing honors upon the deceased woman's relatives. Her own husband, now entangled with the Grand Princess, would reap the benefits and remain silent. All would await the resolution between the Empress and the Dowager, at which point the incident would fade into oblivion, as if it had never occurred, and no one would dare to mention the unfortunate lady. Chen Yuhu had a fleeting acquaintance with her. She was an exceptionally gentle soul, possessing both grace and kindness, and it was said that she shared a deep affection with her husband. Chen Yuhu spent the night in restless anxiety, terrified by the arbitrary nature of imperial rule, which could decree death upon an individual merely at the whim of those in power. It was a perilous situation, and she found herself at a loss for a viable solution. No wonder everyone was so eager to vie for power and influence. Power, indeed, is a coveted treasure. Chen Yuhu came to a profound understanding of why ministers sought the emperor's favor and why concubines yearned for his affection. To be an emperor is to be favored by the heavens. Chen Yuhu felt a pang of envy, yet it also brought her to a state of humility. The following day, as visitors came to pay their respects, Chen Yuhu carefully applied powder to conceal her dark circles, fearing that her family might worry. Chen Yuhu was the only one in the household who lost sleep over the matter, despite the ancient understanding of the supremacy of imperial power. The others paid little attention to it, even refraining from idle gossip due to its royal implications. For several days, Chen Yuhu's mood soured, not out of mere sensitivity, but from a profound sense of insecurity regarding her safety. It was unlikely that anyone would covet her husband enough to seek her death. Ultimately, it was a matter of status. The lady who had met such a fate had a father and brother of modest rank. Had it been a woman from a prestigious family, like the Wang clan of Langia or the Cui clan of Qinghe, Chen Yuhu lamented internally. Her spirits had remained low in recent days. As the new year approached, the children, aware of her melancholy, flocked to cheer her up. Chen Yuhu gazed at the children with a smile, discovering for the first time the joys of motherhood, how wonderful it was to be cherished. Qingzhuo was the last to depart, lingering even after the other siblings had left. The family exchanged knowing glances at him, implying he had something to discuss privately with their mother. Qingbai and Qingtong rejoiced for him. In their father's absence, their mother held the reins in the household. Setting down his teacup, Qingzhuo addressed the smiling Chen Yuhu, assuring her that even the emperor could not indiscriminately order the deaths of his subordinates and their families. The entangled web of noble power meant that even imperial authority had to yield at times. It was merely the incompetence of the Duke of Cheng'en's residence. Chen Yuhu looked at Lin Qingzhuo, marveling at his intelligence. Very well, my child. I hope the Lin family too will see a century of prominence. Indeed, mother. I will strive for it. Lin Qingzhuo responded earnestly, bowing to her. But do not exert yourself too much. Your safety must come first, for there are family members depending on you. Lin Qingzhuo smiled, his youthful countenance illuminated by the candlelight, exuding an ethereal charm. Chen Yuhu mused on how well he had grown, perhaps inheriting his mother's captivating allure. while Qingbai also possessed good looks. It was evident that he carried himself with a dignified composure. As for Qingtong, there was no need to elaborate. The steward often remarked that the second young master and the marquis resembled each other, as if cast from the same mold. As Lin Qingzhuo left, Chen Yuhu felt a sense of accomplishment watching the once gloomy child blossom. Upon arriving at the study, he encountered his elder brothers waiting at the door. "Did you speak with mother?" "Yes," Lin Qingbai replied with a smile, saying that will surely please her even more than if I or Qingtong had said it. His words were imbued with righteousness, devoid of any self-interest. The two brothers looked on with anticipation, as Lin Qingzhuo rarely felt warmth from them. Yet at that moment, he sensed it profoundly, aware that his brothers had his best interests at heart. The three siblings had succeeded in cheering their mother. And while Qingbai and Qingzhuo retired to the study to review their lessons, Qingtong practiced his swordplay outside. The old steward, witnessing this scene, was filled with pride, knowing that the lineage thrived and the marquisate would endure. That very night, the marquis's discreet informant penned a lengthy letter filled with details. As the spring festival approaches, the marquis has just received an imperial edict. Initially, he intended to return only in the spring, mindful of the need for caution. However, upon receiving a letter from the steward, Lin Ji swiftly altered his plans. The children's holiday is fleeting, and as they grow older, their time together diminishes. It is essential to cherish these moments and celebrate a reunion during the festival. While Chen Yuhu busily arranged matters for the new year and attended to social obligations, the true master of the marquisate had already sought permission to return to the capital. 3 days prior to the spring festival, the children surrounded Chen Yuhu, engaged in the delightful activity of cutting paper decorations, while the boys relished a rare reprieve from their studies. Chen Yuhu and her 2 concubines sat on the heated bed, with the girls either perched on the bed or on a small couch beside it, while all the boys occupied stools. Chen Yuhu watched the children with a smile. As Qingbai announced that their uncle had assigned them schoolwork to be taken along during the New Year visits, Chen Yuhu nodded in agreement. In such circumstances, the 2 concubines remained silent, particularly regarding the children's education and future. Initially, Chen Yuhu felt somewhat uncomfortable, given the presence of the boys. Yet, they and Lin Qingzhu appeared entirely at ease, as if this were the natural order of things. The more Chen Yuhu contemplated the ancient hierarchical system, the more she found it somewhat inhumane. She then called for Qingluo. "Qingluo, come sit beside me. Do not linger on the cold stool with your brothers." Upon hearing this, little Qingluo immediately set down her teacup and scampered over, discarding her shoes in the process. With the new year imminent, it was deemed inappropriate to scold the children, so none of the brothers spoke. Chen Yuhu initially smiled at Qingluo as she nestled beside her, but suddenly, she clapped her thigh, startling everyone. All eyes turned to Chen Yuhu, who met their gazes and exclaimed, "I completely forgot about your grandmother." The children exchanged bewildered glances, and the 2 concubines shared a knowing look. Chen Yuhu placed a hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "This is a disaster." Madame Fong, who had been in the outer chamber, hurried in upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words. "Do not worry, my lady. The New Year gifts and respects have already been sent to the old matriarch. Recently, heavy snow has blocked the mountains, making travel difficult. It is challenging for carriages, let alone for people. The steward has taken the initiative to add 2 layers to the gifts sent to the old matriarch. When spring arrives, we shall fetch her back." Upon hearing Madame Fong's reassurances, Chen Yuhu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the steward was reliable. When the steward made decisions, it was akin to half the marquis having made them. No one dared to interject. Moreover, once the steward was informed, the marquis would also be aware. With someone to handle the aftermath, Chen Yuhu felt at ease. She instructed Madame Fong, "This year, increase the steward's New Year gifts from my private treasury by 30%. "Yes," Madame Fong replied respectfully. Chapter 22. The Equal Wife. After spending the morning with the children, Chen Yuhu engaged in conversation with her 2 concubines. "I believe this color complements Qingqing perfectly. She has a fair complexion, and the water-red hue suits her beautifully." Concubine who appeared unusually shy. Concubine Hua donned an elegant white satin outfit adorned with delicate floral patterns, exuding a fresh and gentle charm. Listening to Chen Yuhu's words, she nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, wearing vibrant colors suits you well. However, the lady should also adorn herself in such hues. Constantly donning dark shades, while exuding a sense of gravitas, diminishes one's vivacity." "Quite so," echoed Aunt Hu. Chen Yuhu grasped a handful of melon seeds, countering. Who says I only wear dark colors? The new garments I made for the new year are all in refreshing shades. Finding the boys' disinterest palpable, she decided to let them entertain themselves in the side room. Indeed, the ladies' new outfits are all quite lovely. Of course, I chose the fabric with great care. For the new year, Chen Yuhu crafted several new garments for her family, all a departure from her previous restrained style. Featuring lively colors, the group continued their light-hearted banter. Chen Yuhu instructed her maid, with the new year approaching, let us keep our meals light for now. Once the festivities are over, we shall indulge. Laughter erupted among them. Aunt Hua, diligently sewing, was preparing a new headpiece for Chen Yuhu. Just as Chen Yuhu awaited the meal, Qing Chai rushed in, her footsteps hurried. Chen Yuhu felt a twinge of displeasure, for it was a moment of joy. Her tone tinged with resignation. What is it now? Qing Chai stood respectfully, her demeanor earnest. Madam, the Marquis has returned. He is nearing the gate. Chen Yuhu caught mid-yawn, turned to her two aunties, both equally astonished. She knew it was not a figment of her imagination, and her expression faltered. Aunt Hu glanced at Chen Yuhu, reminding her, Madam, the Marquis's return is a joyous occasion. We shall reunite this year. Indeed, Qingqing speaks true. Aunt Hua promptly dismounted from the bed, calling to the young maid. Hurry and fetch the lady's attire. The three women, along with a flurry of children, busied themselves. They finally arrived at the gate just in time to greet him. Lin Zhu rode in on horseback as the gates slowly opened. The three women donned various splendid cloaks, with the one in the center draped in an opulent, jet-black cape, devoid of any other hue, signifying her status. Lin Zhu, taken aback, did not expect his two concubines to come forth to greet him, nor the presence of other children besides his legitimate offspring. Aunt Hu produced a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Chen Yuhu. Upon touching the handkerchief, Chen Yuhu was overwhelmed by a strong, pungent scent that stung her eyes. Just as it seemed sufficient, Aunt Hu withdrew the handkerchief and tucked it back into her sleeve. Aunt Hua then attached a fragrant sachet from her waist onto Chen Yuhu's own. The children behind observed their mother's actions with keen eyes, none daring to utter a word. Lin Zhu dismounted and strode directly towards the central figure, as if unwilling to acknowledge anyone else. Chen Yuhu, in a fluster, instinctively reached for those beside her, only to find her two aunties had already retreated to the back of the crowd. Instead, her two daughters, Qingjiao and Anji, flanked her, supporting their slightly flustered mother. They believed her to be overcome with emotion. Only the two aunties at the back understood that the lady was not merely excited. Madame has now grown weary of the Marquis, though she cannot quite fathom why. However, it will soon become apparent to her. Linji approached, and Chen Yuhu detected an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Forcing herself to lift her gaze, she locked eyes with Linji. He was a man with a disheveled beard. Chen Yuhu remained silent, but her reddened eyes and nose, chilled by the cold, spoke volumes to Linji. He grasped Chen Yuhu's hand, his touch cold and rough, starkly contrasting with her delicate, pale fingers. Chen Yuhu dared not retract her hand, thus diverting the conversation. Qingbai has introduced your father to my younger brothers. The dutiful son promptly stepped forward, a line of boys forming behind him, bowing towards Linji, declaring, the son pays his respects to his father. Was that admiration she saw in the children's eyes? Chen Yuhu was uncertain. Not one of the boys was foolish, for children in ancient times matured quickly, sparing her much concern. Among them, apart from the youngest, Qing Luo, the other two were engrossed in their studies for the imperial examination, aspiring to bring glory to their family and enter officialdom. Qing Tong, on the other hand, was resolutely following the valiant general, eager to step onto the battlefield, brimming with youthful exuberance. Each had their own pursuits, allowing Chen Yuhu to breathe easy. Lin Ji observed the line of boys and nodded approvingly. Good. Excellent. Now, let us proceed indoors. The group animatedly surrounded Lin Ji as they made their way towards Elon Courtyard. Suddenly, a voice called out, strong yet gentle. Marquis Chen Yuhu's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around. Lin Ji also turned, realizing only then that he had overlooked the woman in the carriage. Chen Yuhu recognized this as a splendid opportunity for her to assert herself. The woman, who had worn a smile until now, suddenly appeared troubled, while the woman in the carriage seemed oblivious. Her abdomen was prominently rounded, and a maid assisted her in supporting her waist. This must be the sister. Greetings, sister. I am Zhang Yusen. I have just arrived in the capital, and I hope you will be kind to me henceforth. The Marquis interjected. You share a character with the madam. There is no need for you to change your name, but refrain from mentioning your full name in the future. There will be little occasion for its use. Everyone will call you Auntie. Chen Yuhu dismissed his words, adopting a stern expression as she withdrew her hand from Lin Ji's grasp. And you are? One of the Marquis's people? The woman, assisted by others, descended with evident difficulty. Chen Yuhu had no intention of complicating matters for her. After all, if she were willing to join her, they would have enough players for mahjong in the future. However, the woman boldly proclaimed, "The people from the frontier call me Madame Ru." Chen Yuhu's eyes sharpened as she scrutinized her counterpart. Oh, Madame Ru? But soon, a smile broke across Chen Yuhu's face. No one in the frontier looks after the Marquis. It is only natural for the steward and the servants to address you as such. Jiang Yusin gazed intently at the opulently dressed woman before her, a stark contrast to her expectations. Over the years, she had inquired of the Marquis numerous times about what sort of person the madam was. Each time, the Marquis had replied, "She is a wonderful person, albeit a bit spoiled and prone to jealousy, but with no malice. Fear not when you return." Jiang Yusin fixed her gaze on Chen Yuhu, stating, "They refer to me as Madame Ru not because I am a housekeeper, but because the Lord intends to elevate me to the status of a legitimate wife." An oppressive silence enveloped the room, with the housekeeper wishing he could retract his neck into his collar. The children were equally astonished. Their impressions of their father were scant. Yet the notion of elevating a wife upon his return was bewildering. Lin Xingtong clenched her fists, which were promptly grasped by Qingzhua and Qingbai on either side. If their mother had to yield to their father, what could they do? However, the prospect of such elevation upon his return felt excessive. Chapter 23. Is it the end? Chen Yuhu regarded her counterpart with a mocking smile. What? Is the Chun family falling into ruin? Or am I on the brink of death? Madam, pray, temper your words. May the deities forgive, for nothing is forbidden. Granny Fong clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring. Chen Yuhu shot a sidelong glance at Lin Ji, declaring, "If that is the case, let the Lord speak. If he deems it so, I shall willingly cede my position to my sister." What a preposterous notion. Lin Ji observed the woman across from him, flanked by his wife and concubine, along with a host of children. Without hesitation, he replied, "If the lady is unwilling to consent, so be it. Let her be elevated to a cherished concubine." The matter seemed to dissipate lightly into the air. A cherished concubine? Who agreed to that? Chen Yuhu halted, raising her gaze to Lin Ji, her voice laced with frost. A cherished concubine? Who consented? I believe it is more fitting to prepare a guest room for Miss Jiang. The woman's face turned ashen in an instant. Denying her status as a concubine implied elopement, a move that could spell doom for her and her sisters. My father is a frontier general. How could he not allow me to be his legitimate wife? The upright demeanor Lin Ji had when he entered the room quickly faltered. Madam, this is unwarranted, completely unwarranted. If you dislike her as a cherished concubine, then let her be a legitimate concubine. Chen Yuhu regarded him with a cold scoff. When next we meet, remember to pay your respects and address me as madam. The Chun family has no sisters who serve as concubines. The family gradually receded from the woman's line of sight. Upon entering the Yilan courtyard, Chen Yuhu seated herself on the left, a departure from her usual right side. Today, the male head of the household had returned, necessitating that the right side be vacated for Lin Ji. As Lin Ji prepared to wash up, Chen Yuhu promptly directed him to the study. When he returned, freshly shaven and clad in a long robe, he appeared considerably more refined, at least not resembling a vagabond from his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Ji, Chen Yuhu, who had been feeling out of sorts, rose to greet him, "My lord." Thus, the days of her reigning supreme were unequivocally at an end. Lin Ji took Chen Yuhu's hand, and the couple sat together in the principal seats, one on each side. The children bowed, addressing Lin Ji, "We greet our father." The two concubines and servants stood alongside them. Chen Yuhu seemed to have fully regained her composure, as if the earlier discord had never transpired. Smiling, she remarked to Lin Ji, "My lord, it has been quite a while since you returned home. You may no longer recognize the children. This is Qingbai, Qingtong, Qingzhua, and that little one with a serious expression is Qing Luo, whom you have yet to meet." It appeared that Chen Yuhu had just recalled Qing Luo. "Come closer so your father can see you." Qing Luo heard Chen Yuhu calling him and naturally approached, standing beside Lin Ji, clasping his hands in salute. "Father." Lin Ji smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling with kindness. Even from a distance, one could discern the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. a testament to the harsh winds and sands of the borderlands. Being in close proximity, Lin Ji was acutely aware of the subtle shifts in Chen Yuhu's gaze, which warmed his heart. His dear wife still cared for him. Lin Ji's eyes curved into a broader smile as he greeted Qing Luo several times. Then came the girls of the household, each a picture of grace. Qing Jiao was both radiant and poised, her sharp and clear eyes revealing her pride. And Ji, although delicate, was unflinching, meeting others' gazes with unwavering resolve. Yu Ji, at such a tender age, was neither arrogant nor impatient, smiling at everyone, indicating that the children enjoyed a stable upbringing. The boys, while not particularly outstanding, were still well educated, as noble families often placed great emphasis on the education of their sons, while the state of their daughters reflected the mother's diligence. Why are the daughters of these esteemed families so precious? Each girl has her own purpose within the family. Lin Ji nodded, looking at Chen Yuhu, and sincerely remarked, "Madam, you have worked hard." His words were heartfelt. Chen Yuhu met Lin Ji's gaze and blinked, choosing to remain silent. "The master has returned. Let us prepare the meal. We have yet to dine." Chen Yuhu smiled and raised her hand. "Serve the food." In the Elan courtyard, 2 tables were joined to form a long table. The boys sat on Lin Ji's side, while the girls occupied Chen Yuhu's side. Chen Yuhu did not forget to instruct, "Place a small table beside me for Qing Qing and Lian Er." "Yes." Guiyu stepped forward to acknowledge. However, Lin Ji paused mid-sip of his tea, pondering, "Qing Qing and Lian Er? Such intimacy. This does not resemble my wife." Chen Yuhu, unbothered, thought it was amusing. After several years apart, people should have changed a bit. His small eyes had only left the steward to remain in the outer courtyard, waiting for summons to learn of the madam's affairs. After many years, the family gathered together, yet the atmosphere was not lively. There was a slight air of unfamiliarity, especially between the children and Lin Ji. Traditionally, it should have been Chen Yuhu, the matriarch, who took the initiative to bridge the gap between the children and the Lord. Now, however, Chen Yuhu had little interest in doing so. She preferred that the children gravitate towards her. Yet, the formalities had to be observed, otherwise, it would seem odd, marking a failure in her role as matriarch. Chen Yuhu uttered a few words to warm the atmosphere. "Let the children offer a toast to your father. It is a gesture to welcome him home." The children's cups contained only light fruit liquor, and Lin Ji's drink was not much stronger. One by one, the children raised their glasses, each taking turns to speak, greatly alleviating Chen Yuhu's pressure. In contrast to the children, the 2 aunts had already sensed the madam's subtle avoidance of the Lord. Ever since the madam had sent the old matriarch away, it seemed she had suddenly come to a realization, no longer clinging to the Lord as she had in the past. The elder matron by Aunt Hua's side remarked, "The mistress may be unwell, though unaware. As one ages, it is not uncommon to suffer from subtle ailments, leading to unpredictable moods and capricious temperaments. Should Chen Yuhu be aware, she would elucidate that this is merely the onset of menopause. However, Chen Yuhu is yet to reach the age of 30. Moreover, it is evident that the mistress has always possessed such a temperament. Thus one might say that they are merely fabricating a reasonable explanation for her seemingly positive changes." At what appeared to be a lively banquet, Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji occupied the main seats, sipping tea from their bowls. The 2 aunts were comfortably settled on a small couch nearby, having indulged in a sumptuous meal, courtesy of the Lord's return. The kitchen had prepared an array of elaborate dishes. As the fullness began to induce drowsiness, Qing Jiao and Ji were actively enlivening the atmosphere, with Yu Ji proving to be quite the clever one, alongside the youthful Qing Luo. The more mature ones remained notably silent. Yet, with these few attentive souls, the ambience was perfectly stirred, exuding a sense of filial piety and familial warmth. Chen Yuhu held her digestive tea, smiling as she observed them. At that moment, Matron Fong led a servant from the outer courtyard into the room, who first offered her respects to Lin Ji and Chen Yuhu. "Mistress, the one from the outer courtyard is still seated. How shall the mistress arrange it?" "Still seated?" Chen Yuhu furrowed her brow and closed the lid of her cup. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "Then let her be accommodated in the quarters previously occupied by Aunt Hu." Aunt Hu had resided in Xiushui-tang, a name that sounds pleasant, yet is situated in the farthest corner of the marquis residence, poorly lit and diminutive. Such locations are few and far between within the estate. Chen Yuhu stifled a yawn, recalling that a fortune-teller had once mentioned that this courtyard would be advantageous for progeny. Thus it is fortuitous that it is now available for a newcomer. And do inform her to present me with tea upon her rise tomorrow morning. Chen Yuhu reluctantly fabricated a pretext concerning the benefit of offspring, though she was quite disinclined even to seek such a rationale. Chapter 24. Becoming a concubine in truth. She had no desire to engage in any form of female rivalry, especially considering her opponent was with child. Yet, the proposition of a co-wife was undeniably provocative, overtly encroaching upon her interests and declaring a subtle war. She found herself unable to tolerate it further. Perhaps the other party might learn to behave. If so, they could share a game of mahjong together. If not, the three of them would continue to play, which would be no hindrance. Lin Qingzhu fiddled with her tea bowl, inadvertently casting a glance at Lin Ji's expression. Lin Ji remained impassive. This was not unexpected. From Lin Qingzhu's perspective, he had no shortage of children or concubines. And having outgrown the years of indulgence, Lin Ji was now in the prime of his life, brimming with ambitions for achievement. How could he spare a thought for a woman who had lost her utility? She was hardly an esteemed wife. Lin Qingzhu's eyelashes fluttered. Yet she was wholly unprepared for Chen Yuhu's subsequent words. Setting aside the newcomer for the moment, since the Marquis is indifferent to matters in the rear courtyard, I must mention that the children have grown. Qingqing and Lianer should be elevated to the status of esteemed concubines, if only for the sake of the children's honor. And Ji and Yuji. Chen Yuhu pondered for a moment before turning her gaze towards the two concubines. The children had grown, especially the girls. Why not simply put their names under mine? Chen Yuhu expressed her doubts, glancing uncertainly at Lin Ji. Lin Ji was genuinely taken aback. Yet he could discern that Chen Yuhu herself was unsure about the matter, evident from her hesitant demeanor. The lid of Lin Ji's cup clinked against the vessel, producing a crisp sound. That sounds splendid. Madam's suggestion is indeed commendable. Your benevolence in considering the future of the girls is admirable. Shouldn't you both express your gratitude to your mother? And Ji and Yuji exchanged glances, but stepped forward to bow respectfully towards Chen Yuhu, thanking her. Uncertainty lingered in the girl's eyes. However, with Chen Yuhu's proposal and Lin Ji's decisive endorsement, they were left with little room for discussion. For Lin Ji, it was evident that a legitimate daughter marrying well would bring no detriment to the Marquis. Thus, why refuse? Previously, Chen Yuhu had been reluctant, fearing that the children born of lesser status might encroach upon her domain. Now, presented with such an opportunity, it was imperative to solidify the arrangement. With the spring festival approaching, ancestral rites were to be performed, making it a timely endeavor. Lin Ji cleared his throat, observing the spark in Lin Qingzhu's eyes. Yet upon catching a glimpse of Chen Yuhu's contemplative expression, he refrained from suggesting that the other children also be placed under her name, fearing her reaction once she realized. Chen Yuhu, lost in thought, considered the implications of having all the children under her name. While this might benefit them, would they be amenable to it? For girls, marriage was often the only path in ancient times, but for boys, the prospects were different. With capability, they could attain nobility and high office. Who claimed that sons of lesser status could not ascend to high positions? There were no such stipulations. So whether or not their names were recorded under her was of lesser consequence. After deliberation, Chen Yuhu chose to remain silent. Appearing fatigued, Lin Ji interjected, suggesting they all retire for a midday rest, with a family dinner planned for the evening. Chen Yuhu turned to Lin Ji, and before she could speak, he remarked, I shall retire to the study to avoid disturbing your rest. Chen Yuhu felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit she aimed to conceal it from Lin Ji. With a cold smile, she replied, Then the Marquis may proceed, but do ensure you do not wander into Qiushui Hall. With a flick of her sleeve, she retreated into the inner chamber. Lin Ji coughed awkwardly a couple of times, reflecting on how, after years apart, his wife's temper had only intensified. The children, sensing the tension, lowered their heads, refraining from making eye contact. Once everyone had dispersed, Chen Yuhu indeed took a nap. She needed to preserve her health to ensure a peaceful end to her days. Meanwhile, Lin Ji truly went to the study, though he did not forget to instruct Butler Lin to open the storeroom for Qiushui Courtyard. Butler Lin, looking at Lin Ji, bowed helplessly. Marquis. Opening the storeroom requires a token. Having been away for so long, Lin Ji's grip on household matters had diminished. He realized that even for his own desires, he needed Chen Yuhu's approval. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, Then let it be within reason. Ensure she receives the best. Lin Ju was acutely aware that Yusun was thoroughly fixated upon by Yuhu. His wife was certainly not a woman of amiable temperament. On the surface, Steward Lin appeared respectful, yet inwardly he pondered. What could possibly be added to Kaisheng? All that aunt who had used remained in place, as she had only taken her cherished belongings when moving. Thus, there was little to augment. Should Aunt Jiang cause a stir, it would be left to the lady of the house to handle. After all, Aunt who had children and had resided in Kaishitang for many years. What right did Aunt Jiang have to protest? The servants were particularly sensitive to these intricate dynamics. The lady clearly harbored disdain for the other. Lin Ju understood this well, yet he felt powerless, or perhaps unwilling, to intervene. In Kaishitang, Jiang Yusen stood with her close maid in the small room, which was so diminutive that one could see from one end to the other. Having been uninhabited for a long while, the room was cold and damp, akin to a cellar. Their abrupt return meant that, had they given prior notice, the servants should have warmed the room in advance. Now, they could only attempt to heat it on the spot. Not only was there insufficient time, but the room would hardly become warm enough. Standing in the frigid space, surrounded by chaos and disorder, Jiang Yusen's maid could not help but tear up. "Miss, why must we endure such indignity as to become a concubine?" Jiang Yusen, however, displayed little emotion. "Do you not understand why I must?" Ultimately, the marquis could not remain at the border indefinitely, and the lady was not truly a wife. If she could not be the legitimate consort, then she must assume the role of a concubine. Moreover, she was keenly aware that the prevailing customs of the Daong dynasty rendered her incapable of being a rightful wife. Her inquiry was merely a means to gauge how much protection the marquis might extend to her. Reality had proven her expectations of him to be overly ambitious. In the presence of the legitimate wife, he possessed no voice, or perhaps was simply too indifferent. She was not worthy of him publicly contradicting the wife as authority. With the prospect of the marquis no longer returning to the border town, she, as a daughter of a border general, had undoubtedly lost her value. With clarity of vision, Jiang Yusen remained exceptionally composed. There was nothing she could do. That evening, at the family banquet, Chen Yuhu made a grand appearance. This time, she encountered Jiang Yusen, devoid of the haughty demeanor she had displayed earlier from atop her carriage. She humbly bowed to Chen Yuhu, appearing obedient and modest. Chen Yuhu said nothing, merely gesturing with her hand. "Please, take a seat." She adopted an air of indifference, unwilling to engage in contention, lacking the special treatment afforded to the other two concubines. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yuhu excused her under the pretext of the slippery roads due to the snow, allowing her to depart. With no place at the dining table for her, her insistence on remaining would not elevate her status beyond that of a servant. In fact, had Chen Yuhu required her service, even in her pregnant state, she would have been obliged to stand. Thus, it was best to send her away. Chen Yuhu was already in a foul mood that day. Having one less source of annoyance was certainly preferable. Chapter 25. The inner quarters, however, once the guests had departed. Chen Yuhu instructed the steward, add 2 charcoal braziers to her courtyard, and serve her the same dishes as at the family banquet for dinner, with appropriate reductions, ensuring they are light and easy to digest. After all, she is still with child. The final statement serves to subtly remind the subordinates to consider the delicate condition of Lady Jiang. Chen Yuhu does not wish to inconvenience a stranger's preferences, especially that of a pregnant woman. However, this is contingent upon the other party not infringing upon her interests. Otherwise, Chen Yuhu would not hesitate to resort to underhanded means. As the grand family banquet came to a close, Chen Yuhu wore a weary expression, while the marquis waited patiently at the head of the table for his wife to express a desire for his company. The 2 concubines exchanged glances, remaining silent. On the first day of the marquis's return, who would dare to undermine his wife? Yet, Lin Ji possessed a remarkable audacity, though Chen Yuhu chose not to mention it. She also made no effort to dismiss him, did she? Lin Ji, firmly seated, showed no intention of leaving. Chen Yuhu disregarded him, and once the gathering had dispersed, she settled before her vanity, allowing Mama Fong to remove her hairpins. Through the mirror, Chen Yuhu observed Lin Ji lounging on her bed, and suddenly her expression darkened. "Get down." Lin Ji stumbled in shock. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed on my wife's bed?" He gazed at Chen Yuhu's world-weary visage reflected in the mirror, sensing neither disdain nor affection in her eyes. Lin Ji perceived this clearly. Yet he could not fathom why the former lady had once cherished him so dearly. Chen Yuhu, evidently lacking any desire to explain, simply felt exhausted. The sight of this man reminded her of the burdens once shouldered by the former Chen Yuhu. Remaining in her position, Chen Yuhu made no effort to dismiss the servants. as those permitted into her inner chambers were her trusted confidants. In the flickering candlelight, she quietly sat, watching Lin Ji through the mirror, and posed a question. Will the Marquis consider divorce? Lin Ji, taken aback, furrowed his brow and replied sternly, what are you saying? I mean, if the Marquis feels unable to continue, we could part ways, or even formally dissolve our marriage. After all, I merely request that she lives out her days peacefully. I never specified how. With her wealth and influential family, she would thrive post-divorce. With her good reputation, should she wish, she could even remarry. Chen Yuhu gazed at Lin Ji with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. I'm asking you, do you wish to divorce? Lin Ji regarded Chen Yuhu as if she were a stranger, his initial skepticism swiftly replaced by a sense of guilt upon hearing her words. As my lady, I have managed affairs in the capital, raising concubines and illegitimate children alongside your mother for all these years, only to settle for a position as my lady? I should never have married you. I would have been better off marrying into the Shu region, sparing my mother and brother from my burdens at this age. Lin Ji dared not raise his gaze or speak. Before Chen Yuhu, he felt unable to utter any platitudes regarding the rights of a legitimate wife. Chen Yuhu's marriage to him had indeed been a significant step down. All the promises he made to her had gone unfulfilled. Chen Yuhu turned to face Lin Ji directly. If the Marquis does not wish for a divorce, then we must find a way to coexist. You shall fulfill your role as the Marquis, and I shall uphold my duties as the legitimate wife. With that, Chen Yuhu rose and stepped down from her bed. Lin Jishuan obediently rose from the bed, while Chen Yuhu gestured towards the study, where a bed had already been prepared for the Lord. Go on, she instructed, before turning to lie down on the Kong, as the bedding needed to be changed by morning. The next day, Chen Yuhu radiated a vibrant aura as she sat in the main seat, awaiting greetings from her family. A significant event loomed that day. Madame Jiang was to be served tea. Chen Yuhu accepted the tea bowl, lightly touching it to her lips, swiftly handing it over to a maid. That will suffice. You needn't attend to me. Go back and have your meal, she commanded. Call the children in. Qing Song and Qing Zhu, did you neglect your studies again yesterday? Of course not. You instructed us to be diligent, and the young masters are quite obedient, came the reply. Madame Jiang was escorted out, and Chen Yuhu did not require her service nor invited her to dine. Gathered as a family, several girls sweetly inquired, did you sleep well last night, mother? Chen Yuhu placed a hand on her temple, replying, not too bad. Yet, it was evident to all that her mood was rather subdued. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yuhu suddenly recalled, where is the Lord? Grandma Fong stepped forward to respond. The Lord attended the morning court session. Ah, Chen Yuhu replied nonchalantly, showing little concern or intention to involve herself. Those who came to pay their respects that day noticed her lackluster demeanor, leading the children to remain by her side. The two concubines also lingered, as there were numerous tasks to attend to during the festive season. Thus, the children stayed to assist her, while the two concubines kept her company. As noon approached, someone reported, the Lord has decided to have lunch at Madame Jiang's today. Chen Yuhu reacted with indifference, nodding. As per the custom, she is with child. She should have an extra meat dish at every meal. The servants departed to relay the message, and Chen Yuhu dismissed them, suggesting, let us serve our meal as well. At lunch, Chen Yuhu enjoyed a delightful pot of fresh, seasonal vegetables, a rarity in winter, which lifted her spirits. Meanwhile, the servants at the estate murmured among themselves, Madame Jiang is indeed favored. After all, she has accompanied the Lord at the border for so many years and is now with child. We should continue to treat her with respect. As Chen Yuhu savored her meal, her mood improved significantly. She instructed the kitchen to prepare lotus root and pork rib soup, along with roasted fish for dinner. Across at Kaiyashitang, Madame Jiang stood before Lin Jishuan, her belly prominent. My lord, feel how strong it is, she exclaimed. Lin Jishuan, taking the cue, placed his hand on her abdomen, chuckling, indeed. Very good. Take care of yourself. Ensure you bear the Lord a son. You shall not be neglected. Though Madame Jiang appeared to smile, her expression lacked genuine warmth. Did the Lord truly lack for sons? Besides, it remained uncertain whether the child was a boy or a girl. A daughter would hold little significance, and a son might not be as precious as anticipated. Seizing the moment, Madame Jiang addressed the Lord. I have journeyed all the way to the capital without having received a peace pulse check. Lin Jishuan sipped his tea, inquiring, what is it? Are you unable to present tea to the madam today? Madame Jiang dared not voice her concerns, lowering her gaze. It seems the madam does not particularly favor me, so I did not dare to bring it up. My lord, you are my sole support. Lin Jishuan set his teacup down on the table, producing a crisp sound. The madam is a good person. If you speak to her, she will not make it difficult for you. During festive seasons, domestic matters abound, and it is not uncommon to overlook certain individuals. Should you wish to solicit peace and safety, simply convey your desires to my wife. For matters that cannot be resolved, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Within the inner chambers, it is ultimately my wife who holds the authority, as you well understand, Yusin. Jiang Yusin concealed her disappointment, gracefully bowing to the noble lord. Indeed, Yusin comprehended her position. Chapter 26. Bird's Nest. Lin Ju found himself without a place to go, thus spending more time at Kaiyashitang. Recently, rumors had begun to circulate within the estate regarding the favored status of concubine Jiang. These were merely the idle gossip of the lower servants, while the stewards remained unperturbed. Chen Yuhu had spoken with the two concubines, stating that should they wish to vie for his favor, they were free to do so, and he would not hold it against them. Men, after all, although Chen Yuhu harbored some disdain for Lin Ju, he still served as a useful means to regulate their domestic affairs. The two concubines exchanged glances, pondering whether the lady of the house would advocate for their children's marriages. Chen Yuhu replied without hesitation, "Of course she will." Concubine who shook her head, while concubine Hua feigned disinterest. They had endured 5 years of a loveless marriage, and the noble lord was hardly considerate, rendering their efforts unnecessary. Concubine Hua, while crafting paper cuttings, declared, "I wish to bear no more children. Let it be. In terms of familial duty, I do not find it distasteful. But I have grown weary." Concubine Hua had been amongst the earliest to accompany Lin Ju and was the most familiar with the pains of childbirth and miscarriage. Chen Yuhu regarded the two with a smile. "Are you not afraid of my ill treatment? Of my breaking promises?" Concubine who pinched a piece of pastry. "Our lives are already of little value. It is the lady's favor that grants us any worth. What is there to fear?" Chen Yuhu sighed as she looked at them both. "In our leisure, I shall teach you to read." Concubine Hu and Concubine Hua responded with cheerful agreement. While tranquility reigned in one corner, Kaiyashitang had recently witnessed the noble lord returning to the side of Jiang Yusin, much like in the days of yore at the frontier. The residents of Kaiyashitang walked with their heads held high. The lady's reputation began to circulate once more throughout the estate in just a few days. Chen Yuhu remained comfortably ensconced in Elan Courtyard, indifferent to their affairs. She encouraged the girls to learn the art of management. Meanwhile, Qing Tong had developed chilblains for reasons unknown. Word had also spread that fine lamp oil had arrived from the south, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Chen Yuhu insisted on stockpiling it, as reading was a nightly ritual. Overwhelmed with tasks, Lin Ju expressed his desire to fetch his mother from the mountains, to which Chen Yuhu offered no response. Lin Ju proposed hiring laborers to clear the path to the mountains. Observing his smug demeanor, Chen Yuhu recounted wisdom passed down by her mother regarding the subtle rivalries between the Empress and the Dowager Empress. Rather than dissuade him, she presented her insights plainly. Lin Ju, displaying a keen sense of timing, promptly resolved to wait until the road was cleared before retrieving his mother. Chen Yuhu busied herself with the customary exchanges of the festive season, some of which she still needed to discuss with Lin Ju. Additionally, there were matters concerning the distribution of porridge, and she often dreamt of calculating figures in her sleep. At last, on a day when the household convened to deliberate, the girls followed Chen Yuhu's lead in learning management, while the boys gathered around Lin Ju to acquire the nuances of social interaction and relationship maintenance. Ba Jiao entered and said, "Madam, the lotus seed and lily soup that was ordered from the kitchen has been taken away by someone from Kaiyashang." Jiang Yusin would not engage in such overt actions, yet her young maid, hailing from the borders, was untamed and unruly. Upon hearing Ba Jiao's words, Chen Yuhu cast a discreet glance at Lin Ji. Ever since his return, the household had been shrouded in chaos. Lin Ji feigned ignorance. Chen Yuhu was already preoccupied with these matters, feeling anxious and parched. She lifted her teacup for a sip, though she had no fondness for sweetened water. Recently suffering from heatiness, her cup contained bitter tea. After taking a sip, she grimaced and decided to fetch a box of Bird's Nest for Aunt Jiang, as it was only fitting that she nourished herself in her condition. She refrained from uttering the words, "Do not steal my belongings," yet the sentiment was unmistakably conveyed. Fong Momo, standing nearby, cautiously suggested, "Should we find someone to teach that young maid? If Aunt Jiang cannot instruct her properly, I can replace her. There are plenty of maids available." Fang Momo nodded in agreement and returned to her position. The children observed with downcast eyes, none daring to lift their heads. Avoiding the spectacle of their elders' commotion, Chen Yuhu spoke, "It is getting late. You may go out to play for a while or call for your aunt. Come back to dine with me in the evening. Tonight, Qingqing, Lianer, and I shall share a room." A glimmer of joy flickered in the corners of the children's eyes. Their spirits evidently lifted. Qingtong sat there, rather large, and Chen Yuhu smiled. "Qingtong, my maid has crafted a pair of fur gloves for you. While your father is home, take the opportunity to learn diligently. Do not be negligent." After saying this, Chen Yuhu sighed. "Perhaps it would be wise to rest and wait until your frostbite heals before learning from your father." Lin Ji, amused by her contradictory statements, could not help but laugh. Boys are not so delicate. He enjoys martial arts and will surely face battle in the future. Such fragility is unacceptable. I have long wished to voice this, yet I cannot articulate it due to my limited education. I dare not claim that your indulgence is spoiling them. Chen Yuhu shot him a glare. "I choose to do so. They are my own. What concern is it of yours?" Lin Ji sighed. "There is no need to pamper them so. It will only spoil them." Chen Yuhu regarded Lin Ji, wishing to converse earnestly. "I understand. The oil I purchased was also intended as gifts for my family's nephews and their teachers. A considerate scholar should never be remiss in such matters." Lin Ji nodded in acknowledgement. "You need not attend to duties these days. Focus on teaching Qingbai and Qingzhou martial arts and horsemanship. When the new year arrives, you must bring them home on horseback. They are not to ride in the carriage with me. For the imperial examination, they must possess good health." Lin Ji nodded again in agreement. "I understand. I will be attentive." Chen Yuhu regarded him with appreciation, uncommonly saying, "Will you join us for dinner this evening, my lord?" Of course. In all honesty, Lin Ji was not unattractive. He bore a resemblance to Qingtong. Yet, Chen Yuhu still held a disinclination toward him. In recent days, she has discerned that Lin Ji holds his legitimate wife in high regard, displaying a remarkable sense of deference. Moreover, he possesses a certain cunning. He is neither foolishly filial nor dismissive of his wife, respecting her authority while being profoundly invested in the education of their children. He abstains from excessive drinking and gambling. Were it not for the presence of a few concubines, he would be nearly flawless. Even in ancient times, Lin Ji would be considered a virtuous man. It can only be said that there remains a bond of affection between Lin Ji and Chen Yuhu, along with a genuine sense of guilt towards her. This dynamic enables the current mistress to exert her influence. The atmosphere later became quite pleasant, allowing Lin Ji to successfully forget the troubles caused by his concubines. After dinner, concubine Hua presented a bowl of sour jujube seed soup, remarking, "Did the lady not drink her bird's nest today? A bit of sour jujube seed soup would be beneficial. It soothes the spirit and calms the mind." Chen Yuhu nodded in acknowledgement. It was then that Lin Ji realized the additional benefits of his wife's bird's nest, casting concubine Jiang in a rather unflattering light. Consequently, when Lin Ji inquired, "Is she with child?" having consumed it, the unspoken words were stifled under concubine Hua's piercing gaze. Lin Ji lowered his head, sipping tea to mask his embarrassment. Chen Yuhu took the soup from concubine Hua, pulling her closer to her side. Concubine Hu, sitting below, discreetly rolled her eyes. The children each harbored their own thoughts. Lin Ji awkwardly set down his teacup and took his leave. Chapter 27. New Year's Eve. That evening, several women gathered on the soft bed to play cards. Concubine Hu donned a lovely water-red nightgown, which Chen Yuhu praised profusely. Concubine Hua also complimented the gown's design. Chen Yuhu boldly declared, "Have the embroidery room make us both a set. I desire a fresh, tender yellow one. Then I shall have one in a vibrant green." They responded in unison, laughter filling the air. As the night wore on, the two concubines were eager to inquire about Chen Yuhu's thoughts regarding the marquis, yet they found themselves lacking the position to do so. Ultimately, they opted for silence. Whether they asked or refrained, life must continue. While playing cards, Mama Fong entered, saying, "Madam, the marquis has gone to the study this evening." Chen Yuhu replied absent-mindedly, suggesting that a charcoal stove be sent to the marquis, who had just returned from the border and was likely unaccustomed to the cold, along with a couple of medicinal plasters he often used. Understood. Mama Fong left, pleased, knowing her young lady was thoughtful. Sometimes, a man merely desires that semblance of care, regardless of its authenticity. The two concubines remained silent, disinterested. The following morning, Concubine Jiang arrived early to pay her respects and offer apologies while Chen Yuhu was being coaxed by the two concubines to change her hairstyle. Jiang Yusin was left to the side, neglected. Ultimately, Chen Yuhu was persuaded to adopt an infrequently used, intricate, and ornate hairstyle. The trio, when gathered together, bore no signs of the hierarchy between mistress and concubines, resembling three friends instead. Jiang Yusin sat quietly, her gaze lowered, feeling that for the mistress to be willing to cultivate such camaraderie with the two concubines in an effort to suppress and exclude her was no easy feat, significantly diminishing the air of authority she once held. Once Chen Yuhu was ready, the group proceeded to the main hall, with the concubines present in the morning. The boys did not appear, opting to pay their respects after the meal instead. Chen Yuhu still did not allow Jiang Yusin to serve her, merely stating, "I understand. Restrain your maidservants. I have heard that you are the legitimate daughter of your household, and thus may be unfamiliar with the treatment of concubines. You may leave now." Chen Yuhu had a profound dislike for this individual. One could discern her cunning nature merely by gazing into her eyes, unlike the aunts Hua and Hu, who had been widowed for years and had been dulled by the confines of the inner quarters. Too much ambition breeds trouble. Chen Yuhu was aware that Lin Ji, that old scoundrel, had bestowed considerable private wealth upon this lady, yet it was of no concern to her. The family's substantial assets were securely stored in the treasury, and Chen Yuhu was fully cognizant of this. Besides, what sort of person would fail to compensate a concubine? Chen Yuhu could certainly empathize with Lin Ji. As long as he did not squander her dowry, he could spend as he pleased. Today, Chen Yuhu had a multitude of matters to attend to. Especially with the new year approaching tomorrow, she could hardly be bothered with her. The household had already begun preparations. Yet many tasks could only be arranged in these last couple of days, including adornments and year-end bonuses for the servants. The lanterns in the estate had been hung, and Chen Yuhu specifically instructed that they be lit during the New Year festivities. On the other hand, Lin Ji, having received his wife's concern, felt considerably more relaxed, believing that his wife was merely sulking over his taking a concubine. The family banquet required Chen Yuhu's attention to numerous details, and the children were eager to remain by her side. The atmosphere was lively and warm, filled with a sense of familial affection. Even Qingbai and Qingzhu were reading in Chen Yuhu's small study. Qingtong and Qingluo were sprawled on the heated bed, competing in a game with beads. Several young girls were seated across, embroidering handkerchiefs. The children were at ease, and Chen Yuhu looked upon them with a smile. The two aunts sat not far from Chen Yuhu, pondering what thoughts occupied their mistress's mind, evident in her expression. Chen Yuhu sighed, after a few years. The girls will be wed, and the boys will grow up to marry and have children. A glance exchanged between Hu and Hua aunts, with Hu aunt teasingly saying to Chen Yuhu, "At that time, you will have a daughter-in-law to keep you company, and grandchildren crawling on the heated bed." Chen Yuhu set down her teacup. "Let us not jump ahead. Marrying off a son depends on the young lady's affections, and should they not be compatible with me, I shall venture out into the world, taking you both with me." The eyes of the two aunts sparkled with delight. That would indeed be splendid, for they feared that their mistress would become reluctant to leave home once grandchildren arrived. Laughter ensued. That evening, Lin Ji arrived at Elon Courtyard, still resting upon the couch. The following morning, Chen Yuhu adorned herself beautifully and opened the door to find the children who had been eagerly waiting at the entrance. Welcoming them inside, Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji sat smiling at the high table. The children formed two lines, the older ones guiding the younger ones. First to step forward were Qingjiao and Qingbai, who bowed before Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji, saying, "Wishing our father and mother health and prosperity in the new year. May all things go smoothly." Chen Yuhu squinted her eyes in delight. Well done. On such an occasion, Lin Ji also wore a smile. For having a wife and children was the essence of life. Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji generously showered them with money. Mama Fong, standing nearby, echoed auspicious words, "Madam, look at these pairs of golden boys and jade girls, all wonderful children of our family." Chen Yuhu beamed even brighter. The smallest Qingluo donned a vibrant red outfit today, and though it was his turn to stand alone, the little fellow exuded far more vigor than his elder siblings. Wishing his mother a prosperous new year, filled with joy each passing year, he hoped for her eternal youth and enduring beauty. "Oh dear." Chen Yuhu gently caressed Qingluo's round little face. This sentiment clearly did not stem from adult instruction. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been articulated so imperfectly. Our Qingluo is indeed well-behaved. Yet, has our Qingluo forgotten his father? Ever since Lin Ji returned, Chen Luo had not been particularly close to him. This child had not known his father since childhood. Unlike the older siblings who possessed a modicum of understanding and cunning. Upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words, Chen Luo respectfully bowed to Lin Ji, proclaiming, "May Father ascend to great heights." A straightforward, unpretentious statement that resonated deeply within Lin Ji's heart. Lin Ji chuckled heartily, generously responding to the children, until a servant announced, "Madam, the concubine and the servants outside are waiting." Chen Yuhu smiled and stood, gathering a few children around her. "Have you all bowed to your concubine this morning?" "No. Yesterday the concubine instructed us to first pay our respects to you, and then we would visit her when we had the time." Chen Yuhu grasped Ji with one hand and Qingzhuo with the other. "Are you all so stubborn that you haven't secretly shown her your respects? On this festive occasion, wouldn't it bring her joy?" Qingzhuo and the other children smiled knowingly, aware that their mother was genuinely eager to see the concubine pleased. Qingzhuo thought to himself that if their mother was happy, then surely the concubine would be as well. During the initial days of their mother's return, Qingzhuo had engaged in a detailed conversation with his concubine whenever he had the leisure. That day, the concubine had seemed rather disheartened, one might even say quite miserable. Qingzhuo directly inquired, "Is mother concerned about someone vying for affection?" Hu Yinyang, lost in thought, was drawn back to focus by this question. She laughed lightly. "Do you think I am worried about that?" "No," Qingzhuo replied promptly. "Then why do you ask?" "I merely wish to understand why mother is sorrowful." Chapter 28. Heartbroken, the weariness that once adorned Hu Yinyang's face dissipated, replaced by a fierce intensity. "What did you call me?" Her voice was stern. Lin Qingzhuo swiftly corrected himself. "Aunt. You are the son of a concubine, and I am but a secondary wife. Do not forget your place. Harboring any delusions about your status would only bring you harm." Lin Qingzhuo responded respectfully, his demeanor markedly different from the relaxed charm he exhibited in front of Chen Yuhu. When alone with his biological mother, he felt a sense of restraint. "Did you not inquire why I am troubled? I shall tell you. It is because the family is falling apart." Lin Qingzhuo paused, bewildered by her words. Observing her son's perplexed expression, Hu Yinyang internally mused about the inherent differences between boys and girls. When their mother first returned home, Yuji had expressed concern for her mother's feelings. Hu Yinyang had laughed then. Now, looking at her son, she recalled the day their mother had mentioned the multitude of responsibilities he would eventually assume, including marrying and raising a family. Shaking her head, Hu Yinyang reflected on how Yuji had voiced her worries solely about their mother's sorrow. In this household, the earliest companion of your father was Aunt Hua, who endured considerable hardship at the hands of the mistress in her earlier years. On the third day after the mistress arrived at the residence, Aunt Hua discovered she was with child. I still vividly recall the expression on the mistress's face, filled with sorrow, distress, and embarrassment. Unfortunately, Aunt Hua's child did not survive, and the mistress begrudgingly offered her some semblance of kindness thereafter. Your father, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief, for he did not wish for Hua Lian's child to be born at all, not even for appearance's sake. The tale of childhood sweethearts is merely a rumor spread by the servants. In truth, only we understand how your father truly regards us and Hua Lian. The mistress must have been aware of this long ago. The moment she displayed her magnanimity, her heart was already resigned. Do you comprehend what I am conveying? Yet, I still feel a twinge of sorrow for the mistress. Men are truly not worthy beings. After venting her grievances to her son, Aunt Hu dismissed him, advising him not to frequent her presence unnecessarily as he had grown older. Lin Qingzhu, understanding that Aunt Hu was in a foul mood and that he had become a target for her ire, dared not speak further and retreated. As he pondered Aunt Hu's words on his way, he concluded that, according to her reasoning, it would be best for his mother to refrain from investing her emotions in his father. He disregarded the complexities and chose the scenario that most favored him. However, on this splendid day, as Lin Qingzhu walked between his mother and father, he still wished for his mother to be more at ease. Rather than tense merely by proximity to his father, a sentiment he could keenly sense. Oblivious to decorum, Lin Qingzhu continued to walk between his parents, drawing the curious gazes of the servants. Why was the third young master so lacking in awareness today? With a smile that feigned ignorance, he proceeded. Upon exiting the door, he was greeted by several aunts and a throng of household staff waiting at the entrance. Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua beamed as they watched Chen Yuhu approach. Each held a cup of pepper flower wine and performed a respectful curtsy, proclaiming, "We make 3 wishes. May the world be peaceful. May you be strong and healthy. and may we meet often as we grow old." Having spoken, they drank the wine in unison. This was the ode to Pepperflower. Chen Yuhu smiled at the two, inquiring playfully, "Do you two intend to accompany me?" "Of course, we wouldn't want to disturb you, madam." A servant behind them presented a box, from which the two women retrieved a splendid peacock feather cloak they had woven as a gift for the mistress to celebrate the new year. Under the sunlight, the cloak shimmered brilliantly, adorned with resplendent peacock feathers and intricately woven with golden threads, truly a sight to behold. Chen Yuhu's immediate reaction was to ponder the cost of such a cloak. Did these two possess sufficient private funds to afford this exquisite garment? She playfully chided them. "This certainly implies I have been negligent towards you both." From the storeroom, Chen Yuhu selected some trinkets that would delight them, yet most were mere trivial items. "I have prepared some commonplace trinkets for you." Aunt Hu sidled closer, positioning herself beside Chen Yuhu, thus placing two women between her and Lin Jizhou. "The mistress cares for us and knows we are in need of these ordinary trinkets." The two aunts crafted a pair of shoe inserts and a sleeve for the Lord, seeking forgiveness from Lin Jizhou. Compared to the cloak prepared for Chen Yuhu, the gift for Lin Ji appeared rather lackluster. Lin Ji, however, seemed unperturbed. His heart was light and carefree. His household was harmonious, and he respected his wife, which brought him joy. He lacked for nothing, as his wife took care of everything for him. Eventually, it was Aunt Zhang's turn to present her gifts, which were decidedly more equitable. She bestowed upon Chen Yuhu a pure black fox fur scarf, while Lin Ji received a black fox fur coat. Such black foxes were rare, making the gifts both thoughtful and precious. Although the return gifts from Chen Yuhu seemed similar at first glance, they were indeed of comparable quality. Chen Yuhu wished to avoid embarrassing Jiang Yusin in front of so many servants and deemed it unnecessary to do so. Following this, the entire household of servants came in waves to pay their respects to Chen Yuhu, showering her with auspicious greetings as if they were free-flowing. The Lord took the children back to the study, and everyone dispersed, planning to reconvene for lunch. Upon returning, the servants also sought to pay their respects and extend New Year's greetings. The main wife had already prepared 2 large baskets of copper coins, distributing generous handfuls to anyone who came to offer their well wishes. Qing Jiao lingered behind, keeping Chen Yuhu company, with a knowing glance. Chen Yuhu sensed that Qing Jiao was about to voice something unflattering. "What is it?" Qing Jiao linked her arm through Chen Yuhu's and sighed. "It seems I am the only one left to keep you company." Chen Yuhu smiled, appreciating the rare family togetherness during the New Year festivities. Yet, Qing Jiao's demeanor remained troubled as she leaned against her mother's shoulder. "I am not upset that they chose to be with their aunt. I understand. It's just that I can't bear to see you alone here." Chen Yuhu gently patted Qing Jiao's back. "Do I seem particularly fond of crowds?" "It is only human nature, my dear. We cannot control others, but we can always govern ourselves." Qing Jiao gazed at her mother, seemingly enlightened, and replied, "I understand, mother." Before long, Qing Bai and Qing Tong emerged from the study and joined their mother. Guided into the room, they found their elder sister and mother in an affectionate embrace. Qing Bai had spent most of his time with Qing Zhua, and it was rare for the twins to be together, yet they found ample conversation to share. The brothers, well aware of their familial bond, understood that while they were siblings, there were always differences among them. Particularly, both children held their own opinions. They would listen to the adults when it made sense, but otherwise, they would feign attentiveness. It was a rare moment for Chen Yuhu to quietly enjoy the company of her children. "Have you chosen the New Year's gifts for your teacher?" she inquired. "I am giving a gesture of courtesy. You must convey your heartfelt sentiments." Qing Bai nodded. "Mother, we remember, even if you do not remind us, though it is about Qing Zhua." Chen Yuhu looked at Qing Bai. "What are your thoughts?" Qing Bai sighed inwardly. He was reluctant to include Qing Zhua, as the latter was his own uncle, and this gesture was meant to be a personal token of appreciation. However, Qing Zhua's resources were not as abundant as his own, and if it were possible, it would be better to bring along his younger brother. Qing Bai remained composed, stating that he would first consult Qing Zhua to see if he had other plans. If not, he would join him. Chen Yuhu nodded in agreement, affirming that this was the mark of a true elder brother. Qing Tong cast a sympathetic glance at Qing Bai, for he was markedly different from him. He had always been rather reckless, pursuing martial arts while keeping his distance from family, aside from his own siblings, maintaining little closeness with others. In fact, even with his twin, the bond was not readily apparent. He exuded a strong aura of defiance, akin to Lin Ji. However, after years of cultivation, Lin Ji had managed to temper that ferocity with discipline, concealing it well. Lin Ji held a fondness for Qing Tong, a secret admiration that surpassed his feelings for Qing Bai and Qing Zhua, which was entirely natural. Chapter 29. Insatiable greed. The four gathered together in a warm atmosphere, until a rather clumsy maid entered, her head bowed as she delivered the news. Madam, the Marquis has gone to Qiushui Hall. Qing Bai furrowed his brow and set down his cup. Qing Jiao, seated on the kong, glanced at the little maid. Lin Qing Tong, finding amusement in the situation, let out a hearty laugh. Hearing Qing Tong's laughter only deepened Qing Bai's frown. Stop laughing. It's quite bothersome, he chided. Yet Qing Tong remained unperturbed, his mirth unabated. Chen Yuhu remained silent, while Qing Jiao inquired, "Who sent you with this message?" The maid lowered her head even further, replying, "It was Sister Chun Dan." Chen Yuhu, initially indifferent, chuckled upon hearing the name. "Chun Dan, what a fool," he remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Qing Tong joked, "How is it that such a dim-witted maid has found her way into Mother's household?" Chen Yuhu, taking in his sharp words, looked up and replied, "Before the new year, a batch of adult maids were married off from the estate, so naturally, replacements have been brought in, perhaps from some influential connections. If it weren't for such connections, this girl's foolishness would have barred her from entering Elan Courtyard. It seemed her ties were quite formidable, likely coming from the steward's household." Chen Yuhu paid little heed to the matter, while the children expressed concern over the presence of such a simple-minded servant in their mother's quarters, rather than pondering their father's whereabouts. Lin Ji had indeed spent too long away from home, missing out on the children's growth, failing to impart a sense of traditional paternal authority. Chen Yuhu felt satisfied. Had they been lamenting their mother's indifference to their father's absence, claiming she cared too little, leading to his reluctance to visit the main quarters? It would have been quite vexing. Raising children demanded considerable effort, yet fortunately, the bond of blood made their interactions easy and natural. Gently stroking Lin Qing Jiao's hair, Chen Yuhu expressed, "My greatest regret is not having born another daughter, yet perhaps it is a blessing that I did not. Daughters endure much hardship in this world. I have already spoken with your father. Once the ancestral hall is opened after the new year for the memorial rites, I shall ensure that all the daughters of the family are recorded under my name." Qing Bai took a sip of tea, listening quietly. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Mother, if you wish to record names, it would be best to choose Qing Zhua. His potential is remarkable. In the past, anyone who dared to suggest that Chen Yuhu should list her illegitimate children under her name would have faced dire consequences. However, if it originates from the mother herself, in Qing Ba's view, it pales in comparison to maximizing benefits." Chen Yuhu cast a glance at Qing Ba, inwardly reflecting, "Such is the nature of children in ancient times. They are precocious and cunning." She then turned her attention to the children, inquiring of Qing Jiao and Qing Tong. "What are your thoughts?" Qing Jiao, being the more delicate girl, expressed her disapproval, fearing that Qing Zhua might not genuinely wish for such an arrangement. Qing Tong echoed her sentiments. "It is not worth it, regardless of his talents. He remains a mere illegitimate son, and the title will not fall upon him, even if our elder brother is not as capable. As long as he is not utterly incompetent and has the support of his maternal family, he will be secure." Chen Yuhu rolled her eyes, thinking, this is the essence of ancient children. With a serious tone, she addressed Qing Ba. "What you propose is rather evident. I have registered my daughter under my name because it is challenging for girls. The status of a legitimate daughter sounds appealing and aims to ease her path. If we were to register the boy under my name, disregarding future distribution of family assets, it would complicate resource allocation once you enter officialdom. You are my biological children, and I must prioritize your welfare. Yet, I have painstakingly taken them from their biological mother only to pave the way for you. The two concubines would certainly not be pleased. Their existence now hinges on their children. Should my kindness turn into enmity, our household would be in perpetual turmoil, which would be disastrous." Qing Ba understood her concerns, and together with Qing Tong, they replied, "Mother, we have learned from your wisdom." Chen Yuhu smiled and turned to Qing Jiao. "And you? Have you grasped this? In the future, when you marry, the issues of concubines and illegitimate children will be unavoidable. Learn from your mother's current broad-mindedness. For one cannot rely on men." Qing Jiao gave Chen Yuhu a reassuring glance, signaling her understanding. "As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. Furthermore, why should I register them under my name when I already have children? Even if they are not ideal, they are still my children. I do not compare them to others. As long as you do not violate the law or fall into bad habits, I will be content with your safety." The children all smiled, and Qingbo remarked, "Mother, I was mistaken in my thoughts." Chen Yuhu busied herself with the freshly delivered flowers and addressed the children. "It is natural for humans to harbor greed, but one must exercise restraint. If you cannot even grasp this, you are unfit for officialdom and will be flayed by the old guard. Once you pass your exams, venture forth to study abroad. Read extensively and travel far. I have always feared that you would be overly sheltered by women, resulting in timid personalities. Now that your father has returned, do not hesitate to seek his counsel." Qing Tong, light-heartedly, responded, "Mother, worry not. Good sons aspire towards distant horizons. We brothers are doing well. Some may have their fathers by their side, yet they may not fare better than us." Chen Yuhu looked at Qing Tong, playfully scolding him. "What nonsense are you speaking during the festive season? Are you trying to provoke me to discipline you?" In the Shuangxin pavilion, Aunt Hu was engaged in a playful stare-off with her son. Qingzhua, having consumed several cups of tea, could no longer contain himself, and said, "If you cannot hold your tongue, Aunt, you might as well go to the main courtyard. Mother will not be displeased." Madame Hu cast aside the embroidery she used to temper her temperament, and I pondered how it was a rare occasion for the lady to converse with her children. Yet we were to intrude upon their moment. Qing Tong had been away from home for an extended period, thus allowing the mother and her offspring a chance to engage in conversation. Ultimately, it was the youngest, Qing Luo, who could no longer contain herself and dashed outside. She first rushed to the Shuangxin pavilion, summoned Qingzhua, and then hurried to the main residence to call upon her other brothers. With the children in a flurry, all extraneous thoughts dissipated, and the two concubines also made their way to the main courtyard. Chen Yuhu, smiling, encouraged the girls to go forth and play, to pay their father another visit, and perhaps coax a few coins for their amusement. Before long, it was reported that the Marquis had taken the children to watch the fireworks. Chen Yuhu acknowledged this with a smile, while she engaged the two concubines in conversation and card games. The Grand Princess had hastily married, and her marriage was fraught with discord. The Empress Dowager's illness compounded the turmoil. Lin Shu, this winter, was reassigned from the Hanlin Academy to a distant county as a magistrate. Consequently, when Lin Ji returned, the second branch of the family was absent, and the matriarch was at odds with Lin Ji, hoping he would lend assistance. However, as a military man, he showed little interest in such matters. If anyone in the household could manage these affairs, it would be Chen Yuhu, whose extensive connections and deep roots could prove advantageous. Nevertheless, Lin Ji remained indifferent, offering no hints to Chen Yuhu, implicitly suggesting she should refrain from intervening. While discussing the affairs of others could be entertaining, the two concubines were unable to venture out, serving merely as an audience for gossip. When it came to their own family matters, however, the atmosphere shifted. The three women huddled closely, whispering secrets that no outsider could overhear. Chapter 30. Transformation. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the children were certain to accompany their mother back to her family home. Chen Yuhu contemplated the fate of the two concubines. Qing had no maternal family, while Hua Yinyang's family was scarcely better than none at all. Reluctant to keep them confined within the estate, she decided to speak with Lin Ji, proposing that they be allowed to venture out to see a play and dine, of course with attendants accompanying them. The number of attendants would need to be substantial. Chen Yuhu broached the subject for the sake of the concubines, and Lin Ji readily acquiesced. When Chen Yuhu conveyed this news to the two concubines, they were elated, for their opportunities to leave the estate were exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words, Madame Hu's first reaction was disbelief. "Is it true, madam? Can we truly go out?" Chen Yuhu, affectionately regarding them, confirmed, "Indeed," and added softly, "If you enjoy it, I shall take you out more often in the future." The children's momentary disappointment at not accompanying their mother to visit relatives vanished, for they were to embark on an outing themselves. They hardly gave the children another thought. Instead, they began to deliberate on what attire and jewelry to wear for their excursion. However, the destinations had already been prearranged, and they would be accompanied throughout by attendants. Chen Yuhu entrusted the task of organizing the escorts to Lin Ji, for she was cautious not to offend anyone. On the morning of the second day of the Lunar New Year, the entire family prepared to depart early. Madame Hu and Madame Hua did not spare a glance at the children, joyfully sending them off. Even Madame Jiang, rarely seen with a smile, displayed an unusual sign of relaxation. The carriage was warmed in advance, with a charcoal brazier set inside. Chen Yuhu occupied one carriage alone, while the young ladies shared another. She was particularly attentive to nurturing the bonds of affection and friendship among the children. The boys rode horses under the guidance of Lin Ji. Chen Yuhu caressed a box containing a magnificent peacock feather cloak crafted by her two aunts. This exquisite garment was quite costly, adorned with genuine beads and jade, sparkling as if they were priceless. It was beautiful and luxurious. Chen Yuhu intended to present this splendid attire as a gift to her mother, wishing to convey that she was thriving. At the Chun residence, today marked the day of the young lady's return visit. In previous years, the matriarch would inevitably feel discontent on this day, for her eldest daughter was as stunning as a celestial being, a source of lifelong regret. However, this year, the matriarch was in high spirits, for her grandson was about to enter the capital to participate in the upcoming spring examination in March. Even before his departure, she was already filled with anticipation, resulting in her cheerful demeanor this year. Despite hearing rumors about the lady of the house, she still treated her son-in-law with kindness. The children each brought gifts to visit their second uncle, who was both their teacher and the dean. The young ladies sought out their cousins for merriment. Chen Yuhu's elder brother had no concubines and only 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. Over the years, her second brother and sister-in-law had only 1 daughter, but her brother was indifferent to having a son. The third brother had been married for some time, yet had no children. The family traditions of the Chun household were exemplary. Families with daughters eagerly sought to marry into the Chen clan, which inadvertently raised the standard for prospective daughters-in-law. None of Chen Yuhu's sisters-in-law came from a humble background. They all hailed from prosperous families. Chen Yuhu sat closely with her sisters-in-law, surrounded by a throng of children. Among them were Qingbai and Qingzhua, still young and not yet distinguishable in their talents. But Qingbai already exhibited signs of stability. Qingzhua had been praised repeatedly by Chen Yuhu's second brother, who believed the child was destined for greatness. With his good looks reminiscent of Hu Yinyang, Qingtong trained in martial arts under a formidable general, standing tallest among the 3 brothers, dressed simply yet elegantly. His complexion was not as fair as his brother's, but he possessed a unique, vibrant vitality. Qingjiao, true to her name, was as clear and radiant as the moon, adored by her grandmother, who remarked that she resembled her aunt. Each child displayed their own charm, and Chen Yuhu's sisters-in-law enthusiastically praised the children. Chen Yuhu smiled as they exchanged compliments, noting that her nieces and nephews were all exceptionally well-favored. As an aunt, she inevitably played the role of a generous benefactor, not one to be stingy. She always brought substantial gifts when returning home. Embracing her youngest nephew, she laid out presents for the children to choose from. Chen Mu humorously remarked, "Are you planning to empty the Marquis's residence?" Once the children had dispersed, Chen Yuhu finally unveiled the feather cloak. As the cloak was not meant to be worn closely, it required no alterations in size. Given Chen Mu's tall stature, only minor adjustments were necessary. Chen Yuhu had also informed her 2 concubines in advance about her intention to present a gift through borrowed flowers. The 2 concubines replied that it was a blessing to show respect to the matriarch, and they would craft another item for the lady in return. Chen Yuhu graciously declined, stating that it was too extravagant and that one must not cultivate the habit of indulgence, especially with the children observing. Indeed, when Chen Yuhu unveiled the garment, both sisters-in-law and the younger sister-in-law cast sidelong glances. Chen's mother remarked that it was overly lavish. For families of their standing, a single piece of clothing held little significance. Rather, it was a matter of familial values and personal demeanor. Chen Yuhu smiled and explained that it was a tribute from the concubines, and being young, she feared she could not manage such gifts well, so she brought it to honor her mother instead. "Mother, do take a look. Do you like it?" Chen's mother, caressing the fabric, expressed her fondness, stating that she appreciated everything her daughter brought. Upon hearing of the new concubine in Chen Yuhu's household, the room fell silent, with sisters-in-law and younger siblings attentively listening. Chen Yuhu remained composed. Having just sipped her tea, she closed her teacup and casually remarked, "Yes, there is indeed a new concubine, whom the Marquis has taken from the border, and she has been managing affairs for him for several years." Chen Yuhu's elder and second sisters-in-law regarded her closely. Among the 3 daughters, Chen Yuhu was the one who married closest, yet her circumstances were less favorable. When Lin Ji sought her hand, the elder Chen patriarch was reluctant to consent, as they did not wish to marry their daughters to military men, particularly those of high rank, but lacking solid foundations. Chen Yuhu was even less inclined. She had an affinity for scholars and had already been considering a suitable match. However, Lin Ji petitioned the emperor, leveraging military merit for the emperor's endorsement, and sought Chen Yuhu's hand. Despite her tears and protests, she had no choice but to marry. The reasons were not manifold. Her elder sister had wed, placing her next in line, and she was not as favored as her third sister. Moreover, the young master from the Su family had initially set his sights on her third sister. With many children, she became the least favored in the family. Over the years, Chen Yuhu had lived in a state of confusion, and her family had taken note of it. Her relationship with them was strained, only improving slightly when her children began attending school, prompting her to seek support from her maternal home. Discussing these matters naturally raised concerns among her family. Yet Chen Yuhu appeared indifferent, her demeanor remarkably relaxed. Observing her posture provided them with a sense of reassurance. "Have I caused you trouble?" her elder sister-in-law inquired cautiously. Chen Yuhu absent-mindedly stirred her teacup with the lid, replying nonchalantly, "One concubine cannot wreak havoc." Her cold indifference astonished those who cared for her. They recognized her transformation, yet they were unprepared for her attitude towards a concubine bearing the title of lady. Everyone knew how much she had once cared for Lin Ji. Chapter 31. Fear. Chen's mother, seated in a position of authority, decisively declared, "It's good that you have come to terms with this." Chen Yuhu chuckled softly, lifting her gaze to meet her family. "Do you not yet know my marquis? He is steadfast and cautious, prioritizing our family's status. And he must also consider my elder brother and Zilin." Zilin was the courtesy name of Chen Yuhu's third brother. In a rare display of warmth, Chen's mother gazed earnestly at her daughter and advised, "Regardless of whom you rely on, your own comfort is paramount." Chen Yuhu understood well. She was embracing this very philosophy in her life now. Lin Ji was greeted by his brother-in-law, who, along with Chen Yuhu's brothers, treated him with a certain lack of courtesy. Chen Yuhu was not the most favored in her family, and one could even say she was the least liked by the matriarch. However, she was still family, were it not for the emperor. Following the customary practices of the Chen family, Chen Yuhu would have been wed into a prominent noble family. 3 generations constitute a clan, 5 generations a lineage, and 10 generations a family of significance. Not someone like Lin Ji, whose reputation was still marred by the remnants of his humble origins as a military man. Nevertheless, Lin Ji maintained a demeanor of utmost respect throughout, stemming from a sincere appreciation for having married into their family. This trait of his was commendable. At his core, he was a man of principles. Despite harboring some private thoughts, he was not hypocritical. The disapproval from his brother-in-law was primarily due to the presence of a concubine, as Chen Yuhu was becoming a subject of ridicule. On the other hand, the matriarch commented, "A concubine is merely a concubine. If you wish to extend some kindness, do so, but discipline must also be administered." Chen Yuhu remained composed, reassuring her mother that there was no cause for alarm. She was not as benevolent as her mother perceived. Throughout, Chen Yuhu was acutely aware that, as long as matters of children and inheritance were not involved, she held no real conflict with the concubines. She had no designs on old Deng's affections. That day, upon returning home, Chen Yuhu engaged in light conversation with her family, feeling somewhat at ease. The concubines who returned that evening were in good spirits as well. Leaning against the couch, Chen Yuhu refrained from sleep, unwilling to extinguish the candle. It was quite late when the main room's candle finally flickered out. With Lin Chu absent, it was surprising that the second household had not even sent over the customary New Year gifts. Chen Yuhu relayed this matter to Lin Ji, who scoffed lightly and assured her, "Do not concern yourself. I will address it with the second brother. You need not intervene." After a moment, he added, "This winter, let us postpone bringing mother back until spring." Chen Yuhu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. The festive atmosphere of the new year was palpable, and the children were genuinely enjoying their holiday break. Chen Yuhu allowed them to indulge in merriment for a few days. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the family ventured out together, the sound of flutes resonating as they celebrated with a vibrant display of dragon dances. The family gathered in joyous harmony, relishing the festive occasion. However, shortly after the Lantern Festival, news broke that the emperor had taken 2 concubines into the palace and that the empress dowager was with child. Chen Yuhu was stricken with fear upon hearing the news, feeling the need to retreat and reflect in solitude. The tremors of anxiety coursed through her. This was no trivial matter. The empress dowager was of considerable age, pregnant. In a typical family setting, One might jest about an elderly oyster producing a pearl, but this was the Empress Dowager. Chen Yuhu lay in bed, exclaiming in distress, much of it feigned, yet a portion was genuine fear. What was the significance of a minor concubine? The implications were grave. The emperor's selection of concubines followed a familiar pattern, one of whom was a cousin from the maternal side, and certainly not an unmarried daughter. She was a widow, reportedly brought forth to encourage widows in society to remarry, as proposed by the Empress Dowager herself. As soon as the esteemed concubine Zhuang and concubine Shun entered the palace, news of the Empress Dowager's pregnancy circulated swiftly. A scandal. Undoubtedly, a royal scandal. The bearer of such news could only be the Empress, yet it would be foolish to assume she orchestrated it. Those in power possess myriad methods to achieve their ends. With the impending storm looming, Chen Yuhu was seized by fright, her family equally consumed by concern. Recently, Lin Ji often retreated to his study, his brow perpetually furrowed. Officials are keenly attuned to the currents of politics. Since the emergence of these two events, the festive spirit of the new year evaporated, and the capital fell into a hushed silence. Reclining on the couch, Chen Yuhu was attended to by her two maids. A throbbing pain gripped her head, and the maids noted she was slightly feverish. Ever since returning from the Chun household on the second day of the new year, she had been lost in thought. Struggling to comprehend her family's affairs, she was further overwhelmed by these unexpected developments. With a fever mounting, Chen Yuhu dispatched a servant to summon the Marquis, while another was sent for a physician. The Marquis's household, abundant with children and elderly, maintained a long-standing relationship with physicians, ensuring a swift arrival. Lin Ji was in his study, engaged in conversation with Lin Xingjua, when he hurried over upon receiving the news. Lin Ji's appointment had just been finalized after the new year. As the deputy commander of the garrison, the current commander was aging and would soon retire. However, Lin Ji was still young. As long as he made no mistakes, he was assuredly on the path to becoming the commander. The bestowed position indicated that the emperor did not intend for him to return to the frontier and held him in high regard, granting him a prestigious role. This only deepened Chen Yuhu's worries, leading her to a state of distress. A room full of people awaited the physician's diagnosis, who candidly remarked, "Madam is burdened with worries, compounded by fright and overexertion, coupled with a frail constitution. She must not overthink, should rest more, and avoid shocks." Lin Ji was perplexed. Initially, he was unaware, but through Qingzhua's recent words, the truth dawned upon him. His wife had been frightened by the royal affairs. Was his once timid wife truly so easily unsettled? When the medicine arrived, Lin Ji gestured to the two maids. "You may return and rest. If you remain concerned, come back later to keep the madam company." He took the medicine bowl from a maid, not forgetting to stir it with a spoon. "What troubles you? Why are you in such fear?" Chen Yuhu, with a cotton cloth atop her head, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Should she confess that the ancient world was daunting for a modern individual like herself? The mere thought of the Empress Dowager's pregnancy sent her mind spinning. Addressing Lin Ji, she did not conceal her feelings and spoke slowly. "I often feel that your return is less preferable than your absence." Lin Ji looked at Chen Yuhu in astonishment. Although they had quarreled upon his return, it was evident that she still held expectations of him, particularly concerning matters of children. His presence should have alleviated her burdens, and yet she expressed such sentiments. Chen Yuhu pressed her hand to her head, portraying an agonizing discomfort, and continued, "You remaining at the frontier, though harsh and cold, bore no risk. Now, the atmosphere is clearly unstable, and here you are, summoned back, while our children are on the verge of taking the imperial examination. The Empress Dowager and the Queen are uncertain when the storms will pass, fearing that before long, the Queen's 4 sons will have grown, leading to further turmoil. My heart remains in a state of unrest." Lin Ju, noticing her struggle to articulate her thoughts, poured a cup of warm water for her and helped her drink. Chapter 32. Receiving guests and greetings. Chen Yuhu wiped her mouth and continued, "Not long ago, an innocent person perished in the Duke of Cheng'an's household, and I sensed that trouble was inevitable. My concern lies in the fact that as conflicts arise, even more individuals may be ensnared. To put it plainly, I feel that my life is no longer secure." Lin Ju chuckled softly, retrieving the medicine bowl once more. "I thought it was a grave matter, but it is merely this. Put your worries to rest and drink your medicine." Chen Yuhu gazed at Lin Ju with the bowl in her hands. Lin Ju, unusually serious, asked her, "Whose person am I?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuhu replied, "Yours, my lord." "Indeed, I am yours, loyal to the emperor. While I cannot claim the achievements of the dragon, I have certainly contributed my share. How many years have I guarded the borders? The elders from back then are nearly all gone. Loyalty to the sovereign and love for the country begins with loyalty to the sovereign. As long as we align ourselves with the emperor, no matter how tumultuous the storms from the Empress Dowager and the Queen may be, they shall not reach us. Chen Yuhu took a sip of the medicine, recoiling from its bitterness. With a frown, she remarked, "The political arena is ever-changing, unpredictable. There will always be circumstances we cannot foresee, yet we may still be affected. At worst, we might lose our positions, but rest assured, we shall defend our home together. Besides, as the children grow and the court undergoes a transition, our offspring will flourish, and I shall be due for retirement." The couple exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. At worst, we might lose our positions. Lin Zhu spoke lightly, yet everyone knew the inherent dangers. Chen Yuhu consumed the remaining medicine in one go, achieving a sense of tranquility. After all, Lin Zhu had assured her that they would not perish. As long as life remained, everything would be manageable. Lin Zhu remained by Chen Yuhu's side for a considerable time until he saw her drift into slumber. In the shadows where Chen Yuhu could not see, Lin Zhu's demeanor shifted from ease to profound concern. His wife, raised in a distinguished environment, was always sensitive to matters. According to rumors, since the secret decree to put the Empress Dowager to death, her mother had remained restless. Perhaps the accumulation of events had finally reached a breaking point today. Indeed, dark clouds were gathering, and Lin Zhu's foundation was shaky. If it were Chen Yuhu's family, whose sisters married into the local noble families, even the imperial power would have to weigh its actions. They would not be troubled by such matters. Only through a change of dynasties would the proud families react significantly. The fact that both of Chen's daughters were married into those noble families speaks volumes of the Chen family's standing. Since receiving Lin Zhu's reassurance, Chen Yuhu felt a profound sense of stability. Her illness began to heal swiftly. No one knew what was discussed that day in the main chamber. They only knew that with the Lord's comfort, the lady's ailment was soon resolved. Chen Yuhu fully recognized the importance of her steadfast pillar. Without it, a widow and her children, especially with a biased mother-in-law, could not endure. However, it is hoped that this pillar does not strive too ambitiously at present. A modest official rank will suffice. As the weather has improved and gradually warmed, it is finally time to bring the old lady back home. Chen Yuhu maintained her composure, revealing no hint of reluctance even in the presence of her closest servants. She was aware that with the old lady's return, Lin Chu would be assigned to a remote location as a county magistrate, which would undoubtedly lead to some turmoil. The transition from the Hamlin Academy to provincial governance was clearly a demotion. Lin Ji's influence played a part in this. The imperial authority valued balance. And with Lin Ji elevated to a high position, both brothers were deemed too close to the center of power. As the warmth of February arrived, the household prepared new garments, and it would be absurd not to fetch the old lady. Chen Yuhu did not burden the children at home. With the spring examinations approaching in March, she felt somewhat at ease, though the family remained tense. At this critical juncture, they still had to endure the hassle of retrieving that troublesome old lady. Yet, fortunately, the young ladies would have an opportunity to enjoy some leisure. Lin Qingjiao had reached an age where, even if reluctant, Chen Yuhu would have to start considering suitable matches for her this year. Although women in the Yong dynasty often married at the ages of 16 to 20, engagements needed to be arranged early on. Chen Yuhu was meticulous, eager to secure a good match. The queen's sons were of similar ages, and she was ever cautious. Their family status did not qualify them for a legitimate wife. A secondary consort was merely a concubine. Not to mention a secondary consort, Chen Yuhu held no esteem for a legitimate wife. She would never send her daughter into such a den of wolves. Hence, she felt a sense of urgency. Lin Ji inquired about Chen Yuhu's thoughts, and upon hearing her perspective, he regarded her with a deep gaze. He agreed with her. The situation was murky, and their family must not become entangled in it. However, Lin Ji also reassured Chen Yuhu, "Do not be too anxious. Facilitating a marriage is no simple feat, and complicating matters is equally easy. I possess ample means." Chen Yuhu was amused by Lin Ji's jest. The household servants were aware that during this period, the relationship between the lady of the house and the marquis had grown warmer. In truth, it could hardly be termed an improvement. It was merely Chen Yuhu extending some amiable gestures towards him, their relationship having always remained stable, woven together by mutual interests and children. Early in the morning, Preparations were made, and the carriages lined up in a long procession to set out for the old lady. Chen Yuhu brought along the household's concubines to let them breathe fresh air, except for concubine Jiang, who was about to give birth, and whom Chen Yuhu dared not take with her. At the temple, the young ladies went to enjoy the scenery, accompanied by a throng of maids and matrons who understood their roles, leaving Chen Yuhu with no cause for concern. She could not shield them from life's storms forever. She relied on her children to provide her with shelter in return. The old lady wore a sour expression, addressing Lin Ji with cold disdain, yet offered Chen Yuhu a semblance of warmth, revealing her true intentions. Before finishing her remarks, she inquired whether Chen Yuhu could find a way to assist her brother. Chen Yuhu let out a cold laugh, flicked her handkerchief, and left the two of them alone without uttering a word. Chen Yuhu knelt in the grand hall, her hands clasped together, silently confronting the immense Buddha statue. Although she did not believe in deities, she was undeniably fearful of imperial power. The news of the Empress Dowager's pregnancy had spread, and while the court was shrouded in intrigue, the outside world remained seemingly tranquil. The Empress's sons had grown, and after just 3 months in the palace, Consort Zhuang was rumored to be with child. The Empress Dowager's household was once again in the limelight. What was once already resplendent now blazed with fervor. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flashed through Chen Yuhu's mind. She truly lacked any political acumen. Yet, she could discern that the Empress Dowager's secret edict to execute officials' families was audacious enough, and it appeared that her natal family would soon face dire consequences. How heavy was the bond between the royal mother and son, truly? Furrowing her brow, Chen Yuhu realized that Lin Ji, upon entering, could tell she was not sincerely praying. "All right, rise," he said. "It is evident you are not here in genuine devotion, and you might disturb the Buddha." Chen Yuhu opened her eyes and shot him a glare. Lin Ji, unperturbed, smiled and helped her to her feet. Together, they walked out of the hall, where Chen Yuhu inquired, "What did you discuss with your mother?" Lin Ji's smile faded. "Nothing much. When we return home, my mother will continue her prayers. The small altar there will be reopened. We shall pay our respects on the 1st and 15th days of the month." Chen Yuhu nodded, then tilted her head to regard Lin Ji. "Aren't you afraid I might treat your mother poorly?" Lin Ji clicked his tongue. "Could you truly treat her poorly? Would you dare?" Indeed, given the old lady's temperament. If she were unhappy, no one would find peace. Her chaos would ensure that the household was in disarray. Chapter 33. It was unclear what Lin Ji had discussed with the old lady, but she had been quite compliant throughout. Chen Yuhu cheerfully took the children and the maids for a vegetarian meal, and after enjoying the scenery, they returned home. Once back, the old lady continued her fussing, yet no one indulged her. Chen Yuhu stood all day in adherence to decorum, a display meant for Lin Ji's benefit. As expected, once Lin Ji finished his duties, he headed straight for Songha Hall, while Chen Yuhu was assisted back to the main courtyard. She was unaware of what transpired in Songha Hall and had no desire to know. Chen Yuhu had her own affairs to attend to. The children were preparing for the spring examination, and she meticulously organized everything they would need. She was so preoccupied that she barely attended to concubine Jiang, ensuring that the midwife and doctor were prepared, leaving the rest to fate. Although she claimed to be unconcerned, Chen Yuhu still fussed, instructing the servants to ensure all items for concubine Jiang's childbirth were kept clean and uncontaminated. 2 lives were at stake, and she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. When Lin Ji returned and heard the steward's words, he smiled, acknowledging his wife's kindness. He had always known this, for otherwise, he would not have felt at ease leaving the household unattended for so many years. Before the spring examination, the children returned home early, and Chen Yuhu was entirely preoccupied with the pregnant woman in the household. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Qingjiao, seeking a husband, and the remaining spring examination matters. On the morning of the examination, all the women, except for the expectant mother, were lively and animated. Chen Yuhu initially intended to accompany the 2 children to the examination site. However, Lin Ji stopped her, saying, "They are both grown. Can you really follow them for a lifetime?" Chen Yuhu remained silent, yet her concern was palpable. It was her children's future at stake. Despite Lin Ji's remarks, she chose not to respond. After sending the 2 children off to the carriage, Chen Yuhu offered a gentle admonition, "Just do your best." For 3 consecutive days, she adhered to a vegetarian diet, eliciting laughter from Lin Ji. He quipped, "Are you trying to accrue virtue for the children?" With a sigh, Lin Ji reflected on the lives he had taken, stating, "Our children must rely on their own merits. If not, as their father who has committed so many sins. I would be the first to hinder their progress. Kneeling, Chen Yuhu's spirits had been low for several days, to the extent that even the elderly matriarch's courtyard knew to avoid her. Yet, one individual remained oblivious to her mood. Chen Yuhu shot Lin Ji a glance, declaring, "Every winter, I distribute kanji and donate countless cotton garments. Who do you think that is for?" Lin Ji was momentarily taken aback. Turning away, Chen Yuhu continued, "It is for my children's virtue." Lin Ji chuckled, teasing that she was merely seeking divine intervention at the last moment. The examination spanned 3 days, and when Chen Yuhu retrieved her children, their faces were pale, though they were still able to stand. Many others exited the examination hall only to be carried away. Just when the weather had warmed, a sudden drop in temperature coincided with the exam days. Chen Yuhu had already instructed the staff to heat the Kong. Wrapped in thick quilts, the children resembled 2 cocoons, and after consuming bowls of ginger soup, they gradually began to regain color. Sitting beside the Kong, Chen Yuhu watched over her children until the esteemed physician arrived, assuring her that they were merely suffering from a cold. Only then did her worries ease. Qingluo, watching from the side, asked, "Mother, are my brothers exhausted?" Indeed, they had disregarded their mother's advice to train properly, resulting in their fatigue after the exams. "I will heed Mother's words and study martial arts diligently, without slacking off." My Qingluo is so obedient," Chen Yuhu replied. "Let these 2 frail ones rest." Qingluo, "Shall we go out for some pastries?" "Yes, mother." Chen Yuhu took Qingluo out, and since the end of the spring examination, tranquility had returned to their home. Concubine Jiang had long surpassed the physician's prescribed recovery period. For her sake, Chen Yuhu had specifically invited a skilled obstetrician to tend to her. In recent days, concubine Jiang had not ventured outside, and Chen Yuhu had scarcely seen her within the estate. With the children recovering, Chen Yuhu urged her sons to train with Lin Ji, who indeed did not neglect their instruction. On the day the results were to be announced, the household had dispatched a clever servant early to keep watch. Chen Yuhu and the other 2 concubines gathered together, this time not to play cards but to await the verdict of fate. Although this was merely the preliminary examination, countless individuals throughout history had failed it. Despite her second brother's assurances that as long as there was no cheating, the children would surely pass, Chen Yuhu remained anxious. Whether they studied early or late, the children needed to learn. The academy's resources were limited. Although there were attendants, their capabilities were constrained to minor tasks, primarily aimed at saving the children time. Chen Yuhu recalled her own high school days, noting that they had not studied as diligently nor endured as much hardship as her children did now. Chen Yuhu's heart was in suspense. She found herself disinterested in the attempts of her 2 concubines to divert the conversation, her ears attentively tuned to any news. Not even a biological mother could exhibit such concern as she did. She had to acknowledge that Chen Yuhu had assumed a portion of her maternal responsibilities. At that moment, a servant rushed in, prompting Chen Yuhu to rise instantly. The servant hurriedly bowed and announced, "Madam, concubine Jiang has gone into labor." Chen Yuhu shot a silent glance at the messenger before resuming her seat. "I see," she replied. "Open the storeroom and send a ginseng to Cherish Hall." Chen Yuhu slowly lifted her teacup and took a sip, while the servant who brought the news discerned her intent and gradually withdrew, surprised that she received no reward. The servant pondered the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu's head stood still, casting a glance at the messenger, thinking to herself, "I wonder from which fool this imbecile hails." In the delivery room, Jiang Yusin struggled in agony, her wet nurse having entered the manor days prior, claiming she was sent from home upon hearing of her impending childbirth. The elderly woman, leveraging her experience and status, rushed to the study to seek an audience with Lin Ji. Kneeling at the study's entrance, she pleaded incessantly, "I implore you, Lord, to visit my young lady. Childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of hell. Please, come to Cherish Hall. My lady is the legitimate eldest daughter who has come to serve as your concubine." Lin Ji, who had been anxiously awaiting news while scribbling, became even more agitated at the woman's weeping. It was not that Chen Yuhu was indifferent, but rather that the study fell outside her jurisdiction. Why else would she not dare to weep in the main courtyard? If she did not end up punished, it would be a testament to her resilience. "My lady has journeyed all the way to the capital to serve as your concubine without a single complaint. She has treated you with utmost care and has been respectful and obedient to the madam. Please, do visit." The old woman continued, "Do you remember the promises you made to my lady in days gone by? As her lament escalated, the tightly shut study door suddenly swung open. Whether it was the weight of emotions or a promise foolishly made in a moment of passion, the silence had become unbearable, and now a resolution was sought. Had it not been for Jiang Yusin's prior instruction, Chen Yuhu would have savored a fine Longjing tea cake. Lin Ji, feeling both justified yet guilty, ultimately accompanied her to Qiushui Hall. Chen Yuhu waved her hand, dismissing the messenger, for she had little interest in such matters. She was awaiting the announcement of results. Chapter 34. The good news at last. The bearer of good news returned, having been unable to locate the Lord outside, and thus sought out Chen Yuhu. She promptly rose, asking, "Where are the two young masters?" The response came swiftly. "The two young masters have gone to meet the bearer of good news." Chen Yuhu, filled with urgency, strode purposefully toward the outer courtyard. The inhabitants of the outer courtyard were not easily permitted into the inner quarters, each courtyard guarded by its own. Qiushui Hall was in disarray, embroiled in matters of lineage and childbirth, leaving the messenger stranded outside. Lin Ji, still entangled in his affairs, remained unaware that the bearer of good tidings had already arrived. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, the two concubines could not follow her. But Chen Yuhu smiled and urged them to hasten to the kitchen to prepare a splendid feast. The two concubines laughed as they departed, with concubine Hua eagerly declaring that she would personally cook additional dishes for Chen Yuhu and concubine Hu. As Chen Yuhu entered the outer courtyard, the two children gazed at their mother, somewhat taken aback. Lin Qingba directly inquired, "Mother and father?" Chen Yuhu's smile faltered as she replied, "Your father has encountered a minor issue, and I am here to take care of matters." Chen Yuhu generously rewarded the messenger who brought the good news. Lin Qingba, upon hearing this, dismissed it, showing little concern for Lin Ji's whereabouts. His eyes sparkling, he remarked to Chen Yuhu, "Mother, both my cousin and I have passed the juvenile examination. My cousin is the top scholar." Chen Yuhu's joy deepened, acknowledging that although Jie Zhang appeared rather carefree, he was indeed older and had received a well-rounded education at home. Despite his penchant for the mechanical arts of the Mo school, in terms of scholarship, he would not be outdone by anyone. "I am aware," the child replied. Qingzhua chimed in with a smile. "Mother, why do you not praise my elder brother? He is merely one rank below my cousin, coming in second." Chen Yuhu laughed, wrapping an arm around each son. "Why would I not praise you? I commend each of you." "And what of Qingzhua?" Lin Qingba answered on his behalf. "Qingzhua is only slightly behind me." Chen Yuhu laughed heartily, pointing at Lin Qingba and teasing, "Do not be so pleased with yourself. Your uncle claims Qingzhua is far more adept at writing than you. Next time, it may well be that you and your cousin find yourselves trailing behind Qingzhua. That would be delightful. We shall wager with our cousin. Whoever ranks higher shall receive a cherished gift from the other. My cousin has been rather boastful for quite some time." At this, both Chen Yuhu and Qingzhua erupted into laughter. Chen Yuhu did not forget to instruct, "Let the firecrackers be set off." The steward eagerly approached, asking, "Madam, do you have any further arrangements?" Chen Yuhu pondered for a moment, saying, "For 3 days, we shall distribute porridge outside the city, without drawing too much attention. Please hire a physician to offer free consultations at the entrance of Jinming Temple for the same duration, funded quietly by the. Let us cultivate some virtue for the children at home." "Understood." The steward smiled as he accepted the orders. "We must refrain from ostentation to avoid attracting trouble." The steward became more solemn, reiterating, "Yes, madam." Chen Yuhu took hold of both sons, saying, "Tonight, I wish to enjoy a drink with your two aunts. Will you join us?" Qingba and Qingzhua exchanged glances before responding, "Mother, we shall not intrude upon your enjoyable evening with the aunts. We must return to our studies. We plan to visit uncle tomorrow to discuss matters with him and our cousin." "Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow," Chen Yuhu replied cheerfully. Just then, another servant hurried over, bearing a troubled expression. "Madam, it is urgent. Concubine Jiang is unwell. The Lord requests that you send another ginseng root." Chen Yuhu glanced at the servant and instructed, "Seek out Granny Fong. I still have an aged ginseng root in my storeroom." Qingba and Qingzhua exchanged subtle glances, their expressions unchanged, having guessed their father's whereabouts. Chen Yuhu remained relatively unfazed, understanding the gravity of life and death matters. However, she was unprepared for the troubles yet to come. The second ginseng root she sent was ultimately unnecessary. Concubine Jiang delivered a baby boy, yet she was still bleeding and struggled to rise from the bed, kneeling before Lin Ji with the child in her arms. "I implore the Lord to have him recognized under the madam's name." Lin Ji, seated confidently in his chair, lifted Jiang Yusin's chin with a decisive gesture. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Are you threatening me? Tears streamed down Jiang Yusin's cheeks, her complexion pale after childbirth, evoking a sense of sympathy. She possessed a commendable beauty, characterized by a hint of vigor. The sight of such a strong-willed woman reduced to a state of vulnerability was profoundly moving. Lin Ji clenched his fists tightly. Jiang Yusin implored, I cannot bear the thought of my child being labeled a bastard. I beseech the noble lord for your compassion. My life has already been irrevocably altered, yet having risked my life to bring him into this world, I cannot allow him to be referred to as the son of a concubine. I ask for your mercy just this once. Since returning to the capital, I have refrained from mentioning matters of the frontier and have accepted my role as a concubine. I could endure alone, but now that I have a child, I implore you to consider his future. She bowed deeply, cradling her child, seeking the Lord's grace. The crimson stains spread, gradually soaking her garments. The blood on her white dress glaringly evident. Lin Ji sighed. Please rise and let the nurse care for the child. I promise to discuss this with my wife. Upon hearing Lin Ji's acquiescence, Jiang Yusin, overwhelmed with gratitude, fainted, only to be caught by Lin Ji. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu was merrily engaged in conversation with others. He half-embraced Qing Luo, who boasted, when I grow up, I will surpass my brothers and make you prouder. I shall become the top scholar. He envisioned parading through the streets on horseback, proclaiming to all that he was your son. Chen Yuhu could hardly contain his laughter as he watched Qing Luo's chubby chin raised high in pride. With a teasing tone, he asked, What do you think your aunt must feel? She carried you for 10 months. Qing Luo looked earnestly at Chen Yuhu and replied, My aunt gave me life. And her love is like that of a parent to a child, deserving of my gratitude. Yet, mother did not bear me and still loves us all the same. Why is that? Is a mother's love not even more inexplicable? Aunt Hua's expression darkened, and she stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Qing Luo, how dare you? Startled, Qing Luo trembled, his eyes wide with fear. For the first time, Aunt Hua spoke with such severity. Tell me, who is your father, and who is your mother? Speak again. Qing Luo, now even more frightened, fell silent. Chen Yuhu, unfazed, set aside the seeds he was holding, saying, Enough of this commotion. Look at how frightened the child is. He pulled Qing Luo closer and explained, Your aunt is the one who gave you life, while I am your lawful mother. Do you understand, Qing Luo? Such words cannot be spoken outside, for others will mock you for your lack of upbringing. You must learn the rules anew from your teacher. As for everything else, be true to yourself, for your elder siblings are to be honored before you. Chen Yuhu's voice was filled with mirth and a sense of naturalness. Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Chen Yuhu noticed, but chose not to comment, understanding that some matters cannot be forced, they must come willingly. Qing Luo cautiously glanced at Aunt Hua, sighed in relief, and continued to cling to Chen Yuhu, proclaiming, They may not be as filial as I am. I shall show mother that I am the most devoted. Chen Yuhu smiled and gestured to Aunt Hua. Please, do sit down quickly. Chapter 35. Fulfillment. Qing Jiao and Nji, separated by a screen, sat in the inner room, listening to Qing Luo's words. It was evident that Qing Jiao's expression soured, while Nji and Yu Ji dared not speak, for they too were of lesser birth. It was not until Chen Yuhu spoke that Lin Qing Jiao's demeanor gradually softened. Looking at her two younger sisters, she uttered, Mother is right. We shall heed her counsel. Some matters cannot be concealed, and it is futile to attempt to do so. They are not what mother claims. However, since mother has invested feelings in them beyond that of a stepmother, they must reciprocate in kind. Yet such reciprocation cannot be forced. It is a gamble of the heart. Even if they lack gratitude, mother still has her biological children, and she cannot rely solely on these younger siblings. Deep down, Lin Qing Jiao possessed a fierce pride, which had altered significantly over the year, yet her pride remained intact. Chen Yu, who had enlightened her to the importance of understanding, to be humane rather than merely proud. For such arrogance is unappealing. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Chen Yuhu, in high spirits, inquired what dishes Aunt Hua and Aunt Hu had chosen from the kitchen. Aunt Hu replied, Knowing your fondness for spicy food, the chef from Shu has specifically prepared a special dish for you. Aunt Hua personally crafted several light dishes, her specialty, to temper the heat, fearing that excessive spice might upset your constitution. Chen Yuhu smiled at both of them. Before she could respond, a maid entered, announcing, Madam, the Marquis has arrived. Chen Yuhu's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of displeasure flickered. The bearer of good news had come, remaining outside the delivery room without showing his face, as if he could substitute for Aunt Jiang in childbirth. Life and death are paramount, a matter on which Chen Yuhu would not contend with him. Yet now he had arrived. What was his purpose? Chen Yuhu remained seated with poise, until Lin Ji entered, cradling a swaddled infant. Chen Yuhu's pupils constricted, and she rose, though maintaining her composure. Why has the Marquis brought the child to me? Lin Ji's expression was grave as he declared, Yuhu, this child is yours to raise. In the future, he shall bear your name. Chen Yuhu's countenance shifted dramatically. Had the Marquis indulged too much in drink out of sheer joy? Mama Fong, see the Marquis out and return the child to Aunt Jiang. Chen Yuhu tossed her handkerchief aside. Yuhu, I did not consult you on this matter. Chen Yuhu's anger flared instantly. What do you intend to do? The child, you wish to keep, while Jiang Yu's son shall be confined to Qiushui Hall, not permitted to leave until the festival. Are you satisfied with this? At first, Chen Yuhu assumed Jiang Yu's son had committed a grave mistake. It was only upon hearing the latter part that she discerned it was as if the other party had made a substantial sacrifice. Chen Yuhu's fury surged anew. Why was she not a young maiden, or blessed with a younger husband? This old man, devoid of charm, with scant wealth, shallow roots, and a plethora of troubles. Now, he dares to raise his voice at her for the sake of a concubine. People speak of a peaceful end. Yet it does not mean she must endure a lifetime with him, only to meet a peaceful end. Chen Yuhu's hands trembled as the person who had just delivered the good news approached, while her two children looked at her with eager eyes, inquiring about their father. Where was he? With shaking hands, Chen Yuhu strode forward, confronting Lin Ji with a crisp slap that left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Aunt Hu quickly reacted, spreading her arms to shield Chen Yuhu, resembling a protective hen. Aunt Hua was also taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The girls behind the screen, having caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama, were equally astonished. Qing Jiao covered her sisters' mouths to stifle any sounds. But Lin Ji was already aware of their presence in the room, especially with Qing Luo stumbling towards them. Qing Luo ran with her short legs, pleading, Father, please don't be angry. Lin Ji, covering his face, reacted to the slap, incredulous that she would strike him before the children. Chen Yuhu, her face aflame with indignation, retorted, So what if I did? Only after the burst of fury did she realize the impropriety of her actions. Mother Fong, take the children outside. However, Qing Luo clung to her mother's leg, exclaiming, I won't go, mother. I won't leave. Qing Jiao hurriedly led her sisters out, bowing briefly before making a swift exit. Once outside, Qing Jiao immediately instructed her personal maid, go to the study and summon the two young masters. Yes. Inside the room, Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji remained locked in confrontation. What were you doing when the good news arrived? My son has passed the examination. Is that not worthy of your presence? She accused. You are preoccupied with that little woman, fearing I might harm her? Chen Yuhu was nearly beside herself with rage. Recalling the injustices she had endured in the past, now transformed into her own suffering, amplifying her anger to a breaking point. Yet, Lin Ji found a peculiar comfort in her distress. Since his return, her magnanimity had left him uneasy. This time, however, he was unfazed. He did not believe her to be capable of forgiving the slap she had given him. The two young masters arrived swiftly, having learned the events from their sisters outside the door. Qing Bai clenched his fists but hesitated to barge in, opting instead to wait with his sisters. It was not until Lin Ji stormed out that he found himself at a loss for words, his wounded pride taking a significant blow. When he stepped outside and saw the children gathered, he felt even more diminished. As he hurried away, none of them turned back to look at him, all heading towards the house, calling out mother. Lin Ji's steps faltered, his pride further bruised. Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua supported Chen Yuhu, hearing the children's voices, hastily wiping the tears from her face with a handkerchief. Chen Yuhu's tears were not born of anger. Rather, she suffered from a condition of excessive tearfulness. Exacerbated by her fury, the aunts guided her to the main seat, gently inquiring, Madam, why must you be upset? Chen Yuhu glanced at Aunt Hua, resolutely declaring, I cannot endure this any longer. I may choose to overlook the indulgences of a wife, or where he chooses to sleep, but no one shall conspire against me with his hand. What I am unwilling to accept, no one shall force upon me. If life becomes unbearable, it is better to part ways sooner rather than later. Both Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua were taken aback, urging the lady not to speak in anger. lest she frighten the children. Chen Yuhu glanced back to see a group of children standing upright. She cleared her throat twice. An Aunt Hua brought her a cup of water to drink. As Chen Yuhu attempted to calm her tumultuous emotions, she patted her own chest, grateful that she had struck him earlier. Otherwise, she would have been left in a state of distress. At that moment, Mama Fong entered and announced, "Madam, the Marquis has retained the young master. He has sent someone to return to Chioshui Hall, inquiring whether Jiang Yusen wishes to keep the child. If not, I have numerous ways to make arrangements." The atmosphere in the room was heavy with silence, as the two aunts continuously tried to console Chen Yuhu. Just then, Lin Qingtong unexpectedly returned. Upon seeing the somber mood, with his mother seated in anger, he assumed that his master had already spoken with her. Without a second thought, he knelt on the ground. Chen Yuhu was startled by his sudden appearance, and just as she was about to speak, a thought crossed her mind, and she remained silent. Lin Qingtong, however, spoke first, pleading, "I beg mother to grant my request." Chen Yuhu's mind raced with countless speculations. Grant her request? What could it possibly be? Was he entangled with the young maid beside him? It was not surprising that Chen Yuhu thought this way, given her exposure to numerous period dramas. "Please, grant my request." "Dear mother," he repeated. Chen Yuhu cast a sharp glance at Lin Qingtong, yet she understood that this was unlikely. In the valiant general's residence, all the servants were male. Lin Qingtong, undeterred by his mother's gaze, bowed deeply, repeatedly imploring, "I beseech you, dear mother, to grant my request." The room fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word. "What do you wish to do?" Lin Qingtong immediately lifted his head, for his aspirations lay beyond. Even in the face of danger, he longed to pursue them. "Where do you intend to go?" Lin Qingtong was taken aback, realizing he had overthought the situation. His mother was unaware of his intentions. But why was the atmosphere at home so tense? Before he could voice his questions, Chen Yuhu had already inquired again. "Where are you going?" Still kneeling, Lin Qingtong explained that his master had received orders due to recent unrest at the border, with the Turks frequently causing disturbances. He wished to accompany his master. Chen Yuhu narrowed her eyes. Her 14-year-old son spoke of going to battle. She clutched her heart. "Dear, go and speak with your father. If he consents to your departure, I shall have no objections." Chen Yuhu, after all, was not truly Chen Furen and had to adhere to her role. This matter was utterly out of the question. Yet, she feared hindering her child's future. Fortunately, there was still a father who cared. Chen Yuhu was uncertain of the limits in ancient times, but Lin Ji should know. To her surprise, Lin Ji readily agreed. "You may go with peace of mind. It will be beneficial for your growth. If it becomes too much, return, and we shall seek other paths." However, he added, "One thing is crucial. If you encounter danger, know when to flee. Your mother awaits your safe return. Do not bring her sorrow." Lin Qingtong was concerned with only one matter. "Father, is your face bruised because of the new aunt?" In Lin Qingtong's eyes, his parents shared a deep affection, particularly his mother, who was gentle and loving. How could she possibly strike his father? As a result, Lin Ji evaded the matter, saying, "All right, it's not your concern. Go pack your belongings. Spend more time with your mother these days." Lin Qingtong, puzzled, wandered about inquiring with others. The servants hesitated to inform him that his brothers had gone to the study. Ultimately, it was the younger ones, Qing Luo and Yu Ji, who revealed to him what had transpired. Furrowing his brow, Lin Qingtong wondered if his father had lost his senses. Yu Ji, taken aback, cautioned, "Elder brother, tread carefully with your words." The following day, Chen Yuhu took the children back to her maternal home, while Lin Ji reported for duty. After the morning court session, due to disturbances at the border, the emperor summoned him, a former border commander. Lin Ji, feeling apprehensive, concealed himself among the crowd. Although many military officials were present, his furtive demeanor caught the emperor's attention, leading to a direct inquiry. "Lin Junshi, why are you so lackadaisical today? What are you hiding from?" Junshi was Lin Ji's courtesy name. Normally, he would be eager to join any battle, yet today he appeared so secretive. Upon the emperor's call, the officials blocking Lin Ji's path parted, allowing him to step forward and bow before the emperor. "The Turkic have been arrogant for too long. I believe a confrontation is inevitable. Should your majesty require it, I am ready to fight." The emperor glanced at Lin Ji, retorting, "Fight, you say? Do you find the position I have bestowed upon you lacking? All you ever speak of is war. Focus on guarding our realm." As he spoke, the emperor's gaze fell upon Lin Ji, discerning something amiss. The marks on Lin Ji's face, a result of a fierce reprimand from Chen Yuhu, were still visible. Fortunately, his complexion concealed most of the evidence, yet the emperor, sharp-eyed, noticed the imprint of a hand upon his face from afar. The emperor chuckled knowingly, aware that many officials feared their wives, a common occurrence. Yet Lin Ji was not among them. "Junshi, I recall your wife hails from a scholarly family and is known for her gentle disposition." Lin Ji instinctively touched his face, explaining, "It was a misunderstanding. She was quite enraged and inadvertently struck me." "Ah, a misunderstanding." The emperor elongated the vowel sound, amusement growing. "But how can there be a misunderstanding when the mark is so pronounced?" The emperor had little interest in his minister's domestic affairs, but was intrigued by the gossip. Soon, inquiries were made to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Ji made his way directly to the Chen residence. Madame Chen had already learned the full account of events from her grandchildren and Chen Yuhu. Chen Yuhu's elder brother had also summoned his wife from the old matriarch's quarters. "What happened? The last time you returned, you claimed there was nothing of consequence." Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law, her expression stern, replied, "This time, it is certainly not Yuhu's fault." Chen Yuhu's elder brother nodded, asking, "What did mother say?" The sister-in-law replied matter-of-factly, "Mother said to observe Lin Ji's attitude. If he insists on disregarding Yuhu's wishes and placing the illegitimate son under her name, it would be better to part ways." Recently, the second branch of the Chui family had a second master who lost his wife, and the mourning period was nearing its end. "Mother has quite the resolve," she added. Moreover, the child of the esteemed Chui family is a classmate of Qingba and Qingzhua. Although it is customary for prominent families to refrain from marrying outside their ranks, there are few families that can match the standing of our Yuhu. My mother is quite confident." Chen Yuhu's elder brother nodded, aware of his mother's thoughts. In the afternoon, after a leisurely nap, Madame Chen met with Lin Ji. This was the first time since Lin Ji's return that Madame Chen had such a formal meeting with him. The daughters of the Chen family had always kept their chambers reserved, particularly Chen Yuhu's, as she frequently returned to her maternal home. The children had gone to see their newly arrived cousin, Li Jinyao. This child was frail. Upon his arrival, Chen Yuhu had taken a quick glance at him. The journey was long, and misfortunes can occur, causing the child to fall ill en route. Once in the capital, he struggled to adapt to the local climate, worsening his condition, and he ultimately missed the spring examination. Thankfully, he was only just beginning to recover. Lin Qingtong had yet to meet this cousin. As he was typically engaged in closed-door studies at the residence of the valiant general, and due to various unforeseen circumstances, this was their first encounter. The cousins, though unaware of the specific events that transpired, were eager to offer comfort to Qing Jiao and the others. The son-in-law paid his respects to his mother-in-law. Madame Chen's demeanor toward Lin Ji was gentle. She acknowledged the situation, admitting it was Yuhu's fault, as well as her own for not properly guiding her. It was unacceptable for her to have struck her husband. "Lin Ji, you may return home. I will have a serious talk with Yuhu," she stated. Lin Ji hurriedly bowed, insisting that the fault lay with him as the son-in-law, and that he should discuss matters with Yuhu. Madame Chen waved her hand, dismissing him. "You need not say more. Take the children home. Though their father has long since passed, Yuhu is still under my care." Regardless of Lin Ji's protests, this was her resolute stance. Lin Ji departed, leading the children back home, leaving without even staying for dinner. Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law, having recently discovered her pregnancy, chose to remain with Madame Chen instead of accompanying her husband on his journey. Fortunately, after the new year, Chen Yuhu's third brother was reassigned to a post close to the capital, reducing the strain of their long-distance marriage. The eldest and second sisters-in-law, alongside the sister-in-law and Chen Yuhu, gathered to play mahjong with Madame Chen. Chapter 37. A disheartening farewell. Lin Ji rode home with the children, glancing back at the empty carriage, his heart heavy with unspoken sentiments. More poignant than his own feelings were those of the children. As Qingtong was to accompany the valiant general to the frontier, he was left behind by Madame Chen, who feared that Chen Yuhu would miss her child. Ironically, the one who had always received the least favor from Chen Yuhu, who was the one who remained with her in the end, evoking an inexplicable sensation akin to divorce and child custody. On the other hand, Chen Yuhu seemed to have fallen into a vat of joy, exuberantly delighted. Madame Chen stated plainly, "Settle down at home. Should you part ways, I shall find you someone better." Chen Yuhu chuckled softly. Upon returning home, Lin Ji found the children silently bowing to him before dispersing. Qingba and Qingzhua paired up to return to the outer courtyard, while the other children sought their respective mothers. Qingjiao made her way back to Guanju Pavilion alone. That evening, Anji and Yuji sought out Qingjiao, expressing their intention to keep her company through the night, genuinely concerned for her emotional well-being. With Chen Yuhu absent, the children were unable to dine together. Each day, Qingbai and Qingzhu would send someone to inquire about their sister's welfare, encouraging them to relay any messages to the front courtyard. However, it was typically Qingluo who scurried back and forth delivering these messages. In recent days, Qingluo had been quite harried, fretting over both his elder brother and sister. The matriarch, after a couple of days, eventually learned of the absence of a member of the household. Given that the children had recently achieved the status of Tongsheng and had come to pay their respects and share good news, the lack of joy in the household over the past few days suggested that something was amiss. Upon investigation, she learned that Chen Yuhu had returned home due to a concubine and had even struck Junshi. The matriarch, upon hearing this, adopted a stern expression and requested tea. An elderly maidservant, who usually attended to her, inquired, "Is the old lady not angry?" The matriarch cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "What is there to be angry about? It was merely a slap. He is tough-skinned. As for the concubine, with Chen Yuhu absent, let her come and attend to me tomorrow." The maidservant hesitated, but, "Madam, Jiang Yinyang has not yet completed her confinement." The matriarch retorted, "It is her fortune to serve me. Since the lady abandoned her home and sought refuge because of her, someone must tend to my needs." Rarely did the matriarch share her innermost thoughts with the maidservant. Regardless of Chen Yuhu's flaws, she was nevertheless a formally recognized wife, tasked with continuing the family lineage and honoring her elders. While she adhered to the principles of propriety, she was still a living, breathing individual. After enduring countless grievances over the years, it was unsettling that she could be so agitated by a mere concubine. "Go find out for me," she commanded. The details had been sealed off by Lin Ji, prohibiting any dissemination. However, the matriarch soon learned the truth, and upon hearing it, she furrowed her brow. "When Lord Ho returns from duty tonight, summon him back, and bring that troublesome concubine to me as well. I wish to inquire of Lin Ji whether he believes he can remarry a woman of both beauty and noble lineage." Implicit in her words was the suggestion that if he could, she would not interfere. The old master had once taken a cousin as a concubine, and although he had only one, the matriarch had suffered greatly from it, growing weary of such frivolities. Now, they had come dancing back into her life. Jiang Yinyang, still in confinement, spent the day kneeling before the Buddha, collecting the sacred beans, neglecting both lunch and dinner. That evening, as the matriarch dined, Lin Ji, finishing his duty, hurried to Songha Hall and chanced upon Jiang Yinyang, her countenance pale, on the verge of fainting, kneeling in the main hall to report to the matriarch. "Madam, I have finished collecting the beans." The matriarch, seated in her honored place, replied nonchalantly, "Very well, tomorrow then. Is she not the daughter of a respectable family? She should be literate. Have her copy the scriptures for me tomorrow. For now, return home and rest well. Do not fall ill and find yourself unable to rise." A daughter of a respectable family? The matriarch detested that phrase. If she were truly of good standing, why would she not serve as a proper wife? Instead, she chose to be a concubine, demonstrating restlessness. The matriarch's eyes cast sideways, a gaze typically reserved for Chen Yuhu. Just as Lin Ji entered, it was uncertain how much he had overheard, yet the old lady remained indifferent to the extent of his knowledge. She casually remarked, "I perceive her to be quite restless. Having borne a child, she disregards the precious jade pot and opts for a haphazard upbringing. As for that wretched concubine, she should be sent away or given to someone else." The old lady's words floated lightly in the air, yet they sent a shiver down Jiang Yinyang's spine. In her fear, Jiang Yinyang turned and grasped the hem of Lin Ji's garment, her face pleading. The old lady, unable to tolerate the sight, rolled her eyes in disdain. Chen Yuhu had been subjected to her scorn countless times and dared not engage with men in her presence. She failed to consider that the circumstances of Chen Yuhu and Jiang Yinyang were entirely dissimilar. Lin Ji made no effort to halt Jiang Yinyang's actions. He merely stated, "Someone, take Jiang Yinyang back." The specific conversation that transpired in Songha Hall between the old lady and the marquis remained a mystery to others. However, the other two concubines, aware of Jiang Yinyang's plight, became increasingly cautious in the household, fearful of being summoned by the old lady to face her wrath. The lightheartedness that once accompanied Chen Yuhua's presence had vanished. In private, Hua Yinyang confided to Hu Yinyang, It would be better to become a concubine for the lady. Perhaps we should inquire when the Marquis will visit the inspection office, and if the lady remarries, could she take us along? Hu Yinyang laughed heartily. Yet both understood that they were bound to remain where they were. Having heard the old lady's words, Lin Ji visited the Chun residence the following day, coincidentally receiving a response from the Chui family. The matriarch of the Chui family lavished praise upon the upbringing of the Chen family. Chen Mu, with a clear understanding of the situation, straightforwardly addressed Lin Ji, virtuous son-in-law, I have failed to guide Yuhua properly. She refuses to admit her faults. It would be best to part ways. This way, when she returns to the Lin family, she will not become more arrogant and unruly. It is my failure in raising her, so you should divorce her to maintain harmony in the Lin household. She offered to leave half of her dowry in the Lin residence as compensation. The words of the old lady were strikingly persuasive. Taken aback, Lin Ji immediately bowed and declared, Mother-in-law, I shall not divorce her. I acknowledge my wrongs in stirring trouble over a concubine and a son born out of wedlock. Chen Mu, having skillfully maneuvered the conversation, was met with this singular response. Her demeanor shifted abruptly. She had gathered intelligence on the other party, who had a sole son and a young daughter, and was steeped in propriety, completely unlike the common folk, ensuring that there would be no emergence of a second Mrs. Lin. The first Mrs. Lin was unmistakably a signal of dissatisfaction with the legitimate wife, bordering on insult. Chen Mu, weary of further discourse with Lin Ji, insisted, a prompt divorce would benefit both Yuhua and you. Our Chen family cannot endure the presence of a second Mrs. Lin. The men in our household must pursue their careers, and our daughters must marry well. We, too, have our family honor to uphold. The previous silence was due to Yuhua's insistence that all was well. Have you not realized the suffering she has endured during these years of marriage? Your mother is difficult to please, yet Yuhua has shown countless filial piety, enduring for your sake. Before she even entered your home, your concubine was already with child. With the wedding date approaching, she bore it all. Now that you have everything, how could you allow a second Mrs. Lin to tarnish my daughter's reputation? Lin Ho, we, the Chen family, have done all we could. Please take your leave. The divorce papers will be sent to you. Lin Ji immediately knelt down. At last, Chen Mu revealed her true self, one who was utterly unwilling to endure any longer. Having spoken excessively, he took a seat and sipped some tea. Child, if you do not wish to take care of matters, simply leave everything to Yuhua. She adores the girls in the residence. The Chun family will oversee the marriage of daughters, while the sons shall be sent to my family for education. Lin Ji was utterly mortified. Chapter 38. Clouds and Mud. Lin Ji felt his face flush with embarrassment at the words of Madame Chun. Chen Yuhua had not even laid eyes on him, nor could he see her. It seemed he had returned to the days before their marriage. The chasm between him and the Chun family girl insurmountable, a stark contrast akin to clouds and mud. Despite being married for many years, the prospect of separation still placed them worlds apart. Now, Lin Ji was genuinely frightened. With his wife absent, there was no one to stoke the charcoal stove for him, to remind the kitchen to prepare more dishes, nor to alert the servants of the changing weather, ensuring he had his medicine ready. The three concubines in the household were in disarray. Concubine Jiang was nearly lifeless after being tormented by the matriarch, while the other two concubines deliberately avoided him. Lin Ji began to frequent the Chun residence daily. The matriarch paid him no mind, allowing him to flounder. He was unwilling to sign the divorce papers, which did not hinder Madame Chun and the Chui family from their heated exchanges. Otherwise, Lin Ji would face severe repercussions if he did not act decisively. His wife would undoubtedly remarry. Feeling powerless against the formidable matriarch, Lin Ji wandered about in a state of dejection, seeking counsel from his own mother. She bluntly advised him, only by presenting Yuhua with something she desires can you win back her affection. You meddle too much. Domestic affairs are none of your concern. Your stepson seems to be thriving. Why not focus on that? When the matriarch requested his assistance, she showered him with sweet words, but when she was indifferent, she truly showed no concern. After much contemplation, Lin Ji realized that everything in the household revolved around Chen Yuhua. In her absence, several mishaps had occurred, and the steward had sought his guidance. Confused and at a loss, he ultimately entrusted the matters to Lin Qingjiao, with Anji assisting. It was not until Lin Ji attended court that the imposing general, out of regard for his apprentice, approached him. As they walked together, General Ho affectionately draped an arm around Lin Ji's shoulders. My wife has asked me to remind you that Chui Qixin is soon to arrive in the capital. If you fail to reconcile with your esteemed wife, the Chen household will begin preparing her dowry. Lin Ji was taken aback, glancing at General Ho, who, after delivering his message, released him and departed, preferring to focus on his own marital life, dismissing the disarray within the inner quarters. This reminder was offered solely out of respect for Qingtong. Flattery may be attributed to one's demeanor, indicative of an extraordinary presence, while neglecting domestic affairs is certainly not commendable. Lin Ji halted abruptly, deciding to seek an audience with the emperor. The empress and the emperor were engaged in conversation when they heard Lin Ji's request for an audience. The empress discreetly concealed herself behind a screen. Upon seeing Lin Ji, the emperor observed him for a moment, seemingly entertained by the spectacle, but eventually grew impatient. Casting an exasperated glance at Lin Ji, "Speak clearly. I could not comprehend a word of what you said." Through tears, Lin Ji recounted the entire affair to the emperor, who displayed visible annoyance. "How is it that I recall you begging for my permission to marry with this same lamentable demeanor? How is it possible that after so many years of marriage and having attained a prominent position, there has been no progress whatsoever?" The emperor mused aloud, realizing the truth in his own words. "After all, your humble beginnings cannot possibly compare to the grand legacy of the Chen family. It was only through your military achievements that you were able to present yourself before me, and I, albeit reluctantly, conveyed your intentions to the elder of the Chen family, who eventually agreed to marry his daughter to you. Over time, has the once ethereal fairy now become mere wild grass?" Lin Ji's face flushed with embarrassment. The emperor chuckled, stating that he would not intervene in matters as he had assumed the role of the villain. He urged Lin Ji to return and seek his wife's forgiveness, or else he would consider arranging a new marriage for him, suggesting that perhaps he could elevate a concubine to the status of a principal wife. "What do you think?" Lin Ji felt as though he might weep in despair until the emperor noticed a corner of a garment peeking from behind the screen. "Is the empress harboring thoughts? Then let her guide you on this matter." Receiving counsel from the empress, Lin Ji visited the Chen residence once more after the day's duties were concluded, engaging in a private discussion with the matriarch of the Chen family. No one knew the details of their conversation. However, shortly after Lin Ji departed, the matriarch summoned Chen Yuhu. She conveyed, "He has stated that henceforth, he will not involve himself in household affairs and entrusts all matters to you, particularly regarding the concubines. His private funds shall also be under your control. He promises not to take any more concubines, nor father any more children." Chen Yuhu listened in silence. "If you have any further requests or thoughts, do express them." Chen Yuhu found herself lost in contemplation, pondering whether it would be better to remain in her current situation or to remarry. The elder matriarch, understanding her thoughts, remarked, "In a new household, you will face the challenge of adjustment and may find it difficult to bond with a stepson. It is wiser to maintain your influence over him. He currently holds a high position, and his children will soon come into their own. Do not let your pride provoke you. Moreover, the illegitimate child bears no claim to your name and has not truly benefited from this arrangement, so we have lost nothing. With this initial agreement, if further discontent arises, you may continue to confront him." Chen Yuhu experienced a sudden realization. The elder matriarch was correct. She had not suffered any loss. It was merely the comfort she had enjoyed during her time at the Chen household that had led her to contemplate remarriage as a means to maintain that ease. Forgetting that marriage is not akin to returning home, it is an entirely different matter. Ultimately, Chen Yuhu chose to return with Lin Ji. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, one in a carriage, the other on horseback. They both understood that whatever affection they once shared had long since dissipated, particularly Chen Yuhu's feelings toward him. In truth, the remnants of their past affection had been reduced to mere anguish. Upon arriving at the estate, concubine Hua and concubine Hu awaited Chen Yuhu with the children. As soon as concubine Hua caught sight of Chen Yuhu, tears streamed down her face, while Qing Luo stood nearby, silently shedding her own tears. Chen Yuhu waved to Qing Luo, who rushed over, and bending down, she embraced her. "Did you miss me?" Qing Luo leaned against Chen Yuhu's shoulder, saying, "Mother, we all missed you." Qing Tong, emerging from behind Chen Yuhu, playfully lifted Qing Luo. "You pampered child, still acting spoiled at your age." Qing Luo squirmed in her grasp like a captured piglet, squealing in protest. Chen Yuhu followed the two concubines into the main house, not casting a single glance at Lin Ji. The two concubines exchanged a glance, hesitant to speak. At the entrance of the Yilan courtyard, Jiang Yinsun knelt at the door with a child in her arms, appearing considerably thinner. Chen Yuhu was taken aback, unsure of the cause of her distress. Upon seeing Chen Yuhu approach, Jiang Yinsun deeply bowed her head to the ground, uttering, "I am but a foolish concubine, consumed by my own schemes. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and implore you, madam, to not hold my transgressions against me." Chen Yuhu sighed and halted her steps, recognizing that this incident had stripped Jiang of her dignity within the household. "There is no need for such extremes. You must understand that I harbor no intention of making things difficult for you. Return home, care for your child, and live your life." She commanded, "Someone, assist the concubine to her feet and escort her back to Kaishidang." A glimmer of hope inexplicably flickered in Jiang Yinsun's eyes as she bowed once more, pleading for the madam's compassion. "Please, allow me to leave." She was engulfed in anguish, unwilling to be a mere concubine, even if it meant living in luxury akin to a celestial being. She appeared on the verge of fainting. Chen Yuhu crouched beside her, gazing intently. "Return for now. Whatever you wish to discuss, come to me when you have regained your strength. I shall grant you my assistance." That evening, Hu Yinyang and Hua Yinyang prepared a lavish feast to welcome Chen Yuhu back, feigning that they simply missed her. Qing Jiao and the others looked at Chen Yuhu with eager anticipation, aware that they had startled her, yet she found herself devoid of the usual inclination to comfort them. On the contrary, Qing Tong, carefree and unburdened, enjoyed the company of his cousins and the guidance of his uncle while away from home. Returning home was still pleasant, with his brothers by his side. However, Lin Qingbai had many responsibilities and rules. He disliked sharing a bed, preferring to study late into the night, which Qing Tong found tedious compared to the amiable disposition of his cousins. The Chun household buzzed with activity as the two rascals gathered. After a light evening of drinking and bathing, Chen Yuhu sat before her vanity, applying skincare products to her face. Hua Yinyang, with her long hair cascading down, stood behind her, drying her hair. Hu Yinyang was engrossed in examining the new bathing soap sent by Yi Yanfeng. With their hair combed and dried with a white cloth, the three settled on the calm, conversing by the flickering candlelight. Hu Yinyang, squeezing Chen Yuhu's hair, suddenly inquired, "Madam, what do you think Jiang Yinsun meant by her words today?" Chen Yuhu replied succinctly, "I do not know. Let her be. If she wishes for a better life, I shall lend her a hand. Is it that you all desire to leave the household as well?" Hu Yinyang chuckled, "Indeed. However, unless one remarries, what security is there?" Chen Yuhu sighed inwardly, aware that many clandestine means in society would force respectable women into marriage. For instance, Hua Yinyang, born of a legitimate union, had no such concerns, while Hu Yinyang, lacking a maternal family or support, had none to rely upon. Women were akin to precious pets, requiring a master, be it a father or an elder brother, to have a foothold in this world. Chen Yuhu stood as a symbol of her family's esteem, while Jiang Yinsun represented those who appeared to have support but truly did not. In a household where the legitimate daughter resides, her father holds an official position, while she herself is deemed a concubine. Chen Yuhu finds herself overwhelmed, her head aching not from physical discomfort, but from the sorrow she feels for the plight of women. The people at the border, known for their spirited nature, often exhibit a certain bravado. Jiang Yusun, possessing both striking looks and keen intellect, has managed the household for 5 years, caring for Lin Ji with evident capability, despite her youth. Aunt Hua offers a large cloth to wrap around the lady's head, hoping to alleviate the discomfort. After much conversation among the three women, they finally retire for the night. Yet Jiang Yusun finds herself unable to sleep, the cries of infants echoing in her ears, though she feels no inclination to attend to them. The child she bore at great personal cost bears little resemblance to her. She recalls the times when she and Lin Ji enjoyed life together at the border, where she held the reins of the household, embodying the role of a true mistress. In that setting, devoid of excessive formalities, she managed domestic affairs with remarkable skill, leading a life of comfort that made her momentarily forget her status as a concubine. As the time to return to the capital approached, she often heard tales of its splendor. However, with the presence of a legitimate wife in the capital, her yearning turned into a disdainful bravado. The capital, a land of luxury, could never rival the unrestrained freedom of the border. Yet, upon entering the city, she could not resist peeking through the carriage curtains, wondering if that lady had indeed grown up in such an environment. Lin Ji often referred to his old wife, and in her mind, she conjured the image of a gentle matron of advanced years. When the carriage halted, she caught sight of a woman standing amidst the crowd. Draped in a deep black cloak, the fabric was pure and exquisite, effortlessly worn by her. The cloak concealed her figure but revealed a smooth face, radiating beauty that invited warmth, yet held an inexplicable aura that deterred closeness. The lady gazed from the carriage, seemingly aware of Jiang Yusin's status, yet indifferent. In time, Jiang Yusin learned that the two captivating women beside her were also concubines of the Marquis, a fate she would now share. The long-anticipated child began to lose its charm, for she understood that as a concubine, her offspring would be labeled a bastard. Nevertheless, each encounter with the children of the household, who were nurtured with grace and distinction, sparked a flicker of hope within her. During her days in the manor, she gleaned much information, how the matriarch, though uninvolved, despised concubines, how Aunt Hua was the Marquis's first woman, and how Aunt Hu once basked in the Marquis's favor. In that moment, the true nature of men became startlingly clear to her. Truth be told, had circumstances been different, she would not have deemed the legitimate wife unworthy. Why must men not remain steadfast? Yet, they demand unwavering obedience from women. The child she fought so hard to bring into the world was born without her even having the chance to behold him. And now she yearned to secure a future for him, fully aware that such actions might encroach upon the wife's interests and incite her wrath. She was prepared to gamble, fully cognizant of the dire consequences that awaited her. The mere presence of an elderly lady was enough to overwhelm her. She pondered why the world was rife with such tormenting trials, and whether the lady herself had ever endured similar tribulations. Her thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, exacerbated by the clamor of children, leaving her feeling utterly trapped within the confines of the. Had Chen Yuhu been aware of her psychological state, she might have hesitated to inform her, "Sister, it seems you are suffering from postpartum depression." Yet, perhaps it was not merely postpartum depression. It could very well be that she had been afflicted by melancholy since the moment she had become a concubine. Chen Yuhu rose early, sharing breakfast with two of her maids. Her current existence was edging closer to the reality of being both a wife and a concubine. Others had the choice of embracing either a wife or a concubine at night, unlike her, who could hold both close as she slept. The breakfast Chen Yuhu enjoyed was quite sumptuous, a colorful porridge made from mixed grains, devoid of sugar and salt, accompanied by a generous spread of shrimp dumplings and chicken feet, which brought her a sense of comfort. Madame Hua inquired of Chen Yuhu, "How have you been faring at the Chen residence? Do you miss us?" Chen Yuhu nodded, declaring her life there splendid, as both her sister-in-law and sister-in-law were amiable companions, and she found the days spent at home as a daughter quite pleasant. However, she glanced at her two maids and added that her current life was also satisfying, especially with their company. The three shared a knowing smile. After breakfast, Jiang Yusin had long awaited in the outer chamber. She had never been so eager or arrived so early. Dressed in a pristine white ensemble adorned with black embroidery, she looked quite lovely, though it felt somewhat inauspicious. "Come in, have a seat." Chen Yuhu beckoned Jiang Yusin to sit. Chapter 40. Unsanitary. Jiang Yusin sat down with vacant eyes, only revealing a flicker of light when her gaze met Chen Yuhu's. Hu and Hua exchanged glances, performed a courteous bow, and exited, leaving only Jiang Yusin, Chen Yuhu, and a few of Chen Yuhu's trusted confidants. Chen Yuhu felt a tinge of fear at Jiang Yusin's troubled state. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. One must always be cautious, she thought. Chen Yuhu inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Like soft clay, Jiang Yusin slid off her stool, kneeling gracefully upon the floor. Before Chen Yuhu could say another word, Jiang Yusin burst into tears, weeping mournfully, her eyes glistening like rain-soaked pear blossoms. "Madam, I wish to leave this place. I beseech you to set me free. Whether I live or die, I cannot endure this prison any longer." Chen Yuhu was taken aback by her intense reaction. However, Jiang Yusin, influenced by an utterance from old lady Lin, suggesting that since the child had been born, she might as well be dismissed or given away, had lost all rationality. Her dignity had been trampled upon. If it were Madame Hua or Madame Hu, they might have acquiesced in despair, for their backgrounds compelled them to learn how to survive in a curled-up existence. Yet Jiang Yusin was different. She was the legitimate daughter of the family, the pride of her father. She could not accept her fate as a drifting weed, to be handed over to another. Death would be a more honorable fate. Though she currently harbors a profound desire for death, she clings to the will to live, yearning to escape, and sees a glimmer of hope for herself. Chen Yuhu sighed. In families of a certain standing, It is uncommon to casually transfer a concubine. However, the Lin family, despite its current status as a marquisate, lacks a substantial legacy, which is precisely why the matriarch would utter such words. Chen Yuhu could almost envision the eventual fate of the old master's concubine. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Not a trace of hesitation. "You still have a child, and he is so young." The concubine replied resolutely, "I have decided. I wish to leave the residence." Chen Yuhu looked at her. "If you leave, how will you survive alone? Our family possesses numerous estates. Will you move in and transition from a concubine to a secondary wife?" "I refuse. I do not wish to be anyone's lesser. Madam, I implore you to save me." "Please rise," Chen Yuhu instructed. She contemplated for a moment, recognizing that the situation held considerable potential for maneuvering. "I present you with two choices. First, you may embrace monastic life, dedicating yourself to spiritual practice within the household, thus transcending the secular world. Thereafter, there will be no more concubine jiang, allowing you to witness your child's growth. Second, I can find you a distinguished young man. There are countless bachelors in the military unable to find brides, and marrying for a second time is no longer uncommon. I can fabricate a suitable identity, perhaps a distant cousin from my maternal family. As you possess a commendable background that would not raise suspicion, you would marry as the primary wife, and I shall prepare a dowry for you. However, I cannot retain the identity of concubine jiang for you. Therefore, your son will no longer have a biological concubine. Concubine jiang will eventually pass away. Contemplate this." A glimmer of hope sparked in concubine jiang's eyes. "Will I don a bright red wedding gown?" "Indeed, but no matter how promising the young man may be, he cannot compare to the esteemed marquis. Should you remarry, you will need to maintain your husband and manage domestic affairs, which differs greatly from life in the marquisate. You will relinquish your surname and assume mine, Chen. I shall seek a new family for you. You must let go of your past and consider which path to take." Chen Yuhu found both choices enticing. However, it was understandable that a mother might struggle to part with her child. Were she in the same situation, she would undoubtedly choose the first option. Concubine Jiang, clearly not of the same disposition, returned the following day with her decision. She had chosen the second option. Chen Yuhu nodded. "I understand. You may go back." Seated in her chair, Chen Yuhu fell into a reverie. The process was inconsequential. What mattered was that concubine Jiang was destined to perish. There would be no more concubines, leaving behind only a young child without a maternal figure. A fair exchange. Soon, Chen Yuhu summoned Lin Ji, a promising young man from the military, with whom she was unfamiliar and would require Lin Ji's selection. She sought someone earnest, preferably of modest means, ideally handsome as well. Chen Yuhu believed her demands were modest. With limited resources, concubine Jiang was a beauty, and a capable one at that. Surely able to navigate the relationship adeptly. A person of genuine character, honest and kind, was essential. Such individuals would not sink too low, ensuring a comfortable life. Just like Lin Ji, whose standards were not excessively low. In the morning, Chen Yuhu first paid her respects to the matriarch. Since her return, she frequently visited the elder lady to inform her of her youngest son's progress. Lin Chu arrived at the county town, which, by a fortunate coincidence, was under the jurisdiction of Chen Yuhu's appointed subordinate. Thus, he was well acquainted with the local circumstances. At that time, Chen Yuhu had not expressed her intentions. Seemingly indifferent to the elderly matriarch and the second branch of the family, neglecting to send festive gifts even during holidays, presenting an image of someone who no longer wished to engage with them. Why would she waste her warmth on a cold shoulder? This time, however, it was to express gratitude to the matriarch for speaking on her behalf, and she entrusted someone to convey this message to her family, which indeed improved Lin Chu's situation significantly. The local influential figures were willing to extend him a modicum of respect, thus easing his position as the county magistrate. The matriarch was notably cordial towards Chen Yuhu, who realized that Lin Chu was the matriarch's Achilles heel, her vulnerability. However, Lin Chu represented a weakness, whereas Tan Shuiwei did not. Chen Yuhu attributed her prior dismissive attitude towards the second branch entirely to Tan Shuiwei. In ancient times, the importance of familial ties was paramount. Failing to present gifts during festivals was a significant affront. The matriarch's expression darkened at once. For Tan Shuiwei's negligence was not a slight against Chen Yuhu, but rather a disregard for Lin Ji. Perhaps it was a grudge stemming from Lin Ji's recall to the capital, which would lead to Lin Chu's demotion. And Lin Ji's refusal to assist further fueled this deliberate neglect. regardless of Lin Ji's shortcomings. He remained the eldest son of the matriarch and the highest official of the Lin family, while Tan Shiyue's status in the matriarch's eyes was quite inconsequential. Given their scholarly background, which contrasted sharply with Chen Yuhu's noble lineage, the matriarch's displeasure was palpable, and she waved her hand at Chen Yuhu, indicating her dismissal. "You may leave now, I understand." The following day, news spread through Songha Hall that Tan Shiyue had demonstrated a lack of propriety and failed to honor her elders. Soon enough, Chen Yuhu observed Tan Shiyue hurrying in with her child to pay her respects. Amused by the spectacle, Chen Yuhu thought, "She believes herself to be a master of domestic stratagems in this ancient era. In reality, everyone is merely human. There are not so many experts among us. It is the ordinary and the foolish who are the prolific beings of this world." Chen Yuhu chuckled at her own musings. Just as Lin Ji finally found the time to visit her, it was not that he was merely free. Rather, he was putting on airs. Chen Yuhu scrutinized Lin Ji intently, prompting him to ask, "Why do you gaze at me so?" With a straight face, she retorted, "You should shave tomorrow. You look utterly ridiculous." Lin Ji, flustered, replied, "What do you know? A charming gentleman ought to cultivate a beard." "A charming gentleman, you say? How unsanitary it is to eat with such a length. Moreover, are you truly a charming gentleman? When the palace calls upon you, you might draw your sword and trip over your own beard." Lin Ji gasped, "Why are you so harsh today?" Chen Yuhu shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, "A kind heart treated as a fool's folly. You should shave it off, truly unsightly." Lin Ji countered, "You summoned me merely to insist I shave?" Chapter 41. Farewell. At this moment, Chen Yuhu recalled that this was certainly not the case. "I called you here for a serious matter. You should seek out a suitable young man in the army. He may come from a humble background, but not excessively so. Otherwise, should Jiang Yusen arrive with a plethora of dowries, the disparity in their circumstances could cause turmoil. It is preferable to identify areas of scarcity within households, particularly those with numerous children, or where there are orphans, or simply those who, under normal circumstances, might struggle to find a spouse. The age is also a consideration. It should not be too advanced, nor too youthful. Should one be too young, there remains the hope of eventual marriage, unwilling to settle for a second marriage. In terms of appearance, a certain symmetry is desirable. One should avoid those who are less aesthetically pleasing, ideally seeking someone of commendable beauty. It is essential that the mother-in-law is amiable, as this significantly impacts one's fortune. In the context of the Yong dynasty's emphasis on filial piety, an uncooperative mother-in-law can lead to misfortune, akin to the fate of Chen Yuhu, compounded by numerous siblings and the partiality of someone like Old Lady Lin. This plight becomes even more pronounced for Jiang Yusen, who possesses a substantial dowry. Lin Jiyue, increasingly perplexed by the unfolding situation, questioned the intentions behind these discussions. "Are you seeking a son-in-law?" he inquired. Chen Yuhu waved her hand dismissively, stating, "What son-in-law? I am seeking a man for your concubine." Lin Jiyue doubted his own hearing. Incredulous at her words, Chen Yuhu shot him a glance, relishing the opportunity to glare at him after their quarrel. "It is as it is. You may inquire further with Jiang Yusen." After her proclamation, she sipped tea to soothe her throat. Without needing to dismiss him, Lin Jiyue took his leave towards Kaiyashitang. Once Lin Jiyue departed, the two concubines caught the scent of the conversation and approached. "What did the Lord say?" Chen Yuhu, observing Hu Yinyang's sparkling eyes, chuckled lightly. What could he have said? He remained silent and headed towards Kaiyashitang. Hua Yinyang, as usual, sat with her embroidery in hand, suddenly expressing her envy for Jiang Yinyang, who had the opportunity to reconsider her choices. Chen Yuhu nearly choked. "You wish to remarry?" Hua Yinyang quickly realized her faux pas, with both Chen Yuhu and Hu Yinyang gazing at her expectantly for a response. Flustered, she waved her hands and blushed, explaining, No, I am not seeking marriage. I merely envy her situation. I am a born servant and lack such fortunate prospects." Chen Yuhu and Hu Yinyang fell silent. Lin Jiyue was a man of strict principles, often perceived as unkind. Hua Lian had been with him from the beginning. Even before Chen Yuhu entered the household, she unexpectedly bore their first child, which displeased Lin Jiyue. This incident tarnished both his and Chen Yuhu's reputation. Tragically, the child did not survive, and Lin Jiyue felt a sense of relief. However, thereafter, Hua Lian's favor diminished considerably. He regarded her with suspicion, as if she were devious. Yet, the matter of pregnancy seemed singularly hers to bear. After many years as a concubine and having 2 children, Her family remained enslaved, a rare occurrence indeed. Even disregarding the status of the concubine, society would judge the children by the lineage of their mother. Having a family of servants did not reflect well. Yet, Lin Jiu steadfastly opposed this, dismissing the Hua family as shallow and claiming that their rise would only lead to arrogance, which would instigate trouble both within and beyond the estate. In truth, the potential trouble amounted to nothing more than a family recently freed from servitude. It was merely his disdain and unwillingness that dictated his stance. Thus, in comparison, Hu Yinyang, without her family ties, fared better, as it was widely known that the Lord held the Hua family in low regard. Chen Yuhu sighed deeply. She lamented the fate of women in ancient times, yet it did not hinder her from calculating her own interests. She intentionally brought up to her 2 concubines that she had prepared a dowry for the Jiang family. This act of kindness served a dual purpose. It was indeed a gesture towards Jiang, who, after all, had children, and the Marquis would not allow her to depart empty-handed. Additionally, it was a display for the other 2 concubines. What transpired that night at Xiushui Hall remained unclear to Chen Yuhu. However, later that evening, concubine Jiang sought out Chen Yuhu once more, stating that she and the Marquis had come to an agreement. Chen Yuhu acknowledged her understanding. Recently, Chen Yuhu had little time to concern herself with Jiang Yusen. Her focus lay on her own children. The 2 scholars needed to return to the academy, and their delay was due to Lin Qingtong's imminent departure. They wished to see Lin off before returning to their studies. Chen Yuhu busied herself with packing Lin Qingtong's belongings, scolding him as she worked, even attempting to plead. Could he not go? It was obvious, even to the simplest mind, that life at the border would be harsh. Yet, the obstinate Lin Qingtong would never forsake his desires for the sake of Chen Yuhu's maternal affection. Jiang Yusen had returned home, behaving with such submission that it was as if he were no longer part of the household, not even casting a glance at Lin Ji. Although there appeared to be many women in the household, none competed for favor. Even concubine Jiang, in the past, had only sought refuge at Xiushui Hall because Lin Ji had nowhere else to turn. If one were to claim that concubine Jiang sought to win his affection, such an assertion had never been witnessed. This indicated that Lin Ji was not particularly well liked. Chen Yuhu instructed the kitchen to prepare numerous large flatbreads using the method of Xinjiang naan for storage. She also had them simmer ample meat sauce and prepare jerky, knowing that those who traveled with Lin would likely consume her provisions. Thus she prepared abundantly. Days passed swiftly amidst her busy endeavors. Chen Yuhu had a batch of clay jars specially made for the meat sauce, ensuring it would be convenient for Lin Qingtong during his journey. The tomatoes that had been warmed were transformed into sauce for him to take along. As Lin headed to the general's residence, Chen Yuhu felt no reluctance. Her previous hesitations were merely feigned. Ultimately, it was a place within her reach, and the general's residence would certainly not treat him poorly. This journey to the frontier was evidently different. Chen Yuhu had considered every detail, even packing 2 pouches of loose silver and preparing banknotes for his immediate needs. She selected only the finest attire and provisions for him, ensuring comfort and practicality, while discarding anything of lesser value, in case he needed to part with his clothing should misfortune befall him. The 2 concubines also busily lent a hand. On the day when it became imperative to bid farewell to Lin Qingtong, he donned a set of light clothing, riding ahead, while at the gate, he shared heartfelt farewells with his sisters. The boys rode in front with Lin Ji, while behind them followed a carriage carrying Chen Yuhu and Qing Luo. It was not that they were unwilling to bring the girls along, but rather that the presence of so many men rendered it inappropriate. Thus, it was simpler not to include them. Chen Yuhu disembarked from the carriage, observing Qing Bai and Qing Zhu meticulously transferring Lin's belongings onto his horse. Her hands trembled slightly. This little rascal was the most unruly in the family, yet at only 14, he was to follow his master to the border, alone without parental guidance. She remained unconvinced, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Qingtong. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Qingtong dismounted and approached Chen Yuhu, with the imposing general and his comrades not far away, alongside a few children of influential families preparing to enlist. In essence, the general was accompanied by those with connections. And it was not just Chen Yuhu's family who had come to bid farewell. Compared to the chatty mothers from other families, Chen Yuhu was almost taciturn. Chapter 42. The selection of concubines. Lin Qingtong bid farewell to his brothers. Lin Qingbai reassured him, "Do not worry, everything at home will be managed by me and Qingzhua." Lin Qingzhua nodded in agreement, saying, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Little Chen Luo hopped about, eager for his brothers to notice him, confidently declaring, "Do not worry, no one will care for mother better than I." The family smiled at Chen Luo's enthusiasm. It was only when Lin Qingtong's gaze shifted back to Chen Yuhu that he approached her, kneeling silently to bow 3 times. Tears streamed down Chen Yuhu's face unexpectedly. The reason unknown, perhaps due to the weight of the moment. She reached out to touch him, and Lin Qingtong, thinking she intended to caress him, hurried closer. Instead, she grasped his collar firmly. With utmost seriousness, Chen Yuhu asked, "I shall inquire once more. Have you made your decision? You truly wish to go? You will not regret it, even in death?" Her tear-streaked face had yet to dry, and Lin Ji and the others were unable to intervene in time. Lin Qingtong gritted his teeth, affirming, "Yes, I have decided. Mother, please let me go." Chen Yuhu released her grip, saying, "Then go. Keep your eyes forward, my son. Do not look back." From that moment forth, Lin Qingtong recalled his mother's admonition countless times, during his first venture far from home. When he longed for his family along the journey, when he sustained injuries at the frontier, and when he faced trepidation on the battlefield, her voice echoed in his mind. "My son, keep your gaze ahead, do not look back." He understood this as his mother's reminder that having chosen this path, there was no turning back. Lin Qingtong maintained a stern expression as he approached his steed. Though he bore no resemblance to Chen Yuhu, when he adopted a scowl, his demeanor mirrored hers perfectly. Chen Yuhu's tears cascaded uncontrollably, a testament to her emotional vulnerability. She watched Lin Qingtong mount his horse and join his comrades until his figure became nearly indistinguishable. Lin Ji approached, offering support to Chen Yuhu, saying, "Enough of the tears, children will inevitably grow up. The frontier may see warfare, presenting him with opportunities." He wished to add that in times of peace, martial generals merely twiddled their thumbs at home, but here was a chance to engage in battle. Chen Yuhu shook off Lin Ji's hand, nearly shouting, "All you think about is war. That child was born of my 10 months of pregnancy. Had I not married you, how could he have become a general? Why should he have to face the battlefield?" Lin Ji was unwilling to hear such words, countering, "If your child does not go to war, then it will be the children of others who must. Is your child any more valuable than theirs?" Chen Yuhu found herself at a loss for words, her anger propelling her to ascend the carriage. This passage swiftly appeared on the emperor's desk. He chuckled lightly, pondering why Madame Lin was in a fuss. With such a thick-headed person, it was no wonder she was exasperated. The chief eunuch beside the emperor also smiled, noting that if Lord Lin were not of a simple and honest disposition, the emperor would not have favored him so much, thus allowing him to be dispatched to the borders without concern. The emperor laughed again, affirming the eunuch's observation. Chen Yuhu was incensed, primarily due to her inability to out-argue Lin Ji this time. The following day, she found herself in discomfort, with a large sore forming at the corner of her mouth. Aunt Hu promptly relayed a message to the kitchen, advising that for the next few days, Madam should avoid spicy foods and instead enjoy lighter, soothing dishes. That night, Chen Yuhu had a distressing dream, wherein she witnessed Lin Qingtong being shot dead on the battlefield, his eyes left unclosed, uttering his final words, "Mother." This haunting vision rendered her sleepless. Upon learning that his wife had developed sores, Lin Ji visited the Yilan courtyard. The 2 concubines, spotting the lord's arrival, recoiled like quails and discreetly slipped away. Lin Ji paced restlessly within the room, while Chen Yuhu, seated at the higher position, rolled her eyes and sipped bitter tea meant to quell her discomfort. Lin Ji addressed Chen Yuhu with a spell of reproach. "You see, the child has just departed and has not gone far. He hasn't even reached the battlefield yet, and you frighten yourself. It is not too late to call him back. You are overthinking this. Even when he arrives at the borders, it does not guarantee that conflict will ensue. The time for battle has not yet come. There will likely be patrols first." The latter part of his words faded into the background, filtered out by Chen Yuhu's mind. Irritated, Chen Yuhu soon dismissed Lin Ji. The main courtyard clearly did not welcome his presence. Concubine Hua had been injured during childbirth, and Lin Ji had little inclination to visit. However, Aunt Hu was amiable everywhere, though she had spent too much time in the Yilan courtyard, primarily residing with Chen Yuhu. Now, the 2 concubines came to the Yilan courtyard as if returning home. Lin Ji, unable to find anyone, had taken the 2 maidservants in the study for himself. Chen Yuhu was aware of this, but chose to ignore it. Thanks to Aunt Hu's prior instructions, the kitchen prepared a dish of bitter melon and egg soup that evening, accompanied by sweet and sour lotus roots. None of her usual spicy dishes were served, nor any substantial meat. Only a light dish of shrimp and a steamed fish were presented. Crab meat dumplings paired with green rice porridge and various other noodles were offered. Knowing that Chen Yuhu did not fancy dumplings that night, a yam and pork rib soup was also served, which could be considered somewhat meaty. Accustomed to spicy cuisine, Chen Yuhu found the meal unappealing. Fortunately, the kitchen had also prepared a dish of sea cucumber and a delicacy of duck tongues, which lent some flavor to the meal. Chen Yuhu's tastes were quite distinct. She indulged in what she liked, rewarding the kitchen with generous tips, while merely sampling what piqued her curiosity and leaving untouched what she did not fancy. Under the kitchen's indulgence, her palate grew increasingly discerning. After dinner, the dessert presented was a lotus seed soup, which Chen Yuhu did not touch, instead giving her portion to Qingjiao. The tea prepared for her was a special blend of peach kernel and bitter chrysanthemum. After taking a sip of the tea meant specifically for her, Chen Yuhu's eyes became vacant. Her already poor mood deepened, leaving her with an unsettling sense of despair. Observing Chen Yuhu's evident distress, Aunt Hu promised to deliver a dish tailored to her tastes each day. Lin Zhu, observing Chen Yuhu's demeanor, sought to engage her with a task. However, before he could act, Aunt Jiang took the initiative. She prepared a spicy dish for Chen Yuhu, stir-fried beef strips, a common dish that the large kitchen had made before. Yet it lacked the essence of the flavors Chen Yuhu had previously enjoyed. Aunt Jiang's rendition, however, exuded an essence of innovation and intensity, bringing immense delight to Chen Yuhu. Her joy prompted Aunt Jiang to prepare even more, offering the dish as a delightful snack. With the indulgence in these treats, Chen Yuhu's fiery temperament subsided, and her mouth sores healed. To distract Chen Yuhu and provide her with something to occupy her mind, Lin Zhu presented a substantial volume, a detailed register chronicling the gallant young men in the military. This new endeavor captivated Chen Yuhu and her companions. As the four women gathered to peruse the register, pointing and discussing animatedly, Lin Zhu had meticulously instructed the staff, accompanying the register with illustrations and specific attributes, such as notable scars or birthmarks. This one is quite handsome. Too perfect, though, too many admirers. No, he can't be too appealing. Another remarked. This one comes from a modest background. No, he has an elderly mother and is an only son, a mama's boy. Definitely not. What about this one? Let Yusin choose. After all, she is the one marrying, not us. Aunt Jiang Yusin, unabashed and without pretense, expressed her intent to select carefully, engrossed in the register. The women clustered together, their chatter reminiscent of selecting a consort or preparing for an examination, meticulously deliberating over every detail. In Chapter 43, titled Injury, a hefty pile of unmarried young men kept four mature women occupied for 3 days. Ultimately, they deliberated and settled on a young man, an orphan who bore the responsibility of caring for 2 younger siblings. Although he was labeled as young, at 27, his unmarried status in ancient times raised questions. With his siblings being young, he was determined to raise them, effectively acquiring a ready-made family without a bride. Additionally, his androgynous appearance was deemed inauspicious by the locals, with a fortune teller proclaiming he would bring misfortune to his wife, further diminishing his prospects. Upon selecting a candidate, the next day, Chen Yuhu inquired once more with Aunt Jiang Yusin if they had truly made a decision. Aunt Jiang Yusin lifted a child above her head and placed him in Chen Yuhu's hands. Understanding the implication, Chen Yuhu summoned the other 2 aunts, asking who was willing to care for the child, as she herself had no desire to do so. Aunt Hu was already caring for Yuji, who was still quite young, and thus was reluctant. In the end, Aunt Hua agreed to take on the boy, reasoning that since Qing Luo was also a boy, raising 2 boys together posed no complications. Chen Yuhu was quite pleased. To express her gratitude for Aunt Hua's willingness, Chen Yuhu decided to free her family from servitude, which moved Aunt Hua to tears. Meanwhile, Aunt Jiang hurried to the kitchen to impart her spicy beef stir-fry technique to the large kitchen staff. Chen Yuhu, in turn, began preparing the dowry for Jiang Yusin and addressing the matters concerning Aunt Jiang's passing. At the end of April, Aunt Jiang passed away due to postpartum complications. A small sedan chair was carried out from the Ho residence, marking the end of Jiang Yusin's existence. Chen Yuhu insisted on waiting until Jiang Yusin had fully recovered before commencing this affair. She deliberately sought someone who was not in a hurry to have children, as repeated childbirth would be detrimental to Jiang Yusin's health. However, with Jiang Yusin's demise, Chen Yuhu bestowed upon her a new name, Chen Yuhu, signifying a fresh start. As a branch of New Lotus, her identity became that of a distant relative in mourning, belonging to the Chen family, rendering any chance of reversal impossible. The line between reality and illusion blurred. What was once false transformed into truth. In June, during the autumn examination, Aunt Jiang and her suitor were introduced. Oblivious to the truth that Jiang Yusin had already departed, knowing the truth was inconsequential. This was a lesson imparted by Chen Yuhu. Jiang Yusin, now Chen Yuhu, absorbed this, leaving her suitor momentarily astounded. The entire household awaited her marriage, with vibrant red wedding attire already prepared for Chen Yuhu to embroider. While Chen Yuhu fetched her 2 scholarly children from the academy, she also attended her mother's birthday banquet, not forgetting to bring along Qingjiao for the introductions. Regardless of the busyness of her grandmother's celebration, her own grandchildren were expected to be present. Chen Yuhu brought all the children along. After all, a multitude of children meant there was little concern for noise. Concubines Hua and Hu also had their tasks, as there was yet another child in need of care. That little one had a remarkably loud voice and was quite the crier. Thankfully, he had not been left in the Yilan courtyard. Chen Yuhu harbored no hesitation. Her heart and eyes filled with dreams of a promising future. It would be unjust to label her as selfish. After all, one must live for oneself. She continued to root herself in the estate, for death was an inevitable fate. In the Chen residence, Chen Yuhu maintained a semblance of modesty. Yet the girl behind her attracted various scrutinizing gazes, particularly from her mother-in-law. Chen Yuhu's smile became strained. She detested such stares. Reminiscent of her own experience being evaluated among a crowd, akin to selecting a piglet, the thought of having raised such exquisite daughters only to be entangled in royal affairs due to Lin Ji's current high office was vexing. She certainly would not have sought prospective suitors for her daughters so early otherwise. Chen Yuhu's smile gradually became insincere, tinged with impatience as she appraised every woman who smiled at her. Each woman was silently evaluated based on her family background, her husband's rank, her son's prospects, their physical appearance, family values, character, and her own demeanor. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuhu, she inquired about such matters through her sister-in-law, who was an avid gossip. Especially during her pregnancy, with little entertainment, her curiosity intensified. The 2 women scoured the households of those prominent in the capital, yet ultimately gleaned no useful conclusions. Though the gossip was certainly entertaining, Chen's mother showed no concern for what gifts she received on her own grand birthday. Upon hearing of the passing of a concubine from the Lin family, she summoned Chen Yuhu, muttering to herself, "You were quite decisive this time," with a meaning that lingered in the air. Chen Yuhu was aware of the misunderstanding held by the elderly lady and thus confided the truth to Chen's mother. After a moment of silence, Chen's mother demonstrated her resolve, acknowledging that an ample dowry would be appropriate. Chen Yuhu smiled, understanding that as the concubine of the marquis, it was only fitting for him to provide generously. Chen's mother nodded in agreement, affirming the truth in her words. Subsequently, Chen Yuhu, accompanied by the young ladies from her household, attended 3 gatherings in succession. One was at the Prince Gong's residence, celebrating the birth of a son. Another hosted by the wife of a county prince, Madame Sher. Chen Yuhu had previously interacted with the attendees at her own banquet. After these 3 events, she came to a definitive realization. While she could partake in merriment with others, her true ineptitude in socializing became evident once the festivities commenced. Fortunately, with the autumn examinations approaching, she could temporarily forego further social obligations. Old Lady Lin placed significant emphasis on the education of the children in the family, expressing her intention to seek blessings from the Buddha in the mountains. Chen Yuhu readily agreed and accompanied the young ladies and her aunt to the hills. However, Lin Ji audaciously remarked that they were merely seeking divine favor at the last moment, and he dared to voice this only in Chen Yuhu's presence. She cast him a glance, fully aware of his intentions. Not long ago, she had experienced a nightmare concerning Qing Tong, prompting Lin Ji to rush to the ancestral hall to seek protection from their ancestors. The incense lingered for 3 days, under the impression that Chen Yuhu was oblivious. Yet, he thought it permissible to beseech the ancestors while she had to climb the mountain to pray. This season offered a picturesque landscape, starkly contrasting with the winter scenery. Chen Yuhu often took her aunt for leisurely strolls through the shops to expend some energy, but rarely ventured to the mountains. The reason was simple. The journey was both long and exhausting. Indeed, the pilgrimage to pray was already akin to traveling far from home. In the grand hall, Chen Yuhu knelt before the altar, requesting a talisman for peace, just a single one, intended for Lin Qingtong. Recently, Lin Qingtong had written to her, recounting his encounter with a small group of Turkic people while on patrol, resulting in a minor conflict that left him slightly injured. In his letter, he expressed his longing for home and his mother. This matter weighed heavily on Chen Yuhu's mind, as she could easily attend to the needs of the other children under her watchful eye, but the rebellious Lin Qingtong remained the most distant, leaving her uninformed of his injuries or ailments, rendering her helpless. In a rare display of sincerity, Chen Yuhu prayed earnestly, truly fearing for Lin Qingtong's life. A 14-year-old child meeting such a tragic fate would be profoundly sorrowful. Chapter 44. Madame Xie. Chen Yuhu was unusually devoted during her prayer session. Upon returning home that evening and finishing her meal, her two aunts lit the lamps while she penned a letter to Lin Qingtong. In her correspondence, she specifically noted that the protective talisman was unique to him, unlike those of his siblings. Since leaving home, he had shed the arrogance of his youth. In his letter, he adopted a tone of affectionate dependency, expressing his sentiments unabashedly. It is indeed true that a child who cries receives the sweetest rewards. And Chen Yuhu had been quite attentive to him, for otherwise, she would rarely think of him in her daily life. The twofold reversal concerning Lin Qingtong is reminiscent of Lin Qingzhua, who, despite shattering a tooth, swallows the pain in silence, drawing Chen Yuhu's keen attention. Concerned for his mental and physical well-being, she wishes to avoid raising a world-renowned villain who could tarnish her own legacy. Chen Yuhu remains vigilant. She sends her two children into the examination hall, while Lin Qingtong eagerly awaits a swift delivery from home. Each parcel he receives is substantial. In the past, he often lamented his mother's favoritism, but in her absence, he realizes the depth of her concern for him, affirming his status as her biological child. Upon opening the package, he discovers an abundance of clothing, medicinal supplies, and foodstuffs, well-preserved nuts, candies, and an assortment of flavored jerky, all meticulously crafted by Chen Yuhu and the kitchen staff. These delicacies have become one of Chen Yuhu's primary snacks for her daily indulgence. The food is quickly devoured by everyone, while the rest remains untouched. Lin Qingtong, however, is primarily focused on the letter from home. It contains Chen Yuhu's heartfelt concern and numerous reminders, particularly emphasizing the protective talisman. Only you possess this, which greatly delights Lin Qingtong. A figure appears behind him, clutching a piece of jerky. How is it? I told you to be more charming. Lin Qingtong chuckles, playfully patting the person's chest in gratitude. It's all thanks to your cleverness. He retrieves a piece of jerky from his pocket and savors it, re-examining the letter. During these days, Chen Yuhu has been quite composed at home, aside from the incessant wailing of a certain unnamed little creature. Lin Ji refuses to name it, insisting that it should wait until its first birthday. Aunt Hua has given it a nickname, Hihi, while Chen Yuhu affectionately calls it Chick, justifying that a humble name ensures a prosperous life. Chick, 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 cluck, cluck, she whimsically adds in her thoughts, inexplicably amused. This autumn examination saw the children appearing far more organized, emerging from the testing halls without illness. Although their condition isn't optimal, a bit of recuperation should suffice. This time, Old Lady Lin specifically summoned Lin Ji to inquire about the prospects of good news from the examinations and whether he remained in the inner courtyard. Consequently, Lin Ji emerged from Songha Hall, his face a portrait of gloom. His mother scolded him, and he dared not retort. Chen Yuhu and the two aunts observed the scene with keen interest, albeit discreetly. However, before the anticipated news from the autumn examination could arrive, an unexpected visitor appeared. Chen Yuhu, with a broad smile, yet feeling utterly bewildered, welcomed the guest. She had little prior interaction with the Duchess of Xian, making the sudden visit rather peculiar. Long time no see, madam. The Duke of Xian's household, renowned and influential, necessitated that Chen Yuhu extend her greetings first, even with the unexpected arrival. The Duchess's family name is Xie, a lineage of considerable repute, akin to the illustrious Wang and Xie families of old. The Lin family, though respectable, stands in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Xie clan. When considering the disparity between the Lin and Xie families, it is evident that the Duke of Xian should be someone whom Chen Yuhu could scarcely hope to curry favor with. The Lin family can be regarded as having risen from humble origins. Chen Yuhu engaged in light conversation about mundane familial matters. Noting that the Duke of Xian's household also had children participating in the upcoming examinations, thus providing common ground for their discourse. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Madame Xie cleared her throat, signaling that they were about to delve into the crux of the matter. Without further ado, she broached the subject of her family's daughter, and Chen Yuhu immediately grasped her intentions. Regardless of social status or age, it was clear that her interest lay in Qingjiao. Chen Yuhu absent-mindedly stirred the floating tea leaves. Feeling a weight in her heart, few families could persuade Madame Xie to act as an intermediary. "My daughter Qingjiao is still quite young and has yet to be promised to anyone," she said. "Indeed, she is still of tender age. Yet one must nurture affection from an early stage for young couples," Madame Xie replied with a smile. She continued, "At this juncture, I shall not keep you in the dark. Are you familiar with the Duke of Dinghua's household? Unlike ours, the Duke of Dinghua's family has long been renowned for its literary traditions, a true lineage of scholars. I am aware of your fondness for cultured families." Chen Yuhu managed a strained smile. Her admiration was not for mere scholarly elegance, but for families of substantial stature where the authority of the first wife remained unassailable. That was what truly captured her attention. However, it seemed that nowadays, any household with a scholar could claim to be a family of literary prestige. Was it not a bit ridiculous to boast of such a title? Currently, the Duke of Dinghua's household is led by my sister. The Duchess of Xian and the Duchess of Dinghua are full sisters. Once the talk of the town as two duchesses from the same family. Their household has flourished, with many suitors seeking to marry into the Liao family, ostensibly due to their excellent upbringing, though most were merely eager to forge connections through marriage. At present, the heir of the Duke of Dinghua is but a young boy, and the family is lacking in members, with both the elder and middle generations having passed away. Thus, the household is managed by the matriarch and the lady, namely, Madame Xie's sister Liao. The scarcity of heirs necessitates the taking of concubines, as the family is in dire need of offspring. Moreover, the Duke of Dinghua's household currently possesses no officials in the court apart from a single boy capable of standing on his own. Chen Yuhu had not heard of this child. Her family consisted of scholars and warriors, and she would certainly have heard her family speak of any capable peers of similar age. While contemplating this, she continued to wear a smile, as it was clear that she held the Duke of Dinghua in low regard, viewing it as a title without substance. Indeed, she looked down upon it. The Marquis of Zhongyong's household is currently thriving, with Lin Ji earning the emperor's trust and occupying a high position. Simply put, the Duke of Dinghua's family could offer no assistance to Lin Ji, and without a mutual agreement of support, one party would inevitably face fewer constraints. Chen Yuhu hoped that her daughter might marry into a family where Lin Ji's status could impose influence, preferably into a clean and respectable scholarly household, rather than one desperate for heirs, where marriage would merely lead to the urgency of producing children, along with the complications of two mothers-in-law. Chen Yuhu smiled as she spoke. "In my family affairs, I have seldom taken the lead. Qingjiao is my first child, and also the first child of the Marquis, whom he cherishes deeply. I must consult the Marquis before I can provide you with a proper response." This statement typically implied a refusal, yet it left room for negotiation, causing Madame Xie to appear somewhat embarrassed. It was likely rare for her to encounter rejection in her position. Chapter 45. Loyalty and Valor. Madame Xie hurriedly took her leave. That evening, Lin Ji and Chen Yuhu went to visit the old lady together, as matters concerning marriage are of great significance and should be communicated to her, even if it entails a refusal. Aside from favoring her youngest son and having a penchant for wealth, the old lady maintained a reasonably broad perspective on many issues. It was uncommon for a couple to visit together, which surprised the old lady. She wondered why they were both so free today. After Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji paid their respects and took their seats, a maid swiftly brought forth 2 cups of tea, each tailored to their individual tastes. With Lin Ji present, there was no need for Chen Yuhu to elaborate. Lin Ji took a sip from his cup and remarked, "Naturally, we have matters to discuss with mother." "Indeed," he continued, "otherwise, who would come to this place?" The surrounding maids lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. "Has Madame Tan not been here recently to attend to you, mother? Have you been feeling lonely?" The old lady paused. Lin Ji was unwilling to give Madame Tan any face, addressing her directly before all the servants. Even if she disregarded Madame Tan, the old lady had to consider the dignity of her youngest son and grandson, so she deftly changed the subject. "Speak, what brings you both to me?" Each time Chen Yuhu witnessed this scene, she found it remarkable, an interplay of power and influence, where Lin Ji handled his mother with ease, as though playing a game. Fortunately, The old lady bore no grudges. Chen Yuhu briefly recounted the situation to the old lady. Their visit was, in fact, a sign of respect. After listening, the old lady pondered for a moment, saying, "I know about your family, matriarch, and I have heard some things about the Liao family daughter. However, neither the elder nor the younger has received favorable evaluations. The elder, hailing from a prominent family, is often more stubborn with age, while the younger, despite her humble beginnings, has gained notoriety." As Chen Yuhu listened, she found it curious that the old lady could comment on the Liao family's lack of prominence. Reflecting on the old lady's own lineage, she smiled inwardly, recalling the saying that poor mountains and evil waters produce cunning people. In her youth, Chen Yuhu found it challenging to contend with a crowd, including an elder. Fortunately, Lin Ji was by her side. In such moments, Lin Ji was always remarkably dependable, and his approach was quite satisfying. The old lady's maternal family had been significantly weakened by Lin Ji's persistent efforts over the years, which might be one reason for her disdain towards him. The old lady recounted various opinions she had heard, noting that the young Liao was indeed proud. There are only two types of individuals who are difficult to engage with: those hailing from genuine noble families, raised under strict protocols and etiquette, who impose rigorous standards upon themselves and others. One individual comes from a humble background, seeking to elevate their status through the marriage of their daughter, who is educated by renowned tutors to showcase their own educational aspirations. Such a young lady, in her pursuit of demonstrating her refined upbringing, tends to be excessively critical. The residence of the Duke of Dinghua clearly benefits from this dynamic. Chen Yuhu chuckled inwardly. On their way back, Lin Ju informed Chen Yuhu, "I shall decline the advances of Madame Xie and the Duke of Dinghua. You need not concern yourself with it." Chen Yuhu gazed at Lin Ju, her eyes glimmering with approval, realizing why the former Chen Yuhu held such fondness for this rather unrefined character. There were indeed redeeming qualities within him. In high spirits, Chen Yuhu invited Lin Ju, "Dear sir, why not join us for dinner today? I shall have the kitchen prepare a couple of pots of wine." "That sounds splendid." The mothers of several children convened, and with Lin Ju's presence, they deliberated the criteria for selecting brides and grooms for their families, ultimately formulating a comprehensive outline through their conversation. After the meal, a slightly inebriated Lin Ju was assisted by the steward back to the study, while the two concubines naturally remained to attend to Chen Yuhu. As Lin Ju stumbled back to the study, he noted how his wife had not been so amiable towards him in quite some time. He gradually came to the realization that he and Chen Yuhu could never return to their former state. The humble origins of individuals like Lin Ju, coupled with his childhood experiences, had not instilled in him the arrogance typical of men from prominent families. Otherwise, Chen Yuhu would not be living so comfortably. Before long, news of the successful autumn examinations arrived, and the children, as expected, excelled. The 11-year-old scholar, unaware of the opinions held by families steeped in scholarly tradition, found the Lin family in high spirits. This was manifested when the matriarch, Lin Taotai, allowed the two children to choose rewards from her private treasury, albeit with some limitations. Nonetheless, for the grandchildren, the usually frugal matriarch's sudden generosity was quite rare. She took particular pleasure in praising Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhua, with Lin Qingzhua having had only a handful of encounters with the matriarch throughout his life. Generally impatient with children, especially a bastard son, Lin Qingzhua found the shift in his treatment to be rather complex. The family officially celebrated with firecrackers, yet refrained from hosting a feast, deeming it unnecessary. Instead, they continued the tradition of distributing porridge at the city gates, and as autumn approached, they donated some old clothing to the less fortunate. The customary practices persisted. However, trouble soon followed. Upon witnessing the commendable results of Qingbai and Qingzhua, Lin Taotai, initially impressed by the achievements of the illegitimate son, sought to capitalize on Chen Yuhu's family's scholarly lineage. She summoned Chen Yuhu to inquire whether Lin Ju's eldest son, Lin Qingji, could attend school with the Chen family. The matriarch, with her flattering rhetoric, proclaimed that they were all brothers and that in the future, Qingji would surely consider Qingbai and Qingtong's welfare, as blood ties are strong. She reiterated this sentiment to Chen Yuhu. Chen Yuhu replied that her family did not possess any younger children, as most had already gone to the academy, while Lin Qingji had only just begun his education. The matriarch, unabashed, retorted, "Then simply have your family find a private tutor for Qingji. Surely, with so many scholars in your household, it can be arranged." Chen Yuhu could hardly muster a smile. Their family was well-educated, with many holding official positions. How could they possibly find time to care for the Lin family's children? Her own offspring benefited from being of similar age to their cousins. Chen Yuhu merely stated that she needed time to ponder over the matter. This contemplation, however, led her to illness, conveniently allowing her to avoid the backlash from rejecting the marriage proposal from the Duke of Dinghua's household. Although this affair was not publicly disclosed, every crevice in the capital seemed to whisper the news. Lin Ji's refusal was delivered with grace, and he subtly mentioned the matter to His Majesty. Given Lin Ji's current standing, a family such as the Duke of Dinghua's, though lacking in threat, possessed considerable connections and would have been a suitable match. Nevertheless, Lin Ji conveyed to the emperor that he was aware of the envy his high status could incite. His daughter could marry an upwardly mobile scholar of modest means or a gentleman of impeccable character. Even a slightly unruly disposition could be tolerated, provided their morals were sound. However, he could not accept a man who was a mere mama's boy, devoid of personal agency. The emperor, initially inclined to dismiss Lin Ji, paused to inquire about the term mama's boy. After Lin Ji's elucidation, the emperor chuckled lightly and said, "I understand now. You may leave." The fortunes of marriage are dictated by fate. Lin Ji's transparency with the emperor was commendable. The emperor recognized that if he were to exert forceful pressure, Lin Ji would comply. Yet, the more Lin Ji maintained this openness, the less inclined the emperor was to impose hardships upon him. As Lin Ji traversed the lengthy corridors of the palace, his demeanor appeared quite serene, shedding the facade of simplicity and playfulness he often donned in the emperor's presence. It seemed as if he were privy to all knowledge. If he were truly a fool, he would not have risen to the rank of Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Chapter 46. Marriage in Ancient Times. The title of loyalty and valor was a high commendation. Among the circle surrounding the emperor, Lin Ji may not have been the closest. Yet he was ultimately conferred the title of Duke of Loyalty and Valor, which speaks volumes. Upon returning home, Lin Ji learned of Chen Yuhu's illness and visited Ilan Courtyard that very night. He spent the night there, of course, on a separate bed. The following morning, Lin Ji sent a letter to Lin Xiu, requesting that he bring his wife and children to his post, while also mentioning his wife's recent activities. The matter of Tan not sending New Year's gifts was kept under wraps by Lin Ji. Chen Yuhu assumed he wished to keep family matters private and said nothing, unaware that he had his own calculations in mind. This indeed came in handy for him, as he deftly manipulated those around him, from the Matriarch to Lin Xiu and Tan, each of them in the palm of his hand. Neither Chen Yuhu nor Lin Ji intended for the children to continue their studies. They were too young and unlikely to succeed. Instead, they planned to send them away for a journey of experience, with the first destination being the border, where they intended to seek out Lin Xingtong. Thus, they journeyed westward. Both Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji understood that the border was no cultural sanctum. Their true desire was to visit their brother. However, the children, now older and possessing their own aspirations, were allowed to follow their inclinations. Chen Yuhu rose early that day, for it was the day of Aunt Zhang's wedding. With Aunt Zhang no longer present, it was now the day for Chen Xinhe's marriage. Draped in a resplendent red wedding gown, Xian he knelt with tears in her eyes before Chen Yuhu. Embracing a small chick, Chen Yuhu inquired, "Have you truly let him go?" Zhang Yusin, with tears welling in her eyes, cast a glance at the plump child and offered a faint smile. Initially, she harbored some reservations. Yet the child had not been in her sight for some time. Not only had he not grown thin, he had actually gained weight and was dressed even more splendidly. Wiping away the tears on her face, Zhang Yusin remarked with a smile, "I have no cause for concern. I am aware that the household is filled with kind-hearted individuals. If I depart, he will be well cared for. We all have bright futures ahead, and no one will treat him poorly." Had Zhang Yusin remained, Chen Yuhu would not have spared the child a second glance. After all, his biological mother was present, rendering her presence inconsequential. However, with the absence of his mother, as his stepmother and as a fellow human being, Chen Yuhu felt compelled to extend her assistance. Zhang Yusin understood this implicitly, recognizing Lin Qingzhu's sentiments. The lady would indeed plan for the child's welfare as a true mother. Unlike the other two concubines who shared a deep bond with Chen Yuhu, she was not inclined to remain and be married off. Neither did she wish to live her life as a concubine, confined to a small chamber. Zhang Yusin was married. Chen Yuhu, seeking excitement, donned casual attire and discreetly followed behind the wedding procession with two concubines, eager to partake in a modest drink. In the study, several children gathered to pose questions to Lin Ji, a rare occurrence where both boys and girls were present. Although Chen Yuhu had feigned a new identity for Jiang Yusen, the children were well aware of the truth. It was inappropriate for them to revel in their father's concubine's remarriage. Lin Qingbai found his mother's attitude puzzling and thus directly inquired of Lin Ji. "Father, why does mother exhibit such peculiar behavior towards Aunt Jiang?" Lin Ji, engrossed in his writing, had long since developed a habit of practicing his calligraphy, having been burdened by a heavy heart in his earlier years. Casting a glance at Lin Qingbai, he responded, "Are you implying why your mother, who previously harbored disdain for Aunt Jiang, ultimately expended effort to see her married?" Lin Ji then surveyed the group of girls. Today's discussion had taken an enlightening turn. Your mother's disdain stemmed from the reputation of the lady at the border, a reputation evidently propagated by Jiang Yusen herself to elevate her own status. This wounded your mother's dignity and would invite speculation from outsiders regarding my favoritism towards concubines over my wife, casting a shadow over the entire marquisate, which would inevitably affect your prospects for marriage. Thus, your mother was understandably incensed. However, in her daily life, she has not regarded a concubine with any significance. As you all can discern, what do you think is the source of your mother's greatest ire? Lin Qingbai, without hesitation, replied, "It is Aunt Jiang's ambition to usurp the position of the legitimate wife. And why would that provoke your mother's anger?" This time, Lin Ji turned his gaze toward Qingzhu, who responded, "She is attempting to usurp authority from mother, challenging her dominance, and in doing so, encroaching upon mother's rights." "You speak wisely." Lin Ji concurred with Qingzhu's observation, "Yet one point is inaccurate. She cannot infringe upon your mother's rights. The resources held by your mother are indeed in her possession, even if they are her own flesh and blood. She has the authority to bestow them upon whomever she chooses, much like your grandmother supported your second uncle's education from a young age. Ultimately, those resources belong to them. If she chooses not to give, neither the legitimate nor the illegitimate sons will receive anything. Your mother is in turmoil because she is genuinely weary, tired of the affairs within the household, and fatigued by me, prompting her desire for separation." The children widened their eyes in disbelief at the thought of their mother wanting to part ways. Lin Ji's words were left unspoken, and it was apparent what Jiang Yinyang was contemplating. She remained fixated on her status as the legitimate daughter and the role of a wife, attempting to wield that as leverage against me. However, I felt a sense of duty towards her, compelling me to consider her wishes, even if it meant pressuring your mother. I owe a significant debt to Yusen, yet as husband and wife, it is only right for her to assist in repaying that debt. Nevertheless, her reluctance is entirely understandable. It is a facet of human nature. In my efforts to bring your mother back, I have made concessions, for the bond of marriage is not easily severed. Can you discern the distinction between a legitimate wife and a concubine from this situation?" The children grasped a hint of understanding, yet dared not voice it. However, Lin Ji was bold enough to speak up. "Indeed, your mother strives to maintain the dignity of the Ho residence, which is also a reflection of my own dignity, and, more importantly, yours. Even if she harbors no regard for me, she still seeks to uphold my honor. That is the essence of marriage. Yet, Jiang Yinyang wishes to have her cake and eat it too. She evidently fails to comprehend the vast disparity between a wife and a concubine. Thankfully, she has come to recognize this difference, which is as stark as the heavens and the earth. Her pride and ambition prevent her from accepting a lower status. Your mother admires her spirit and wishes to support her. However, this admiration is contingent upon the fact that your mother has never regarded her as equal, nor has she valued her actions. Her anger serves merely to remind us of her displeasure. Even if I were to take numerous concubines, your mother's status would remain unaffected. Should she desire, she could find amusement in tormenting them daily, and I would have no objections. It is entirely natural for servants to attend to their masters." As Lin Ji uttered these words, his gaze swept over the children. The boys seemed to grasp his sentiments, while the girls exhibited their emotions more openly, their eyes wide with astonishment. "When Nji and Yuji were registered under your mother's name, I had inquired about the quality of their talents. Your mother looked at me in surprise, questioning why I would allocate such promising children to her household. My foolish offspring are still my own," she asserted. Lin Ji recalled Chen Yuhu's words. Although the children appeared to him as similar, boys could not be registered under her name, for if they were, upon achieving success, they would not naturally be able to escort their mother into retirement. having been confined to the inner quarters for a lifetime. It was time for them to experience a better life. As Lin Ji spoke, he regarded Lin Qingjue, the meaning behind his words evident. Lin Qingjue met his father's gaze unwaveringly, fully aware that their mother was indeed admirable, no reminders necessary from him. Chapter 47. The Heir. Lin Qingjue remained unperturbed, and Lin Ji's eyes suddenly curved in approval. This was quite commendable. Your wives, in due time, your mothers will also exercise caution in their selections. In the capital, there are those who indulge in concubines, even at the expense of humiliating their lawful wives. Such individuals, you must remember, should be kept at a distance. If one truly cherishes another, why not directly marry them as a legitimate spouse? It is evident that they are reluctant to part with the benefits their wives confer, as well as their beloved ones. Engaging with such individuals necessitates a vigilant approach. My standing when I married your mother was not vastly different. Despite the numerous obstacles, I succeeded in securing her hand. The offspring of such individuals are often a source of discomfort, and the tales of their past misdeeds still circulate in the capital. Families with daughters dread encountering such rascals, especially when these rogues have powerful backing. Recently, I heard that the wife of the Duke of Jingyang has fallen ill. Her concubine has taken charge, making him a quintessential example of one who favors concubines over wives. He has always been somewhat dim-witted, and with age, he has become even more befuddled. To speak ill of others so openly has left the children exchanging glances of disbelief. Suddenly, Lin Ji appeared to find some amusement in the conversation. He posed a question. If you were to have wives and then unexpectedly encountered your beloved, what would you do? Lin Qingbai pondered for a moment, concluding that such a scenario was unlikely. If even his mother showed compassion towards the maidservants in the household, she would surely not allow the one he truly cared for to become a concubine. But what if that person happened to be your concubine? In that case, she would not become my legitimate wife. I would offer private compensations. When Lin Qingbai expressed this, a coldness in his tone astonished the young ladies. Yet none paid heed to them. What if the offspring of that person possessed greater talents than your legitimate heir? As Lin Qingbai lifted his teacup, he paused at Lin Ji's inquiry and set it down again. I would ensure that the child stays away from his mother, allowing them to grow up together, fostering a strong bond among the children of the Lin family, so that they might strive together for the family's future and elevate the Lin household to greater heights. The expressions of the young ladies became more animated. Lin Ji laughed heartily, remarking that such thoughts indicated Lin Qingbai was a worthy heir. If your wife were a suitable matriarch, she would likely think in a similar vein, fostering a strong partnership between you and her. Thus, the notion of an absolute beloved is fundamentally flawed, Lin Ji mused. After querying Lin Qingbai, Lin Ji turned to Lin Qingzhu, who candidly stated, I would do nothing. I would cherish my wife. Should I encounter someone I admire, I would refrain from any actions. If one is truly beloved, they ought not to be a concubine. If one values their wife, how could there be a beloved? Moreover, my ambitions do not lie within the confines of the inner chambers. Lin Ji nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the silent young ladies, feeling even more pleased. As the gathering dispersed, the young ladies proceeded to the Guanju Pavilion, where they sat in silence in Lin Qingjiao's small study. They recalled their elder brother's words regarding beloved ones, the dignity of wives, and the notion of children being distanced from their mothers, all presented so bluntly. The affection seemed elusive, yet the prioritization of family interests was unmistakable. The significance of a wife lies in her role as a true partner in shared interests. Thus, a lack of love is inconsequential, for she is not merely a beloved but also an ally. What is deemed love, that shallow sentiment, accomplishes little. At least when Lin Qingbai suggested distancing the children from their mother, there was not a hint of hesitation. The contemplation of clarity and obscurity arose once more. If one is dearly cherished, how can there be a concubine? If one holds the wife in high regard, how could there exist a secondary partner? Several young ladies fell into deep thought. Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhu represented two extremes, one prioritizing familial interests above all, with the heir receiving a commendable education, while the other embodied pure love. Yet, the foundation of pure love lies in a different aspiration. Lin Qingjiao remained silent for a moment, then produced a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write on the prepared paper. Her two younger sisters stood by, observing. The characters sprang to life on the page, expressing the fickleness of men. Anji exchanged glances with Yuji, and standing beside Qingjiao, Anji remarked, "It matters not. If you are indifferent, I shall take my leave. Who says that only men can be capricious? Lin Ju deliberately expressed this sentiment in front of the young ladies, instigating a significant shift in their hearts. If one's own father and brothers are so, how much better can those from the outside world be? Lin Ju unveiled the harsher truths, revealing the cold realities to the girls, thereby enlightening them on the differing perspectives of men and women. Concubines are akin to servants, mere tools. When a beloved becomes a concubine, private compensation follows, yet the children must be taken away. They understood the rationale. Without the mother's influence, the children at home would not become estranged. To simplify matters, the children could be registered under the wife's name, raised collectively. But is this truly fair to the beloved? That fragment of love is trivial, inconsequential. Father declared that such a man is a worthy heir. No wonder mother showed little concern for the concubine or even for father himself. His meager affection was evidently insignificant. It is no surprise that both mother and the concubine grew indifferent toward father. That very evening, Chen Yuhu and the two concubines returned late, having enjoyed a joyous feast. Before venturing out to revel, returning only inebriated, the young ladies remained oblivious to the events that transpired. That night, Anji and Yuji shared a slumber in Guanju Pavilion. The two concubines watched as Jiang Yusin entered the main gate clad in her red wedding gown, their eyes misting with emotion, despite Chen Yuhu's efforts to console them. They felt envy, yet they were not Jiang Yusin. Chen Yuhu reassured them, when the children grow up, you too shall accompany them to reside outside, becoming esteemed matriarchs in your own right, living your days in joy. The two concubines laughed. By then, if our sons marry into illustrious families, we might find ourselves paying respects to our daughters-in-law. What nonsense! When has a mother-in-law ever paid respect to her daughter-in-law? Were it not for having borne them, we would hardly be in a position to offer our daughters-in-law our services. What services? No, that's not right. The notion itself is absurd. It is destined that the children will marry into prominent families, as is customary among noble lineages. The status of the concubines, however, remains awkward. They appeared to have little hope. Chen Yuhu consoled them. If life alongside your sons is unsatisfactory, you may still remain with me. I shall take you both to explore the beautiful landscapes, assuring you a comfortable life. The two women leaned on Chen Yuhu's shoulders, weeping. In the midst of this was Chen Yuhu, intoxicated from the revelry. The following day, the children came to pay their respects to their mother, who was just awakening from her hangover. To their surprise, they discovered that the relationship between their mother and the concubines seemed to have improved significantly. Certainly, the lady spoke of providing for their old age. With such a multitude of options for their retirement, they desire nothing more. Chen Yuhu fully comprehended the treatment bestowed upon Lin Ji. Once the young gentleman departed, Chen Yuhu, along with her aunt and daughters, settled onto the Kong. Qingjiao recounted their observations from the study the previous day. Chen Yuhu, cradling a cup of almond tea, chuckled softly, stating that their father spoke with their best interests at heart, deliberately sharing those words with them. Banana leaf. Today the screens in the marquis's courtyard should be replaced with thin gauze, and the bedding should also be lightened, though not too thin. Please inform the marquis's attendants that the medicine must continue to be administered. Yes, madam. Chen Yuhu thought it unnecessary to concern herself with the minutiae, as any failures would be the responsibility of those beneath her. Chapter 48. Yuji is punished. Chen Yuhu gazed into the distance, lost in thought for quite some time. Before finally speaking, your father is correct. It is essential for you to consider matters from a male perspective. Observing the expressions of the girls, she realized for the first time that her guidance had been insufficient. No wonder Lin Ji often lamented her softness of heart. Compared to true sages of antiquity, her heart indeed felt overly tender. The principles of teaching by example, while noble, could lead to excessive propriety in her children. As she pondered the subtle manipulations of human nature, the nearby Aunt Hua inquired, "What troubles you, madam?" Chen Yuhu shook her head, replying, "It is nothing. I have merely recognized a deficiency in their upbringing, which their father has also noticed and is attempting to address." Having spoken, Chen Yuhu called out to the outer room, "Have someone inform the marquis to join us for dinner in the main courtyard this evening." "Yes, madam," came the prompt reply from outside. She then lowered her gaze to the neatly seated, obedient girls before her. With a smile shared among her two aunts, Chen Yuhu remarked, "Our household is indeed too sheltered. These girls have never encountered the harsh realities of life and have grown soft under my care. If they marry into a chaotic family, they may suffer for it." Although their family had experienced minor disturbances in the past, overall, it was Chen Yuhu's will that prevailed, with her aunts focusing solely on self-preservation. The children lacked practical knowledge. And aside from Qingjiao, who possessed a certain pride and independence, and Ji and Yuji predominantly adhered to a defensive mindset. After much contemplation, Chen Yuhu decided to illustrate her point with an example. Do you believe your mother is a good person? Of course, mother is a good person. We all know her kind heart, and Ji replied without hesitation. Chen Yuhu propped her head on one hand, reclining against the couch as she regarded her children. Then you must be aware of the situation with Aunt Jiang. At that time, I indeed approached the matter with a testing mindset, wondering if I could divorce your father. If I could, I would have left. However, if my mother or brother did not support me, I would have returned to the Lin family. Given Aunt Jiang's audacity, what do you think I would have done? The children exchanged glances, their faces reflecting uncertainty. Qingjiao was the first to speak. She should be sent away to the countryside. After all, she is merely a lowly concubine. Anji and Yuji hesitated and said, are we to confine Aunt Jiang in the courtyard for life, never to be released? Chen Yuhu shook her head, explaining that this was a method reserved for ordinary concubines. But you forget, she hails from an official family. Whenever her relatives return to the capital for duty or promotion, there will always be a chance for her to rise again, not to mention she has children. If one is determined to scheme, whether in the manor or at the estate, they will inevitably seek connections with the young masters of the household. It is said that while there may be 1,000 days of thievery, there are no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Thus, from the day I returned to the manor, her countdown to demise began. However, Aunt Jiang is astute. She desires to be the legitimate wife and naturally knows the means befitting her status. The girls stared in astonishment at their mother, who usually possessed a heart as kind as a bodhisattva, now speaking of death. She would rather abandon her child to seek her own ends. And if that is the case, I am willing to facilitate her wishes. Do you understand? Chen Yuhu continued, had she not been so perceptive. My desire for her demise would have been solely contingent upon your father's sentiments. Yet your father is not one to be easily swayed. The slight affection Aunt Jiang contemplates holds little weight in his eyes. Nevertheless, individuals like your father are rare. Far too many are foolishly blinded by desire. And I truly worry for you. The girls comprehended that Chen Yuhu's concern stemmed from a place of care. Lin Qingjiao smiled brightly, saying, each has their own destiny. What belongs to the daughters will be claimed by them in due course. Even if the outcome is not as desired, victory and defeat will reveal themselves in time. Lin Qingjiao had always been competitive, prompting Chen Yuhu to sigh, recognizing that such a disposition would lead to future hardships, unlike Anji's temperament, which would result in frustration. Fight for what is worth contending, and do not engage in needless disputes. Reflect on what should be fought for and what should not. If you remain uncertain, consult your brothers and your father. Chen Yuhu's words instilled new thoughts in the girls. Privately, she met with the 2 female teachers in the household, suggesting that as the children matured, they might impart certain skills to them. Those who harm others are often harmed in return. However, Chen Yuhu feared that her own children might not become the aggressors, lacking even the opportunity to retaliate. As the saying goes, the first to strike has the advantage. During casual conversations about the intricacies of the inner household, she would also invite the boys to listen, ensuring they would not be caught unaware and manipulated in the future. After that day's conversation, Yuji privately asked Aunt Hu, aren't you afraid? Aunt Hu looked at her daughter in surprise. Afraid of what? Of what mother said. Aunt Hu chuckled. What should I fear? Naturally, it is those who commit transgressions who ought to be afraid. Do you think the mistress is someone who cannot discern right from wrong? If she were truly ruthless, with children of her own, do you think you would have been born safely? Do you think your brother would be able to pursue his studies? You should be asking me such questions. No wonder the mistress often says that she cannot rely on you for her old age. You should verify the rumors outside. They are not born from the mistress's mind, nor are they united in purpose. In a state of embarrassment, Yuji was not conveying her true intentions. Rather, she was affected by Aunt Hu's recent ill temper and general discontent, making her unable to tolerate such probing remarks. In contrast to Yuji, Anji was somewhat older and possessed greater awareness of the world. She remarked to Aunt Hua that their mother was not of such a nature. By sharing such intimate matters with them, she was instructing them on how to conduct themselves as legitimate wives, sparing them from the plight of being like an aunt. Aunt Hua regarded Anji with a smile, having long since resigned herself to her circumstances. Later, Chen Yuhu heard that Yu Ji had been severely punished by Aunt Hu, who had even specifically mentioned to the teacher that Yu Ji should be retaught the proper etiquette. Ordinarily, such matters would have been a concern for Chen Yuhu, leaving no room for interference from the aunt. Yet she remained silent, treating both Yu Ji and Aunt Hu in her usual manner. Consequently, for several days, Yu Ji refrained from approaching Chen Yuhu. Yu Ji and Lin Qingzhu shared the same mother, and Lin Qingzhu exhibited remarkable talent. It was not surprising that Yu Ji pondered deeply. As Chen Yuhu stated, she had her own children, and thus, it was not the role of others to honor her. Having also heard the conversation from that day, Qing Luo comforted Chen Yuhu, saying, "Do not fear, mother. Although I cannot prevent father from taking a concubine, you may certainly accompany me in the future, far removed from the stench of trivial matters." What about your aunt? Although Lin Qing Luo was still young, he understood the dynamics, saying, "It seems aunt cannot bear to part from you. She would willingly comply. Even if her son achieves great success, she would still need to bow her head before you, as it would not alter anything." Though this sentiment was rather cold, it was nonetheless the truth. Even if the illegitimate sons were to thrive, their aunts would still have to defer to Chen Yuhu. This thought brought Chen Yuhu immense joy, and she grew increasingly fond of Qing Luo, appreciating his sincerity, much like his aunt. Chapter 49. The record of Rouge. The human heart can be both genuine and flawed. Yet presently, it appears to be more beneficial. As long as one is not overly rigid, all is well. Late at night, Yu Ji suddenly knelt outside to plead for forgiveness. Chen Yuhu, on the verge of sleep, was alerted by a servant who informed her of Yu Ji's arrival. What could a 7-year-old child have done to warrant such a gesture? Chen Yuhu set aside her comb and summoned her inside. Yu Ji, with tears streaming down her face, knelt before Chen Yuhu. Chen Yuhu lifted her up, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Tomorrow your siblings will know and will surely be angry with you." "I have done wrong. It is only fitting that my siblings are upset with me," replied Yu Ji. "Then tell me, what exactly have you done wrong?" The small child recounted the words from that day, saying, "I did not mean it that way. I intended to ask Aunt why. When our lives are so precariously balanced on the whims of others, we are unprepared. Yet, Aunt refused to listen to me and has ignored me for quite some time. I feel unworthy to face mother." Chen Yuhu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are sure to infuriate your aunt. If you truly think that way, then it has nothing to do with selfishness or propriety. If the family teaches you so, and yet you still ponder such thoughts, it shows that despite your youth, your mind is quite heavy. Your aunt might scold you, calling you a born troublemaker. Look how clever your brother is." Upon uttering those words, Chen Yuhu instantly recognized the impropriety of her statement. In the future, should you find yourself harboring such doubts, it would be prudent to discreetly seek clarification from Qing Zhua, who possesses far greater understanding than you. If that fails, consult your elder sister. Your forthrightness is bound to provoke your aunt's ire. Such inquiries, if leaked, might deem you as lacking decorum, or worse, label you as grossly unfilial. Should ill-intentioned individuals misconstrue your words, even Aunt Hu could be unjustly accused of inciting her offspring. You may wonder why, and today, Mother has imparted that it is because I am deemed trustworthy. Furthermore, your aunt is not you. As a young lady of the Ho residence, you inherently possess the right to prepare and resist, whereas your aunt, despite her efforts, remains at a disadvantage due to her unfortunate fate. However, your aunt has provided you with an excellent lineage, sparing you from her tribulations. Therefore, it is imperative that you cherish your reputation and safeguard your future. Yu Ji gazed up at Chen Yuhu, for the first time comprehending that this admirable and reliable mother figure serves as both a pillar of support and an imposing weight upon her shoulders. It is no wonder that the primary wife and concubines seldom align. Yet, Yu Ji also grasped that this was not her mother's fault. She had done all within her power for them. The fate of her aunt lies beyond her intervention, nor should it burden her, as it is evident that Aunt Hu does not wish for her to be concerned. Children naturally possess their own bright futures. Chen Yuhu bore no resentment towards Yu Ji. Her discussions with the children stemmed from her own considerations. If she were to raise a group of naive children who would be mistreated by their in-laws, would that not bring her distress? She would not find joy in sending a well-bred daughter adorned in a splendid bridal gown, only to have her return as a mere shadow of her former self. Embracing Yu Ji, Chen Yuhu remarked that your aunt has already reprimanded you. Thus, I shall not impose further punishment. The atmosphere at home is rather lenient, and you must think more critically in the future. Our family's daughters are all well-mannered. Each one surpasses the average girl in grace and decorum, yet I never permit you to be ostentatious. Do you understand why? The child remained unaware. But Yuji had ceased her tears, blinking up at Chen Yuhu. It is because one must act with caution and seek stability. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be uprooted by the wind. Have you ever seen a daughter of a prominent family boast about her beauty or exemplary manners? The less one possesses, the more they tend to flaunt. Such behavior is unbecoming of our status. Hence, even though Lin Qingjiao may possess a naturally flamboyant disposition, under Chen Yuhu's guidance, she has become considerably more composed. No gossip circulates. Instead, people commend Qingjiao for her dignified elder sisterly demeanor. In Chen Yuhu's eyes, Yuji's indiscretion was but a trivial matter. She had grown too relaxed in her aunt's presence, inadvertently speaking out of turn. Your aunt has already reprimanded you. Had you not been so reckless, I too would have seen fit to reprimand you further. The daughter acknowledged her understanding, expressing gratitude for her mother's guidance. Chen Yuhu smiled, playfully adjusting Yuji's floral bond, and suggested, "It's time to return to your slumber. Tomorrow, share this incident with your siblings to alleviate your unease. For you have not played with your elder sister recently. Such timidness. How can one expect to undertake any daring endeavors in the future?" Chen Yuhu chuckled softly, realizing it was getting late, and decided to let Yuji stay overnight in the guest room of the Yilan courtyard. The following morning, as everyone came to pay their respects, they were puzzled by Yuji's early arrival, the youngest among them. With a smile, Chen Yuhu gracefully explained, "I was conversing with Yuji last night, and it grew too late, so I invited her to stay in the main courtyard." After the morning salutations, Yuji followed her siblings outside, glancing back at Chen Yuhu, who responded with an encouraging smile. As Qing Jiao observed their secretive exchange, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance, though she refrained from speaking harshly to Yuji, who was merely 7 years old, yet already on the cusp of young womanhood. Her siblings had lightly admonished Yuji, but since their mother had already intervened and mentioned Annie's punishment, they felt it inappropriate to scold her further. Ultimately, no one voiced any criticism, though Qing Jiao was upset. A few gentle words from Yuji managed to coax a smile from her. Chen Yuhu, having listened to the maid's report, smiled and dismissed her. Since she had declined the marriage proposal from Madame Xia, Chen Yuhu had not attended any social gatherings for quite some time. Recently, the Duchess of Qingjun had sent an invitation for a flower viewing banquet. This duchess was none other than Madame Shi, who had hosted a small gathering previously attended by Chen Yuhu. Renowned for her social acumen, Madame Shi organized this event annually, where countless young men and women forged connections. Chen Yuhu intended to bring her children along, believing that even if they were not yet of age, it was essential for them to engage with society rather than remain hidden away. Alone, she coordinated the outing for 3 children, embarking on their journey to the banquet. During the carriage ride, Chen Yuhu commented on the girls' attire. Each outfit was well prepared, reflecting their own efforts, exquisite yet not ostentatious, devoid of any excessive desire to outshine others, which reassured Chen Yuhu. However, Qing Luo insisted that Chen Yuhu apply a touch of blush on his forehead before they departed, despite Chen Yuhu's gentle protests. Reminding him that such adornments were reserved for childhood, Qing Luo persisted with childlike insistence. Eventually, after much coaxing, Auntie Hua was summoned, and upon her stern gaze, the blush was abandoned. Had Auntie Hua arrived any later, Chen Yuhu might have conceded to Qing Luo's request. Chapter 50. Joyful gathering. Chen Yuhu brought the children to the banquet, where the boys naturally separated from the girls. Her nephew from her maternal side had also arrived, and with Qing Bai and Qing Zhuo displaying their composed demeanor, she felt no concern. Given the informal nature of the gathering, she planned to take Qing Luo along with the girls. However, just as she was about to leave with them, Qing Bai intercepted her, saying, "Mother, let me take care of Qing Luo." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu willingly relinquished her hold on Qing Luo, allowing him to accompany Qing Bai as she entered with the girls, while the boys were directed in another direction. On this day of respite, Lin Ji was also expected to join, but was unexpectedly summoned by the emperor for urgent matters. Upon encountering Madame Shi, Chen Yuhu greeted her warmly. Chen Yuhu was arranged to sit alongside the other ladies, while the young girls from the duke's residence attended to them. As it was a flower appreciation banquet, the festivities took place in the courtyard, which boasted a vast garden filled with an abundance of flowering trees. The courtyard was divided by a small river, spanned by a bridge, with pavilions connecting the two sides. One side accommodated the male guests, while the other was reserved for the female guests. There were no barriers obstructing the view, allowing those with keen eyesight to glimpse across, yet both sides remained distinctly separate, avoiding any intentional closeness. Beneath the flowering trees, small tables were set for everyone to gather around, while a dancer, specially invited by Madame Cher, performed in the center. The beauty of the dancers was unmatched, as the fragrance of pearls and jade wafted through the air. Chen Yuhu reclined on her cushion, playfully pointing at a nearby maid. "Come, fill Madame's cup." Her mischievous demeanor elicited laughter from the surrounding ladies, prompting them to tease. "Look at this rascal. Hurry and pour wine for Madame Chen, or she might smash her pot in her impatience." Laughter erupted once more. Most of the attendees at Madame Cher's gathering were familiar to Chen Yuhu, though some were only acquaintances, and one lady was a complete stranger. Despite her penchant for gossip, Chen Yuhu was not particularly sociable and focused intently on the dance performances. It was only when the dancers exited that a line of handsome, upright young men entered, causing Chen Yuhu's eyes to sparkle. Madame Cher approached from afar, seating herself beside Chen Yuhu, speaking without any pretense of lowering her voice, half-jokingly. "You ought to temper your gaze. The child still has to marry." The surrounding guests turned their attention toward her, and Chen Yuhu raised her small wine cup, exclaiming, "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Is there any harm in admiring a few while I seek a daughter-in-law or son-in-law?" Her words carried a hint of self-consciousness. Madame Cher laughed heartily. "Then tell me, among all these beautiful noble women, which family has caught your eye? That leading young man truly is handsome, don't you think?" Chen Yuhu tapped her knee, repeatedly affirming her agreement as those around her watched intently. "What is it?" Madame Cher inquired teasingly. Chen Yuhu, playing along, proclaimed, "He truly is handsome." The group burst into laughter. Amidst the merriment, it was understood that her words were jest. As for gossiping about it later, hadn't she attended the flower banquet? Hadn't she seen these dashing young men? If so, what right had she to mock others, appearing haughty? Anyone daring to do so would surely earn the disdain of the assembly. Noticing a slight discomfort in the atmosphere, Chen Yuhu leaned closer to Madame Cher. "Are these all women in disguise?" Madame Cher took a sip of fruit juice. "No, they are genuine young men, a trend that has recently emerged in the capital." Chen Yuhu's eyes widened in shock. What if something were to happen? This isn't like modern times, where one can casually observe male models in bars. The implications of her words were unmistakable. Madame Cher chuckled softly. "The entrance and exit of the garden are monitored for head counts. They cannot linger for a moment longer. You need not worry. Furthermore, it's merely a river apart, with onlookers across the way, and I have also arranged for someone to verify their departure." Chen Yuhu could discern that she was still adhering to propriety. Nodding in understanding, Chen Yuhu felt reassured. This gathering is splendid. Dancing with vigor. Chen Yuhu had not encountered such a multitude of men up close since her arrival in this ancient era. The ladies settled down, quieting themselves in anticipation of the formal commencement. The performance was splendid, and excitement gradually filled the air. The young girls had already been ushered to another side, engaging in their own revelries. Chen Yuhu began to lower her guard, even as a maidservant handed her a pipa. Having idly learned a couple of tunes from Aunt Hu back home, she felt moderately prepared, albeit her repertoire was limited. As she became engrossed in the handsome performers, her fingers danced joyfully across the strings of the pipa. Suddenly, in a climactic moment, the performers shed their garments. Chen Yuhu's smile faltered, and her hand trembled, causing her to miss two notes. Fortunately, beneath their outer layers, they wore additional garments, albeit adorned with chains that seemed somewhat indecorous. Observing the astonishment on the faces around her, she surmised the situation. These individuals were particularly exquisite, likely including some captivating male slaves. With a sigh, she mused how delightful it would be to dress as a princess, surrounded by such gallant suitors whom she could indulge in endless merriment. Chen Yuhu smiled, realizing the worth of attending this banquet. Where else could one witness such a spectacle? She contemplated bringing Qingqing and Lianer along for future outings. As she focused intently, a male slave flashed her a smile, his eyes sparkling like glass marbles. Chen Yuhu paused, clearly aware that others had noticed as well. Madame Cher laughed heartily. "Do you fancy him? Their master has mentioned that a sum of silver could secure their freedom." She added, "It seems he is quite taken with you." Feeling a bit flustered, Chen Yuhu raised a small cup to her lips. "What? Do you think my lord has been too busy of late?" Laughter erupted once more. Yet she refrained from admitting her intrigue. After all, who said that only men could appreciate beauty? Chen Yuhu sensed that this was perhaps a turning point towards a more liberal atmosphere. She sighed repeatedly, captivated by the way the male performers swayed. At the conclusion of the performance, she generously rewarded them, even giving a special gift to the charming male slave. Alas, her status constrained her, preventing her from fully expressing her admiration. As the performance ended, the gathering regained its composure, only then realizing that the bridge had become crowded with onlookers. Young lords from various families peered at their mothers, admiring the handsome performers. A shared glance among them ignited another round of laughter. There were no laws against men enjoying the sight of beautiful dancers. Yet, women gazing upon handsome men was deemed disrespectful. The ladies present were of high status. Who would dare utter such a thing? On the bridge, Qingbai remarked to Qingjue, "Mother appears quite joyful." Qingjue could not help but smile. Mother has an affinity for beauty. We must find a way to bring that male slave home. Qingjue looked at Qingbai in astonishment, questioning how they could even enter the inner courtyard. The allure will suffice. Qingbai replied lightly. As Qingjue observed his elder brother, he noted how, with age, Qingbai's demeanor had grown increasingly composed, yet tinged with a cold and ruthless edge. The malevolence that is innate and yet unrecognized as such evokes a profound sense of clarity in Qingjue, a sentiment that is only alleviated by the presence of their mother. Qingjue's expression dulled as he spoke. "Brother, mother will not be pleased. I shall inform her of your behavior today." He understood while their father appeared gentle and tolerant, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of the household and lenient towards his children, the truth remained that he was the one hardened by the bloodshed of the battlefield. Thus, confiding in their father would yield no benefit. Certain matters could only be addressed by their mother, who would take action. Qingbai remained silent, recognizing the futility of trying to dissuade Qingjue, let alone their mother. He turned to Qingjue and inquired, "What do you suggest? He cannot enter the inner quarters. How can we possibly cheer mother?" Chapter 51. Leaving the residence, Qingjue found the inquiry puzzling. Why must he enter the residence? There are too many eyes and ears. Let him return with the troop leader. Since they have come to the capital, they likely wish to establish themselves. We can assist them in securing a venue for their performances, and mother can simply step out of the residence to enjoy the show. When the time comes, he can be summoned to serve her, pouring tea and water, and naturally, she will be pleased, while father remains oblivious to any quarrel with her. Taking him home would be counterproductive. Qingbai nodded. "You are right. Your suggestion is indeed sound." Qingluo blinked in surprise. "What are you saying? That green-eyed fellow is to serve mother? How can a man serve her?" As the troop departed, the onlooking children dispersed from the bridge, while Chen Yuhu continued to revel in merriment with everyone. Meanwhile, the young girls, led by Anji, remained gentle and compliant. Though born of a concubine, the children of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor were always united, with little distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Thus, Anji and Yuji were well-liked, though each had their own circle of friends. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, one cannot help but drift apart. Anji sat with Yuji and her friends, engaged in conversation while observing the playful antics around them. Qingjiao, accompanied by her friends, busied herself collecting fallen blossoms to craft fragrant sachets. Anji listened intently as a friend spoke of her charming cat, her face alight with yearning. Suddenly, a young girl interjected. "I have several at home. What are a few cats? We have a whole pack of hunting dogs in our garden, each a skilled hunter." The children exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by the sudden emergence of this girl. Next to Anji stood the concubine daughter of the Duke of Eternal Peace, equally gentle in nature and well-matched with Anji. Although also a concubine daughter, she was the sole offspring of the Duke, rendering her precious. Not only the lady of the house and the lord, but even the matriarch of the Duke cherished this singular granddaughter. The concubine daughter, Go Ying, inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" The girl, hands on her hips, declared, "I am from the residence of the Duke of Tranquility." The Duke of Tranquility had only one daughter as well, born of a concubine, and it was rumored that this concubine wielded considerable influence, even bullying the legitimate wife. The girl fell silent at once. Anji's expression shifted noticeably, and the girl immediately bristled. "What is that look on your face? Do you think I am unaware? You too are a child raised by a concubine, merely recorded under the lady's name. How can you possibly look down upon me? My aunt manages the household, and by that measure, you are indeed inferior to me." And Ji was momentarily taken aback, yet the child, indulged by Chen Yuhu, exhibited a compliant demeanor towards her sisters at home, but outside, She was not merely a meek presence. And Ji replied directly, "Sister, you have misunderstood. My disdain for you is unrelated to your upbringing as a child of a concubine." The implication was clear. She indeed looked down upon her. The other girls had never encountered such unreasonable behavior. They had yet to voice their thoughts. They exchanged glances, while the child in question became agitated. "What do you mean by that? Speak up." And Ji rose, casting a cool glance at her, remaining silent, and attempted to walk away. Her demeanor clearly indicated her contempt. She had never encountered such rudeness before. It was not typical of someone from an official family, and even country girls seldom behaved in such a manner. As she turned to leave, her opponent relentlessly pursued her. Before Ji could distance herself, the girl began to cry, claiming she sincerely wished to befriend her. But her family's title could not compare to that of the Marquis's house, rendering her unworthy in the eyes of its daughters. She wept pitifully, resembling a pear blossom in the rain, as though her plight were genuine. Some young ladies, returning from admiring the scenery, observed this scene and exchanged confused glances, unsure of what had transpired. And Ji's face flushed with anger, just as she was about to confront the girl. A young lady clad in azure emerged from the crowd, inquiring, "What is the matter?" And Ji recognized her as Qing Jiao. "Elder sister," she greeted. Qing Jiao maintained her composure and asked Ji, "How have you bullied her?" And Ji, feeling defiant, lowered her head. "I did not bully her. I merely wished to avoid her company." Her words left no room for negotiation. Qing Jiao stepped forward with a smile. "But she is from the Jing and Marquis's household?" That young lady, with tears still on her face. "What has happened now?" Qing Jiao, unfazed, smiled in response. "It is no wonder my Ji looks down upon you. My mother says we have grown accustomed to a certain laziness. Although we need not be burdened with all the formalities, we must learn the essentials, which is why she specially invited a female tutor to our home. There are not many sisters in our family, and Ji places the utmost importance on propriety. Perhaps the illustrious reputation of the Jing and Marquis's residence is too overwhelming for my sister. I hope you can understand. However, among so many young ladies here, if my sister does not resonate with you, one may easily seek another companion." Qing Jiao's words were both reasonable and substantiated, subtly implying that the family's values of the Jing and Marquis's residence were flawed, and it was not her sister's fault. There was nothing wrong with adhering to propriety. Had it been a girl of lesser countenance, she would have long since covered her face in shame and dared not lift her gaze. But this girl was evidently not so. With reddened eyes, she argued fiercely. Pretending to be a good person, a member of a noble family, the harmonious reputation of the loyal and valiant Marquis's wives and concubines is known throughout the capital. And what of the lady? Did she not quietly succumb to illness after giving birth, without a sound in the estate? What a pretense of being virtuous! It is rather you who, being manipulated by others, remain silent, yet wear an expression of having received a favor. You do not dare to utter a word while your own mother is being belittled and mistreated. What a shame that you were born to such a mother. The latter part of the statement was clearly directed towards Anji and Yuji. Among the girls present, both legitimate and illegitimate offspring, everyone has their own understanding of the situation. Yet when is it appropriate to openly discuss such matters? This farce has ensnared everyone. Which family does not have both legitimate and illegitimate children? Anji's face flushed crimson with anger, and before she could speak, a sharp voice pierced the air. It was the diminutive Yuji. "Who permitted you to speak of my mother in such a manner? What kind of upbringing do you have?" she exclaimed. "Your aunt is unwell, and your family, the Jingenbo's house, has few children. Instead of being humble, you take pride in your aunt and dare to stand here and criticize my mother? What are you even worth? My mother is beyond your judgment." Yuji gritted her teeth and lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by Qingjiao. Noble young ladies ought not to resort to violence. Anji also clenched her teeth and argued vehemently. "Your family certainly boasts of excellent upbringing. My mother is the matriarch of a marquis's house, dutiful to her elders, caring for her husband and raising children, ensuring the household runs smoothly. Is this not her merit? The entire capital witnesses this. My siblings and I have benefited greatly from her nurturing and guidance. My brother has received an education and understands certain principles. Yet today it seems some individuals are beyond reason." Anji cast a disdainful glance at her opponent, her disgust palpable. If Chen Yuhu were to comment, she might say that the child is still too young and somewhat proud. Having witnessed ladies quarrel, she saw no signs of decorum or restraint, a shade more refined than the elderly lady's street cursing. Chapter 52. Tears of humiliation. In the end, Qingjiao could not restrain Yuji. With a sudden lunge, Yuji collided with Miss Song, causing her to stagger. Once steady, Yuji gave her another shove. The scene descended into chaos. The maid supporting Song Zhaoqing, perhaps accustomed to her mistress's bravado, pointed an accusing finger at Yuji. You? But in a swift motion, Qingjiao stepped in front of Yuji. Are you willing to lose your wrist? The maid, startled, retracted her hand. When Yuji reached Chen Yuhu, her forehead was still swollen. Chen Yuhu, with a relaxed smile, lightly touched the swollen area, injuring an enemy 1,000 times while hurting oneself 800. Yuji touched her own throbbing forehead, dropping her hand, and huffed. She deserves a good beating. Chen Yuhu cast a reproachful glance at Yuji, dismissing the incident as inconsequential. Her child had not suffered, and the tale would only reflect poorly on the other party's upbringing. She did not dwell on the matter. Her demeanor relaxed, revealing her grace. Such a mother raises such children. Everyone felt at ease to converse and laugh with her. Chen Yuhu, momentarily forgetting the concerns of the world, focused on her daughter's forehead. Once in the carriage, away from prying eyes, Anji bit her handkerchief, shedding tears, which only served to amuse Chen Yuhu. What has caused such distress? Despite having scolded and pushed, she has allowed herself to become so agitated. To whom will she be able to entrust herself in the future? As Chen Yuhu was about to offer some words of comfort, a grand carriage was intercepted at the entrance of the Duke's residence. The person who halted her approached on foot, with a sincere demeanor. Bowing respectfully outside the carriage, he said, "Madam, today my daughter has acted thoughtlessly. I hope you can forgive her." A maid pulled back the curtain of the carriage, revealing only a profile of Chen Yuhu. Yet her tone conveyed a sense of relaxation and mirth. Chen Yuhu remarked, "It is merely a child's quarrel. There is nothing to forgive. Rather, you should take this opportunity to return home and educate your daughter." "Indeed, I shall remember this and ensure my daughter understands not to provoke noble individuals recklessly." Chen Yuhu paused before laughing softly. "Your words reveal that you have not taught her well." Shaking her head, she added, "What a waste of my time. Let us be on our way." The carriage resumed its slow journey, leaving the person outside unattended, and this farce did not escape the notice of onlookers. Upon returning home, as Chen Yuhu combed her hair that evening, she pondered whether Anji's propensity to shed tears was inherited from her. This was troublesome. Shedding tears during an argument hardly conferred an advantage, and the tendency to cry frequently was not regarded as genteel in contemporary society. Chen Yuhu fretted about how to amend this temperament. She had disclosed none of this to Lin Ji, deeming it trivial, yet the following day, Lin Ji faced the court and was accused of his daughter's misdeeds, of committing violence in public. The accuser was none other than Duke Jing'an. Returning home with his beloved concubine and daughter, the two appeared woefully disheartened, and naturally, he inquired about the situation. This inquiry revealed the troubling details. Lin Ji, bewildered, questioned whether it was truly being suggested that his daughter had committed an act of aggression. After all, disputes among young women should hardly be brought to the court. Yet the current dynasty placed significant emphasis on family reputation. Unaware of the circumstances, Lin Ji merely listened as Duke Jing'an berated him, hesitant to retort. He knew that his wife had raised their children to be somewhat spoiled. Although they appeared soft, they possessed strong wills. He feared that, in truth, the children were simply being thoughtless. Fortunately, a well-connected official, who enjoyed a good rapport with Lin Ji and had heard the gossip from his wife, discreetly informed him of the events that transpired. Lin Ji's expression darkened significantly. Particularly troubling was Duke Jing'an's mention of Chen Yuhu, accusing the lady of the loyal and brave marquis of excessive luxury and jealousy. Lin Ji rolled up his sleeves and strode purposefully toward his adversary. "What are you? To speak of my wife? You are nothing but a spineless creature." Do not underestimate Lin Ji's prowess in verbal sparring. A man of his stature in the military had heard far worse and could articulate it well. That noon, as the emperor dined at the empress's palace, he indulged in gossip, even consuming an extra bowl of rice. Naturally, Lin Ji faced punishment, while Duke Jing'an received a beating, and Lin Ji was docked 3 months' salary. Upon returning and recounting the events to Chen Yuhu, she noted the bruised knuckles on Lin Ji's hands, realizing he had certainly struck with considerable force. Chen Yuhu hastily instructed her maid to fetch the medicine and remarked to Lin Ji, "Why stoop to the level of such people? They are rotting at their core. I owe them not a single word." Lin Ji, having engaged in a brawl, was rather pleased with himself, declaring, "I certainly struck him, his tongue is foul, and his character is foolish. In fact, we have a history. He has been in the service of the emperor longer than I have. Yet, I have been granted the title of Marquis. He continued, you are right. He is indeed decayed to the core. His elderly wife is on the verge of collapse. She argued with you yesterday, and lo, that concubine, whom you advised, is pregnant again. Chen Yuhu, carelessly applying the ointment to his hand, was taken aback by this revelation. How old is the Duke of Jing'an now? Pregnant again? His eldest son is considerably older than our Qingbai. That old fool has 2 sons born of his wife, who are not young, yet he carelessly thrusts them into the military to squander their days. I see he is quite pleased about the concubine's pregnancy. Chen Yuhu preferred not to comment further, finding such foolishness a waste of time. She then recalled how Ji had sobbed into her handkerchief while in the carriage, a scene she had spent the entire evening soothing. And Ji had directly slept in the main courtyard that night. The mere thought of it made Chen Yuhu furrow her brow. What can be done? If only she could remain by my side without marrying. I wouldn't mind her shedding a few tears. This time, Lin Ji laughed. What is there to worry about? If she wishes to cry, let her. Some men are drawn to that. Besides, as long as she remains resolute, a few tears won't matter. Chen Yuhu found some truth in Lin Ji's words. After the fight, Lin Ji had not left the house for a month. There was no particular reason, aside from the need for discretion. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, Chen Yuhu found joy in playing at home with the children. The festival, also known as the Month of Evil, coincided with her birthday. Fortunately, she was not born on the 5th day of the 5th month. In ancient times, superstition ran rampant. Many children born on inauspicious days were drowned immediately after birth. Even among noble families, the ignorance of the ancients was truly profound. Perhaps this was one reason why Chen Yuhu was not favored by her own mother. The kitchen had long been prepared. With young children at home, the festivities were lively. The chicks had been tended to by Aunt Hua and brought to the main house, where Chen Yuhu finally felt inclined to hold one. The chick was quite vocal, its cries resonant. A few days prior, she had heard from Lin Ji that Aunt Zhang's husband had left her for distant lands, likely reassigned elsewhere. Chen Yuhu did not inquire further. Weighing the chick in her hands, she handed it to Aunt Hua, who was more patient in caring for children than Chen Yuhu herself. Qing Jiao presented her homemade zongzi, crafted alongside her sisters, for Chen Yuhu to taste. Chen Yuhu had a fondness for zongzi, though her nurse had warned her not to indulge too much, as it might lead to discomfort. Then I shall simply take more walks. Chen Yuhu disregarded the advice and enjoyed several. Chapter 53. Zongzi and Osmanthus honey. White zongzi dipped in osmanthus honey brought Chen Yuhu immense delight. The kitchen, having discovered the lady's penchant for such treats, prepared numerous similar delicacies, all of which Chen Yuhu relished. However, with summer upon them, her preference leaned more towards flaky pastries. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhu began to pack their belongings, and the faint smile on Chen Yuhu's face vanished completely. Each time she prepared things for them, a silence enveloped her. The 2 children believed that Chen Yuhu was reluctant to part with them, feeling quite touched. In truth, she envied their freedom to roam at will. They were dutiful children, insisting on staying with Chen Yuhu until her birthday had passed. Typically, her birthday was not celebrated in grand fashion, which was somewhat tied to the month of her birth. Consequently, it was a modest affair, merely a lively gathering at home. Early in the morning, the children arrived. 3 daughters, each with a cage before them, made Chen Yuhu chuckle upon sight. One contained a cat, another a dog, while the third, Yu Ji, presented a bird. Qing Jiao remarked, as our brothers are departing, we must return to school, and we bring a few toys to amuse our mother. Indeed, this was a delightful diversion, especially since Chen Yuhu would not have to care for them herself. After breakfast, the 2 sons expressed a desire to take Chen Yuhu out. In the elegantly designed private dining room of the tavern, one could easily glimpse the happenings below. The angles were clearly meticulously arranged. While the occupants of other private rooms were obscured from view, some were separated by sheer curtains, creating a shadowy ambience. Chen Yuhu's room was certainly among them. However, a single layer of gauze could not conceal much. Qingbai invited his mother to enjoy a performance, accompanied by the 2 aunts. Qingzhu's smile was ever present, a rare sight of his joy. Aunt Hu stole an extra glance, and after exchanging pleasantries, the 2 children discreetly exited, claiming they were off to study. Seated in the private room, Chen Yuhu noted the tavern's charm. Soon, a stream of maids entered, serving tea and snacks. Chen Yuhu watched them with curiosity until the sound of drums filled the air, heralding the arrival of a male dancer dressed in considerably less than at the previous banquet. Chen Yuhu maintained a composed demeanor, while both aunts gazed in astonishment. The dancer, perceptibly aware, knelt beside Chen Yuhu and raised one side of the curtain, announcing, "Madam, the dance is about to commence." Chen Yuhu smiled in satisfaction. Aunts Hua and Hu remained transfixed, hesitant to move. With a playful inquiry, Chen Yuhu asked the dancer, "What is your name?" He replied, "You may call me Qingzhu." Chen Yuhu's smile faded slightly, choosing not to pursue the question of his true name, deeming it inconsequential. As the fervor of beauty subsided, her attention wandered during the performance. Qingzhu inquired, "Do the other two ladies require additional attendance?" Chen Yuhu glanced at the two aunts, who simultaneously gestured their refusal. She did not press the matter. If they declined, it was unnecessary for the time being. There had to be an adjustment period. Looking down from the upper floor, Chen Yuhu observed the lively scene below, where the familiar spectacle of bare male dancers unfolded. Of course, they were not truly naked. Amused, Chen Yuhu engaged in casual conversation with Qingzhu. "How did you come to be here?" Steady in his service, Qingzhu replied, "We were purchased. Our families were impoverished. And it is a stroke of fortune to be sold to the young." Chen Yuhu curled her lips slightly, inquiring if there was anything desired. Qingzhu smiled, expressing that she sought nothing but the well-being of her mistress. Chen Yuhu raised an eyebrow. The performance of song and dance was indeed delightful, and both she and her two concubines were thoroughly entertained. On their return journey, Chen Yuhu glanced at her two visibly relaxed concubines and chuckled. Qingzhu was indeed quite lovely. Concubine Hua looked up at Chen Yuhu, cautioning her not to speak of it upon their return. Chen Yuhu shot her a disgruntled look, questioning what there was to conceal. The trend would soon be all the rage. They had merely attended a song and dance performance today. The two concubines nodded, feigning a promise of silence, their demeanor suggesting they were up to something mischievous. As Chen Yuhu sat in the swaying carriage, her mind wandered to the sudden emergence of numerous bodhisattva mantras. That evening, Lin Ji was summoned again by Chen Yuhu after his duty. She elaborated on the matter of the bodhisattva mantras to him. Lin Ji, who commanded the military in the capital and ensured the emperor's safety, acknowledged that while security in that area did not fall under his jurisdiction, it was prudent to remain vigilant for any anomalies. Chen Yuhu offered him a reminder, to which Lin Ji nodded in understanding. He had important news to share with Chen Yuhu as well. The Minister of Rites had inquired about the marriage prospects for their family's children. Chen Yuhu glanced at Lin Ji, asking for details. The Minister of Rites, though not young, was a veteran of 2 reigns, and his grandson was quite remarkable, having studied under contemporary masters and already achieved the status of a scholar at a tender age, excelling in painting. However, the minister spoke of the eldest grandson from the second branch. Chen Yuhu remarked that he was merely spouting nonsense. Lin Ji, picking up a piece of the newly pickled vegetables from the kitchen, commented that their children were commendable. The matron of the second branch hailed from a merchant family, which indicated that the minister's family was not overly conservative. Chen Yuhu nodded, recognizing that the status of merchants was not as lowly as often perceived. A wealthy merchant implied affluence, and an eldest grandson signified the inheritance of substantial wealth, ensuring a certain quality of life. One should not assume that high birth equated to wealth. Many noble families possessed lineage without financial means, surviving on pawning. A merchant background implied a lower status, lacking the authority to control a daughter-in-law. Lin Ji continued, expressing that he had pondered throughout the day and believed that, according to her criteria for a son-in-law, the minister's family was quite suitable. Moreover, their sons were handsome, which would surely please her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu asked if he had met them. Lin Ji affirmed, recalling having seen them a few times, and indeed, they were quite attractive. He suggested that she should have someone investigate further, but it needed to be done swiftly, as the eldest prince was of age and would soon begin selecting candidates for the palace. Chen Yuhu felt a jolt of urgency. She understood that marrying into an ordinary noble family could lead to difficulties, and should the union falter, divorce was an option. However, marrying into the royal family presented a different set of challenges, dictated by fate. Anji was still young, and it was imperative to secure Qingjiao as future first. Chen Yuhu exchanged a glance with Lin Ji, each harboring their own concerns, one troubled by domestic matters, the other by court affairs. She sent a letter home, requesting her sisters-in-law to inquire about the Minister of Rites family. The feedback was all favorable. The family was known for its strict morals. The couple from the second branch was harmonious, And in addition to the eldest son, there was also a very young legitimate son. The narrative subtly illustrates the undeniable compatibility of the couple. The master of the second household is in charge of the Ministry of Justice, and his future is undoubtedly promising. Chen Yuhu, upon receiving a reply from her maternal family, began to formulate her plans. She arranged a time to visit the temple with the lady of the minister's residence. Before their departure, Chen Yuhu summoned her children. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with sending Qingbai and Qingzhuo away, and her heart was heavy with concern for their first journey away from home. The ancient world, unlike the modern one, did not guarantee safety. Thus, Lin Ji selected 10 reliable guards from the household troops to accompany them. The situation resembled an entangled skein of yarn, fraught with complications. Once everything was prepared, she bid farewell to the two boys. They expressed a desire to delay their departure, wishing to make the acquaintance of that young gentleman, and Chen Yuhu shook her head, stating, "Everything follows its destined course. There is no time for testing the waters. The whispers surrounding the selection process have surfaced, and we must not hastily arrange matters for your sister before the imperial edict arrives, as that would be quite disrespectful." Qingbai and Qingzhuo understood that this was merely a matter of poor timing, leaving no room for hesitation. Moreover, they had already delayed for far too long. "Let us depart. A man's ambitions lie beyond the confines of home. I will remain here to tend to matters." Chen Yuhu's health had recently deteriorated, likely due to the impending selection, and she felt a sense of trepidation, plagued by persistent coughs. She was truly timid. The thought of her children potentially becoming concubines, subservient to others, filled her with dread, as if she herself were to be the one reduced to such a fate. Furthermore, entering a prince's residence signified involvement in the fierce battle for succession. As a modern individual, she felt utterly inadequate, unwilling to engage in such rivalry. Recent conflicts between the Empress Dowager and the Empress had led to the annihilation of a once respectable official's family, leaving not a trace of their grandeur. Seeking stability was paramount. Marrying into royalty was absolutely out of the question. With the rumors of the selection process circulating, the previously discussed chaotic details had unified into a singular, non-negotiable standard. Chen Yuhu resolved to clarify matters with her children. She explained the circumstances and the associated risks, ensuring they understood the gravity of the situation. The children looked towards Lin Qingjiao with concern. However, Lin Qingjiao remained composed, her demeanor serene. "Mother, do not fret for me. Your ailment has persisted for too long. Regardless of whom I marry, I shall do my utmost to ensure your well-being. For your sake and the family's, I shall cherish myself immensely." "Very well. Your mindset brings me solace." Chen Yuhu felt a portion of her worries dissipate, reassured by such a perspective. "To the rest of you, observe. Tears may flow from the eyes, but not from the heart. The weak shall be ground down by the passage of time within grand estates. I would rather you possess stronger characters." "Yes, mother, we shall remember," the daughters affirmed, their gazes resolute and their manners impeccable, which brought Chen Yuhu great comfort. "Especially you, Anji. While you may struggle to contain your tears, do not let them fall without purpose. When necessary, let your tears become your weapon, rather than mere expressions of helplessness." "I understand, mother," Anji replied softly. Lin Ju had just finished his shift and came to visit Chen Yuhu. "Are you feeling any better today?" he asked. Chen Yuhu, reclining on the couch, replied, "I am much improved. The children are aware of my condition, and having eased my worries, I naturally feel better." "That is good to hear. Why is it that as you grow older, your courage diminishes?" Lin Ju inquired. Chen Yuhu, holding a bowl of pear soup, retorted with indignation, "In my youth, I was unafraid because I had no children, no daughters. Naturally, my fears now arise from the fact that I do have daughters. The mere thought of them entering the palace to become concubines is unbearable. I would rather suffer that fate myself." While changing behind a screen, Lin Ju chuckled at her words. "What nonsense. The emperor's grace is vast. Some families yearn for such opportunities yet cannot attain them." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Chen Yuhu chose not to respond to his remark and simply stated, "I tell you, with only these 3 daughters, if they become concubines, it would be akin to tearing my heart out. I cannot permit that." I understand. Rest assured, whatever plans I have, I will discuss them with you beforehand," Lin Ju said, emerging in a relaxed outfit and shaking out his sleeves. Chen Yuhu leaned against the couch, coughing persistently, which genuinely concerned Lin Ju. "Should we seek another doctor? It has been so long, and there has been no improvement." Cough, cough. Chen Yuhu coughed a couple of times. It's nothing. The medicine needs time to take effect. I am fine, I know it. Lin Ju sat beside her. And soon a maid brought a bowl of pear soup for him as well. This was prepared by Qingqing. The weather is dry. You should have some too. And find time to check on the little chick. Chen Yuhu affectionately referred to Lin Qinggui as little chick, and Lin Ju indulged her, not entirely indifferent, but rather uninformed. The name little chick had been decided, yet the only concern was that it did not follow the family naming convention, not being recorded in the family tree. Chen Yuhu had altered it, and Lin Ju had said nothing against it. Autumn brings fragrant osmanthus and lotus blooms for miles, Chen Yuhu mused. She was not particularly fond of the incessant crying of little chick, yet she cherished the name she had chosen for him. Aunt Hua, who cared for Qinggui, never mentioned whether the child could be recorded under her name. In truth, both she and Aunt Hu understood that the child could never be listed under Chen Yuhu's name. Chen Yuhu intended to leave her possessions to her own children. Neither the pure nor the impure would be inscribed under her name, and a toddler was even less likely. Furthermore, since Jiang had died without committing a grave error, it was simpler to record the child under his biological mother's name, relieving everyone of any burden. Lin Ju casually nodded, clearly not taking it to heart. What he truly wished to discuss was another matter. What are your thoughts on the marriages of Qingbai and Qingtong? He asked. Why does the Lord inquire? Chen Yuhu's eyes widened in surprise. Would it be beneficial for the Chen family to strengthen ties through marriage? Not at all. Chen Yuhu replied. The three brothers of the Chen family each have only one legitimate daughter. Do not entertain such thoughts. The daughters of the Chen family are of significant value and would never marry into our family again. My standing would not allow it. Moreover, this would constitute a close kin marriage, which Chen Yuhu would never endorse. The Chen and Lin families already have one Chen Yuhu. There is no need for another Chen daughter to marry into our family. Such an alliance lacks significance, and it would squander the worth of the girl. Chen Yuhu had a profound understanding of her own mother. Lin Ji did not insist. He merely acknowledged the admirable qualities of the girls from the Chen family. Moreover, with Chen Yuhu's elder brother poised for a promotion, it seemed that the emperor's favor was as easily obtained as the most basic necessities of life. Lin Ji felt a twinge of envy, as if the emperor's goodwill rested in the hands of his brother-in-law, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. However, it mattered little, for he already possessed a precious Yuhu. The couple had recently found that all their discussions revolved around the young man from the Yin family. Meanwhile, the emperor was reviewing memorials, pondering over the recent illness of Madame Lin. The eunuch beside him chuckled, affirming that Madame Lin's health had been precarious, compounded by the many children in the household, which inevitably caused her worry. What of the betrothal between the Yin and Lin families? The two families had arranged to meet. The emperor paused, nodding in approval. Indeed, Lin Ji's legitimate daughter could not be relegated to the status of a concubine. The eunuch remained silent. For it was not that she could not be a concubine, but how could the daughter of a trusted minister marry a prince? The empress was truly misguided. Madame Lin exhibited a caution that bordered on fear, almost to the point of illness, as she genuinely wished to prevent her daughter from marrying into the royal family. Then there was Lord Lin, who spoke of the betrothal with unwavering resolve. Last night, Chen Yuhu had earnestly assured Lin Ji that she was on the mend. Yet by the following day, she developed a fever, which persisted for 3 days. Chen Yuhu was thoroughly alarmed. If she were to perish, she would have experienced all that life had to offer. She craved sweet pastry, but the two concubines forbade it, offering only fruit that had been scalded with hot water. Fortunately, her illness diminished her appetite, and the once forbidden rich and spicy dishes were finally permitted. When spicy stir-fried beef was placed before her, she felt half recovered. With Chen Yuhu's illness, the meeting with the Yin family was postponed for several days. She had learned her lesson. She no longer feared the summer heat. Even though the doctor attributed her ailment to the oppressive warmth combined with her lack of exercise, Chen Yuhu resolved that once she regained her health, she would lead the children in practicing Bajuanjin twice daily. Although she had forgotten the Tai Chi she chose in university, she still remembered the Bajuanjin. Upon her recovery, the pressing matter would be the meeting with the Yin family. Climbing the mountain would also count as exercise. Chapter 55. The meeting. The carriages of the Chen and Yin families converged at the foot of Hubwa Mountain Temple. Today, Chen Yuhu brought along all her children, and Qing Jiao had merely donned a simple, yet slightly more refined attire, mindful of the need to present themselves well for visitors. Chen Yuhu did not allow her to dress up like a flamboyant peacock. A demeanor of composure and dignity sufficed. As they disembarked from the carriage, Chen Yuhu took a deep breath, reconnecting with nature, and raised her gaze towards the family's carriage. The carriage presented an exquisite light hue, and the materials appeared to be quite exceptional. However, Chen Yuhu refrained from hastily making any judgments, for her mind remained in a state of disarray. Lin Qingjiao was still so young, yet here she was, introducing her to potential suitors. The past few days had been chaotic for her. She wasn't particularly warm towards the family, but given their status as the female party, a certain aloofness was to be expected. Moreover, with Lin Ji holding a prominent position and the Chen family thriving, the family lacked nobility, and the elderly former minister might retire at any moment. For the eldest son of the second branch to be associated with them was indeed a considerable elevation for their family. Chen Yuhu greeted the second lady of the family with a smile and a nod before proceeding upstairs. Ultimately, she was not well acquainted with the family. Today's gathering was merely for both parties to meet each other, fulfilling that singular purpose. Chen Yuhu chose not to summon a bamboo sedan chair, opting instead to ascend on foot. While it was referred to as a mountain, this particular one, designed for the nobility, was not particularly steep. Observing this, Madame and decided to follow closely behind them. The young man beside Chen Yuhu noticed, his gaze clear and posture perfectly poised. However, in aristocratic circles, appearances were of utmost importance. Regardless of internal matters, the outward facade was always resplendent, and thus, Chen Yuhu remained skeptical. As she scrutinized Nze, Madame was also observing Lin Qingjiao, who stood beside Chen Yuhu. Despite the presence of several young ladies around Chen Yuhu, it was easy to discern which one was Qingjiao, for she was the eldest and tallest, exuding an innate sense of pride. Such confidence could only stem from a solid foundation. Lin Qingjiao donned a rare brocade garment that conveyed an air of opulence, yet all three sisters wore similar attire, which diluted the impression of luxury. Their hairpieces were few, yet each was intricately crafted, and even without considering the materials, their exquisite designs spoke volumes of their worth. The young lady stood firm, her stance unwavering, unlike some noble women who, lacking in physical vitality and regular exercise, would sway even while standing. Her porcelain-like skin was complemented by an elevated chin, and her hair accessories glimmered under the sunlight. The slight smile that graced her lips was perfectly measured, appearing approachable yet distant, an embodiment of decorum. Moreover, the three young ladies trailing behind Chen Yuhu each possessed distinct characteristics. Despite their similar attire, their differing personalities shone through. Graceful and poised, they indeed formed a captivating tableau. In terms of appearance, Qingjiao was not the most striking in the family. Her beauty echoed her name, reminiscent of the moon's ethereal radiance. Though her complexion was fair, it paled in comparison to Nji's delicate charm and Yuji's notable good looks. Yet, the pride she carried was uniquely hers. Chen Yuhu recognized that Qingjiao would likely win the favor of various matrons. She seemed well suited to take on the role of a matriarch, capable of sustaining a household. As they navigated the steps, aside from Chen Yuhu, the other young ladies exhibited no signs of fatigue. Qingjiao, supporting Chen Yuhu, maintained an air of elegance even from her elevated position, her hair remaining impeccably styled as she met the gaze of the family's young master. Lin Qingjiao's eyes were clear and unwavering, devoid of shyness or evasion. Without hesitation, she turned and followed Chen Yuhu. Upon arriving at the grand hall, it was inevitable for Chen Yuhu to engage in pleasantries with Madame. The second wife, hailing from a merchant background, possessed a remarkable acumen for business, yet was often looked down upon by some self-proclaimed noble women, despite their own financial shortcomings. However, Chen Yuhu was not one to harbor disdain. She held no contempt for capable individuals, and certainly not for wealth. Thus, she and her counterpart conversed with great delight. Chen Yuhu herself possessed a substantial dowry, but she had never concerned herself much with it. It was merely sufficient for her needs, indeed, more than enough. Furthermore, she had little interest in commerce, yet after conversing with Madame, she found herself intrigued. As for the children, they had already been dispatched by Chen Yuhu to explore the woods and enjoy the scenic beauty. Madame spoke enthusiastically about a new batch of essential oils recently introduced to the capital, articulating her thoughts with great clarity. Chen Yuhu listened attentively, as she had a fondness for fragrant things. Although the luxuries of the past were not as convenient as those of the present, they possessed a quality that was deeply satisfying. With a generous spirit, Madame declared, "Upon my return, I shall gift you a few bottles. Excellent. Chen Yuhu replied with a smile, wholeheartedly accepting the offer. Feeling a touch of monotony in her life, Chen Yuhu discovered that Madame and shared her penchant for gossip, and the two found an immediate rapport. They exchanged tales ranging from the impending return of the Empress Dowager to the upcoming wedding banquet being hosted by General Qi for the princess. Chen Yuhu was thoroughly engrossed in the conversation. Madame was pleasantly surprised that someone from a prestigious background would take an interest in commerce, and this revelation fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. In stark contrast to the lively exchange between the two mothers, the atmosphere nearby was considerably more subdued. Initially, Chen Yuhu had intended for Qing Jiao to accompany Yu Ji as a ruse, but Qing Jiao had declined the suggestion, stating, "Sister is grown. It is inappropriate to use her as a pretext. Moreover, I have no need for a fade, as I have nothing to conceal." Thus, the current scene unfolded. The maids and servants had been sent a short distance away to observe, yet were not permitted to approach. Young Master dared not raise his gaze to meet Qing Jiao's eyes, his complexion slightly flushed, yet he feigned composure. A handkerchief was laid upon a nearby stone. "Miss Lin, would you care to sit and rest for a moment?" Qing Jiao, having recently taken a break upon ascending the mountain, replied coolly, "I appreciate your kindness, young Masterin, but I do not require it. The stone is rather cold." Her tone was calm, even tinged with a hint of aloofness, reminiscent of a celestial maiden who was difficult to approach. Nevertheless, Zhe bore no offense, retrieving the handkerchief. "I was inconsiderate." Standing still, Lin Qing Jiao gazed at the distant peach orchard and inquired, "Do you practice martial arts, young Masterin?" "A gentleman is well versed in the 6 arts. Naturally," he responded. Lin Qing Jiao nodded in agreement. Influenced by her upbringing, she held little admiration for those effeminate men who struggled even with the simplest tasks. Even scholars, she believed, should be capable of wielding a sword. As they stood upon the mountain path, savoring the breeze in silence, Lin Qing Jiao, grasping the handkerchief, looked at Zhe and for the first time truly beheld his countenance. He was indeed quite handsome, with round eyes that curved into a smile. There was a hint of feminine allure in his features, likely inherited from his mother. It was a visage that her own mother would appreciate. "Pray, young Masterin, you may speak first," she encouraged. "It is said that beneath the deep pool of Hugua Temple lies a giant turtle. Would you care to take a look?" Such words carried a more casual tone, devoid of formality and subtle probing, rendering them far more agreeable. Lin Qingjiao responded with a soft acknowledgement, which elicited a smile from Zhe. As they descended the steps, Zhe took the lead, extending his hand towards Lin Qingjiao. She placed her hand upon his. Chapter 56. The Rising Storm. What a charming pair of young lovers. On the opposite tower, someone had already taken note of this unfolding scene. "Do not speak so. Nothing is settled yet. It could tarnish the young lady's reputation." A man in a python robe yawned out of boredom. "Dear brother, you must be cautious." Their identities were quite apparent. Another individual sat within, brewing tea with a seemingly good-natured demeanor. "Father would never agree. It is mother who is too hasty." The eldest prince sipped from his teacup. The second prince, having witnessed enough revelry, turned and seated himself opposite the eldest, pouring himself a cup of tea as well. "After all, this is merely your game. I, a frail being, shall content myself with watching." The eldest prince chuckled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. He disliked hearing his younger brother speak of himself in such terms. "What nonsense! I do not wish to hear it. If you have thoughts, why not involve yourself?" The second prince shook his head. "Not I. With my health, I might as well observe the commotion." Among the 4 brothers, the youngest was still quite young, and the gap between them was vast. Unless one possessed exceptional talent, the chance of selection was slim. However, the emperor was still in his prime, making the future uncertain. The eldest prince held his teacup, his thoughts swirling, not suitable for sharing. Of them all, this particular brother was favored most by both the emperor and empress, from birth. The Grand Master had proclaimed him the son destined to stabilize the nation. Indeed, the second prince exhibited remarkable talent, yet his health was a lamentable concern. It was truly poor. He had been frail since childhood, the last time a renowned physician from the imperial hospital diagnosed him. The conclusion was to avoid excessive worry and stress, to eat well and rest more. Without proper care, it would be challenging for him to live beyond 40. He required numerous precious herbs, even legendary prescriptions, the efficacy of which remained uncertain, to prolong his life. More critically, the physician indicated a deficiency in his essence. making it difficult for him to sire offspring. One Io had already caused their mother to grieve with worry. Furthermore, Io, having lived a life of indulgence, held little affection for that position, even regarding it with disdain. Each person has their own ambitions. One cannot deem it wrong. However, the recent events concerning the Lin family had indeed muddled their mother's judgment. Although there was affection between their parents, it had long since diminished. Otherwise, there would not have been the likes of concubine Zhuang and concubine Shun entering the palace. Their mother could no longer act as she once did, and the brothers could no longer behave so recklessly. The Lin family situation served as a warning bell. The eldest prince had specifically brought his brother to witness this. As siblings sharing the same mother, they had never suffered significant losses. Their father was protective, and their mother was formidable. The second prince had always been willful, but that could no longer continue. With this marriage proposal unresolved, the spirits of the four brothers, alongside their mother, were far from high. The daughter of a minister cannot simply be subjected to their whims. Is it not the emperor's subtle warning to them? The crown prince fears that his younger brother may harbor discontent and secretly cause trouble, for he is no paragon of virtue. His methods are indeed treacherous, and he is well aware of his own brother's nature. Yet, the young lady is utterly innocent, and the crown prince's intentions are regrettably too late. From the moment the crown prince's invitation was received, the second prince had already discerned his elder brother's intentions. Preparations had been made, not for any other reason, but out of disdain for the arrogance displayed by Lord Lecking. Lord Lecking is no stranger. He is the maternal uncle of the Empress Dowager. The long-standing discord between the Empress Dowager and the Empress has only intensified with the Dowager's retreat from the city for recuperation and the arrival of concubine Zhuang into the palace. Subsequently, with concubine Zhuang's pregnancy, Lord Lecking's arrogance escalated. The four brothers were understandably displeased, especially considering the circumstances surrounding concubine Zhuang's entrance into the palace when the Empress was pregnant with the second prince. The arrival of a daughter from the Zhuang family into the palace coincided with the Empress's fall, a series of coincidences that surely bred resentment in the Empress. Their animosity had long since reached a point of no return. For the Zhuang daughter to leave the palace and marry well, she must bow in gratitude to the Empress for her fortune. Who could have foreseen that the Zhuang daughter, once a hasty and despised bride, would become a widowed noblewoman and re-enter the palace, now pregnant with the heir? This situation was indeed repugnant to the four brothers. Regardless of who ascended the throne, their first decree would be to execute the Empress Dowager and her kin. The mere thought of it was irksome, causing the crown prince to slam his cup onto the table. Unbeknownst to him, his miscreant brother was already enacting his schemes. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu was engaged in conversation with Madame An, who spoke with great insight about horseback riding, likely due to her family's business acumen. Madame An was eloquent and charming, her eyes bright and expressive. Though she had matured, her allure had only grown. It was no wonder that a merchantess daughter could wed into a family of officials. On another note, Lin Qingjiao and Nzai strolled through the peach orchard, arriving at a shallow pond where turtles were kept. After observing for a while, Nzai inquired, "Miss, will you not make a wish?" Lin Qingjiao looked up at Nzai with a placid expression and replied, "I do not make wishes. I do not believe in deities. My mother says that man can conquer nature." As she spoke, Lin Qingjiao instinctively raised her chin, a smile gracing her lips, an unbidden urge to attract more gazes. If her mother were to witness this audacious side of her, she might reconsider her desire for Lin Qingjiao to return home as a proper lady. Nzai admired Lin Qingjiao's spirited nature, finding it delightful to envision such a fiery and vibrant person as a companion, even if she possessed a sharp tongue. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the second prince observed the scene, amusedly tapping his nose with his fan, a smile creeping onto his lips. Man can conquer nature? Few dare to utter such words. He pondered the depths of this young lady's capabilities. Just then, as Nzai and Lin Qingjiao stood by the pond, they heard someone calling for their cousin. Turning around, they beheld a young girl standing amidst the peach trees, her demeanor lively and charming. Lin Qingjiao raised an eyebrow, offering no further comment as she followed Nzai to meet the other party. As they drew closer, the appealing countenance of the individual came into view, exuding an endearing charm that could soften anyone's demeanor. The three walked in unison, although Nzai felt a twinge of discontent towards this unexpected cousin. He kept his feelings concealed, instead taking the opportunity to introduce Lin Qingjiao and Liao Ruofang. What began as a simple glance turned into a gathering of three. Liao Ruofang, seemingly oblivious to the dynamics, radiated excitement as the unwitting third wheel. The peach orchard was accompanied by a gentle stream. As they strolled along the brook, the atmosphere remained pleasant until Liao Ruofang inadvertently slipped, instinctively reaching out to grab someone, with Lin Qingjiao bearing the brunt of the mishap. Fortunately, it was a shallow stream, and Liao Ruofang merely fell, leaving Lin Qingjiao's skirt dampened. In the shadows, the second prince raised an eyebrow, observing the fortuitous nature of some individuals. The stream was strewn with rocks at precarious angles, yet someone had unwittingly assisted her in this predicament. Luckily, the one who fell had ulterior motives, rendering the effort not entirely in vain. Chapter 57. Red Flower. The situation became momentarily awkward. Liao Ruofang appeared to have fallen heavily, accompanied only by a young maid. Rather than rushing to assist, Enze took a step back, effectively distancing himself. Lin Qingjiao, standing in the water, mused, "Is this appropriate?" Enze not only kept his distance, but also shielded his eyes with his fan, adhering to the principle of avoiding inappropriate sights. "But she's your cousin," Lin Qingjiao exclaimed. "I am aware," Enze replied, "but precisely for that reason, I must maintain decorum. As for you, Miss Lin, our engagement is imminent. Allow me to escort you home." Lin Qingjiao remarked, "My mother indeed possesses a discerning eye. This young master and is quite remarkable." The young maid accompanying Liao Ruofang helped her rise from the shallow brook, confirming that she had indeed sustained a significant fall. "Am I going to die?" Liao Ruofang fretted. "Fear not, cousin, you shall not perish," Lin Qingjiao reassured her. "I kindly ask you to have your household servants assist in escorting my cousin back." Lin Qingjiao turned to see a sizable group trailing behind her. In the end, it was truly Lin Qingjiao's servant who carried Liao Ruofang back. With her shoes and stockings drenched, Lin Qingjiao declined Enze's offer to escort her, instead requesting a maid to carry her home. After all, they had yet to be formally engaged, and it would be inappropriate to accept his assistance. Although she found him rather intriguing. Upon her return, Chen Yuhu learned of the day's events. Madame and had also been summoned by the servants. Given that Miss Liao had encountered trouble, Lin Qingjiao changed into a spare dress and recounted the day's happenings to Chen Yuhu, her eyes sparkling with amusement, clearly finding the incident entertaining and satisfying. Chen Yuhu, too, found the tale delightful, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury within the grand estate. She felt as though her spirit was rusting, gradually succumbing to decay. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed on the verge of being consumed by monotony and the fresh vitality of young master, and was a welcome change, making life together all the more enjoyable. After attending to the affairs concerning Liao Ruofang, Madame and returned to dine with Chen Yuhu and several other young ladies, while young master and set up a small table for himself in a side hall. Lin Qingjiao donned a resplendent red dress, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her beauty, which was strikingly complemented by the vibrant hue. Her cool and heroic demeanor harmonized splendidly with the bold red, capturing the undivided attention of Lady and Chen Yuhu, and Lady and enjoyed their meal with great delight, parting with the understanding that they would exchange courtesies upon their return. Lady An also invited Chen Yuhu to bring the children for a few days of leisure at the estate, seeking refuge from the summer heat, where they could also partake in horseback riding. Chen Yuhu acquiesced. As they boarded the carriage, Chen Yuhu glanced at young master and then at Lin Qingjiao by her side. The next time they met, these two would be betrothed. In the presence of all, Lin Qingjiao and Enze exchanged seals, eliciting a broad smile from Lady An, who cherished forthright young women. Soon, the two families exchanged formal invitations, and Chen Yuhu found herself in a state of deep discontent. Everything around her seemed unsatisfactory, and she sent a letter to the boarder, informing them of her elder sister's engagement. With her spirits low, the atmosphere at home grew tense, as the others were apprehensive around her. Chen Yuhu even pondered if her restlessness stemmed from idleness, leading her to contemplate the meaning of a life well lived. What constitutes a fulfilling existence? Was it merely engaging in mundane domestic tasks, or was there more to life than a dignified demise? A title she once encountered resurfaced in her mind, a lifetime spent preparing for death. She rejected this notion, yearning for a life imbued with personal significance. The life she currently led was merely an echo of her former self, and she resolved to carve out her own identity beyond the confines of domesticity. Lost in contemplation, she sought ways to contribute meaningfully. Acknowledging the constraints placed upon women in her era, she realized that writing was not her calling. If she wished to advocate for women, She needed to align her efforts with the needs and support of those in power to ensure lasting impact. Otherwise, her endeavors would be futile in this age. With a newfound determination, Chen Yuhu's demeanor transformed from despondency to purpose. When the day arrived for their excursion with Lady Yin, Chen Yuhu appeared notably serene. The estate offered a refreshing atmosphere and picturesque scenery, distinct from the grandeur of the. Once everything was in order, the children were released like fledglings. Accompanied by a few strong maidservants for safety, Qing Jiao and young Masterin, armed with small baskets, ventured into the fields to forage for mushrooms. A venture Chen Yuhu cheerfully approved. Following the exchange of formalities, they were now officially betrothed, yet Chen Yuhu still dispatched numerous servants to accompany them. Ji and Yuji, equipped with simple fishing rods and adorned with large straw hats, made their way to the shallow stream to fish. Their exuberance mirrored that of birds set free from their cages, and Chen Yuhu realized that she was not the only one feeling constrained. They had simply grown accustomed to their circumstances, while her spirit remained unacclimated. Lady Yin and Chen Yuhu visited a small racetrack nearby to observe the ponies. Chen Yuhu, rarely seen in practical riding attire, had her hair secured neatly at the back, presenting herself as a figure poised for adventure. Until Chen Yuhu encountered the little horse. She had not anticipated that it would indeed be a small horse, so diminutive that one could mount it without assistance. Mrs. Un, whose surname is Qi, is named Qi Wanqing. Sensing Chen Yuhu's hesitation and pause, Mrs. Un smiled reassuringly, urging her to give it a try, for she feared that Chen might lack the courage, asserting that they had no shortage of horses. Hesitantly, Chen Yuhu mounted the small horse, which was suspiciously reminiscent of one that might involve child labor. Clearly, Mrs. Un was correct. The experience of sitting atop the horse was entirely different from standing on the ground. Chen Yuhu inhaled deeply, striving to conceal her anxiety from others. For pride compelled her to inquire. The little horse trotted upon the riding ground, not swiftly, yet Chen could feel the wind caressing her face. A rare sensation akin to tasting freedom. When she finally dismounted, her expression had transformed, exuding a newfound joy. Mrs. Un similarly strolled on horseback. Though her steed was a grander specimen, Mrs. Un instructed someone to lead out a splendid horse adorned with red flowers. Yuhu, get acquainted with Honghua. I shall gift it to you. I am most grateful, Chen Yuhu replied. Qi Wanqing observed Chen Yuhu, who resembled an exuberant young girl, circling around the magnificent horse. She had just been speaking of the other girls, yet in truth, she was not so different from them. Throughout that entire morning, Chen Yuhu cast aside her trivial concerns, leisurely guiding Honghua around, with Qi Wanqing following suit, equally relaxed and content. Chen Yuhu began to address Mrs. Un as Wanqing, rather than by her title. In each other's presence, they were simply themselves, not defined by their marital statuses. As they passed a brook, they noticed two children fishing, who waved enthusiastically at the pair from a distance. You called out, "Mother, I also wish to learn to ride." Chen Yuhu chuckled, "Then you should ask your Aunt Qi." Qi Wanqing responded with a smile, "No problem, we shall go together tomorrow." Leading Honghua along the edge of the woods, they spotted a young man and woman standing halfway up a hill. The boy, having caught something, proudly presented it to the girl, only to have it snatched away and subsequently tossed back at him. Chen Yuhu and Qi Wanqing exchanged a knowing glance, saying nothing. Even as they walked far away, the boy's distinctive laughter echoed in the distance. Chapter 58. Writing letters that evening, they dined on the small fish caught by Anji and Yu. They also enjoyed some provisions provided by the farmers, which were delicacies they themselves could scarcely bear to consume. In the twilight, Chen Yuhu and Qi Wanqing sat in the elevated courtyard, savoring fruits while observing farmers returning home after their labor, passing by their gate. Some would curiously glance at the leisurely ladies within the courtyard. Laughter of young girls could be heard, the courtyard walls towering high. Had it not been for Chen Yuhu and Qi Wanqing's vantage point, they would not have glimpsed inside. Chen Yuhu caught the aroma of burning firewood and the fragrance of meals. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled upward, and Chen Yuhu found herself lost in thought. Her gaze drifting off, her eyes subtly shifted, revealing a hint of melancholy. Qi Wanqing, sensing the mood, refrained from speaking, merely perceiving that Chen Yuhu appeared profoundly affected at that moment. How could she not be? A once harmonious home has suddenly become unreachable. While Chen Yuhu could still play her role as Chen Yuhu in the vast estate, pretending to be on a mission, the present Chen Yuhu has come to a stark realization. She seemingly cannot return. She must endure this unfamiliar world until her demise. Gazing into the distance, she watched as the darkness gradually enveloped the world until everyone dispersed. The following day, Chen Yuhu awoke early and ventured outside. The verdant grass, the morning dew, and the vibrant red flowers. Indeed, she had risen at dawn to admire the blossoms. Upon returning, she shared breakfast with the children. Meanwhile, Qi Wanqing was inquiring of Nze. What did you show Miss Lin yesterday? Did you offend her? Nze's eyes flickered. The previous day, they had encountered two mothers halfway up the mountain. After all, they had a vantage point. However, the mothers did not send anyone to inquire, and they pretended to be unaware. What about you? Qi Wanqing glanced at her son, knowing all too well his nature since childhood. That day, he had abandoned his cousin by the creek, while he had successfully won over his fiancée and mother-in-law. But she returned home to face a scolding. Fortunately, the marriage had been settled, and it was just a reprimand. Oh, nothing much. I caught a grasshopper to show her. But to my surprise, she was unafraid and tossed it back at me. Nze was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his seemingly refined fiancée to be so spirited. Madame An regarded Nze with an expression of exasperation. She had anticipated this. Reflecting on it now, Nze couldn't help but chuckle. Madame An, however, found no humor in it, yet she refrained from commenting. Observing Chen Yuhu's character, it was evident she was not a person of rigid principles. Naturally, the girl she raised would be more vivacious, which was hardly a flaw. It was far better than marrying a lifeless stick who only adhered to propriety. After breakfast, Qi Wanqing hurried towards Chen Yuhu. Nze was to take Lin Qingjiao out for an excursion, and Chen Yuhu did not object. She merely cast a glance at Qi Wanqing, realizing her attentive companionship was, in fact, to create space for her son. Chen Yuhu placed her cup down. Go ahead. Let swords and spears accompany you. Should anything happen to the young lady, you all know the consequences. Her cup was gently set on the table, almost soundlessly. Yet those accompanying Lin Qingjiao were filled with trepidation. Rest assured, madam, we shall serve diligently, they replied. Chen Yuhu nodded, knowing there would be others to guide them. With a martial lineage, their household surely had some martial servants. Her words were directed at the household staff, as well as meant for Nze's ears. Nze remained composed, exhibiting great poise. The weather was sweltering that day. Instead of the racetrack, they opted for a leisurely boat ride on the nearby lake. Chen Yuhu and Qi Wanqing sat together, adorned with wide-brimmed straw hats, one holding a fishing rod for show. Nji and Yuji were on the other side of the small boat, gathering lotus flowers. Chen Yuhu exhaled a deep sigh. Noticing this, Qi Wanqing laughed. What troubles you? As she spoke, she offered a green fruit to Chen Yuhu. Though the fruit was green, it possessed a pleasant flavor. With one hand grasping a fishing rod and the other accepting a fruit, Chen Yuhu bit into it without hesitation. It was nothing remarkable. Merely stepping out of the residence imbued her with a sense of vitality. Qi Wanqing echoed her sentiment, remarking, who can deny it? If there were no pressing matters, I would return to my family home or explore other places every year. This square dwelling feels akin to a prison. It is no wonder the emperor has taken the empresses out to escape the heat. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu felt a stir in her heart. Hadn't the Empress Dowager returned to the capital after her recuperation? Qi Wanqing, perceiving her unspoken thoughts, suggested that perhaps the capital's favorable feng shui was invigorating. And the Empress Dowager had a fondness for the city. It was certainly not the emperor seeking to avoid the Empress Dowager. The two exchanged glances. Choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, Chen Yuhu dared not relax. For a loss of reverence for imperial authority could lead to dire consequences. She shuddered at the thought of the potential fate that awaited her should she speak carelessly. Changing the subject to something lighter, they continued their conversation. In the countryside, Chen Yuhu found both her body and mind remarkably at ease. Even feeling inspired to learn some floral arrangement and tea art from Lady An surprisingly, yet not unexpectedly, Lady An was quite adept at these arts. Chen Yuhu spent her days chasing after chickens and ducks, fishing, and riding horses. Each day, witnessing the growing affection between her two children brought her immense joy. Nji and Yuji observed their sisters' interactions with young Master An. Qingjiao often took the younger sisters along, enjoying outings with Nze. While others might have deemed young Master An's pursuits frivolous, and perhaps those stubborn traditionalists would have echoed such sentiments, Chen Yuhu held a different view. After all, he was already a scholar. What harm was there in indulging a little? Moreover, he was assisting her in caring for the children, and Lady An had not expressed any discontent. Chen Yuhu reveled in her newfound comfort. and the intentions she had once held to accomplish certain tasks faded into the recesses of her mind. The matters of the Marquis, the concubine Hu, and concubine Hua slipped from her thoughts, let alone Lin Ji. Yet within the Marquis, Chen Yuhu was keenly missed. Concubine Hua and concubine Hu gathered together, observing Lin Qingui contentedly seated on the couch, being entertained by a maid's laughter. They exchanged glances before looking away. Lin Qingluo rushed in, calling, "Auntie, auntie, slow down." After catching her breath with a sip of tea, she asked, "When will mother return?" The two concubines pondered this as well. In recent days, the Marquis had not made an appearance, while the two secondary wives in the study had suddenly become quite conspicuous, exuding an air of authority over the study. The two concubines, disinterested in each other, focused on caring for the child. Concubine Hua sighed, "Who knows? I assumed the lady was merely fostering relations with the minister's household concerning our eldest daughter, and she would return after a few days." When she spoke, her demeanor resembled that of a wilting plant, suffering from too much sun. Concubine Hu forced a smile. With the lady gone, this household feels a bit desolate. Though she must be quite happy, otherwise she would have brought us along. Before her departure, the lady had been melancholic and often ailing. If this journey could bring her some joy, it would indeed be worthwhile. Concubine Hu nodded in agreement. As Qing Luo gazed at the two concubines, she voiced, "I miss mother. I wish to write her a letter. She must have forgotten me." Qing Luo had already begun her formal education, burdened with the weighty tasks of daily study. Otherwise, she would have been included in their outings. Chapter 59. A clouded mind. When Chen Yuhu received the letter sent by Qing Luo, she was occupied with a platter of delicacies, entertaining the young children in the estate. Qi Wanqing observed from a distance, finding a rare affinity with Chen Yuhu. As Chen Yuhu unfolded the letter, the first line inquired about her mother's well-being, followed swiftly by an expression of longing. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she realized her oversight. She had neglected both the child and the concubines. The very next morning, Chen Yuhu dispatched someone to fetch the two concubines, only to be met with their refusal. "Madam's outing pertains to the eldest young lady's marriage. Besides, how could Madam engage with the household's concubines? It would only serve to place her in an awkward position." Most importantly, the two secondary wives had recently become emboldened, as a sudden shift in Chen Yuhu's provisions had ignited their ire. In Chen Yuhu's absence, the household had been embroiled in a silent power struggle. Upon receiving the concubines' letters, Chen Yuhu carelessly set them aside, unconcerned. However, their audacity could not be tolerated. Their insatiable greed warranted a firmer approach. She returned the missives, prompting immediate action from the matron of Ilan Courtyard. Simultaneously, Chen Yuhu welcomed Qing Luo, who had just alighted from the carriage. Hand in hand, they strolled down the narrow path as Qing Luo joyfully called out to her mother, chattering animatedly. On that particular morning, the two secondary wives were forcibly administered a contraceptive potion. In ancient times, such a concoction was merely a cooling remedy. Prolonged consumption, aimed at preventing pregnancy, was detrimental to one's health. Chen Yuhu believed she had not wronged them. She had previously informed Lin Ji that no more children would be welcomed into the household. She had also clarified to the two concubines that they could not bear children, but could be compensated or assisted in finding husbands should they wish to leave their positions. Yet, in her absence, they had shed their masks, revealing their true natures, emboldened by her absence. Thus, a different method of handling them became necessary. The two young women were dragged into the courtyard, where, before the entire household, they were made to consume the contraceptive potion under the watchful gaze of the matron. Standing resolutely, the matron reminded them that their memories were rather poor, often forgetting to take their medicine, and henceforth, they would receive daily reminders. One of the restrained women, resembling a struggling swan, pleaded with the matron, "I do not wish to be barren. I long for a child." "Longing for a child? Then beseech madam for marriage." The matron retorted, having previously stated they could leave at any time. The other, undeterred, countered, "You dare? My monthly letter did not arrive, and if I lose the child, the Lord will not spare you." The matron's expression remained impassive. "The monthly letter has not arrived? Fetch another bowl of medicine." The turmoil within the household failed to disrupt Chen Yuhu's peace. She rode her horse, Honghua, leisurely around the estate. As all the children had been taken under the care of Nzai and Qing Jiao, leaving her with a sense of tranquility. That evening, Lin Zhu returned home, but found neither of the two concubines present, prompting him to casually inquire about their whereabouts. The attendant beside him cautiously replied that the two young ladies had been given contraceptive medicine by the nursemaid beside the lady of the house, and the winter orange girl had intentions of departure. Lin Ju, holding his chopsticks, cast a glance at the attendant. Had they not consumed the contraceptive medicine properly? The attendant lowered his head, confirming that the monthly message from Han Chiu had not arrived, and the nursemaid had administered 2 bowls of the herbal concoction. Lin Ju chewed thoughtfully, understanding the lady's frustration. There was no need to concern himself with disobedience, as there were plenty of others who would comply. The attendant respectfully nodded in agreement. The household immediately fell into silence. Chen Yuhu lay sleeping on a chair in the corridor, while Madame An attended to some matters concerning the estate. Chen Yuhu's vacation was nearing its end. She could not linger at the estate indefinitely. She would need to pack her belongings the following day in preparation for her return, as the bonds with the children had developed sufficiently. The mere thought of returning to the household caused a slight ache in Chen Yuhu's head. Nevertheless, she returned home the next day, riding a horse, contemplating that during the next mid-autumn festival, she would bring her aunts along for a few days' stay. As she rode slowly, Chen Yuhu wore a veil to shield her face, not out of fear of being seen. For the local customs were relatively liberal, but primarily to protect herself from the wind and sand. Even with the veil, her features could still be discerned. Meanwhile, Qi Wanqing sat in the carriage, expressing that her mother-in-law was quite strict. If she were to know that Qi Wanqing was galloping in the streets, she would surely demand her to adhere to propriety. Chen Yuhu gazed at her with sympathy. Her child was on the verge of marriage, yet still bound by such constraints. However, her elder brother would not dare to mock the second brother, had it not been for Lin Ju's influence. It was likely her mother-in-law would have been domineering over her. Upon reaching the intersection, the two parted ways, yet they would soon meet again, as General Yu's son was to be wed shortly. The horses halted at the main gate, which had long been opened in anticipation of Chen Yuhu's return. The first order of business upon her arrival was to pay respects to the matriarch. However, the matriarch had not seen Chen Yuhu lately, burdened by her own sorrows. She had expressed a desire to live with her younger son, only to be met with a firm refusal, a testament to the principles of scholarly men. The matriarch, who so cherished learned individuals, found herself at a loss for words. Her recent heartache had even led to illness, and she had refused to see anyone, evidently intending to frustrate Lin Ju. Whether Lin Ju felt constrained, Chen Yuhu could not ascertain, but she felt remarkably liberated. Upon returning home, Chen Yuhu's spirit seemed entirely transformed. That evening, the family gathered for dinner as usual. The 3 women, who had not seen each other for some time, had an abundance of conversation to share. Aunt Hu held a candle, while Aunt Hua was busy combing Chen Yuhu's hair, which cascaded down to the floor. Aunt Hu spoke up, noting that the lady had become much more composed. She inquired about the cause of her apparent melancholy. Chen Yuhu turned to glance at Aunt Hu. Under the glow of the light, Aunt Hu was taken aback by the vacant depth in the lady's eyes, which seemed to hold an understanding of everything. "It is nothing," Chen Yuhu replied, her heart weighed down by unspoken burdens, as a modern individual burdened with feudal knowledge. As a student of the humanities, she lacked the skills required to navigate the ancient world, and her literary and political acumen paled in comparison to that of the indigenous people of old. She felt like a modern soul of little worth. Upon realizing this, Chen Yuhu found herself in a state of discontent. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind. The arrow is nocked, yet she lacks the will to release it. As a university student with a vacant mind, she realized that there was little of value left within her. Although she could financially support the establishment of a childcare center, a noble endeavor that did not involve politics, she pondered the benefits of expending both her resources and efforts on such a venture. Ultimately, she recognized her own selfishness and acknowledged that her current self was incapable of achieving anything significant. But still managed to function smoothly under her jurisdiction, thanks to the legacy of the previous Chen Yuhu. Chapter 60. Essence of Flowers. Having come to terms with her reality, Chen Yuhu felt an immense relief. She feared the discomfort of being caught in limbo, and now she was certain that she could not accomplish any earth-shattering deeds, which oddly comforted her. So be it. As someone well-versed in numerous stories of time travel, she concluded that her current disposition was most suitable. Engaging in politics was beyond her capabilities. Had she been male, she might have striven for more. Moreover, she could not participate in the imperial examination. Her business acumen seemed average at best, and perhaps she could run a small shop someday. With her ample dowry, she felt no financial pressure and thus sought not to toil for wealth. Should Lin Ji find himself in trouble, leading to their family's exile, she would realize just how ill-prepared she was for hardship. She couldn't endure discomfort, lacked survival skills, and was unfamiliar with wild vegetables. It was likely that she would perish during their exile. Resilience was not a trait she possessed, therefore. Her present circumstances were indeed the most fitting for her. With clarity came comfort, and Chen Yuhu began to embrace a regimen of exercise, aspiring for longevity. The most noticeable change was in Lin Ji. His wife seemed to come alive, shedding her previous listless demeanor. The following day, after finishing his duties, Lin Ji specially visited Ilan Courtyard, where he found Chen Yuhu busy experimenting with various floral essences. From her dowry, she had procured numerous recipes for beauty treatments and essential oils. She relished this endeavor, combining her scant modern knowledge with her current pursuits, hoping to generate some income. Chen Yuhu was attempting to create magnolia essential oil when Lin Ji entered, seated himself nearby, and sipped tea while observing her. The atmosphere was tranquil yet comfortable. After a while, Lin Ji spoke. Regarding what you mentioned last time about the increased presence of Bodhisattva Mian within the territory, I looked into it and discovered instances of illegal human trafficking. Chen Yuhu, her hands momentarily stilled in the midst of her task, turned to Lin Ji, intrigued. Some? Lin Ji's expression was grave, indicating that the situation was far more complex than he had initially suggested. Indeed, there are numerous cases, including many missing children. Chen Yuhu's hands halted completely. She found the topic piqued her interest. A flurry of speculations raced through her mind until Lin Ji clarified. A cult has emerged in the south, seeking to use boys and girls for alchemical practices. Chen Yuhu furrowed his brow, questioning the existence of the yellow-haired monster. Is it truly devouring children? Has it become a threat? In response to Chen Yuhu's concern, Lin Ji expressed his satisfaction, stating that it was, in his view, easily vanquished. Chen Yuhu resumed her contemplations, pondering the implications of child abduction and the potential involvement of officials from Kyoto. Lin Ji's expression grew grave once more. He clarified that it was not the officials themselves, but likely others who were complicit. He gestured skyward. Chen Yuhu felt her heart race, then settle, only to rise again. Surely, it could not be the emperor. The royal struggle for succession had begun, with princesses vying for their husbands and a dowager empress creating chaos. Chen Yuhu suddenly sighed. In such a royal family, the quality of the next emperor becomes paramount. Otherwise, while the nation may not face immediate ruin, its downfall looms ever closer. Let them perish. Chen Yuhu muttered, lowering her head to continue grinding flower juice. Lin Ji had no aides, and his son was not at home. Otherwise, he could have consulted him. Good aides were few and far between, with many merely idling away their time and causing more trouble than assistance. Thus, Lin Ji found himself without any aides, which only served to highlight his sincerity in his endeavors before the emperor. However, observing the troubled Chen Yuhu, Lin Ji found the situation amusing. As long as she understood his words, that sufficed. Chen Yuhu had many thoughts swirling in her mind. The two then revisited the upcoming wedding banquet of General Yu's family. Lin Ji cautioned, the temper of the eldest princess has been rather foul of late. Keep your distance from her at the banquet. However, since it is General Yu, she would not dare to create a scene. Simply maintain your distance. He expressed relief that, having followed General Yu, he had not sought a title for Chen Yuhu, as that would have necessitated a visit to the palace, entangling them further in potential disputes. Chen Yuhu rolled her eyes, noting that General Yu was protective of his first wife, whose humble origins made it difficult for her to grasp the intricacies of court etiquette. With a title, she would have been required to enter the palace annually, but General Yu had spared her that ordeal, stating that their household did not lack for the funds typically associated with such titles. Consequently, Lin Ji and his intellectually challenged military peers echoed the sentiment of a strained treasury, opting not to secure titles for their wives. This was a point of criticism directed at these military figures. Thus, Chen Yuhu was spared from palace visits, as she lacked a title. Fortunately, despite their lack of intellect, the commotion surrounding their actions had left a lasting impression on the emperor. Each of them had, to varying degrees, contributed to the imperial cause and had earned respect. Being their wife, having a title would have been advantageous, yet lacking one did not invite disdain. As Lin Ji remarked, it was indeed less troublesome not to enter the palace during the festive seasons. The palace was rife with uncertainty, with the Empress Dowager and the Empress embroiled in a power struggle, and their actions were likely motivated by a desire to avoid entanglement. The past turmoil, driven by the Dowager Empress's ruthless tactics, was now merely a prelude to the casual issuance of decrees, the granting of poisoned wine, and the assistance of daughters in seizing husbands. Such thoughts were contemptible. Chen Yuhu continued to grind the flower juice, speculating whether the eldest princess was in a foul mood due to her disobedient husband or perhaps because a new favorite had failed to win her favor. Lin Ji noticed the exquisite plate beside him filled with shredded beef, a favorite of Chen Yuhua, and promptly picked up a piece to savor. This was not merely a casual act. It stemmed from the recent birth of a girl in the Shokong Palace, marking the arrival of the Princess of Chaoyang. The Princess of Chaoyang? Chen Yuhua turned to Lin Ji, recalling that it was said the child had been lost. Lin Ji wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. That was indeed the rumor, but did the Empress not retreat to a secluded chamber? The truth remained shrouded in mystery, concealed behind the palace walls. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that a new princess had emerged within the Shokong Palace. Chen Yuhua murmured, Chaoyang? Perhaps the name was chosen to reflect its hidden nature. Reflecting on the future, she pondered how long the Empress might live, and whether the little princess would face hardships as she grew. Lin Ji glanced at Chen Yuhua, understanding her unspoken thoughts. Who can predict the future? As long as the emperor reigns, the princess will exist, regardless of her status. Moreover, her father belongs to a prominent clan, which may offer some protection. A prominent clan? Chen Yuhua's voice sharpened. How can such a family produce such a disgrace? Yet, it is not surprising that these clans would stoop to anything for gain. Perhaps they are merely trying to curry favor with the Empress. Chen Yuhua felt disdain within her heart. Which clan is this? I wish to know so I can steer clear of them. Lin Ji could not suppress a chuckle. You must have heard of the Cheng family, particularly Cheng Shi. They are renowned for their strikingly handsome men. Indeed, I am aware, they are known for their beauty, but also for their notorious debauchery. Chapter 61. Lady Chen Yuhua gasped. Is Cheng Shi still alive? Yes, quite well, serving as a minor official in a remote area. Well, it seems the emperor has quite the forgiving temperament. Lin Ji took a sip of tea, remaining silent. How many emperors possess a kind disposition? Once one attains the throne, who would still demand a gentle temperament? It is merely the outcome of political maneuvering. What began as idle chatter between spouses unexpectedly led Chen Yuhua to encounter the relatives of those she had just spoken about. Their conversation soon found its way to the emperor's attention. Indeed, the emperor, known for his calm demeanor, was not angered, merely hesitating to comment. This couple speaks so freely. It is commonplace for individuals to engage in casual conversation within the safety of their homes. If not a single truthful word could be gleaned from a subject's household, the emperor might well contemplate their fate. A minister like Lin Ji would undoubtedly put the emperor at ease, and Lin Ji excelled at ensuring his superiors felt secure. Recently, Chen Yuhua busied herself creating magnolia flower oil at home. Lady An had mentioned a new batch of glass bottles, which Chen Yuhua promptly acquired. Well aware that Lady An intended to please her, Chen Yuhua accepted this with a sense of justified entitlement. She aimed to produce a batch of magnolia flower oil, hoping to earn a modest profit. The potential for gain was enticing, yet even if she did not succeed, she would find joy in the process. Just as she began to make progress with the oil, she prepared to attend the wedding banquet of General Yu's family. Chen Yuhua specially crafted a new outfit for the occasion, a summer dress made of fragrant silk adorned with a delicate lotus pattern, embodying both elegance and restraint, evoking a sense of tranquility and clarity. Draped in a set of exquisite jade adornments, Chen Yuhu was quite pleased. Attending the wedding banquet, she brought along the young girls, primarily Anji and Qingjiao. At 10 years old, Anji accompanied Chen Yuhu today. It was a subtle display of maternal pride, allowing others a glimpse of her daughters to leave a favorable impression on future in-laws. In the past, who would have dared to suggest leaving a good impression on her future mother-in-law? Chen Yuhu would have dismissed such notions with disdain. Yet now, she found herself in a position where she must endure this endeavor. As a mother, her expectations for the two children remained steadfast. They should exhibit composure without excessive flamboyance. A touch of vanity was permissible, but aspirations of outshining others were not to be entertained. Arriving at the residence of General Yu, they encountered Ans, who had been waiting at the entrance. Ans bowed to the carriage, greeting his aunt and wishing her well. Also present was Zhang Jinjin, a cousin of Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law. Madam Hu. With a smile, Madam Hu lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. teasingly inquired whether Anne's was greeting his aunt or his future mother-in-law. Mentioning that she had heard of Chen's extended visit at the estate, Anne's bowed his head in silence, merely continuing to pay his respects. Unable to contain her amusement, Chen Yuhu intervened, playfully advising Jianjin to be cautious of Wanqing's possible mischief. With a chuckle, Jianjin lowered the curtain, exclaiming that he would need to avoid Sister Qi. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers, and it became evident that the two families were indeed betrothed. Chen Yuhu, like a mother-in-law increasingly enamored with her prospective son-in-law, found Anne's to be quite suitable upon closer inspection. Past imperfections faded from view, as if softened by a filter. As they disembarked, the young men and women had to remain at a respectful distance behind their mothers, casting only furtive glances at one another. Yet, Chen Yuhu found a certain charm in this ambiguity, an air of delightful tension. Exchanging knowing glances with Qi Wanqing, they both concealed their smiles behind their fans, the unspoken understanding palpable between them. For the two children, this moment might be their sole encounter for the day. They would only meet again when Anne's came to offer his respects after the event. Anne's moved towards the male guests, and Wanqing wrapped her arm around Chen Yuhu's. Yuhu, if you have time, let's south venture to the estate in the western suburbs for a short stay. The scenery there is splendid. Wanqing, too, was keen on forging opportunities for her son, employing every means at her disposal. Chen Yuhu smiled and waved the girls off to find their companions. Turning back, she winked at Wanqing. I don't mind at all, but His Grace and the steward may have differing opinions. If you're not afraid of receiving a late-night visit from the Marquis at the estate, I'm willing to accompany you. Wanqing, understanding the implications, decided against it, realizing it was unwise to offend her son's future father-in-law before the wedding. Chen Yuhu laughed, playfully poking Wanqing. You can certainly say that in front of my husband. He will surely react with a frosty demeanor. Do not be overly attentive to Anze, she remarked. I have heard that he often seizes the opportunity to pay his respects while the Lord is patrolling the streets. The Lord is quite vexed with him at the moment. Qi Wanqing chuckled. He seeks to marry the cherished daughter of another. It is only fitting that Lin Ho is displeased with him. This marriage is a tremendous gain for her family. Let us see how her future father-in-law's cold demeanor unfolds. Some would envy the chance to witness such a spectacle. Qi Wanqing understood the dynamics well. Furthermore, one could ascertain from Chen Yuhu's demeanor that the Lin family holds a favorable view of Anze, which suffices. The mutual affection between the young couple, along with the approval of both families, constitutes a splendid and fitting match. Everyone is satisfied. As the two were guided by their maidservants to a seating area, they encountered an elderly lady, seated and receiving compliments from those around her. Lady Shi of the Duke's residence sat at the edge, exuding a hint of disdain. Qi Wanqing's eyes flickered as she pulled Chen Yuhu to sit beside Lady Shi, and the trio engaged in conversation. Chen Yuhu gently inquired while fanning herself, "Who is that lady in the deep purple attire?" Lady Shi cast a glance in that direction. "Have you heard of the renowned and charming Cheng family? There are many with the surname Cheng." Yet Chen Yuhu cautiously asked, "Which Cheng family?" "Indeed," Lady Shi affirmed. "It is the Cheng family of which you speak. She is the mother of Cheng Shi." Chen Yuhu's expression shifted subtly. She had assumed Cheng Shi to be at least in his 40s, considering the Empress Dowager's age, yet upon closer inspection, Cheng Shi's mother appeared to be around 40 herself. Chen Yuhu was taken aback and stole another glance, realizing that one cannot apply ordinary logic to such matters. After all, she is the Empress Dowager. Would she still seek a match with someone of advanced years? However, reflecting on the Empress Dowager's age, Chen Yuhu felt her worldview slightly destabilizing. Her expression became intricate as she inadvertently caught the discerning gaze of Lady Cheng. The ancients possessed keen eyesight, not at all myopic, able to perceive from a distance clearly. Lady Cheng, amidst her flattery, momentarily suppressed a hint of pride, her aura shifting abruptly. Chen Yuhu took a sip from her teacup, oblivious to the attention directed at her. She had done nothing but reveal a fleeting expression born from her own contemplations. Chapter 62. The continuation of the Li family in truth. The three conversing were exceedingly cautious. None possessed a temperament inclined toward troublemaking. In a gathering so populous and diverse, their conversations were naturally measured. Yet, some are ever so sensitive, such as Lady Cheng, who now turned her focus upon Chen Yuhu. "Is this the Lady Lin?" Chen Yuhu paused, then donned a polite smile as she set down her teacup. "Lady Cheng, may I inquire as to the reason for your summons?" From a distance, Lady Cheng smiled regally at Chen Yuhu, her expression devoid of overt emotion. Yet Chen Yuhu felt as though she were under scrutiny, a chill creeping along her spine. Lady Qing spoke. I have heard that the Chun family nurtures refined daughters. Your elder sister married into Longxi. I remember the grandeur of that occasion. It seems we are, in a way, relatives now. Chen Yuhu was taken aback, both surprised and unsurprised. In prominent families, intermarriages were common, leading to a convoluted web of relatives, some of whom were merely related by social conventions. Was it truly so? Which branch of the family did this pertain to? A legitimate daughter from the Chung family had married the head of the Longxili clan as a second wife. Had Madame Lin not heard of it? Chen Yuhu was genuinely stunned, for she had indeed never heard of such a matter. Yet, with such significant news, even if she had not been informed, her maternal family would surely have known. Moreover, her nephew, Li Jinyao, was currently residing in the Chun household. Furrowing her brow, Chen Yuhu scrutinized the seemingly benevolent Madame Chung. Could it be that her family was deliberately withholding information from her? There was a strong possibility of that. Chen Yuhu forced a smile, deeming such relatives unworthy of her aspirations. My elder sister has been deceased for many years, and in this time, only Jinyao has remained to concern my mother. There has been no contact with the Li family for ages, so my ignorance is hardly surprising. Madame Chung regarded Chen Yuhu with a knowing smile, rich with implication. Is that so? Yet, Jinyao still resides in the Yushir mansion? Chen Yuhu was genuinely unaware. Having not returned to visit her mother for quite some time due to numerous family matters, leaving her unable to keep up with Jinyao. The question posed by Madame Chung was indeed peculiar. My sister-in-law has also come today, not far from here. If you truly care for Jinyao, why not inquire with her instead of questioning a married woman? Madame Chung chuckled lightly at Chen Yuhu's somewhat irritable tone. Oh dear. I find myself distanced from young Master Li and cannot overly concern myself with him. However, is he faring well? Chen Yuhu sensed an underlying meaning in Madame Cheng's words. He is quite well, I assure you. That bout of illness truly alarmed my mother. As for his well-being, I am relieved to hear it. It is said that Madame Lin has many daughters. My Chung family sons are quite handsome. Would Madame Lin be inclined to consider a match with our family? A sudden hush fell over the assembly. At such a juncture, who would dare to propose an alliance with the Chung family? Noticing the sycophantic flattery surrounding them, it was evident that no one was inclined to suggest a union with the Chengs. I assure you, regardless of which of your daughters marries into our family, she shall be treated as the principal wife. Chen Yuhu inwardly scoffed, her expression remaining inscrutable, though she harbored a deep aversion to others coveting her daughter. Sons were one matter, but her daughter was another. Chen Yuhu fixed her gaze upon Madame Chung, her tone becoming decidedly less courteous. How could Madame Chung even contemplate my family's daughter? In the past, one would have to tread carefully just to approach the threshold of the Chung household. However, we truly have no eligible daughters, as they are all still quite young. Many eyes turned towards them, and although the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar, the conversations resumed their normal cadence. Youth is no hindrance. I value your family's upbringing and seek to foster a bond with Jinyao. At worst, one could take a few concubines to serve him. Chen Yuhu's expression turned icy, for she had a tendency to tremble when angered. She truly wished to deliver a resounding slap. Qi Wonking steadied Chen Yuhu's arm, urging her to regain her composure. Look at what Madame Chung has said. That boy Jinyao resembles the Li family in temperament, stubborn yet obedient to elders' words. If he has committed any faults, Madame Chung may speak freely. There is no need for public confrontation. If he has indeed erred, Madame Chung may voice her concerns, and I shall ensure that his uncle reprimands him. Chen Yuhu's elder brother holds a prestigious position, and his mere mention silences the crowd, for he is a formidable individual. Chen Yuhu's silence does not imply the absence of influence within the Chen family. Madame Chung chuckled softly, dismissing the matter, attributing it to youthful ignorance rather than malice. Chen Yuhu, growing increasingly impatient, found the exchange tiresome. Should Jinyao truly be at fault, Madame Chung could lodge a complaint with the Li family. Known for their stringent family ethics and rigorous rules, as he was raised under the guidance of his grandfather and father, who would not let such matters pass lightly. Ultimately, the Li family are Jinyao's legitimate elders. Raising an eyebrow, Madame Chung ceased her commentary. The onlookers, each calculating their own thoughts, considered the situation. As for my daughter, our Lord highly values family morals and character. The matter of selecting a son-in-law requires his approval, and should Madame Chung be genuinely interested, she might inquire, though I doubt she would dare. Lin Ji has long been stationed at the border, exuding an aura of sternness, making the nobles of the capital seem trivial in comparison. With no one stepping in to mediate, Madame Cheng appeared formidable, and Madame Lin did not present herself as a pushover either. Ultimately, it fell to the hosts to intervene with a few words, shifting the topic to ease the tension. Qi Wanqing and Madame Shi, positioned on either side, guided Chen Yuhu away, as lingering in such an atmosphere was unpalatable. To their surprise, upon seating, they found themselves at separate tables, fortunate not to share the same one. Zhang Jinjin sat alongside his elder sister, Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law, smiling as he remarked, "Sister Yuhu has grown increasingly formidable. Once she resembled a swaying bamboo, and now she commands attention." Chen Yuhu's sister-in-law nodded toward her younger sister. Despite the matrimonial alliance, the atmospheres of the two families were starkly different. The Yu general's residence radiated joy, and even Chen Yuhu found herself uplifted. As the celebratory feast neared its conclusion, someone approached Chen Yuhu with news that General Lin awaited her outside the garden. A letter from the border revealed that the second son had achieved great merit but was gravely injured, with his fate uncertain. Chen Yuhu immediately rose and made her way outside. On the day Lin Qingtong departed, Chen Yuhu dreamt of him collapsing in a pool of blood on the battlefield, calling for his mother, a memory that haunted her. She did not pause her steps, and many surrounding her heard the murmurs, with no one daring to impede her. Yet, as she moved a few paces, she suddenly heard a voice. The son of a reckless man is surely reckless himself, in his youth and ignorance. He sought to be a hero at the border, and now he faces calamity. Poor soul, unaware of the consequences, as others may suffer too, all at the hands of fate. Chen Yuhu turned to see a young girl, the daughter of Madame Cheng, who had overheard their conversation but had refrained from interjecting until now, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chen Yuhu closed her eyes, and just when others expected her to endure, she abruptly turned around. Chapter 63. Good days are ahead. Chen Yuhu casually seized a teacup from the table and hurled it across the room, scolding, "What are you? What kind of upbringing do you have that allows you to judge my son?" Her sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. The crowd was stunned into silence. Of course, Chen Yuhu had no intention of hitting anyone. That would be excessive. It was merely a petty girl, after all, whose beauty might be ruined, making her unworthy of marriage. What if her son were to marry her? The cup shattered at the girl's feet, startling her into a momentary daze. Chen Yuhu pointed at her, remarking coldly that the Cheng family truly exemplified good upbringing, as she had witnessed today. Standing upright and unyielding, she fixed her gaze upon her opponent. However, Mrs. Cheng, unable to contain her indignation, embraced her daughter protectively. "Why must you be so furious, Mrs. Lin? Although my son is young, he has spoken no falsehood. Why must you make things difficult for a mere child? Besides, your son's injury was not caused by either of us. There is no need for you to target my family so." Chen Yuhu nearly laughed in disbelief, her eyes reddening with anger. Am I making it difficult for her? What does it mean to say that one's fate is sealed? She cursed my son. That is undeniably a reflection of your Cheng family's character. What grounds do I have to target your family? A household of male courtesans and female thieves, so self-satisfied, truly believes I would target you. How laughable. Sharing the same ground with you sullies my feet. The room fell into a hushed silence, as Mrs. Cheng was nearly driven to faint by the insult of male courtesans and female thieves. She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuhu, exclaiming, "Do you even know what status my daughter holds now?" Chen Yuhu dismissed her with disdain. What status? Is she to become a noble lady? Even if a decree were issued at this moment proclaiming your daughter as a consort, I would not be afraid. My only fear lies with the Empress and the Dowager Empress. Mrs. Cheng grew increasingly flustered, the weight of her desperation palpable. Chen Yuhu rolled her eyes in utter rudeness. Mrs. Cheng then noticed Lin Qingjiao standing stoically beside her, pointing at Qingjiao and declaring, "A daughter raised by such a person is to be wed into the family of the Minister of Rights? I fear the of Daong is collapsing. Mrs. Cheng, tread carefully." And Zay's voice rang out, followed by the firm admonition from Qi Wanqing and the matriarch of the Yin family. The matriarch, with a stern visage, stood beside Qi Wanqing and declared, "It is not for your Cheng family to dictate the propriety of the Yin family." Qi Wanqing eagerly nodded in agreement, and Zay, maintaining a cold demeanor, stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Mrs. Cheng. "Do you truly understand the essence of propriety, Mrs. Cheng?" This time, Mrs. Cheng fell silent. For Lin Zhou had arrived, standing with a stern expression beside Chen Yuhu. Lin Jiu observed his wife, her eyes reddened and trembling from anger. While the Cheng mother and daughter were flanked by a throng of onlookers, who were convinced they had bullied his wife. Lin Jiu stepped forward, supporting Chen Yuhu. My dear, do not be upset. Whatever has transpired, please share it with me. Chen Yuhu subtly shook off Lin Jiu's support, retorting, what is there to tell him? Could he truly strike those two women? Upon seeing Lin Ji, Chen Yuhu was reminded of the child. Chen Yuhu grasped Lin Ji's arm once more, startling him and further solidifying his belief that his wife had suffered great injustice. My lord, the child. Chen Yuhu's eyes, reddened with indignation, released a solitary tear that cascaded down her cheek, stripping away her earlier fierce demeanor, rendering her a pitiable sight. The uncontrollable tears were a consequence of her temperament. Just moments ago, she had been consumed by anger, fearing that any display of tears might undermine her resolve. Yet now, the moment was just right. Lin Ji held tightly to Chen Yuhu's arm, reassuring her, do not fret, my lady. I assure you, the child shall come to no harm, absolutely none. The tears that had previously been withheld now flowed freely. What assurance can you provide? My 3 sons are all stationed at the borders, inseparable from one another. If any misfortune befalls them, it would pierce my very heart. Chen Yuhu cried upon Lin Ji's arm. Though her performance was largely theatrical and rather contrived, it struck a different chord with the other ladies present, particularly those with children. The onlookers began to cast increasingly peculiar glances toward the Cheng family. And Ji, her eyes reddened, stepped forward to support Chen Yuhu, preparing to extricate her mother from her father's embrace. She was uncertain why her aunt had given such instructions, but she resolved to heed them. Lin Qingjiao stepped forth, performing a graceful bow, her poise impeccable, declaring, I shall remember the words of Madame Cheng and Miss Cheng today. Lin Qingjiao merely stated that she would remember, without issuing any threats. What did they say? And Ji stammered, seemingly suppressing tears, and answered on behalf of her elder sister. They said that our elder brother is doomed to such a fate. What? Lin Ji erupted in fury, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the trembling Cheng women. Equally astonished were General Yu and Madame Yu, who had arrived just in time to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Ji suppressed his anger and bowed to General Yu, taking advantage of the moment for Ji to assist Chen Yuhu. Lin Qingjiao produced a handkerchief to dry her mother's tears. The fault lies with us as a couple today for disrupting the general's auspicious occasion. I shall personally visit to apologize and seek the forgiveness of the general and his wife on a later date. He paused, lowering his head as if at a loss for words, prompting General Yu and Madame Yu to express their understanding. In an instant, the Cheng women seemed to grow larger, transformed into the villains who had wronged this family. I have also heard that Yuhu has not attended any banquets in the capital for several days due to illness. Please ensure that a reliable physician is found to attend to her upon your return, and do offer her ample comfort. As she spoke, Madame Yu recalled receiving news that her son had been gravely injured. Whatever comfort she might offer would only serve to exacerbate the situation. She fell silent, sighing. Her own family was also of martial lineage, and she shot a glance at the Cheng women that was far from friendly. Madame Cheng tightened her grip on her daughter's sleeve, wishing to speak, but realizing the futility of their defense in the current predicament. Regardless of the intention behind Miss Cheng's words, they had been twisted by this family into something entirely different. Chen Yuhu's elder sister-in-law observed the entire spectacle in silence, exhibiting an air of maturity and composure. As Lin Ji escorted Chen Yuhu home, he cast a lingering glance back at the Cheng mother and daughter, his eyes brimming with profound implications. How dare they curse my son to death? The Cheng family's fortunate days are yet to come. The significance of children in ancient times is undeniable, and with the 3 grown sons of the Lin family stationed at the borders, any misfortune could set the Lin family back at least 2 decades. Thus, the young woman's words struck Lin Ji deeply. He was never one to possess a lenient heart. Chapter 64. Turmoil. The Grand Princess did not anticipate that her attendance at a celebratory feast would unveil such a lively commotion. After witnessing the unfolding drama, she was assisted by her maid as she departed. Along the way, the maid inquired, Your Highness, having witnessed such excitement today, why did you not speak in defense of the Cheng family? The Grand Princess gazed at her wet nurse and replied, What could I possibly say? What relation do I have to it? They are the family of the Empress Dowager's favored consort, not my own. The Grand Princess had maintained numerous favored consorts, yet their treatment was uniformly akin to that of lowly concubines, unlike the Empress Dowager, who presented herself as if in true love. The Grand Princess understood her wet nurse's implication. Her mother bore shame, and thus, so did she. With a cold snort, she retorted, "The shame that needed to be lost has long been lost." What error did the Lin family utter? Which of their words implicated the Empress Dowager? Were she given the audacity, she would not dare. Otherwise, I would naturally have spoken up in defense. But that Cheng family is truly formidable. To openly curse another's child. Believing Lin Ji to be the same young general with mere accomplishments in battle? Although the Grand Princess herself was not remarkable, she possessed clarity in certain matters and some political acumen. Most importantly, the Empress Dowager's fanciful notion of bestowing princess status upon that illegitimate daughter, equating her rank with the Grand Princess, was a tangible affront. Being of the late emperor's bloodline, a legitimate offspring, how could a bastardy presume to enjoy the privileges of a princess? The thought twisted the Grand Princess's expression. Did her mother still believe herself capable of influencing court affairs? Her royal brother was no longer a child. Reflecting on the farce of the day, a smile curled upon the Grand Princess's lips. She eagerly anticipated the misfortunes that would befall the Cheng family. Lin Ji returned to the estate with Chen Yuhu. The first task Chen Yuhu undertook was to dispatch someone to inquire about Jin Yao's current whereabouts. However, he was residing at the academy. Lin Ji comprehended her concerns regarding her mother and her inclination to navigate the situation, unwilling to treat her nephew with due regard. Chen Yuhu looked at Lin Ji, asserting, "I am not worried. It is simply that you do not understand my mother. My elder sister has been deceased for many years." Here, Chen Yuhu felt a pang of nostalgia. I must not neglect them. If the Chen family is unwilling to extend a hand to Jin Yao, we shall offer our assistance. I intend to go to the borders. This matter shall be entrusted to me. Chen Yuhu rubbed her temples. Momentarily unable to conceive of anyone who could bear the burden for her, how fortunate it would be to have a daughter-in-law. She had initially planned to bring her daughter along, but it now seemed that her daughter alone was suitably positioned in terms of status and capability. Lin Ji paused. "You wish to go to the borders, with your constitution?" Chen Yuhu, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "My son is there. He died there, and I must bring him back." Lin Ju paused momentarily. "I will send someone with you." Chen Yuhu summoned Qing Jiao and Ji. The latter's eyes, much like Chen Yuhu's, were reddened from tears. With a smile, Chen Yuhu remarked to Ji, "You seem as if you were born of me. This is what I have always said. Tears are to be shed in the right context." Ji, "Have you learned this?" "Yes, mother, I have learned," Ji replied. Chen Yuhu nodded approvingly. "That is good." With a firm command, Chen Yuhu set her household into motion, preparing for her departure the following day, leaving the household in Qing Jiao's capable hands. To facilitate this, Chen Yuhu specifically visited the elderly matriarch to request a former stewardess to assist her. The matriarch's attendance mirrored her own formidable demeanor, proving to be quite formidable. Amidst tears and wails, Chen Yuhu pleaded with the matriarch, who, while engaged in her devotions, impatiently called out, "Cease your weeping. It is merely a stewardess for you. Consider it for the sake of my grandson. You must return promptly. We cannot endure for long." "Yes, my daughter-in-law understands," Chen Yuhu replied, feeling a rare and profound respect for the matriarch. The household's stewards typically commanded great authority, but under Chen Yuhu's management, order was maintained. Fortunately, even in her absence, Lin Ju remained a formidable presence, instilling a greater fear among the stewards than Chen Yuhu herself. This allowed her some peace of mind. Otherwise, upon her return from the frontier, she feared her home might be plundered. Chen Yuhu assured the matriarch, "Upon my daughter-in-law's return, I shall surely visit again, and I will ensure that her younger brother receives a few kind words to facilitate his future endeavors." This endeavor, of course, was one of advancement. The matriarch appeared even more satisfied, saying, "You may depart with peace of mind. It seems I may now extend a hand in this matter, which I had previously refrained from." Thus, an agreement was reached. No other stewardess could compare to her own. Chen Yuhu rose to leave. That night, Lin Ju remained in his study, unable to sleep, torn between worry for his son and strategizing on how to handle the Cheng family. Chen Yuhu, preoccupied with her plans for the journey, also managed only a brief rest. On the following morning, before Lin Ju began his duties, he saw Chen Yuhu off. She donned a simple outfit, her head adorned with a veil, and mounted her horse, with a carriage trailing behind for rest, as she had not ridden for extended periods previously. This was the first time Lin Ju observed his wife from such a perspective. and he found it quite fascinating. "Do take care on your journey, my lady," he cautioned. Chen Yuhu nodded from her elevated position. All necessary instructions had been exchanged between them the day prior. With that, she commenced her journey. The capital was enveloped in tranquility as Lin Ju proceeded to his duties. After his shift, he was summoned to the emperor's study, a call he met with no surprise. It seemed the emperor had anticipated his arrival. "Where is your wife?" he inquired. Lin Ju bowed respectfully and replied, "My wife has gone to the frontier. She could not bear to leave behind her son, born just 10 months ago, and insisted on making this journey." The emperor walked around Lin Ju, contemplating. Indeed, Cheng is. He did not complete his thought, but instead circled back, cautioning Lin Ju, "Do not act recklessly. I still have use for Cheng." Clearly, the emperor possesses a profound understanding of Lin Ji, a steadfast and honest man, who, when genuinely provoked, is indeed formidable. Lin Ji lowered his head and exhaled a sigh, affirming, "Yes, your majesty, I understand. I shall prioritize the greater good." In truth, Lin Ji had no particular intentions, yet following the banquet's conclusion yesterday, the esteemed member of the Cheng family publicly denounced Chen Yuhu as a madwoman. Not only did they refuse to apologize, but they also sought to impose their will upon the Chen family, attempting to obfuscate the events that transpired. Soon, word emerged that the crown prince intended to take a daughter of the Cheng family as his primary consort, easily reminiscent of what Madame Cheng had stated that day. "Do you know what status my daughter currently holds?" As Lin Ji departed the palace, his thoughts wandered far and wide, yet his steps remained steady. What could that status entail? Being a potential royal consort does not equate to being one yet. They did not fear the Cheng family. Although many from the Cheng family held positions of authority, the Chen and Lin families were not to be trifled with. However, the Cheng family could not produce a royal consort, which implied that they might very well ascend to the status of empress or even dowager empress. With enmity already established, it was imperative to thwart any ambitions of the Cheng family. Chapter 65. The board of this matter had already been discussed between Chen Yuhu and him the previous evening. Both shared the same perspective. The Lin family had its advantages. Despite a smaller population, they encountered fewer issues, whereas the numerous aristocratic families inevitably harbored a few rogues prone to bullying. There were indeed many vulnerabilities to exploit. Chen Yuhu suggested that Lin Ji pay a visit to the Chen family, particularly since her elder brother now oversaw the censorate. This issue was neither trivial nor monumental. The Cheng family needed to understand that they were not to be trifled with. Chen Yuhu could not be the madwoman. The daughters of the Lin family and the Chen family would eventually marry, thus the only candidate for madness would be from the Cheng family. This endeavor aimed to achieve two objectives. Firstly, to sever the Cheng family's extensive and entrenched roots, particularly targeting those who appeared to serve in governance yet were detrimental. These individuals could occasionally prove useful, albeit often to a significant detriment. Secondly, to tarnish the Cheng family's reputation, ensuring that their daughters could not ascend to the status of royal consort. Chen Yuhu favored sending the opposition to a temple for reflection. Lin Ji promptly headed to the Chen family, accompanied by his elder brother-in-law to the study. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu hurried towards the border, with affairs in the capital bustling with fervor. It was Lin Qingjiao's first time managing the household alone, and despite the presence of experienced matrons, the sisters faced considerable challenges. United as one, the three resolved to battle fiercely against the household's overseers. Although Chen Yuhu had provided clear guidance to her three daughters before departing, she had also instructed the overseers there was no need to offer special concessions. They should face challenges as necessary. The overseers, understanding the lady's intent, did not hold back, and the girls found themselves in a precarious situation. Shortly thereafter, a censor rigorously reported on the Cheng family, detailing offenses that were all verifiable. Chen Yuhu's elder brother stood leisurely before the censors, appearing detached from the matter. Lin Ji maintained a similarly stoic demeanor, as if the situation did not concern him. The emperor, dismissing the Cheng officials' futile justifications, calmly ordered an investigation, stating that the circumstances were indeed factual and should be dealt with according to the law. Such trifles, while minor, still warranted an outlet for one's grievances. As dawn broke, Lin Ji and the elder brother of Chen Yuhu exchanged a distant glance amidst the ranks of civil and military officials. The emperor, catching sight of this, murmured, "It seems that civil officials and military generals truly cannot be brought together." A nearby eunuch chuckled, remarking, "Aside from Lord Lin and the Chen family, There have been no unions between civil ministers and military officers in recent years. This particular match was one that Lord Lin ardently pursued back in the day. Indeed. The emperor recalled how the Chen family had resolutely refused, regardless of Lin Ji's relentless entreaties. Eventually, Lin Ji had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, donning the role of the villain to secure the match, which the Chen family begrudgingly accepted. It was a consequence of his own making, though this matter seemed resolved. News soon spread that Li Jinyao, the eldest son of the Li family, had shown blatant disrespect to his elders, causing harm to his stepmother and resulting in her miscarriage. While the public condemned the Cheng family for their despicable behavior, they also sought the truth behind the incident. The Cheng family's stance was clear. They accused Chen Yuhu of shielding her nephew under the pretense of Lord Lin's influence, while also attempting to downplay the scandal, lamenting the fate of their daughter. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyao let out a cold laugh. He had never measured himself against others. The moment he left with a wound, he ceased to be the naive Li Jinyao of yore. He understood his grandmother's concerns. She had her own children and grandchildren to consider, while his aunts were similarly preoccupied with their families. Those whom they cherished took precedence over him, and Li Jinyao held no expectations. After all, the one who had once regarded him as the most important person had long since departed. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself. The Cheng family had the audacity to claim that the Cheng girl lacked upbringing, which stirred Li Jinyao's temper. How absurd. It was not merely a slight against the Chen family. It was a direct affront to his mother and to him. The current Li Jinyao made it abundantly clear. Those who dared to cross him would face dire consequences. If the allegations were indeed true, neither the law nor familial regulations would offer them respite. Swiftly, Li Jinyao presented evidence and testimonies to the capital's judicial authorities, accusing his stepmother of usurping his mother's dowry, attempting to murder him, and causing harm to dozens of others in the process. The evidence was meticulously organized, and the case was compellingly articulated. The entire capital was once again shaken. Lin Ji openly declared, "The Cheng family has produced a wicked daughter. No wonder my wife speaks of male courtesans and female thieves." With that statement, the selection of the crown prince's consort was irrevocably altered. The Chen family, feeling a wave of relief, walked with newfound vigor. Lin Ji welcomed Li Jinyao into his residence, citing concerns for the boy's safety. It was no wonder the child had fallen ill upon arriving in the capital. The situation was evidently more complex than it appeared. In this tumultuous affair, the Chun, Li, and Cheng families were embroiled in a quagmire. Yet only the Lin family emerged as the unequivocal victims, undeserving of such calamity. Lin Ji could hardly believe that his all-knowing mother-in-law was oblivious to these developments. Chen Yuhu had warned him to remain vigilant against the Chen family's machinations. Her uncles were prudent, but her mother was fiercely cunning, employing ruthless tactics without regard for consequences. It was perilous indeed. Lin Ji fully concurred, feeling quite satisfied with his wife's cautious disposition. Chen Yuhu discerned well whom to favor, predominantly aligning with the Lin family, a stance that greatly pleased Lin Ji. His colleague's wife frequently quarreled due to moving belongings back to her family, nearly emptying their residence. Yet he was spared such troubles. Reflecting on this, Lin Ji felt a sense of pride. Shortly after Li Jinyao accused his stepmother, the reclusive Chen Mu made an unusual appearance at a banquet, where she encountered the matriarch of the Cheng family. Without hesitation, a fierce argument erupted, transforming the entire event into a battleground for the two elderly women. Amidst the chaos, Chen Yuhu had only just arrived at the border city, which was still some distance from the military encampment. She intended to rest briefly in the border city and, upon learning that her child was alive, felt a renewed sense of dignity. Having traveled a considerable distance, she could not face her children in disarray. Upon their arrival, Qingbai and Qingzhu eagerly awaited their mother at the city gate, yet Chen Yuhu remained in the carriage, unwilling to let them approach due to her unkempt appearance after several days without proper grooming. Ultimately, she sought refuge in an inn, requesting the finest room and instructing her attending maid to prepare for her arrival before finally emerging to meet her children. Passers-by recognized that such meticulousness indicated the presence of a noble woman. This was not mere pretense on Chen Yuhu's part. Rather, it was a necessary precaution in ancient times. Fraught with dangers, after refreshing herself, she met her two children, who had already settled in the guards accompanying them. The arduous journey had humbled Chen Yuhu. During her days of comfort, she had often found herself restless within the confines of her estate. Having witnessed much along the way, She gained a genuine understanding of the ancient world and began to express gratitude towards Lin Ji for his noble status and for bestowing upon her a life of privilege rather than that of a peasant. This journey had instilled in Chen Yuhu a sense of tranquility. Initially, riding had caused her legs to chafe, as her previous experiences on horseback had been limited, and she had doubted the literary accounts she had read, believing that noble ladies were prone to such discomfort due to their delicate skin. However, she was not one to be easily worn down. Nevertheless, she had instructed her maid to reinforce the inner seams of her trousers as a precaution. Despite her efforts, she still experienced significant pain. Consequently, Chen Yuhu found herself intermittently riding, resorting to the carriage whenever fatigue set in. Finally liberated from the arduous journey, she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her children, hastily inquiring, "How is Qingtong? What transpired? Are you both unharmed? Please take me to see him." The children, overwhelmed by a barrage of questions, struggled to respond. Qingbai reassured her, "Mother, please remain calm. Qingtong is quite well. Rather, he is unscathed. Both Qingzhu and I are also fine, with only minor injuries that have already healed. However, Qingbai encountered a bit of trouble, but now that you are here, all is well." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Indeed, she needed to rest. She had grown thinner and darker. Though Qingzhu dared not voice this observation, Chen Yuhu was acutely aware that the concept of embarking on a journey in ancient times differed vastly from modern-day travel. When one braved the elements, it was indeed a test of endurance, and fortunately, he did not overexert himself, as he had a horse-drawn carriage. Sitting upon a soft couch, he gazed at his two sons, gradually feeling a flicker of joy. "Pray tell me, what exactly happened to Qingtong?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingbai sought the most tactful way to convey the situation to their mother without causing her undue worry. Sensing his hesitation, Qingzhu directly stated, "Second brother is unharmed. He merely suffered a laceration to his abdomen, with some of his intestines protruding." Chen Yuhu gasped in shock. However, Qingbai quickly reassured her, "Fear not, mother. A passing monk provided medicine, and Qingtong has been treated. He is now well, with only some superficial wounds remaining." Observing her sons, Chen Yuhu discerned that their accounts were somewhat softened, tailored to ease her concerns. Qingzhu added, "Second brother has survived a grave ordeal. Surely, he is destined for greater fortune. So please rest easy." Although he had lived, he had experienced a brush with death. In the context of ancient beliefs, it was indeed a sign of divine protection. Chen Yuhu expressed her desire to visit Qingtong, but Qingbai informed her that he was recuperating in the city. Since Qingtong's illness, he had been relocated to a grand residence owned by the Ho family in the city, which had previously been managed by concubine Jiang. Later, upon Lin Ji's return to the capital, it was entrusted to an elderly servant. Observing the fatigue etched on Chen Yuhu's face, Qingbai suggested, "Mother, you should rest well. Tomorrow morning, Qingzhu and I shall escort you to see Qingtong." Qingzhu, suppressing a laugh, added, "Just ensure that when you return to the residence tomorrow, you make a grand spectacle of it. The more extravagant, the better." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu smiled slightly, "You mischievous boys. I cannot fathom the riddles you are playing with me, but since you insist, I shall comply." With a smile, she bid farewell to her two children. Once they departed, she sighed deeply. The maid, Ban Jiao, inquired about the cause of her sigh. Leaning back against the couch, Chen Yuhu mused, "We possess a residence. If Qingtong were not gravely injured, would I have been placed in an inn? They must believe my condition is dire. Fearing that my visit to Qingtong would hinder my recovery, hence they have kept me away." The servants exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Upon returning to the residence, Qingbai and Qingzhu found Qingtong confined within a room, his upper body swathed in bandages, covering his shoulders and abdomen. Fortunately, there was no longer any bleeding, allowing for their mother to see him. Upon noticing his brother's return, Qingtong's pale face brightened with a smile. "Has mother arrived? Did you suffer on the journey?" Qingbai shook his head. "Mother seems well, though she worries for you. At least her presence will dispel a certain vexatious spirit." Qingtong smiled in return. "I long to join the festivities outside, but perhaps mother might appreciate her spirited nature." Qingzhu countered, "Not at all. Mother would not take to it. There are many factors that could endear her, such as familial connections and the excellence of a girl from a reputable family. However, if she were to choose a daughter-in-law now, she would prioritize lineage, for that is what the Lin family requires." Qingzhu felt as though he could decipher their mother's thoughts with remarkable clarity. The father and mother, akin to spiders weaving their web, endeavored to expand the Lin family's network. Chen Yuhu could comprehend this, yet he also recognized that his mother was not particularly fond of it. Rather, she felt compelled to comply. Everyone was ensnared in this situation. All were. The three brothers gathered to converse. I truly did not anticipate that mother would come all this way, abandoning everything at home. After all, he was the least favored one. It seemed that mother had never truly cherished him. Qingbai cast a glance at Qingtong, displaying a mature demeanor as he rolled his eyes inwardly. Qingzhu perceived his eldest brother's irritation at their second brother's words and chuckled to ease the tension. The way you speak saddens mother. She confronted the Chung family at General Yu's banquet for your sake, nearly to the point of exhaustion, and then rushed over the following day out of concern for you. Yet you speak like this. If father were present, he would certainly discipline you. To discipline meant to invoke familial rules, possibly even a beating. Lin Ji often dealt with them thus, though they appeared as obedient children before their mother. Their behavior was not as compliant, and since Lin Ji's return home, they had indeed faced their share of punishment, particularly Qingtong. Qingtong rolled his eyes. He was more casual than his elder brother, as he was not a scholar. Speaking of their father, he was the least favored by Chen Yuhu, yet he was firmly on his mother's side. A child with nothing would yearn to seize any bit of goodwill. Thus, Lin Qingtong always maintained a mild demeanor towards Lin Ji, unlike Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingzhu, who were more obedient. The following day, Chen Yuhu rose early. On this occasion, she took her 4 closest maids with her, leaving behind the elderly matron who could not travel swiftly. However, since her children had suggested she make an impression, she could not afford to be careless. Therefore, she awoke early to adorn herself. The 4 maids, heeding Chen Yuhu's instructions, also adopted an attitude suitable for receiving guests, showcasing their finest manners and hairstyles. Goyu retrieved a beautiful floor-length gown in pale purple from the trunk, a recent creation for Chen Yuhu, which had yet to be worn. Even at the border, social interactions were essential. It was originally intended for receiving guests, but ended up being worn at home. Upon seeing the dress, Qingchai styled Chen Yuhu's hair into a lovely, yet understated lily bun. While the lily bun was quite common, achieving an elegant look required skill. The hair accessories primarily consisted of several pieces made from mutton fat jade, complemented by gold hairpins as embellishments. Mutton fat jade was rare, reserved for the nobility. Yet Chen Yuhu possessed a complete set of headpieces, a war trophy bestowed by the emperor upon Lin Ji. Adorned with silk flowers made from lilac, her appearance was striking. And never before had Chen Yuhu dedicated such effort to her appearance for a banquet. However, gazing at her beautiful reflection in the mirror uplifted her spirits. With the addition of white jade anklets, her entire ensemble was deemed complete. Chen Yuhu donned bracelets on both wrists and idly played with a string of 18 beads. Each bead was exquisite, crafted from fine materials, custom-made during her leisure at the jewelry pavilion. The carriage had also been thoroughly cleaned and adorned anew. The luxurious carriage, adorned with exquisite fabrics rarely seen by common folk, was decorated and shielded from the wind and sand by Chen Yuhu. While this practice was not uncommon, Chen Yuhu's simplicity stood in stark contrast to the ostentation of the noble women in the capital. The disparity was palpable, and it pained her to witness such fine materials being squandered. This was her first attempt at such embellishment. Soon, she understood why her son had urged her so fervently. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, those waiting at the entrance felt a sudden surge of anxiety upon seeing the approaching carriage, its silks billowing gracefully. The carriage itself was a remarkable piece, crafted from high-quality wood and adorned with a delicately made lantern, a style she had never encountered before. However, it was merely an accessory for the carriage. The lantern had always been part of the carriage's decor, and Chen Yuhu maintained this standard primarily due to the prevailing trends in the capital. Otherwise, she would be looked down upon by the city's elite. The carriage gradually came to a stop, and the grand gates swung open. The residence, procured by Lin Ji, was not particularly expansive, but in terms of elegance and value, it was among the finest. Such a residence was reserved for those of significant standing. Yet, compared to the estates in the capital, it still fell short, lacking in comparison. Surrounding the carriage were the well-equipped guards of the Marquis's residence, each personally selected by Lin Ji for their prowess. Their disciplined formation and formidable presence exuded an aura of martial prowess, and even those accustomed to soldiers at the borders felt a natural instinct to retreat upon encountering them. As the carriage halted, the guards also came to a standstill. Although the carriage had ceased moving, the door did not immediately open, and the occupants remained inside. Soon, maidservants unfurled a long carpet between the carriage and the entrance, ensuring that no dust would mar the steps of those disembarking. Only then did the carriage door slowly swing open. Qingbai and Qingzhu had been waiting at the entrance, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they were not surprised. It was merely the customary display of the noble women in the capital, though it was rare to see their mother partake in such ostentation. This was necessary due to the long hems of women's garments, which needed protection from dirt. Compared to other noble women, their mother was quite modest and understated. Yet, the onlookers held differing opinions. The girl standing before the grand gates observed the display with trepidation. The carpet alone was of considerable expense. Made from the same material her mother used for a simple bed covering, and the patterns were far less intricate. With a slight bow of her head, she concealed her discomfort. Qingbai noticed this and quickly averted his gaze, as if the girl were of little consequence. Qingbai and Qingzhu stepped forward, standing a short distance from the carriage, and bowed elegantly, their gestures refined and poised, as they simultaneously intoned, "Please, mother, be at ease." This drew the attention of passers-by, for their group was indeed a sight to behold. The maidservant opened the carriage door from the outside, and soon a figure emerged. Below the carriage, a stool had been placed for the disembarking occupant. A delicate hand emerged, supported by a maid, its slender wrist adorned with a verdant bracelet that starkly contrasted with the pale skin. Clad in a gown of pale lavender, embroidered with scattered blossoms, the fabric shimmered in the sunlight, revealing not only a subtle hue of purple, but also a silvery sheen. The mistress possessed an exquisite visage, seemingly untouched by the world, yet emanating a gentle demeanor. She wore a jade hairpin, lustrous and smooth, seemingly crafted from mutton-fat jade, a cherished possession shared with her brother. Upon seeing her two sons, Chen Yuhu finally smiled, the ethereal quality of her demeanor fading instantly. "Mother as well. Please take me to see Qing Tong," she urged, her thoughts drifting to the injured one, leaving her no inclination for pretense. As she descended the stairs, she noticed a young woman standing at the doorway, causing her to halt. "Who might this be?" she inquired. Qingzhu touched her nose, averting her gaze, while Qingbai maintained eye contact yet remained silent. Chen Yuhu smiled, her expression distant, as though awaiting an explanation. Xia Xinyan greeted Chen Yuhu with a curtsy, but according to Chen Yuhu's discerning eye, the gesture lacked proper form. This was quite inappropriate, revealing a lack of upbringing and manners. Chen Yuhu cast a fleeting glance. Having encountered numerous noble women, her standards had grown increasingly discerning. Xia Xinyan was taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from this seemingly amiable lady. The truth was simple. Chen Yuhu was not one to be easily approached. A mere imitation of Chen Yuhu's stern demeanor was sufficient to intimidate anyone in her presence. Xia Xinyan managed a forced smile. "Madam, I am Xia Xinyan, the legitimate daughter of General Xia Fan from the border." Chen Yuhu regarded her with a keen eye. "I did not inquire about your identity, but rather, what brings you to my home?" Xia Xinyan bowed once more, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "I admire the second son of the Lin family and have voluntarily come to care for him. I hope you will grant me your approval." Chen Yuhu raised an eyebrow. "I cannot trouble you with such matters. Your assistance has been noted, and I shall have someone escort you home along with some tokens of appreciation." "Madam." Xia Xinyan's words were abruptly cut off as her maidens seized her from either side. "The maidens will escort the young lady home." Without a glance back, Chen Yuhu turned and, flanked by her two sons, entered the estate. Once inside, she addressed her children. "Is this truly what you call trouble?" Meanwhile, a servant had already informed Lin Qing Tong of the news. "Young master, Miss Xia has been sent away by the madam." Lin Qing Tong, who had been reclining on a couch, straightened up. "Really? She was dismissed so easily?" The servant animatedly recounted the events at the door. Chen Yuhu, observing her two sons, felt a rare wave of self-doubt. "Are you truly this inept? You cannot manage a single young lady? And how did she even enter our home? Is this truly her house, or does it belong to us?" Inwardly, Chen Yuhu pondered. Had she raised two useless children, who fancied themselves as precious gems? Suddenly, I recalled those mothers on the internet incessantly inquiring if their children could become child models, akin to the ancient matron, Chen Yuhu, whose smile had vanished. She believed her son to be remarkably composed and exceptionally intelligent. The expression on Chen Yuhu's face shifted, becoming distinctly altered. The two children expressed concern. "Mother, what is the matter? Why do we sense an unsettling feeling of impending misfortune?" Both were visibly anxious. Chen Yuhu glanced at them, dismissing their worries. Qingzhua explained, "Mother, You are unaware of how fierce the women in this border city can be. Before our arrival, Miss Xia was already residing in the manor. To avoid her, our second brother rarely returned home. He only came back due to his injuries. Do you truly have no means to deal with her? Qingbai directly replied. We dare not. We fear being entangled by her, and you are unaware, mother, how formidable the matron of the Xia family is. Lin Qingzhou further cautioned, Mother, although Miss Xia has been temporarily dispatched, this is merely the beginning. The customs of the border city are fierce. You must be psychologically prepared. Chen Yuhu remained unfazed, questioning. What can she do? Beat me? At worst, she might resort to shameless antics. Having just quarreled with the Cheng family in the capital, her temper was still aflame, and she felt no fear. Chapter 68, Guests Arrive. Did you not witness the commanding presence of our matron? With a single command, she has finally sent her off. Lin Qingtong took a sip from her cup. Chen Yuhu's voice echoed from the doorway. I see you are well. Lin Qingtong immediately sat up, exclaiming, Mother. However, this movement aggravated her wound, causing her to wince and lean back. Chen Yuhu hastened to her side, perching on the edge of the bed, and inquired, Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Lin Qingtong forced a smile, revealing her pearly whites. It doesn't hurt. I am fine, Mother. Fortunately, the distance was great enough. Otherwise, had Chen Yuhu arrived a few days earlier, she would have witnessed her son's still gruesome injuries. Mother, do not worry about me. Elder brother and Zhuo brother are also injured. Chen Yuhu turned her gaze to the other two children, who appeared unscathed, then back to Qingtong. As long as you are all well, even if you were ill or disabled, you would still be my children. You may return to my side. I shall care for you. Chen Yuhu despised those who thrust their children into the world to earn money and shoulder responsibilities before they had even matured, leaving them with no retreat. She vowed never to become such a person. The children exchanged smiles, glancing at one another, for if their father were present, he would surely comment, a tender mother spoils her children. In noble families, cruel training methods abound, yet a mother as loving as she is a rarity. It is love, not indulgence. Spending time with her children made Chen Yuhu feel time swiftly pass. Observing Qingtong, she contemplated the care of her wounds, recalling that it likely involved high-concentration alcohol and maintaining cleanliness. However, the current physicians were well aware of these practices, and the alcohol here was not of great potency. They could only use certain medicines to achieve similar effects. Fortunately, they possessed the finest remedies. The departure of Miss Xia has reinstated the household under the stewardship of Chen Yuhu, who has taken upon herself the responsibility of attending to Lin Qingtong's daily needs. As for the stewards unfamiliar to Chen Yuhu, they exhibit a remarkable compliance towards her. However, she greets them with little more than a polite smile. For her patience has waned. These individuals are presumably loyal to Lin Ji, yet with the lady's title having persisted for so long, it is evident that their allegiance does not align with hers. In the capital, the stewards are her trusted confidants, while here, Lin Ji, a man with little concern for domestic affairs, ought to have retained his own loyal supporters. Should they perform their duties well, Chen Yuhu might extend them a modicum of tolerance. However, should they falter, it would provide the perfect opportunity to replace them with her own trusted individuals. Given that her son is destined to frequently traverse the borders, Chen Yuhu must remain vigilant. These stewards are evidently aware of the necessity for meticulous diligence in their work, demonstrating great commitment to their responsibilities. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu has resolved to substitute them with her own people, for there are always opportunities, and in intricate affairs, one must remain wary of potential treachery. Determined, she now observes her child at mealtime. Lin Qingtong possesses a hearty appetite, relishing the delectable flavors reminiscent of the capital, a boon attributed to his mother's arrival. Chen Yuhu, smiling, refrains from admonishing him about being picky, for whose child is not nurtured with care. Moreover, Qingtong has endured his share of hardships since arriving at the border. Qingbai and Qingzhu have also had their fill. After their meal, Chen Yuhu deliberately produced a letter and handed it to the two boys. Mother, it is your second uncle's assignment for you. Remember to submit it upon your return to the capital. Lin Qingtong observed his brother's bewildered expressions and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Noticing Chen Yuhu's gaze, he quickly coughed, feigning innocence as if nothing had happened. After their repast, Chen Yuhu retired to the main courtyard for a brief rest. With the children occupied, she began contemplating preparations for their return, striving to ensure a more comfortable journey. This was the matter occupying her thoughts before she slipped into slumber. Upon awakening, She donned her usual attire, having exchanged the long garment she wore in the morning for something more practical. While luxurious clothing is universally admired, Chen Yuhu places greater value on comfort. In the oppressive summer heat, she chose a floral-patterned gauze shirt paired with a soft silver-blue skirt, exuding elegance, propriety, and refinement. Just as she finished dressing, she was informed, "Madam, guests have arrived." Chen Yuhu paused, still groggy from sleep, as the attendant continued, "It is the Countess and Miss Yijing, along with Madame Xia and Miss Xia. It is Sister Feng and Yijing who have come." A smile flickered across Chen Yuhu's face as the maid promptly retrieved several hairpins to adorn her hairstyle. Having let her hair down before her nap, she transformed it into a simple bun, achieving comfort. With her hair elegantly arranged, Chen Yuhu proceeded to greet her guests. One disadvantage of ancient customs lies in the differing standards for receiving visitors, unless they are particularly close. Neglecting to present oneself well when meeting guests is seen as a sign of disrespect and a lack of regard for the other party. Chen Yuhu was accompanied by a long line of maids as she stepped out, immediately spotting Lady Ho seated in the reception hall, sipping tea, alongside the spirited Ho Yijing, who had flourished in the borderlands. With an appreciative gaze, Chen Yuhu regarded Ho Yijing, who swiftly sensed her admiration. Aunt Chen appeared exceedingly gentle, adorned in elegant attire that radiated understated beauty, yet as she walked, her skirt shimmered with a cascade of colors. The delicate hairpin and other inconspicuous accessories atop her head were both exquisite and costly. Upon seeing Chen Yuhu, Ho Yijing's face brightened, her aunt's warmth invited closeness. In truth, every detail of her ensemble was meticulously chosen, reflecting the occasion, her status, and the necessary aura, with intricate nuances woven throughout. Today, as they welcomed guests, particularly friends, a more approachable appearance was warranted. With a cheerful call, Ho Yijing exclaimed, "Aunt." Lady Ho, who had been immersed in her tea, had no particular desire to engage with Lady Xia, and upon hearing the call, lifted her gaze to find Yuhu had indeed arrived. However, she was quick to admonish, "What a lack of decorum! Where have your manners gone?" Ho Yijing, unfazed and smiling, despite her riding attire, performed a proper curtsy to greet Aunt Chen respectfully. Chen Yuhu's eyes sparkled with delight as she took Ho Yijing's hand, playfully remarking, "It has been too long since we last met, Yijing. Your elegance surpasses even your former self. Indeed, your grace is beyond compare," Aunt Chen added, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckling softly. "Oh, you too." This aunt-niece bond is truly shameless. Each meeting is filled with mutual flattery. How do you not blush? Exchanging knowing glances, Chen Yuhu and Ho Yijing laughed heartily. "You wouldn't understand. This is our unique affinity," they shared. Yijing's charm has certainly grown, yet regrettably, I did not bring any young ladies along this time. Otherwise, I would have insisted Yijing entertain them thoroughly. Ho Yijing felt even more jubilant at the border. Chen Yuhu's words carried a hint of wistfulness, a sentiment that Lady Ho could easily discern. There would be future opportunities, as they maintained a correspondence. Nodding, Chen Yuhu finally turned her attention to Lady Xia and Miss Xia. The mirth in her eyes considerably diminished. Lady Xia rose, Lady Lin. Lady Xia. Chapter 69. The Prime Minister's pressured marriage having just arrived at the border, I am unaware of any dealings between my Lord Ho and General Xia. However, it is quite discourteous for Lady Xia to visit unannounced. The camaraderie between Lady Ho and Ho Yijing, whether it be General Ho and Lin Ji, or the Ho Matriarch and her daughters, was profound and could not be compared. Their displayed affection spoke volumes. Even they had only chosen to visit on the afternoon following Chen Yuhu's arrival, allowing time for a mother-son conversation. Lady Xia had not anticipated that Chen Yuhu would begin with an inquiry of this nature. Wasn't it said that people in the capital were more discreet? After a brief, awkward laugh, Lady Xia, who had initially intended to confront, found herself at a disadvantage. She offered a respectful bow to Chen Yuhu, acknowledging, "I am at fault for not providing you with a formal invitation in advance. It was my oversight." Chen Yuhu gracefully approached the chair opposite them and seated herself, unperturbed by the formalities. With a smile, she remarked, "Madame Xia, you seem quite earnest. Miss Xia has been assisting in my household for quite some time. We are familiar acquaintances, so there is no need for such formality." As Madame Xia attempted to bow, she found herself caught in the midst of the gesture, unsure whether to proceed or to rise. Meanwhile, Xia Xinyan followed Chen Yuhu's movements, her gaze fixed on the hem of Chen's garment. Ho Yijing noticed this and, With a chuckle, inquired, "Aunt, is your skirt made of this year's new palace satin?" "Indeed, you possess a keen eye," replied Chen Yuhu. "It is, after all, a product from the palace. No wonder it is so exquisite. Has your lord husband received a royal favor?" The lady of the house, in a jesting manner, continued the conversation. Chen Yuhu smiled, acknowledging that Lin Ji often received royal gifts, yet she clarified that her fabric was not a palace grant. "The emperor has indeed bestowed many favors, but this material is not among them. Have you forgotten what your sister-in-law's family does?" It dawned on Madame Hua. "Your sister-in-law is a daughter of the weaving bureau. Although their official rank is modest, the position is one of imperial favor. Only those who hold a special place in the emperor's heart may assume such roles." Madame Hua marveled at the sharp discernment of the Chen matriarch. Apart from the somewhat troubled marriage of Chen Yuhu, none of her sons or daughters-in-law were ordinary. Lin Ji, too, had garnered favor in the emperor's eyes. No wonder he was so adamant against marrying his daughter to him. Meanwhile, Madame Xia stood awkwardly aside, listening to their conversation. When the topic finally shifted, she seized the opportunity to say, "Madame Chen, you are aware of my purpose in coming here, so I shall be straightforward. My daughter has spent considerable time in your esteemed household, and she has developed feelings for your son. Would it be agreeable for our families to unite in marriage?" Chen Yuhu felt a twinge of discomfort. She set down her teacup and managed a strained smile. "I am unfamiliar with the customs at the border. Yet it seems that the arrangement of marriages does not proceed in this manner." She refrained from mentioning the lack of propriety displayed by the other party's daughter. As the proposal was quite direct, Madame Hua interjected, "There was once a beautiful tale you may have heard about Madame Angua." Chen Yuhu nodded, admitting she was not acquainted with it. Subsequently, many have emulated that example, resulting in several favorable unions, which has led some young men and women to wish to try their hand at it. Chen Yuhu grasped that such customs did indeed exist at the border. While it was rather abrupt, there were precedents. However, Chen Yuhu was planning to return to the capital. If Qingtong were genuinely interested, that could be another matter. The girl's etiquette could be taught anew, provided her intentions were sincere and she truly cherished Qingtong. Chen Yuhu could be accommodating. Yet, therein lay the fear of insincerity. When selecting a daughter-in-law, Chen Yuhu knew she must proceed with caution, for it pertained to her future happiness. With a gentle smile, she straightened her posture and addressed Madame Xia. "I have only just arrived at the border and am not yet acquainted with its customs. My family has resided in the capital for generations, and my mother has always placed great importance on propriety." By highlighting her background, she subtly reminded the other party. According to the customs of the capital, there are indeed many rules governing the interactions between young men and women. Moreover, our family is not large, and each child is dearly cherished by both myself and the whole family. I shall not conceal from you, my lady, that when it comes to selecting a daughter-in-law for our family, we are indeed meticulous in our choices. Virtue, capability, appearance, and family background are all intricate considerations that cannot be overlooked. Although Qingtong is not the eldest son, he is the sole one in our family trained in martial arts, destined to inherit his father's legacy. His father holds great expectations for him and has his own plans. I cannot interject in his affairs, especially regarding such significant matters as marriage. Moreover, there is an essential aspect that remains unaddressed: political stance. Madame Xia bears the surname Xia, and if I recall correctly, the wife of the chancellor also shares the same surname. No wonder this mother-daughter duo acts without reservation. While they may act with impunity, I cannot afford such liberties. Chancellor Ning is a confidant of the emperor, serving as a mentor to the princes. Lin Ji is a man of pure integrity. We must not mix our affairs with his. Chen Yuhu, clear-minded and astute, calculated the situation and promptly declined. It was imperative to make her refusal known to all. Without ambiguity, a mere vague response would not suffice. A shared glance with Madame Ho revealed a myriad of emotions in their eyes. Chen Yuhu rose immediately, requesting that Madame Xia refrain from further discussion on the matter. Despite her polite demeanor, Madame Xia appeared deeply insulted, standing to assert that she looked down upon the daughters of the Xia family, stating bluntly that her daughter had lost her reputation while residing in their household. If Madame Chen is unwilling to speak with me, then I shall have my mother address you directly. Madame Xia's words were delivered with an air of arrogance, leaving Chen Yuhu bewildered. What was the meaning of this? What influence could the aged matriarch of the Xia family wield? The mother of the current chancellor indeed holds some significance, yet one cannot resort to coercion. Madame Xia stormed off, her sleeves flaring, her complexion flushed. Accompanied by a somewhat distressed Miss Xia, Chen Yuhu was thoroughly astounded. No wonder her son had mentioned that this matter was rather troublesome, even cautioning her about the fierce nature of the frontier folk. Had she not arrived, would she have been as insistent as a bull forcing its head into the water? Would she have attempted to consummate the affair without consent, relying on Chancellor Ning's protection, thus silencing any opposition? Once again, Chen Yuhu trembled, this time genuinely enraged. More so than with the Cheng family. Ho Yizheng quickly stepped forward to support Chen Yuhu, urging her not to be upset, assuring her that a resolution would eventually present itself, especially since they were within these walls, where they dared not act recklessly. Originally, Tong Di had managed to evade such entanglements, following my father closely, leaving the Xia family powerless against him. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would be injured unexpectedly? Stumbling upon traitors within the military? This injury necessitated his return home for recuperation. The conditions in the military were harsh, and his wounds were severe, causing my father to act with caution. Just as Tong Di returned home, Miss Xia entered the residence. My mother had not foreseen this turn of events, or else the other party would not have succeeded so easily. Supported by Ho Yizheng, Chen Yuhu gradually regained her composure. She gently patted his hand, acknowledging him as a good child, reminding him that his father's scolding was also rooted in concern for Qing Tong. Nevertheless, one cannot guard against those who possess no shame. Observing their actions today has revealed a portion of their true nature. Until this matter is thoroughly resolved, Chen Yuhu shall not return to the capital. Hao Yijing exchanged a glance with his mother, and it was clear to him that Aunt was a woman of reason. Had it not been for his parents watching like hawks, the Xia family would have already succeeded in their schemes. Chen Yuhu trembled with anger, setting down her teacup without having taken a sip. The audacity of the Lin family was infuriating. They were not some soft fruit to be easily squeezed or bitten into. In Chapter 70, Educating the Children, Chen Yuhu put down her cup again, consumed by her fury. Noticing her genuine distress, Madame Ho urged her to remain calm, reminding her that while she was the mother of the Prime Minister, she was not the Prime Minister herself. And thus, there was no need to take the matter too seriously. Her words, though bold, bore a semblance of truth. Chen Yuhu felt slightly more composed. This was not the moment for rage, but rather for reflection on how to respond. The old lady was not to be underestimated, as she held a legitimate rank, albeit only second tier. The royal consort that Cheng had recently secured had just flown away, and Chen Yuhu did not wish to be continually subjected to manipulation. Always yielding was no mark of strength. Madame Ho had come today with two purposes, to offer Chen Yuhu a warning and to check on her well-being. Having accomplished both, she discreetly glanced at Qing Tong before bidding farewell with Hao Yijing. Chen Yuhu accompanied them to the door, grasping Hao Yijing's hand and saying to Madame Ho, "Sister, do come and chat with me when you have time. I shall come to you, whether you invite me or not, as soon as you are free." Chen Yuhu smiled and nodded. Once she had seen off Madame Ho and Hao Yijing, the first thing Chen Yuhu did upon returning home was to write a letter to Lin Ji, at the very least to alert him. This union must not come to fruition. Seated in her chair, Chen Yuhu closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, while three obedient children sat in a row before her, awaiting her guidance. Although her mood was far from pleasant, today, she did not wish to reprimand them. Chen Yuhu, maintaining her composure, asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter? Your father is not here. I cannot be expected to make decisions alone as a mere woman. Speak up, I am listening." The children bowed their heads in contemplation, except for Lin Qing Tong, who clutched his wound and whimpered, "Mother, I have no thoughts. My injury hurts." He pressed his abdomen, whining softly. Chen Yuhu opened her eyes and shot him a glare, causing Lin Qing Tong to immediately cease his cries, realizing that his mother would not inquire further. With a sigh, Chen Yuhu addressed him, "Qing Tong, you should understand that military generals require a keen sense of political sensitivity. When the birds are gone, the good bough lies hidden. Mastering this balance is essential for a general's survival." Leaning against the cushion behind him, Lin Qing Tong looked up and replied, "Mother, I understand." Seeing he was aware, Chen Yuhu chose not to elaborate further. Lin Qing Bai, toying with a small cup in his hands, was the first to speak up. "This matter, to put it plainly, is merely a political game. It is neither too significant nor too trivial. The battlefield does not lie here with Mother. As long as you withstand the pressure, all shall be well. Moreover, while General Xia's reputation is formidable, having earned his accolades through hardship, he has long since departed this world. The mere presence of an elderly Madame Xia cannot truly threaten you. As Qinghua interjected, he remarked, engaging in the recitation of Buddhist scriptures is inconsequential. However, subjecting my mother to undue tribulations is entirely unwarranted, for our family owes him nothing. Qingbai set down his cup, yet his mother lacked a formal title, while the esteemed matriarch of the Xia family held significant stature. How, then, could his mother defend herself? Qinghua's words were laden with meaning. What defense could one mount? A facade of civility was essential, but what consequences would arise from a breach of decorum? Was the Prime Minister Ning beholden to the Xia family? For him, the absence of the Xia family would bear no loss. Our two families, both of martial lineage, would suffer no repercussions from the demise of the old General Xia. When Lin Qinghua spoke, his tone was calm yet articulate, swiftly weaving a coherent narrative in Chen Yuhu's mind through his analysis. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuhu's lips. Such was the gift of talent. And this talented individual was her son. Was it not the case that their true desire was for Xia Xinyan to wed into their family? At that moment, Chen Yuhu abruptly interrupted Lin Qinghua, asking, "What do you think of Xia Xinyan?" It was Lin Qingbai who responded first, his voice cold and detached. As if he were describing a mere beast. She is unruly, her gaze wandering, her mind unstable, harboring many petty schemes, and her acting skills are passable. Chen Yuhu's eyes widened in surprise as she shot a glance at Qingbai. How so? She inquired. I heard she appeared sorrowful and indignant when leaving with her mother. She does not strike me as someone so impractical. She ought to have known her mother would disapprove. Yet she maintained such a faade, either weak-minded or merely performing for sympathy, hoping to evoke pity for her purported helplessness. If matters were to fail, it would not severely tarnish her reputation. I lean towards believing it to be an act. Chen Yuhu turned her gaze back to Qinghua. What say you? As my elder brother has articulated, the character of Miss Xia is of little significance, he replied. Chen Yuhu exclaimed, in what sense is it unimportant? A young lady with such erratic tendencies can hardly achieve anything of merit. If a union were to be forced, my mother would, out of respect for the old General Xia, permit her to enter the household as a concubine. Should such an event transpire, it would validate her scheming. Her voice, though light, weighed heavily on Chen Yuhu's heart, prompting her to respond with a resolute tone. Such a scenario will not unfold. Should it occur, if she enters the household, I shall ensure her demise. Take heed of my words. Anyone who enters the Marquis's residence, be they wife or concubine, must possess a pure heart. I can tolerate a measure of foolishness and minor schemes, but should there be any treachery that sows discord among the children, leading to strife between brothers, I shall act decisively against the instigator before any harm can be done. As for your wives, I shall select them with utmost care, while the concubines will be entrusted entirely to your wife's discretion. The individuals who wish you well, aside from your father and me, are those who bear your children. I shall strive to present you with options so that you may choose a wife of your liking. However, do not, upon marrying, fall prey to fleeting infatuations and display theatrics of passionate love elsewhere. To speak candidly, if such events were to transpire, it would only serve to demonstrate the inadequacy of your intellect, leading to your abandonment by both myself and your father. All three of you are implicated. The trio stood in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word. Unlike the oblique Lin Ju, Chen Yuhu made her intentions abundantly clear. Disfavor would result in dire consequences. Do not underestimate women. Consider those adept ladies of the capital, and do not dismiss the resolve of one harboring resentment. A person with determination can achieve anything. Yes, mother. We shall remember, they replied. Chen Yuhu gazed at Qinghua, her expression grim. Mere tenderness is insufficient. The children have grown and become obstinate. Lin Qinghua, with a clear mind, acted excessively, inadvertently advising Chen Yuhu to cast aside Lin Qingtong and Xia Xinyan, resulting merely in an additional concubine within the household. While it may render the Xia family cautious, the method was rather ruthless, though Lin Qinghua perceived it as inconsequential. Cunning can be advantageous, yet a lack of principles can lead one astray. Chen Yuhu looked at Qinghua and sighed inwardly. Qinghua, we are both born of the same parents. The chastity of a girl is more precious than life itself. Though it may sound trivial, it is wise for us to uphold this belief. Miss Xia is the legitimate granddaughter of General Xia, cherished and nurtured by her parents. A single careless word from you could ruin a life. If the universe indeed operates on principles of karma, Consider your father and me before uttering such words or engaging in similar actions next time. Reflect upon your stepmother and sister, as well as your siblings. Chapter 71. The consequence of misconduct. Chen Yuhu rose and positioned herself before Lin Qingzhua. My dear, one must possess certain boundaries, even if such things seem futile. These boundaries are not merely for the sake of others or for the sake of some supernatural beliefs, but to safeguard oneself and protect one's humanity. We exist in this world, not in a purgatory. A gentleman must exercise self-restraint. Chen Yuhu bore no intention of reproaching Lin Qingzhua, while Qingbai and Qingtong observed from the sidelines. She gently tousled Lin Qingzhua's hair and said, I am delighted by your intelligence and talent. The court can be treacherous, and I take pride in your capabilities. However, as a mother, my greatest fear is that you may stray from the right path, losing your way. Lin Qingzhua gazed at Chen Yuhu, unblinking. She continued, There is but one me in this world. Cherish yourself. I do not expect you to embody the ideals of a gentleman or adhere to their decorum and spirit, but you must first be true to yourself. You are you. Look to the heavens and realize there is no one quite like me. The children murmured in their hearts, repeating, Look to the heavens and realize there is no one quite like me. Seeing that her children appeared to resonate with her sentiments, Chen Yuhu stood and declared, Tomorrow, you two, Qingbai and Qingzhua, shall visit General Ho at the military camp. He is a dear friend of your father and also the mentor of Qingtong, a teacher akin to a father, capable of wielding authority. I shall write to General Ho tonight, requesting his assistance. Qingtong is gravely injured, and as her mother, I am truly distressed. Thus, we shall refrain from any punishment for now. In truth, she had intended to chastise these two. Qingbai and Qingzhua bowed in acknowledgement. Chen Yuhu then turned and exited, leaving the three siblings to huddle together in hushed conversation. The following day, Chen Yuhu found himself compelled by the determined Lady Xia, while the other two children, aside from Qingtong, ventured to the military camp to seek General Ho for a beating. General Ho, well aware of Chen Yuhu's intentions, simply led the two children to the martial arts platform, choosing the most crowded area for the public demonstration. To instruct the children in front of an audience was not in vain, given Lady Lin's earnest efforts. General Ho commanded the two children to kneel on the platform, cracking his whip with a flourish. Last night, your mother sent word, requesting that I discipline you in your father's stead, even suggesting a beating. In the military camp, there were no wooden rods conforming to the rules, only the whip in my hand, which should suffice. A whip does not inflict lasting harm. It merely causes superficial injuries. With his precise aim, General Ho felt confident in wielding the whip. In their household, children were not punished through physical means. Instead, they would kneel in the ancestral hall as penance. Injuries were common during training, hence General Ho's reluctance to strike children. The pair removed their shirts and knelt upright in public. It was a break period, and many soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle. How could even the scions of nobility be subjected to punishment? General Ho cracked the whip twice and inquired, You tell me, are you aware of the reasons for your punishment? Chen Yuhu had not specified the cause when he requested General Ho's intervention. However, in accordance with the Ho family's philosophy on raising children, punishment was not an end in itself. Thus, General Ho sought to understand their reasoning. Curious as to why Lady Lin had entrusted him with the task of disciplining her children, Lin Qingbai knelt with perfect posture. Having spent recent days traveling between the borders and occasionally practicing with his younger brother in the military camp, his previously frail arms now boasted definition. The soldiers surrounding them knew well that the children of the Lin family were not delicate. They bore defeats in practice without complaint and accepted punishment with composure. True valor is found in restraint, yet even a man must face his mother's wrath. Lin Qingbai gazed straight ahead and proclaimed loudly, as the eldest son, I have failed to protect my brother, which is an act of disloyalty. Instead of taking the initiative to resolve matters, I awaited our mother's arrival, causing her unnecessary worry, which is an act of ingratitude. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such severity in his words. Disloyalty and ingratitude were indeed grave charges. Lacking in capability, yet holding oneself in high regard, disregarding others, this warrants punishment. Well said. General Ho commended, satisfied that the boy understood the reason for his chastisement. Qingzhua, your turn. Qingzhua emulated his brother's demeanor, though he appeared slightly more fragile. A gentleman must maintain self-respect and composure, yet I foolishly prided myself on my cleverness. Stubbornly straying from the right path, and nearly causing my mother distress. I am grateful for her guidance. Indeed, your mother indicated that each of you should receive 10 lashes from your father. Today, I shall administer 10 lashes to both of you combined. Do you have any objections? The brothers chorused in unison, none. Soon, the sound of the whip cracking echoed throughout the training grounds, resonating far and wide. Ho Yijing and his elder brother had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, alternating in receiving their lashes, which allowed them a moment to truly feel the sting of pain. Having served in the military for many years, General Ho's strength was unmatched. The brothers of Ho Yijing winced at the sound. They had never endured such punishment from their father. How could he strike so hard? Would their mother not feel heartache? Ho Yijing cast a glance at his elder brother, feeling a pang of sympathy. It was evident that they had engaged in some remarkable mischief, prompting their aunt to beseech their father for an immediate reprimand. Otherwise, she typically indulged them with great affection. In their family, where martial arts were a tradition, she had never been seen to pamper her brothers to such an extent. After enduring 10 lashes each, the two siblings supported one another as they rose to their feet. Ho Yijing interjected, "Shall I accompany you and my brothers back? Are you able to return on your own?" The brothers leaned on each other. Lin Qingjue felt the sharp pain in his back with every breath, while Lin Qingbai's face turned pale as he waved his hand dismissively. "No need. We'll apply the medicine at the military camp before heading back. Otherwise, mother will worry." Their mother had traveled a great distance due to the matter concerning Qingtong, and it was apparent that she had become thinner and darker. Upon seeing them, her first question was whether they were well, clearly alarmed. Returning in such a bloody state would only serve to distress her further, robbing her of restful sleep. Presently, she was so concerned about Qingtong that she monitored his meals, scrutinizing everything he ate. Too much or too little was unacceptable. To this day, she had not even seen him change his bandages. Ho Yijing exchanged glances with his brothers, acknowledging the difference between this child and others. These two brothers were clearly anxious to spare their mother any worry. Lin Qingtong, stationed at the frontier, seemed intent on vying for her affection, as if fearing that Lady Lin might forget him. Observing his brothers heading to find the military doctor for treatment, Ho Yijing raised an eyebrow, formulating a plan. He turned to his elder brother, saying, "It has been a while since you visited Qingtong. Aren't you concerned? Let us invite a few of his friends and escort them back, while also paying a visit to Lin Qingtong." "Sounds good." Ho Yijing's second brother agreed without a second thought. However, their elder brother scrutinized his younger sister for a moment. Had she not just seen Lin Qingtong yesterday? Did he not know? Why the sudden concern for that lad? Hadn't she previously criticized him for being too cunning, always vying for attention and causing Lady Lin distress? Chapter 72. A performance. Lin Qingbai and Lin Qingjue were taken aback by their unexpected popularity, as so many offered to escort them home. As soon as the brothers departed that morning, Lady Xia and the elderly Lady Xia arrived, this time without Miss Xia. Chen Yuhu greeted the elderly Lady Xia with a warm smile, eager to avoid any rumors reaching the capital that she disrespected her. Although General Xia had passed away many years ago, his reputation still loomed large, and any negative reports could complicate matters for Lin Ji and Lin Qingtong within the military circles. Thus, Chen Yuhu showed great deference, having also invited several other military families to visit. Guests from the capital and local notables were present, as she had orchestrated this gathering to express her gratitude. Most of the children from these families were friends with Lin Qingtong. This gratitude was not merely formal, it acknowledged their timely arrival, which had effectively saved Lin Qingtong, a debt of gratitude that bore significant weight. She was confident they would attend. However, after the arrival of the esteemed matriarch, Madame Xia, the several ladies who had previously been engaged in lively conversation with Chen Yuhu gradually took their leave. Their intentions were to seek personal gain, rather than to entangle themselves in such matters, as they were ill-equipped for such involvement. Chen Yuhu did not press them. Their interaction was one of mutual utility. Their presence at her residence today meant they had crossed a threshold, and there was no retreat without consequence. Naturally, those who had arrived were prepared for this eventuality. In the presence of Madame Xia and the other ladies, Chen Yuhu displayed a demeanor of utmost respect. Yet, no matter how she smiled, Madame Xia found her countenance displeasing. Chen Yuhu, indifferent to the discomfort of others, felt equally uneasy in the presence of Madame Xia. As they took their seats, Chen Yuhu, as a younger generation member, cheerfully initiated the exchange. "Madame Xia's visit has truly illuminated my humble abode." Madame Xia was a plump, diminutive lady who, at first glance, appeared kindly. Yet her words were far from courteous. "Madam, you are being excessively polite. I have come today with a request concerning my wayward granddaughter." Chen Yuhu's smile seemed permanently affixed to her face. She was adept at feigning interest, but had also mastered the art of insincerity. While she sat there, her smile was noticeably artificial, and she feigned attentiveness, allowing Madame Xia to perform her solo act. Soon, however, the performance faltered, and the narrative turned to lamentation, expressing hope for an engagement between their families. The more Chen Yuhu observed this elderly woman, the more her distaste grew, finding her mother-in-law much more agreeable in comparison. Madame Xia, adopting a posture of deference, expressed her regrets if she had caused any offense, stating that her family sought no prestigious position for their daughter, who was, admittedly, lacking in merit. Nevertheless, they believed her intentions to be pure, as she truly harbored affections for your second son. They were willing to provide a substantial dowry and earnestly hoped for Madame's support. Chen Yuhu managed to smile, recalling that the former daughter-in-law of their family was a merchant's orphan, and the tale of her passionate yet tragic love affair still echoed throughout the capital. There were no cliché narratives of vengeance among children left behind. The woman was indeed an orphan, and her twins had perished, leading to rampant speculation. Chen Yuhu surmised that the dowry must have been exceedingly generous to enable a merchant's orphan to wed into a family of generals. The current status of the Xia family was a far cry from what it once was, hinting at hidden agendas. It was said that the Xia family had long been divided, and while General Xia, a man of martial prowess, had ventured south, he had remarried without producing heirs. Though the world praised his fidelity, Chen Yuhu perceived only a hypocritical cowardice, further tarnishing her impression of the Xia family. Their family values seemed fundamentally flawed. If it was wealth they sought, the Minister of Right's household also pursued riches. Yet was it not far more liberating for the likes of Qi Wanqing? The matron of the Xia family, devoid of children, was a stark contrast. Chen Yuhu forced a smile. Though it was clear that she was being pressured into a marriage proposal, she had to maintain a facade of good temper. How could her son be likened to a succulent dish of braised meat? He had not even matured yet, and they were already eager to take a bite. Cursed be Prime Minister Ning. One could hardly believe this matter transpired without his prompting. Madame Xia, yesterday Madame Xia had already spoken to me, and I conveyed the reasons as well. In my household, matters are dictated by the Marquis. Particularly concerning Qingtong, his affairs are solely orchestrated by my lord, and I dare not make a hasty commitment. If Madame Xia truly has intentions, it would be best to consult my lord. Such words are evidently a polite refusal, yet they leave no room for reproach. Furthermore, when it comes to the marriage of children, it is only fitting that parents jointly take charge. As you have approached me alone, I must respectfully decline. However, the tone of Madame Xia softened, tinged with a hint of surprise. So, you are in agreement, madam, but merely await the Marquis's consent? Chen Yuhu raised her gaze towards Madame Xia, who looked upon her with a tender smile, radiating warmth. One might mistakenly think Chen Yuhu was her granddaughter. Suddenly, Chen Yuhu felt a wave of nausea. It seemed she was still rather unseasoned in the art of disingenuousness. Regaining her composure, Chen Yuhu responded, "If it were solely about me, I would still not be able to agree." Upon her words, Madame Xia's expression abruptly turned frosty. "Does Madame Chen look down upon my daughter?" Chen Yuhu's demeanor also hardened, feeling a twinge of indignation. Whose daughter wouldn't he be more admirable than mine? Every family has their daughters. Yet, it was unnecessary for Madame Xia to be so severe, although Lin Ji is a military general. He has no ties to the Xia family. The old general was a distinguished commander of the previous dynasty, while Lin Ji's achievements are recognized in the present, making their connection non-existent, which could be considered a fortunate circumstance. I hold a deep respect for General Xia, and thus extend my respect to you. But matters of marriage cannot be forced. Moreover, my mother hails from the Liu family, which values propriety above all. For Miss Xia to intrude uninvited into my home and presume authority is rather impolite. I am unfamiliar with the customs of the frontier, but according to the etiquette of the capital, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate. As Chen Yuhu reached this point, she seemed reluctant to continue, offering an awkward smile. Madame Xia's expression had soured considerably, betraying her disinterest in further discussion. Chen Yuhu sought to avoid harsh words. Yet, if pressed, she could directly inquire whether, given her daughter's deep affections for my child, she would be willing to accept a secondary role. Unlike the modern dramas, even in the case of elopement, a noble woman must be the principal wife. There are not many who would willingly accept the lesser status unless coerced by family or lured by the allure of status. And even then, it would be met with scorn. Chen Yuhu had already experienced the sharpness of ancient customs, which often cut to the quick. However, as she too had a daughter, she wished to refrain from uttering such unpalatable words. After bidding farewell to the visibly displeased Madame Xia and the irate Madame Xia, she caught sight of a group of children at the gate. Chapter 73. A reckless course of action. Hou Yijing leapt from his horse and approached Chen Yuhu. Observing the two departing ladies in a fury, he inquired, "Auntie, what has transpired with these two ladies? Why are they so upset?" Chen Yuhu smiled slightly. Perhaps due to her differing perspective on the old customs. Madame Xia felt I was overly rigid, out of step with the prevailing spirit of the new era, which caused her some irritation. It is quite normal to experience a range of emotions during a debate. Hou Yijing, curious, watched the two as they boarded the carriage and inquired of Chen Yuhu, "What aspect of the old customs are we discussing?" Chen Yuhu smiled even more, responding that it pertained to matters of marriage and mourning. Hou Yijing nodded sagely, indicating her understanding. Chen Yuhu gazed at Hou Yijing, finding her increasingly likable. Yet their families were not destined to unite. Moreover, Hou Yijing seemed indifferent to her children, having already set her sights on a young man of her own choosing. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu continued to smile warmly at Hou Yijing, which in turn uplifted those around her. Chen Yuhu welcomed them inside with a smile, fully aware that Hou Yijing had intentionally brought them along. It was unlikely that Hou Yijing's elder brother would allow his younger sister to perform a good deed without recognition. However, he did not go too far, merely commenting that Yijing was thinking of her aunt. To say much more would appear petty and might even be off-putting. Chen Yuhu accepted this with a smile, feeling no discontent. In fact, she was pleased that Hou Yijing held her in such regard. The letter to Lin Ji had already been dispatched, and Chen Yuhu's spirits were not particularly high. The old lady Xia was indeed quite bothersome. Each day, Chen Yuhu tended to Lin Qingtong, who was now able to rise from bed. Chen Yuhu set aside her worries about the old lady. Watching Lin Qingtong take his first steps outside, she felt a surge of happiness and sat nearby, embroidering a handkerchief. However, her embroidery skills were well known to be quite ordinary. It was merely a way to pass the time. As Chen Yuhu focused on her stitching, Lin Qingtong finally ventured outside, moving slowly but steadily. Although the pain from his wound had subsided considerably, his mother remained cautious, advising him against rushing his recovery. As he practiced his steps, Lin Qingtong asked his mother, "Why is the old lady Xia fixated on me?" Chen Yuhu scoffed lightly. "It is undoubtedly because your elder brother and younger brother are not easily trifled with. Your elder brother, not only cold in temperament, but also the heir, has been the focus of your father's attention and nurturing. This means he is destined to bear more responsibilities and make difficult choices. Your younger brother, being an illegitimate child, is often viewed differently. Despite my unwavering belief in the merits of my own children, I cannot allow others to be so selective. Thus, it is only natural that you appear the most manageable, especially since you are the only one in the family trained in martial arts. Your father, a military man, has paved a promising path for you in the official realm. Marriage is often assessed through a comparative lens. In addition to evaluating you, your father and I must also be weighed on the scales to secure a favorable match. Otherwise, why would your father be so relentlessly insistent on marrying me?" At that moment, Qingbai and Qingzhuo arrived just in time to overhear this exchange. Chen Yuhu looked at her children with delight and called, "Come, sit down." The two children took their seats. Their injuries had already been examined by Chen Yuhu and were not severe, though they were advised against excessive movement, not due to the wounds themselves, but rather the inevitable discomfort. Thus, they had chosen to rest at home. What were Mother and Qingtong discussing? Qingtong supported the young servant and chuckled, "Pray tell, why did Father insist on marrying Mother so tenaciously?" Chen Yuhu cast a glance at his son, ultimately refraining from genuine anger. He elaborated, "Consider the esteemed General Xia, a renowned military figure in his own right. In terms of seniority and military achievements, your father cannot hope to compare. Yet, look at the current state of the Xia family. In our dynasty, with few military conflicts, they have been largely diminished. And now the only notable connection they possess is Ning, the chancellor's son-in-law. He, too, has been thrust into the limelight, incurring the ire of schemers. We are all aware of the underlying truths. There is no need to belabor the point. For the current Miss Xia, our family represents an unattainable ideal." Chen Yuhu's words carried a note of nostalgia, the once mighty Xia family was indeed in its prime. A new emperor brings forth new ministers. It was utterly unreasonable for the Xia family to leverage the legacy of General Xia and the influence of an elderly matron to pressure our household. Absently, Chen Yuhu fiddled with his handkerchief, pondering her mother's thoughts. I suspect they are unwilling to relent. And if they refuse to relent, there are countless avenues available to them. Chen Yuhu sighed, stating, ultimately, their goal is merely to coerce your father. The sole merit your father possesses is his connection to the emperor. Should turmoil arise at the borders, and word reaches the capital that your father has shown disrespect to the late General Xia's family, the military will certainly take note, as the late general's legacy is substantial. The circle of those who once served the current emperor is indeed dwindling. Those remaining are either ineffectual or otherwise, or else the prominent figures would not be your father. With the military's loyalty wavering, the civil officials would only extend a hand to the Chen family, and the Minister of Rights could hardly be counted as an ally. A cunning old fox, he would not have favored the connection had it not been for his grandson and Wanqing. The children began to grasp the implications. Their family was vulnerable, easily susceptible to bullying. In truth, the situation was not as dire as it appeared, yet their resolve was not particularly robust either. You must exercise caution in your words and actions henceforth. Your father may be untroubled by repercussions, but I worry for my son. Let us not court misfortune. Chen Yuhu's admonition softened the children's expressions. Yes, mother, we shall heed your words and tread carefully. Indeed, mother, your counsel will remain etched in our hearts. The siblings huddled together, deliberating the potential events to unfold, drawing from the time-worn tactics of the political arena, merely awaiting the opportunity to exploit any vulnerabilities. In truth, Chen Yuhu's intuition proved accurate. The following day, Lin Ji received a missive, and upon attending court, he was impeached by officials for his alleged disrespect towards the late General Xia. The young official lamented dramatically. The late General Xia was once the pillar of the nation, yet his family now suffers such indignities. Your Majesty, this showcases Lord Lin's reckless behavior and his family's arrogance. Where lies the propriety in this? As he spoke, he appeared on the verge of fainting, leading one to believe that General Xia was his own ancestor. The emperor observed with a cold gaze, while Lin Ji remained unfazed, as if the words were not directed at him. Soon, an imperial censor joined in, asserting that Lin Ji had disregarded propriety and imploring the emperor to punish him. Chen Yuhu's elder brother stood resolutely at the forefront, composed and dignified, as if the censor's words did not concern him in the least. The officials in support were few, yet there were no other matters at hand. Some colleagues of the military generals, mostly elderly figures from times past, requested the emperor to grant Lin Ji a chance to defend himself. Chapter 74. Rojia. The emperor sat alone on the high platform and addressed Lin Ho. Asking if he had anything to say, Lin Ji stepped forward and respectfully informed the emperor that his family's conduct had always been measured, and they would never engage in such behavior. Oh, are you implying that General Xia's family is being unreasonable? Lin Ji, bowing even more deeply, replied. I dare not suggest such a thing. However, although my second son is indeed the younger one, the choice of a bride must be made with great care, as it pertains to the future of the Lin family and the lifelong happiness of my wife and me. I must beg your pardon, Your Majesty. I cannot acquiesce to the wishes of old Madame Xia. He continued, the daughter of the Xia family claims to be enamored with my son, yet upon his grievous injury, she directly entered the estate to manage affairs, almost causing his wound to reopen. Your Majesty, such a daughter-in-law is truly beyond my means. I humbly request that old Madame Xia consider another candidate. As Lin Ji knelt down, he almost openly accused the other party of taking advantage of their position. I would prefer to choose a modest official's daughter as my daughter-in-law, someone gentle and virtuous, to ensure harmony within the household. He further expressed that the daughter of the Xia family would only bring turmoil to the home. The emperor acknowledged with an O, indicating that a daughter of a lesser official was not a necessity. Just as Lin Ji intended to rise, he was pressed back down by the emperor's next words. What do you think of Rojia? Lin Ji knelt straight, his heart taut with tension. The royal princess is, of course, excellent. The emperor nodded. Very well. Then it shall be Rojia. Lin Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain of how his wife would react upon hearing this news. Rojia indeed had her merits, aside from being frail and an orphan, with formidable grandparents. Prince Jing Yi, while not particularly prominent in the capital, was undeniably a legitimate uncle of the current emperor. This prince had been in poor health since childhood. He had but one son, who had a daughter. But both he and his wife perished unexpectedly during a trip, leaving only the granddaughter behind. It was due to the absence of a son that the emperor showed great leniency towards the old prince. As long as he did not rebel, he could do as he pleased. Lin Ji paid little heed to the matters discussed in court thereafter. He understood that the emperor was protecting him and signaling to others not to entertain any notions against him, especially since Qing Tong now had a prospect. Though Prince Jing Yi was in frail health, he had survived many years, outliving some military generals. Furthermore, both he and the old princess had rather ordinary, even poor, temperaments. By marrying their granddaughter, Lin Ji would no longer need to worry about Qing Tong. However, Lin Ji was apprehensive about the health of this prospective daughter-in-law, as it was uncertain who might outlive whom. Given that the princess was rumored to frequently cough up blood, Lin Ji's eyes darted around, and the emperor, with a mere glance, discerned his thoughts, rolling his eyes internally. At the end of court, the emperor summoned Lin Ji. As Chen Yuhu passed by, he discreetly kicked Lin Ji's foot, whispering, "Do not scheme too much. Every gain comes with losses. Can good fortune be monopolized by your family alone?" With that, he departed, as if nothing had transpired. The waiting eunuchs, however, were sharp-eyed and lowered their heads in understanding. After receiving a kick from his brother-in-law, Lin Ji shook his head, realizing that he could no longer dwell on the matter. It was essential to make a choice. Following the young eunuch, Lin Ji made his way to the emperor, immediately kneeling before him to express his gratitude for the imperial decree of marriage. The emperor, holding a teacup, chuckled at Lin Ji's obsequious demeanor. In the Jingyi Wang residence, the elderly couple received the imperial edict with a sense of bemusement. The Jingyi Wang, rolling up the decree, began to pace restlessly, akin to a weary donkey on a mill. The old princess, her hair now gray, yet full of vitality, sat sipping tea beside him. Her hair had turned white the year her son was lost. Otherwise, she was not so advanced in age. After a while, the Jingyi Wang turned to her and inquired, "What on earth were you thinking, to seek a marriage for a fu?" In his mind, children were to be raised, and if they were unwell, they simply would not marry. It was not as though they could not afford it, yet there was resentment for not treating his precious granddaughter well. However, the old princess had her own reasoning. "I fear you might abandon her too soon, leaving a lonely girl without protection." Her tone grew heavy with this concern. The Jingyi Wang wanted to argue but found himself at a loss. Their age made it a matter beyond their control. How can you be certain you've found a suitable family for her? There are plenty who secretly undermine their daughters-in-law. Moreover, he had heard that Mrs. Lin was particularly fond of the daughter of the valiant general. What was the condition of their child compared to that of their own? The Jingyi Wang's princess set down her teacup. "You needn't concern yourself. I have already made my selection. Chen Yuhu is renowned for her accommodating nature, able to accept concubines. Hence she will surely embrace a daughter-in-law. Furthermore, her aspirations do not extend to being the matriarch. As for the matter of bearing children in the future, that cannot be forced, but their family will strive to compensate for this, especially since the Lin family has many children." Although the Jingyi Wang's princess understood that this was indeed a difficult situation, the abundance of children did not guarantee that one branch could avoid extinction. Yet, she felt powerless. Most importantly, Chen Yuhu had once remarked that her son was not in a hurry to marry, preferring to wait until the boy reached maturity and understood the responsibilities of a husband and father before considering marriage. Many families made such claims, yet few could truly wait. However, Mrs. Lin seemed genuinely unperturbed. With the elevation of Lin Ho's official position, their family's status rose correspondingly. Whenever inquiries were made, Mrs. Lin would respond with the same assurance. Moreover, the inner quarters were well kept, and harmony prevailed, requiring a matriarch who was both shrewd and compassionate. Furthermore, the departure of the maidservant Jiang, overseen by Chen Yuhu, was known to her, solidifying the Jingyi Wang's princess's resolve. She had quietly observed Lin Qingtong for some time, even becoming aware of the turmoil at the border. With her brother recuperating and the other two brothers standing guard, Lin Qingtong entered the inner courtyard, with Qingbai and Qingzhu keeping watch, while Miss Xia had yet to even step into the inner sanctum. Ultimately, the Xia family was one of daughters, and despite the traditional customs of the border, they could not escape the hardships. Yet, Mrs. Lin had no intention of leveraging her daughter's reputation for personal gain. However, the Lin Marquis was not particularly fastidious, and the court openly remarked on the inadequacies of his daughter. Fortunately, She did not regard the Marquis himself with any esteem, and it appeared he was somewhat intimidated by his wife, which was rather advantageous. The Princess of Jingyi had little desire to witness the drudgery of an old donkey grinding grain, so she opted to visit her granddaughter instead. Afu, Princess Rygia, was diligently carving a piece of wood with a small knife, surrounded by several other pieces. Her poor health prevented her from frolicking outside, which paradoxically made her all the more inclined to engage in hands-on activities. Upon hearing her grandmother call her name, Rygia looked up, her eyes crinkling with delight. Contrary to being excessively thin, Princess Rygia had somewhat plump cheeks, although her complexion was very pale. With a bright smile, she called out, "Grandmother." Ah! The Princess of Jingyi had an exceptionally gentle disposition towards her only granddaughter. "Afu, I have found you a suitor." The princess's smile faltered, though it did not entirely vanish. Was it the person her grandmother had mentioned last time? Indeed. Chapter 75. Disrespecting the spirits. A tempestuous incident dissipated into nothingness. The Lin family emerged unscathed, and in fact, gained a daughter-in-law by imperial decree. Chen Yuhu felt a sense of relief. She no longer needed to remain at the frontier, as the child would accompany her back to the capital for the wedding rites and to meet the prince and princess, accompanied by Ho Yijing and several children. Chen Yuhu explored the frontier and noticed that its atmosphere was indeed quite liberal, more so than in modern times. She was greatly astonished, and thankfully, Lin Qingtong was about to be betrothed. Otherwise, she would not have felt comfortable leaving him alone there. After packing her belongings, Chen Yuhu no longer encountered the family of General Xia. Several children followed her back to the capital, but Qingbai and Qingzhu had to divert to Jiangnan on the way. Lin Qingtong, unable to ride a horse, donned a coarse outfit and a large straw hat, ostensibly to help her mother with the carriage. In reality, she simply disliked being confined in the cramped carriage. Eventually, Chen Yuhu entrusted her with the reins, as she herself took to horseback, with the children accompanying her. Chen Yuhu felt considerably uplifted and was in a better mood to enjoy the scenery rather than trudging along monotonously. Compared to people from other regions, the residents of the capital were indeed relatively affluent, particularly in areas where irrigation was lacking, making agriculture exceedingly arduous. Chen Yuhu could not help but avert her gaze. If only your cousin were here, he might devise a solution. Are you referring to cousin Zhejiang? Indeed. I hope he excels in his studies and eventually serves in the Ministry of Works. I do not see anything wrong with that. It would benefit the nation and its people, and possessing one's own talents is always commendable. Moreover, it is his passion. Chen Yuhu chuckled softly, uttering, "To master both literary and martial arts is to be of service to the imperial family." Qingbai and Qingzhu exchanged glances with Chen Yuhu, perceiving no approval in her tone, but rather a hint of mockery. In truth, she harbored no such approval. As they journeyed along, observing the local populace's lives, Chen Yuhu felt a frown creeping upon her brow. The welfare of the common people reflected the capabilities of their officials. Yet, as a woman, she could not exert much influence, for she was barred from holding office. Why had she not been sent to a place where women held authority? When the time came to part ways with Qingbai and Qingzhu, Chen Yuhu began to feel uneasy once more. Two children, on the cusp of adolescence, found themselves the subject of Chen Yuhu's contemplation as she considered sharing her attendance with them. The two youngsters, however, objected, asserting that their entourage was already sufficiently large, and they promised to write letters to their mother, detailing their observations from each place they visited. Reluctant to part ways with the children, Chen Yuhu lingered in the nearby city for a few additional days. She took the children on leisurely strolls through the city, visiting sites frequented by the elite, but acknowledged that nothing compared to the splendor of the capital. However, she believed it essential to explore the lives of the common folk. Under the emperor's watchful eye, even the humble abodes appeared somewhat orderly, but beyond the capital, the scene was dramatically different. As Chen Yuhu and the children roamed, she envisioned their future roles as officials. She was determined to raise adaptable children, yet she wished to steer clear of nurturing avaricious, oppressive officials who preyed on the populace. Thus, she observed intently. Eventually, they arrived at the most chaotic part of the city, where a foul stench wafted toward them. The children instinctively shielded Chen Yuhu, preventing her from advancing further. Yet, upon hearing the faint cries of an infant, she pressed on. There, beside a cesspit, lay a tattered bundle, truly nothing more than rags, enveloping two infants. One a girl and the other a boy, who appeared lifeless, with a crimson mark marring his face. A nearby bystander remarked that the children had been abandoned, and it was unclear why they had not been discarded directly into the pit, but rather left at its edge, perhaps the result of a reluctant young mother. The two infants lay close together, awaiting their fate, destined to be carelessly tossed aside by a passerby, an act no more difficult than using the lavatory. Chen Yuhu instructed her servant to lift both children. The servant, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "My lady, these children are ill-fated. Their birth dates are inauspicious, and the boy bears a foreboding mark, a harbinger of doom." Chen Yuhu, adorned in her veil, reassured him through its fabric, "It matters not. My husband possesses the strength to counter any misfortune." Lin Ji, having fought valiantly for the emperor, had undoubtedly left a trail of souls in his wake. Their household, while not particularly superstitious, was influenced by Lin Ji's skepticism towards such beliefs. Most soldiers dismissed tales of ghosts and spirits, lest they succumb to their own fears. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the servant ceased to argue. To Chen Yuhu's surprise, the infant's vitality proved more robust than she had anticipated. Upon catching the scent of milk, the seemingly lifeless child stirred once more, albeit in a fragile state. She decided to take the infants back to her residence, where they would be cared for by the servants trained in nurturing such young ones. Time would tell if they would survive, for in ancient times, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Chen Yuhu's spirits dampened as she pondered the fate of the children. The other youngsters gazed at her with concern, and she reassured them, "That is not a cesspit." The children frowned, for the truth was too harrowing to contemplate, with no means to alter the course of events. Chen Yuhu bid farewell to the two infants and returned home with Qing Tong, though she could not help but caution her children to remain vigilant in all matters. As Qing Bai remained at ease amidst the chaos, Chen Yuhu's thoughts increasingly wandered to the young maidens as they approached the capital. She examined the goods brought from the border, noting that while they were not of exceptional quality, they were undoubtedly novel to the girls, offering a glimpse into the wider world. The experience was enlightening, both in elevation and in humility. At the entrance of the residence, her family awaited her return. From a distance, she spotted the carriage approaching, yet her mother rode ahead, and she discerned that the second young master must still be inside. "Mother! Mother!" All rushed to greet her as Lin Qingtong descended from the carriage, presenting a rather unruly demeanor, despite having studied etiquette alongside his siblings. Chen Yuhu suspected he was deliberately vexing her, or perhaps entering a rebellious phase. Indeed, upon witnessing Lin Qingtong's sulky expression, she felt a wave of frustration rising within her. Had he not just sustained an injury that required care, she might have taken matters into her own hands. Within the Yilong courtyard, Aunt Hu and Aunt Hua attended to Chen Yuhu's bathing. Surrounded by fresh flowers, exquisite bathing salts, and seasonal fruits, her spirits were rejuvenated. As Aunt Hua stood behind her, tending to her hair, Chen Yuhu suddenly proposed, "When the weather turns cooler, let us venture together to the countryside estate, where a hot spring awaits us. We shall enjoy a brief sojourn." Both aunts chuckled, eagerly anticipating the delightful outing with their mistress. Chen Yuhu added with a smile, "No need to wait for winter. As soon as we find a moment, we shall go admire the autumn scenery." Indeed, the two aunts readily agreed, feeling that the absence of their mistress diminished their enjoyment significantly. After her bath, Chen Yuhu indulged in a professional massage from Aunt Hu. Reclining on the couch, she surrendered to the soothing motions of her skilled hands. "Madam, you have lost quite a bit of weight," Aunt Hu remarked. Chen Yuhu, recalling her recent tribulations, lamented, "The hardships I endured, compounded by the vexations of that elderly hag, are truly unbearable." At this, she remembered an important detail she had yet to share with the two aunts, the demand for her to personally bow in apology. While the other party held a rank of second-grade noblewoman, which warranted such an act, Chen Yuhu was still a marquise. If she acquiesced to such humiliation, she would be compelled to bow to any noblewoman who so desired. Clearly, the other party sought to belittle her. This time, Chen Yuhu resolutely refused, stating that the other was being unreasonable, allowing emotions to overshadow reason. As news of the emperor's decree regarding marriage reached her, the matriarch of the Xia family appeared utterly deflated. Chen Yuhu felt a sense of vindication. She regaled her aunts with tales from the border, sharing her journey's experiences until drowsiness overcame her. Yet, Aunt Hu roused her, "Madam, you must pay your respects to the matriarch." Chen Yuhu reluctantly stirred, realizing she had indeed forgotten her duty. "Alas, my life is fraught with burdens," she exclaimed. Nonetheless, she understood the necessity of fulfilling her responsibilities. Thus, She rose to change her attire and style her hair, preparing to greet the matriarch. Fortunately, the matriarch was in good spirits and did not wish to detain her, having received a letter from Lin Chu, who intended to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. As the moment drew near, it was no wonder the elderly lady was in high spirits. Her good mood brought joy to Chen Yuhu as well, and she suddenly recalled a promise made to the lady before her departure. It was imperative to fulfill it promptly. Chen Yuhu respectfully paid her respects, and the elderly lady's cheerfulness was evident. Typically, a considerate mother-in-law would initiate conversation without the need for formal greetings. Yet it was clear that Chen Yuhu's mother-in-law lacked such warmth. After offering her respects, Chen Yuhu returned to the Yilan courtyard, only to be met by pairs of eager eyes searching for their mother. The softness in their gaze was something she herself had not realized. "Mother, mother," Chen Yuhu playfully responded. Here I am. Here I am. You can't lose your mother." Qing Luo blinked curiously at Chen Yuhu, the most affectionate of them all, and as she passed by, she couldn't resist ruffling his hair. She instinctively took his hand and walked together, seated in a position of prominence. Chen Yuhu noticed Qing Luo instinctively settle at her feet, just as he had done in his childhood. She gestured to her two aunts, indicating the seats beside her on the left. They promptly took their places. "Offer your respects to mother." Chen Yuhu smiled and nodded. Qing Luo stood up and clasped his hands towards Chen Yuhu, saying, "May mother be well." "Well, mother is well. Please sit, everyone." Seeing the children in high spirits, the wet nurse approached, cradling Lin Qingyue in her arms. Fifth master offers his respects to the lady. Chen Yuhu raised her hand slightly. Having been away from home for a while, the child seemed to barely recognize her. It was not until Chen Yuhu called out, "Little chick," that Lin Qingyue looked intently at her for a moment before reaching out to be held. Chen Yuhu did not pick him up. Instead, she allowed the wet nurse to take him, as she preferred to play with children rather than comfort them. Meanwhile, Lin Qingluo looked up at Chen Yuhu, an expression of pride on his face. "Indeed, mother still loves me the most." Chen Yuhu scanned the room and inquired, "Where's Jinyao? Wasn't he supposed to be staying with us?" Lin Qingjiao stepped forward to respond, "Mother, the head of the Li family has passed away, and my cousin has already returned to Longxi." This revelation took Chen Yuhu by surprise, and naturally, her astonishment was palpable. The atmosphere shifted from its earlier lightness, as such news was bound to bring a somber tone. What will happen regarding the Cheng family's affairs? Did Jinyao leave just like that? Qing Jiao pondered for a moment before addressing Chen Yuhu. The late patriarch resolved it before his passing. How was it resolved? With a sterilization potion. Chen Yuhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying the late patriarch administered a sterilization potion to the Cheng family, yet chose not to dismiss her? Indeed, mother. A smile broke across Chen Yuhu's face. Truly, the late patriarch had acted astutely, eliminating the root of the problem while preserving the status of the Cheng matriarch. The Cheng family had no grounds for reproach and should instead express their gratitude. Well, this is splendid. Chen Yuhu looked at Qing Jiao and instructed, "Inform your father to dispatch some individuals to Longxi. It is not a significant task. If Jinyao is to return to the capital, they should escort him back discreetly. We must maintain a sense of presence while remaining unthreatening to the Li family. Remember to be respectful and courteous." "Mother, I shall remember. Once father returns, I will attend to it." Chen Yuhu nodded, considering it a valuable opportunity to cultivate Qing Jiao's abilities. Having concluded the matter concerning Li Jinyao, Chen Yuhu's countenance brightened with a smile once more. She instructed the kitchen to prepare a light meal, a porridge-based hot pot, suitable for the summer season. The kitchen, being quite resourceful, could manage any culinary request. As the family gathered together, Chen Yuhu began to inquire about the children's recent progress. "Anji Yuji, what advancements have you made lately? Have you gained any insights while assisting your elder sister with household affairs? Do share with your mother." Anji and Yuji moved closer, while Qingjiao found herself somewhat distanced. Before Anji and Yuji could respond, they were pushed aside, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, what about me? Ask me too." Chen Yuhu laughed heartily. "Oh dear, and we have our Qing Luo here. How is it that Qing Luo is vying for attention with his sisters?" Little Qing Luo blushed, saying, "Mother, how could you forget to ask me?" Chen Yuhu gently pinched the little face of Qing Luo. "How could I ever forget you, my dear Luo?" Qing Luo felt a surge of happiness. His mother had never addressed him with such warmth before. From a distance, Lin Qingtong observed this interaction and seemed to be struck by a thought, quickly gasping as if startled by her own musings. In truth, Lin Qingtong pondered that if her mother treated her in such a manner, She would rather endure a few strikes instead. Ever since the arrival of the younger sibling and Qingluo's return to school, he had become distanced from Chen Yuhu, as his aunt tended to Qingdue. It felt as though, in an instant, the world had turned its affection away from him. Thus, he felt an urgent need to vie for attention, and Chen Yuhu indulged him. While Aunt Hua disapproved, in Aunt Hua's eyes, now that he had become an elder brother, he ought to exhibit the demeanor befitting of such a role. Indeed, Aunt Hua was now poised to admonish Qingluo. Qingluo, how is it that a young man such as yourself is constantly competing for affection with your sisters and brothers? You show no sense of humility whatsoever. Before Qingluo could express his grievance, he was interrupted by Chen Yuhu. What does it matter whether he is a boy or not? A boy is also born of a mother and deserves her love and affection. What is wrong with vying for attention? If one does not learn to compete at home, how can one hope to do so outside? Furthermore, do not always refer to him as younger brother, when he had no younger siblings. He was the youngest and the one we cherished the most. Why should he be made to feel less important now that there is a younger child? Aunt Hua found herself at a loss against Chen Yuhu's arguments. Madam, you are spoiling him again. Our Qingluo will not be scolded. He will surely grow to be commendable. Isn't that so, Qingluo? Yes, mother, Qingluo will be obedient. Chen Yuhu held on to Qingluo, unwilling to let go. He truly was a precious child, an angelic darling, who had always been well-behaved. Chapter 77. Arranging affairs. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and familial affection. Lin Ji made a point to conclude his duties early, and upon returning home, he was greeted by this delightful scene. Standing in the courtyard, he observed the unfolding events within the door, unable to suppress a smile. With that smile, it seemed as though the burdens of the day and the intrigues of the court dissipated entirely. Anji and Yuji approached, with Yuji playfully asking, "Mother, will you be sleeping with my sister tonight?" Chen Yuhu glanced at Yuji, then at Anji, wondering what Anji might wish to say. This child was always hiding behind her sister or her younger sibling. Such behavior would not do. Blushing, Anji leaned closer, expressing her own desire to know if their mother would be keeping their sister company for the night. If that is the case, what about you and Yuji? Chen Yuhu inquired with a smile. Qing Jiao and Lin Qingtong listened with laughter. Lin Qingtong, seated casually, radiated a carefree spirit, feeling quite jovial, even inclined to sway her head in delight. Home is indeed the best. The mother and sisters chattered animatedly, the younger brother vying for affection, and even the presence of the two aunts felt remarkably comforting. Can Yuji and I stay with mother? Chen Yuhu turned, her smile fading slightly as she adopted a more serious demeanor, causing Ji to feel a twinge of anxiety. Her change in expression was evident to those around her, prompting Qing Jiao to tug at her sister's sleeve. Ji timidly glanced at Chen Yuhu, who, upon turning back, smiled once more and said, "Of course. You and your aunts may stay." Ji's face lit up with joy. The girl, possessing an air of elegance, had round eyes that sparkled beautifully when she smiled, reminiscent of Qingluo. Ji, my dear, let me tell you, whatever you desire, pursue it vigorously. If you do not strive for it, you shall forever remain without. And you may pursue it openly. If you do not attain it, so be it. If you do, then you have gained. The more candid you are, the more respect you will earn from others. However, different individuals have different approaches. For instance, right now, you can freely indulge in a bit of charm with your mother, and I will certainly acquiesce. Am I not correct? Ji nodded. Yes, mother. I wish to stay with you tonight, just for tonight. Chen Yuhu chuckled. No problem. You must ensure your mother is well taken care of. Everyone was taken aback and promptly rose to their feet. I pay my respects to father. Lin Qingtong reacted the quickest. Father, please accept our greetings. Greetings to the Marquis. Finally, it was Chen Yuhu who offered her respects to the Marquis. Lin Ju grasped Chen Yuhu's hand, pulling her up seamlessly. Rise, he said, taking the very spot where Chen Yuhu had just reclined. The children who had been gathered nearby hesitated to approach, forming a semicircle instead. As Chen Yuhu sat down, this semicircle subtly dispersed. Fortunately, Lin Qingtong was there. Seated beside his father, he took a position among Lin Ju's subordinates. Lin Ju, concerned about his son's injuries, paid little mind to the others. Ji, usually quiet, seized the moment to serve tea and quickly made her way to Chen Yuhu's side. Chen Yuhu lifted her teacup and shared a secret smile. Qingluo no longer sat at Chen Yuhu's feet, but stood beside Lin Ju instead. While conversing with Lin Qingtong, Lin Ju waved to Qingluo, gesturing towards the chair beside Lin Qingtong. Qing Luo shed her previous childlike demeanor in front of Chen Yuhu and obediently made her way to the chair. Chen Yuhu's eyes curved with delight. For some reason, she felt an immense sense of contentment. The girls, too, settled down in the positions recently vacated by their aunts. The two aunts had quietly excused themselves, stating they were going to the kitchen to ensure the dishes prepared would meet the Marquis's approval. Chen Yuhu cast a few more glances in their direction. The two women naturally noticed the lady's gaze upon them. A shared glance offered her a sense of reassurance. Once the two emerged, they exchanged a knowing smile, aware that if they lingered any longer, the Lord would likely concoct an excuse to retire with his lady wife. Indeed, it was plausible that he would claim his wife was neglecting him. It was only natural. Having just returned, they surely had much to discuss. Yet, the lady had many thoughts to share with them as well. Together, they made their way to the kitchen, where the lady would undoubtedly prefer conversing with them over the Lord. During the lady's absence, the household had grown rather desolate. Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji sat together, and Chen Yuhu, glancing at Lin Qingtong, eagerly inquired, "Is the Lord aware of the character of Prince Jingyi and Princess Jingyi?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Ji recalled the matter, but soon sighed. "Madam, the visit to the royal residence to pay respects must be expedited. The prince and princess are not easy to deal with. I fear the lady may face some difficulties. Prince Jingyi had previously flaunted his power under the late emperor, and now that the current emperor has ascended, the prince has lost his son. The current emperor holds Prince Jingyi in high regard." Lin Ji emphasized the phrase holds in high regard, and they exchanged a knowing look, for Chen Yuhu understood completely. A childless prince can expect no undue favor, and with the royal family being sparse, they are all the more precious. If a martial figure like Lin Ji finds him difficult to engage with, it must indeed be a challenging temperament. After a shared glance between the couple, they both shifted their gaze to Lin Qingtong, whose presence drew the curiosity of the other children. All eyes converged upon Lin Qingtong, who, like a startled cat, widened her eyes before quickly regaining her composure and feigning calmness in return. Fortunately, the two elders soon diverted their gaze. Chen Yuhu had not previously heard of this princess, surmising that the princess's frail health kept her from frequent outings. The lady would visit the royal residence the following day to gauge the sentiments of the prince and princess. Thankfully, the princess was 2 years older than Qingtong, allowing for a delay in their potential engagement. Chen Yuhu glanced at Qingtong again, noting that the princess was indeed 2 years her senior. Given the princess's poor health, the prince and princess would likely keep her close for a few more years, which was reasonable. Qingtong was not overly mature, and a few years' delay would pose no issue. However, madam, there is another matter that requires your attention. If you wish to postpone Qingtong's marriage, then we must also begin preparations for Qingbai's betrothal. Chen Yuhu sighed. "Oh Lord, the children are still so young." Lin Ji echoed the sigh, aware of their youth. According to his and Chen Yuhu's plans, it would be after the children's spring examinations that they would consider such matters. By then, a suitable daughter-in-law would naturally present herself. At this stage, it was still too early. Finding a daughter-in-law who meets all expectations would indeed be a challenge. However, a daughter-in-law of the clan must not be chosen lightly. Lin Ji understood this well. If she were unsuitable, it could lead to significant problems in the future. As the eldest daughter-in-law was a crucial element in the family's social interactions and must be capable of shouldering responsibilities, the couple placed great importance on this matter. The second daughter-in-law was in poor health, rendering her unreliable for household chores or social engagements, and given her prestigious status, she needed to be treated with utmost care. This rendered the first daughter-in-law's role all the more crucial. In Chapter 78, inspecting the pigpen, Chen Yuhu spent the night as she desired, alongside her children and 2 concubines. The evening was inevitably tense. Chen Yuhu meticulously reviewed the engagement procedures. The family involved was still from the Wang residence, and she could not afford to be careless. Although the old prince held no military or political power, a misstep in serving him could lead to repercussions from the emperor. The old prince's offerings were not something that an ordinary noble family could provide. Upon returning home, Chen Yuhu informed the steward to begin preparations in the storeroom, as the betrothal gifts were substantial and could not be meager. In ancient times, the marriage contract and its 6 rites were exceedingly rigorous. Since this was a bestowed marriage, the steps of proposal and auspicious inquiry were omitted. The emperor had already consulted the royal temple in advance. Only Chen Yuhu's visit remained, which simplified matters considerably. The following morning, she rose early and the two concubines who had slept alongside her the previous night were eager to assist her. Chen Yuhu adorned herself with great ceremony for this visit, placing immense importance on it, which made her somewhat anxious. She dared not eat much for breakfast. Despite her children's persistent encouragement, the tension made her feel as though her throat had constricted, rendering her unable to swallow. Her own nervousness was one thing. She had even summoned Lin Qingtong in advance. It had been years since she had shared breakfast with her mother, a privilege reserved for her younger brothers and sisters. As a result, Chen Yuhu was taken aback by the sight of Lin Qingtong, whose skin had darkened considerably during his extended stay at the frontier. Though he resembled Lin Ji, who was not unattractive in his youth, Lin Ji's sharp features had softened with age, losing some of their initial vigor. The harsh conditions at the border had added a touch of weariness to Lin Qingtong's appearance, yet he had the audacity to wear a white jade crown. Chen Yuhu gasped, pointing at him. Quickly, take off that outfit. What about Qingqing and Lianer? The two concubines rushed to support Chen Yuhu. Madam, what color would flatter his complexion? Can we have something made in time? The two concubines exchanged helpless smiles. Madam, it's too late for that. The second young master's previous garments were quite handsome. He was not a civil official, but possessed enough martial spirit to suffice. Chen Yuhu was in a state of distress. She commanded the servants to fetch the green wide-sleeved robe made during their last outing, and insisted he wear it along with the sword. Sometimes, appearance alone was insufficient. The atmosphere had to complement it. If it were not for the proposal, he could have donned black, which would have exuded even greater presence. However, she feared that the princess and prince might find fault. After changing into the outer robe, she replaced the white jade crown with a green jade one, as that color would enhance his complexion. At the very least, one could discern the appearance of the attire. The ensemble in purple appeared rather indistinct, rendering its true form nearly imperceptible. Chen Yuhu ascended the carriage with the gift list in hand, accompanied by two concubines who bid her farewell, saying, Madam, you have a sachet at your waist filled with soothing and tranquilizing fragrances. Should you feel overly anxious, do take it out and inhale its scent. Chen Yuhu nodded, placing the gift list beside her. The purpose of today's visit was primarily to prepare modest gifts and present the marriage certificate and letter of engagement, essentially marking the initiation of the betrothal process. Generally, upon the completion of this step, the next would be to set a date for the wedding. However, Lin Qingtong was still quite young, and it was evident that the princess would not be marrying anytime soon. In essence, Chen Yuhu's primary aim today was to secure a formal recognition of their union. Although the marriage was decreed by imperial edict, it had been said by Lin Ji that as long as the old prince did not rebel, he could do as he pleased, while annulment might pose some challenges. It was merely a slight complication. Thus, Chen Yuhu sought to establish this recognition firmly. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise and the old prince change his mind, it would not be the royal residence that would suffer embarrassment. Moreover, a son-in-law rejected by the old prince would find it challenging to secure a good wife in the future. This urgency was the reason Lin Ji had been so insistent with Chen Yuhu. Presently, this marriage proposal seemed both distant and yet so near, as Chen Yuhu, seated in the carriage, narrowed her eyes, contemplating a myriad of possibilities. Although Lin Qingtong had yet to fully recover, today was a significant occasion. Thus he was permitted to ride. It was essential to demonstrate to the prince and princess that despite his grave injuries, he was in no way incapacitated. It was common knowledge that Lin Qingtong had achieved merit at the frontier, yet the emperor had not bestowed any accolades upon him. Neither Chen Yuhu nor Lin Ji expressed discontent. There were numerous generals at the border, aside from General Ho, with many other commanders and junior officers. Capturing the spotlight could adversely affect Lin Qingtong's future prospects, including his relationships with superiors and peers. Consequently, when Chen Yuhu accepted the favor of saving his life, she did so with alacrity, reporting the matter as a collective effort of the junior officers. Such officers were indeed from the families of various generals, ensuring that all benefited from the recognition. Of course, some children may have been excluded, but that was unavoidable. One could not possibly attend to everyone's feelings. Discontent among some could serve to foster division. The emperor likely preferred not to witness the military at the frontier as a monolithic entity, regardless of the matter's scale. Adhering to the sentiments of those above was paramount. No accolades would entail no complications. Conversely, the opposite would prove troublesome. As Chen Yuhu pondered over these myriad thoughts, she increasingly felt a sense of clarity, realizing that she had not yet completely lost her wits. retaining some semblance of intellect. Seated in the carriage, she revisited the letter of engagement. With the matriarch not yet determined, even with the princess, the gifts from their family could not appear overly extravagant. Otherwise, where would the future matriarch be placed? This list was the result of careful consideration by both Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji, as they did not wish to present an image of excessive obsequiousness to the outside world. Thus, the list of gifts was rather modest. As the carriage arrived at the royal residence and gradually came to a halt, there were already individuals waiting at the entrance. They greeted Lady Lin and young Master Lin. Chen Yuhu nodded with a smile, grateful for the guidance of the matron. She and Lin Xingtong were led to the main hall, where the princess and the prince sat regally. Chen Yuhu was taken aback to find the prince present, her hands instinctively curled within her sleeves. Striving to maintain her composure, she performed a courteous bow to both the prince and the princess. Just as she prepared to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by the princess's impatient tone. Enough. Sit there for now, let us observe the child. With a smile, Chen Yuhu took her seat, casting her gaze toward Lin Xingtong. She understood this process was akin to selecting livestock. How robust is he? What potential does he possess? What is his temperament? Is he gentle and responsible? How is his family background? This was akin to a grand interview, a phase she despised. Lin Xingtong, though initially anxious, found calmness in this moment. Standing confidently, he performed a respectful bow to the prince and princess. Observing for a while, it was evident that the child remained unperturbed. The princess exchanged a glance with the prince. Before Chen Yuhu, the princess inquired, "Is there anyone in your household now? Are you knowledgeable?" Chen Yuhu felt a tightening in her scalp. Who broached such questions so boldly? Was this not akin to being forced to undress in public? It was the royal family. She must endure. Yet, her concern was more for Lin Xingtong's composure. Lin Xingtong, unfazed, answered with forthrightness, "Yes, I am knowledgeable, and there is no one in my household. My mother is quite strict." Chen Yuhu's toes curled against the ground. Why was it not Lin Ji sitting there? How awkward. Why was it so embarrassing? The princess cast a glance at Chen Yuhu, who had shifted from poise to resembling a quail, then quickly averted her gaze. The prince remained silent, sipping his tea. "Oh, are you suggesting that if your mother were less strict, you would consider testing the waters?" The princess's inquiry carried a hint of jest, but Chen Yuhu sensed the seriousness behind it. She closed her eyes, her heart heavy with resignation. Let it be as it may. Lin Xingtong remained unflinching, responding, "Perhaps. I am a bit curious." Chen Yuhu resolved to refer to this child as forthright brother from now on. He was remarkably candid. Neither the prince nor the princess commented further. The princess picked up the engagement document pressed beneath her hand, setting the ceremonial letter aside without a glance. "I shall accept this engagement document. You, go with the servant." The princess's tone conveyed reluctance and resignation. The prince rose. "Come with me, young man." Lin Xingtong glanced back at Chen Yuhu, bidding farewell to the seated princess with a bow, then turned to Chen Yuhu to offer his respects before hastily following the prince. "You come with me as well." Chen Yuhu's smile returned, gracing her face with a pleasant curve rather than a stiff expression. "Yes," as Lin Xingtong followed the prince. They paused outside a door. "Go in. Someone is waiting for you," the prince instructed. Lin Xingtong, perplexed, was abruptly pushed inside by the prince. Chen Yuhu trailed behind the princess, akin to a docile wife, as they walked together along the corridor to the observation platform. From their elevated position, they could observe and hear everything below, which was rather unusual. The clarity of the sounds was astonishing, as if a loudspeaker were broadcasting live in her ear. Chen Yuhu took a moment to examine the structure, striving to maintain composure and not appear overly astonished or unworldly. However, the princess spoke up, explaining that this was the listening pavilion, built especially for Ah Fu, who delighted in the sounds of rain and snow, a thoughtful creation by the prince. Chen Yuhu had been silent for too long, and with great difficulty, swallowed hard, acknowledging the princess's elegance. What more could she say? Should she proclaim that the prince truly cherished the princess? Was that her place to say? Nonetheless, it was evident that the princess was indeed favored. A pavilion constructed for the purpose of enjoying sound was a testament to her privilege. Meanwhile, the two children below had begun their conversation. Lin Xingtong walked along the path and soon spotted his target, a pavilion surrounded by draped curtains to shield against the wind. In the center sat a round-faced girl with equally round eyes, smiling as she gazed at him. Lin Xingtong recognized her as the one waiting for him. The little girl had her hair styled in a simple bun adorned with a pale flower, while the rest cascaded freely, dressed in a casual manner reminiscent of the wild spirits of a bygone era. Lin Qingtong refrained from commenting, merely bowing politely in greeting, acknowledging the princess. He did not feign turning away or indulge in pretentious gestures. His presence here was a clear indication that the princess wished to see him. Moreover, they were soon to be betrothed. As an engaged couple, as long as they behaved appropriately before marriage, their interactions were merely a means to strengthen their bond. Completely reasonable. Lin Qingtong felt justified in his stance, while his mother stood behind the princess, observing them with an air of calmness, though her heart fluttered with trepidation. Together with the princess, she listened to their exchange. The princess cheerfully addressed Lin Qingtong, inquiring if he was indeed the suitor selected by her grandmother. Remarking on his rather dark complexion, Lin Qingtong, unperturbed, attributed his color to the winds and sands of the borderlands, assuring her that he had not always been so dark. The princess chuckled lightly. If you are to be my husband, while I live, you may not entertain others, regardless of what the world may say. Lin Qingtong furrowed his brow at her declaration. The princess mistook his expression for displeasure, but he clarified, Princess, do not say such things. Since His Majesty has granted this union, I naturally wish to share a lifetime with my wife. Chen Yuhu's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Very well indeed. The princess smiled back at Lin Qingtong. In a place unseen by Chen Yuhu, the expression of the princess softened. However, she added, despite this, my health is frail, and I do not wish for any turmoil to disrupt our lives, so it is best to clarify matters in advance. You are still young and may struggle to maintain restraint at times. Lin Qingtong felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Discussing such matters with a girl of similar age was somewhat overwhelming. Unable to withstand the awkwardness, he averted his gaze. Noticing his discomfort, the princess laughed heartily, even taking a moment to comfort him. Do not feel shy. We are to be engaged. Being open about our future will only lead to a lasting life together. Don't you agree? Lin Qingtong nodded earnestly, acknowledging her wisdom. Come closer, and I shall brew a cup of tea for you. Chen Yuhu and the princess observed the scene before them, with the remaining time spent by Chen Yuhu in tranquil contemplation over tea. When Lin Qingtong emerged, he retained his previous demeanor, though the blush on his cheeks had yet to fade. Seeing his son in such a state, Chen Yuhu merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. With the newly acquired marriage certificate in hand, he escorted Lin Qingtong homeward. This time, Chen Yuhu did not permit Lin Qingtong to ride on horseback, but instead invited him to share the carriage. The once cheerful princess, upon catching sight of Lin Qingtong's retreating figure, felt her pleasant smile vanish, as if the emotions in her eyes had also evaporated. The garden, previously empty, soon filled with numerous maidservants. Princess, one called. Yes, clear this all away. Growing up frail and delicate, she had learned early on to temper her emotions, as her grandfather advised that all that brought her discontent should not exist, nor was there a necessity for such things. It sufficed for her to cherish herself. Yet, her grandparents had exerted great effort for her well-being. Though she could not fathom their choice of companion, she was willing to compromise for their peace of mind. The maidservants diligently attended to the princess as she returned to her quarters, unable to discern her mood. They could only serve her with utmost caution. To be fair, the princess was not a difficult mistress. However, she demanded obedience and adherence to propriety. Failure to comply would result in dismissal, though seldom did it lead to harsh punishment. Some servants were simply not worth her concern. Strangely, this round-faced princess instilled a sense of trepidation among her attendants. Inside the carriage, Chen Yuhu's fingers drummed upon the marriage certificate resting on the table. What did the princess inquire of you? Lin Qingtong rummaged through his sleeve and produced an object. Placing it on the table, the princess gave me this. Chen Yuhu leaned in to examine it, discovering a wooden seal. In this era, it was customary for couples to exchange seals, a gesture akin to swapping names yet imbued with deeper significance. Such tokens were typically cherished mementos given between lovers, enhancing their bond post-marriage. However, the seal bestowed by the princess was a new one, while Lin Qingtong's offering, a mere stone he had polished, held little value in comparison. Yet, the worth of such gifts was not the crux of the matter. Chen Yuhu returned the seal to Lin Qingtong. Qingtong, the princess is not as easygoing as she appears. She is conveying that you are to her as this new seal. Lin Qingtong nodded in understanding. Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu was resolute in fostering an emotional connection between Lin Qingtong and the princess. For a boy of his tender age, frequently roaming about, it was only a matter of time before he encountered a beloved. With the princess now backed by a prince, what would the future hold? Where would Chen Yuhu stand then? This was a tragedy foreseen. A narrative all too common, where mutual respect between spouses was rare and often replaced by a woman's heartache and a man's infidelity. Yet, this was a trope that Chen Yuhu despised deeply. Thus, Chen Yuhu resolved to take this matter to heart. The prince and princess valued Lin Qingtong primarily for her distinctive education, which set her apart. However, the whims of youth are ever-changing. To assert that her son would remain a devoted lover, forsaking all concubines, was a notion Chen Yuhu herself could not guarantee, given the prevailing customs of the era. It was evident that Lin Ji was unconcerned with the matter of concubines. Rather, he was focused on the attitude of his future wife. Chen Yuhu decided to broach the subject with Lin Ji, encouraging him to subtly influence Lin Qingtong, yet without being overt, as the child was still young. Furthermore, there was no need for excessive infatuation. Should true devotion arise, the health of the princess could not be overlooked, and Chen Yuhu was unwilling to endure the anguish of losing a child. Having assumed the role of a mother-in-law, she viewed her own essence through the lens of her impressions, realizing how selfish she had become. Indeed, she was excessively self-centered, embodying the archetype of a mother-in-law. Yet, now that she occupied that role, it seemed somewhat acceptable. After all, she surely would be a good mother-in-law, even if the couple were to love each other fervently. She should take joy in their affection, as long as they did not sacrifice themselves for love. That would not be true devotion, but rather a manifestation of irresponsibility and a lack of accountability. Contemplating this, Chen Yuhu felt the need to reassess her educational approach. She sighed as she regarded Lin Qingtong, recognizing that many of the discordant aspects of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships stemmed from her son's shortcomings and were, in truth, unrelated to the young lady. Just as the carriage was about to exit the alley, it came to a halt. Chen Yuhu's thoughts were interrupted, and Lin Qingtong emerged from her mother's scrutinizing gaze. "What is it?" Chen Yuhu inquired from within the carriage. A maid entered to respond. "Madam, a long convoy is passing, and we are blocked." Chen Yuhu dismissed it lightly, and after a moment remarked, "Let us see whose family crest it bears." The maid replied, "It belongs to the Xia family." Chen Yuhu looked up, skepticism coloring her voice. "The Xia family?" "Indeed, madam. It is likely the same Xia family stationed at the border." The Xia family's procession was extensive, suggesting an intention to settle in the capital for an extended period. After waiting a considerable time, Chen Yuhu finally emerged from the alley, unable to suppress a frown. The Xia family had just arrived in the capital, and yet they made such a grand display? Did they not understand the importance of discretion upon entering the city? Upon returning home, Chen Yuhu immediately sent someone to inquire further. The report that returned indicated that they had been summoned back to the capital by imperial decree and had been granted a position as a deputy commander, a fourth-rank official. General Xia thrived at the border, basking in the favor of the late General Xia, and even military officials regarded him with a measure of respect. It was a subtle promotion, yet at the same time, the second-rank title of the Xia Matriarch was not particularly esteemed in the capital. According to Chen Yuhu, were it not for the military official's folly, she might have rightfully secured a title by now. A third-rank lady would have been a solid standing. This was something the emperor had been willing to bestow long ago, and for many years, Lin Ji had served loyally at the border, ultimately returning to the capital to hold a high position. For this reason, Chen Yuhu would rather forego that title. It was a double-edged sword. No matter. She had no desire to dwell on the Xia family, choosing instead to concentrate on Lin Qingtong's affairs. Every day, Lin Qingtong would be dispatched to the Wang Fu to clock in. Now, it was unnecessary for anyone to send him, as his arrival was well known. Chen Yuhu was occupied with the list of betrothal gifts, preparing to deliver them shortly. Following this, only the auspicious date remained to be set, thereby solidifying this union. Although the princess was indifferent to the list of gifts presented by Chen Yuhu, it did not imply that they could be treated lightly. The bond between Lin Qingtong and the princess was gradually growing warmer. After all, he was not a mere object. His daily presence by her side was increasingly boisterous. Given that his manner of speaking was not entirely disagreeable, the princess was willing to indulge him to some extent. Chen Yuhu was pleased to see the princess displaying a favorable disposition towards Lin Qingtong. As usual, Lin Qingtong arrived at the Wang Fu to report for duty. Today, the princess was engaged in crafting something, seemingly carving little wooden plaques. Lin Xingtong, carefree and unconcerned, sprawled on the steps not far from her. He felt a sense of pride, even aware that someone was watching him, perhaps even surveilling him. Nevertheless, Lin Xingtong maintained a light-hearted outlook, just as his mother had advised him. Regarding the princess, who was treasured by the old prince, it was not ordinary for her to seek the emperor's consent to marry him. Fortune had smiled upon him, and whether it would crush him or not depended solely on his own actions. Thus, Lin Xingtong remained optimistic. He frequented the place so often that even those around the princess were familiar with his character. A blanket was laid out on the steps where he reclined. Just when Lin Xingtong thought he would regale the princess with trivial tales from outside, she unexpectedly spoke up. I heard that the young lady from the Xia family attended a banquet, wearing a dress made from the fabric gifted by Madame Lin. Initially, Lin Xingtong had his eyes closed in rest, but after a moment, he opened them to clarity. The princess was aware of this too. "Princess, do save me," he exclaimed. The princess, momentarily lifting her head from her wooden crafting, inquired, "Save you from what?" "You do not know. That young lady from the Xia family has brought me misfortune, preventing me from healing properly. My mother, in gratitude towards her, sent the fabric gifted by my aunt to the Xia residence. She stated that while other matters could be overlooked, those 2 pieces of fabric were her most cherished, and I was to deliver them to her. Consequently, my pocket money and salary have vanished. Haven't you noticed that I've brought nothing with me these past 2 visits?" His final words elicited a chuckle from the attendant beside him, and even the princess arched her eyebrows in amusement, momentarily setting aside her work. "Ji Xiao, my maid, please fetch 2 pieces of embroidered silk from the storeroom for Lin Gongzi. I am counting on him to bring me some delightful novelties. Quickly, bestow the fabric upon him." Lin Xingtong rolled to his feet, expressing his gratitude to the princess for her generosity. "Thank you, princess," he proclaimed in a playful, elongated tone as he bowed once more. The princess feigned seriousness, replying, "No need for thanks." With that, Lin Xingtong playfully flopped down onto the mat, prompting laughter from those present once again. The princess's eyes genuinely sparkled with mirth. After Lin Xingtong's departure, an attendant inquired what the princess wished to have for dinner. The princess pondered briefly, recalling the sour soup Lin Xingtong had mentioned earlier. "Please prepare a serving of rice noodles and send it up." "Yes, Your Highness." In the kitchen, a capable maid remarked with a smile, "Young Master Lin often visits, bringing more smiles to the princess." The princess curled her lips, but remained silent. Meanwhile, someone approached the prince to report, "Your Highness, young Master Lin has departed." They then relayed every detail of the day's occurrences surrounding the princess. After listening for a while, the prince nodded, acknowledging, "Well, he proves somewhat useful. It's good if he can make Afu smile." With that, he gestured for the messenger to leave. After dinner, a maid approached the princess with news. "Indeed, it is true. I have heard that even Lord Lin's allowance has been deducted to repay Madame Lin's debts for her son. Madame Lin insists that a son's debts must be repaid by the father." The maid's voice bore a hint of mirth as she said this. The princess lifted her head, seemingly puzzled, but quickly recalled, "Ah yes, Lord Lin's private assets were taken by Madame Lin during their last quarrel." The maid presented a platter of fruit, exclaiming, "Isn't that fortuitous? Young Master Lin is indeed Madame Lin's biological son. Besides, having a competent mother-in-law is preferable to dealing with a weakling, saving the princess much trouble." The princess glanced at the fruit platter, but did not partake. Typically, it was only in the presence of Lin Xingtong that she would indulge in playful banter and enjoy a few bites. Each had their own merits. After speaking, the princess turned to leave, embodying the resilience of the strong who never lament their circumstances. She was merely physically weak, not weak of spirit. The maids exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Lin Xingtong returned home with 2 bolts of brocade, pleased to see Chen Yuhu's bright demeanor. Chen Yuhu stroked the fabric with a gentle smile, saying, "Well done. If there are issues to resolve, consult with the princess." Gazing at the satin, Chen Yuhu contemplated the future. The princess, clearly, she is a calculative individual, able to achieve much with little effort. "Go, deliver these 2 pieces of fabric to the embroidery room and expedite the creation of 2 garments for me." "Yes." As Chen Yuhu donned the garments crafted from the exquisite brocade for the banquet, the rumors surrounding Miss Xia of the Xia family dissipated like clouds at the wave of the princess's hand. Upon their return to the capital, the Xia family had been brazen, with General Xia having numerous acquaintances in the city. Now, however, they resembled a dog with its tail tucked, cautiously gauging others' expressions, all due to merely 2 garments. It seemed the Xia family's prolonged resilience was not without justification. Chen Yuhu even suspected their previous arrogance was merely a facade, awaiting this moment of admonition. One must not dwell too deeply on certain matters. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary fears. Upon returning from the banquet, Chen Yuhu reclined on the couch, deep in contemplation, reiterating the importance of maintaining a sense of reverence. Compared to her own simplistic understanding shaped by conventional education, the ancients were masters of political intrigue and cunning. It appeared she would need to consult more frequently with Lin Ji moving forward, as vigilance against the Xia family was necessary. It is not the lowly status of a person that is to be feared, but rather their foolishness. Rarely does one find a fool who is fortunate. Lin Ji summoned the children to the study, arranging them in a line, boys and girls alike. Listening to Lin Ju's detailed exposition of the matter, Chen Yuhu stood outside the study, reflecting on her gratitude that there were not too many children. Otherwise, the study would be overcrowded. Little Qing Luo stood amongst her brothers, her eyes still innocent, yet striving to grasp the complexities of the discussion. This made Chen Yuhu all the more cautious, pondering how these children were nurtured. She resolved never to let her slight sense of superiority from her time travel lead her astray. Even the former Chen Yuhu vividly remembered the elite education she had received, tailored for the most distinguished. What she could conceive, Lin Ju could envision with even greater depth and foresight, particularly regarding the Summer family's intentions for the future. It felt as if everything could be seen through, instilling a sense of trepidation in everyone, especially Chen Yuhu, who was inherently timid. Recently, during the Empress's longevity celebration, the ladies-in-waiting entered the palace. Chen Yuhu heard that everyone went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and caught a glimpse of the little princess residing in Shokong Palace, though only within its confines. Inside Shokong Palace, the ladies extolled the princess, yet once outside, they exchanged glances, refraining from mentioning her. They collectively denied ever having seen children within the palace walls. Each of them had sons and daughters, and they could not allow their offspring to bow before a princess of uncertain parentage. Otherwise, their esteemed families would become a laughingstock. Their demeanor was always composed, as if everything were perfectly natural. Compared to them, Chen Yuhu felt her own resolve was somewhat lacking. After much contemplation, Chen Yuhu opened her eyes, deciding to enhance her own self-cultivation. In comparison to the ancients, she felt slightly inferior. As for achieving great feats, she scarcely entertained the thought, fearing it would lead to her demise. Her mother would be the first to label her a prodigy and have her executed. Moreover, as a humanities student, she had barely scraped 36 points in physics. She had forgotten the principles of convex and concave lenses. What could she possibly accomplish? This line of thought brought Chen Yuhu to the brink of tears. If given the choice now, she would undoubtedly opt for agriculture, for it was of paramount importance in ancient times. It would allow for significant accomplishments, and besides, it was quite normal for noble women to cater to the emperor's whims by engaging in farming. It would not seem out of place. Noticing Chen Yuhu's despondent mood, Ba Jiao inquired, "Madam, would you like your concubines to accompany you? Your spirits always seem to lift when they are present." Chen Yuhu waved her hand dismissively, stating that they were no longer young and it was burdensome for them to keep vigil over her at night. Ba Jiao chuckled, "Yet you do not require them to stay awake. They are just like you." Chen Yuhu retorted, "Ultimately, they are still performing the duties of maidservants. They must remain alert at the slightest disturbance, and they are not young anymore. Is this closeness? It is indeed a form of intimacy." Nevertheless, Chen Yuhu did not truly compel them to keep watch at night. She regarded them with the respect due to their station. When the mistress needed to rise at night for a sip of water, should not the 2 concubines attend to her? The madam allowed them to reside in the main courtyard, not truly putting them to toil, but rather sharing her rest with them. Was this not indicative of a good relationship? When the mistress stirred in the night, ought not the concubines to extend their assistance? No one could dare to speak ill of it. Lin Qingzhu privately inquired of Aunt Hu whether she could endure spending the night alongside her mother. At that time, Aunt Hu beamed and replied, "What is there to endure? The mistress is not demanding. As for getting up at night for water, that is perfectly normal. It is not unheard of for the mistress to sleep soundly until dawn." Ultimately, the resilience of the ancients far surpassed what Chen Yuhu imagined. They did not possess the notions that Chen Yuhu held. Chen Yuhu aimed to remind them that she valued them, yet she remained the mistress. In chapter 82, the eldest sister is wonderful. She presumed that the 2 concubines having been exalted by her for so long, might feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, they paid it no mind at all. Serving others was ingrained in their very being. It was their instinct. They never felt inferior, for they were destined to occupy a lower status from birth. Lin Qingzhu, reassured by her own aunt's words, cast aside her final reservations. Conversely, Chen Yuhu began to feel discomfort. This antiquated society did not allow for a life befitting a human being. Both of them were ill-fated, and yet she found herself musing over what to do next. But would Chen Yuhu ever consider allowing them to be like her? Certainly not. She would continue to instill in them the belief that she was a benevolent person, one who treated them well, and that their relationship was harmonious. Yet, she remained the mistress. Human nature is inherently selfish and greedy, and Chen Yuhu was no exception. She doubted that once Lin Qingzhu matured and Lin Qingluo grew up, the two concubines would still exhibit their current obedient demeanor. Nevertheless, she needed to ensure her absolute control over them. One must never place hope in others. In this regard, Chen Yuhu would surpass the former Yuhu. At that moment, Chen Yuhu opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness and cruelty. It was a familiar expression often seen on the face of her mother, the genuine native. The environment shapes individuals, and Chen Yuhu underwent an unnoticed transformation. People adapt to their surroundings for a better life. The next day, Lin Qingtong visited the Wang residence once more, this time bringing numerous gifts. She meticulously laid out her purchases before the princess, presenting them as treasures. The princess graciously examined each item, with her favorite being a complex Kongming lock. "Did you purchase this as well?" Lin Qingtong picked up a silver fork, spearing a peeled peach and savoring it. Due to Chen Yuhu's preferences, fresh fruits were always in abundance at home. Lin Qingtong had grown accustomed to them and gradually developed a fondness. After swallowing, she remarked, "This one is not. I had it custom-made from the carpenter. Do you like it? If so, I shall bring you another style next time." The princess nodded in approval. "I like it." Lin Qingtong smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, "As long as you like it." With that, she shamelessly helped herself to more peaches. However, she had grown accustomed to her lack of decorum around the princess, who gradually found her behavior more endearing. "In a few days, I shall embark on a journey to hunt geese. My mother has insisted that the betrothal gifts be delivered before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and everything is prepared, save for a pair of grand geese." The princess, noticing his hearty appetite, indulged herself with a piece as well, and they shared a plate. After enjoying a peach, she expressed her disbelief, questioning the availability of geese at this time of year. "If you are truly intent on this, you ought to carve a pair from wood yourself." "Very well." Lin Qingtong readily agreed, adding that he would bring his tools the following day to learn the craft of woodworking from her. The princess cast a knowing glance at this eager companion, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Tools are secondary. Your presence is what matters, young Master Lin. However, if you wish to learn from me, you ought to address me as master." Lin Qingtong, reclining casually, responded with a playful bow, "I have met the master. May I humbly request your guidance?" The princess rolled her eyes at him, but was not genuinely displeased. Meanwhile, in a similarly jovial atmosphere, Lin Qingjiao was examining the gifts presented by Nze with her younger sisters. Since their vacation at the countryside estate concluded, opportunities for Lin Qingjiao and Nze to meet had dwindled. Only someone of royal endorsement could permit such audacious interactions as Lin Qingtong's frequent visits to the Wang residence. Thus, the two young souls began exchanging gifts daily, corresponding through letters. Chen Yuhu observed the unfolding romance with a smile, finding the youthful courtship quite delightful. Unfortunately, given the constraints of their circumstances, she lamented that her daughter could not experience multiple romantic entanglements, as clarity in such matters often requires experience. Nevertheless, the current situation between the two children was satisfactory. Nze's public support of the Lin family, even in the face of confrontation with the Cheng family, had earned him the family's approval. Even Lin Ji remarked that he was indeed a man of merit, for such courage in the face of adversity is a quality much admired. Thus, even in the absence of the Minister of Rights during the prior matter, the Lin family held no resentment. They understood that the elder statesman was aging and that the younger generation had yet to mature fully. The minister's household required time and the senior minister's guidance. Lin Qingjiao was engaged with her sisters, exploring the fresh curiosities delivered by Nze that day. She appeared quite elated, her eyes shimmering with affection, and spoke of Nze with an excited tone. Yu Ji, equally animated, chattered incessantly alongside her elder sister. However, Ji, tossing and catching a rattan ball, suddenly interjected, "Elder sister, circumstances are ever-changing. You are not yet wed, and it is wise for you to guard your heart." For reasons unknown, this statement conjured the image of their mother in Ji's mind, both the mother of yesteryears and the present merging into her thoughts, causing her to squint slightly. The previously lively chatter of Yu Ji fell silent, and an air of stillness enveloped the scene. Lin Qingjiao, with her back turned to them, was unaware of the shift in mood. Yu Ji felt a pang of unease. The second sister's unexpected remark would unsettle anyone. After a brief pause, she considered feigning ignorance to lighten the atmosphere and elicit a smile from her elder sisters. Unlike Yu Ji's apprehensions, Ji harbored no fears whatsoever. When her elder sister was upset, she would simply confide in their mother, who would undoubtedly side with her. Before Yu Ji could utter a word, Lin Qingjiao abruptly turned around. Her younger sister was right. Her insights were astute. Lin Qingjiao placed greater trust in her sister, with whom she shared daily companionship, than in a fiancé she had only known for a few days. She understood that the truth often stings. Moreover, Zhe was merely fulfilling his duty. If he did not stand by the Lin family in such circumstances, then Lin Qingjiao would indeed need to reconsider her choice of fiancé. She had been too relaxed and joyful. Witnessing her elder sister's clarity and resolve, Yu Ji felt an unexpected surge of happiness and leaped to embrace Lin Qingjiao's waist, playfully exclaiming, "Sister, I adore you. You are truly wonderful." Though Yu Ji was mature for her age, her playful antics were one thing. It was rare for her to genuinely act in such a manner, even around Chen Yuhu. Lin Qingjiao, pleasantly surprised, wrapped her arms around her younger sister and replied, "I adore my sister too." Ji set aside the rattan ball, feigning annoyance. "Oh, so, it seems our family only has you two girls. Tomorrow, I shall be the boy." The two affectionate sisters erupted into laughter and together embraced Ji, proclaiming, "Not at all. We are three sisters. We cannot do without any of us." Chapter 83. Welcoming. As the sisters shared their affectionate banter, Chen Yuhu listened to the reports from her servants, a benevolent smile gracing her lips. This was splendid. Occasional disputes among sisters served to deepen their bonds and trust. Having spent over a decade together in the boudoir, they would be bound for many more years in their marital homes. The fleeting emotions of youth were hard-won, yet easily squandered. Chen Yuhu understood this well. Even among sisters who grew up together, many lacked a strong emotional connection. In her delight, Chen Yuhu summoned the children to dine together. The spicy hot pot paired with sour plum soup brought her immense satisfaction, and she watched the children depart with a joyful heart. With the family's affairs taking shape and both her eldest daughter and second son betrothed, Chen Yuhu felt that her retirement was drawing near. In a buoyant mood, she indulged in a bit of wine. The following day, Chen Yuhu, still in high spirits, received word from her servants. A messenger from the Wang residence reported that the princess had coughed up blood the night prior. Thus the second young master need not visit today. Chen Yuhu's mood plummeted like a roller coaster. She instructed her servants to fetch some precious medicinal herbs from the storeroom to send to the Wang residence. Although the Wang family possessed everything, it was imperative to acknowledge their awareness of the situation. Failing to perform the required courtesies would incur the wrath of the old prince. The Wang residents received the gifts from the loyal and valiant Marquis's household without a word, simply logging them away. Chen Yuhu, feeling discontent, found beef strips being served in the kitchen. While enjoying beef strips might not elevate one's spirits, they certainly alleviated the gloom when one was feeling down. Lin Qingtong was also busy, dispatching a carved wild goose to the princess for her to admire. Of course, it was merely for viewing. After the princess had seen it, it would have to be returned for Lin Qingtong to continue his carving. Upon viewing the piece, the messenger relayed, the princess suggested preparing a pair of gold ones instead. Otherwise, the betrothal gifts will have to take a longer route before entering the Wang residence. The princess expressed her apprehension about losing such a person. Lin Qingtong's eyes sparkled with amusement as she clicked her tongue, declaring that the princess should rest assured, for her master's carpentry skills were unparalleled. As she spoke, she held her head high, exuding a hint of pride. Chen Yuhu, listening to the servant relay the message, discreetly popped a piece of beef jerky into her mouth. How delightful it was to witness the young man's flirtations, so captivating that even the jerky tasted exquisite. Within the household, secrets were scarce, especially for the lady of the house. As the princess lay in bed, Her complexion pale and her breath faint, she too smiled upon hearing the maid's report. The maid leaned down to adjust the blanket that had slipped, saying, "Princess, Master Lin is awaiting you." To which the princess replied with a mere hum, her expression turning neutral once again in the presence of her maid. When another maid entered, the messenger was swiftly called out. For discussing such matters was highly frowned upon within the household, as if the princess were on the brink of despair. The gossiping maid faced punishment for her indiscretion. The princess reclined back on her bed, feeling that, all things considered, it was not so bad after all. With no one in the Wang residence suggesting his absence, Lin Qingtong stayed home for just a single day. The following day, despite the torrential rain, he prepared himself to leave. Chen Yuhu was quite supportive of the young man. However, she appeared considerably stricter regarding the attentions directed toward young Master Lin. While pigs may roam freely, cabbages must be closely monitored. As the Mid-Autumn festival approached, the household became busier, with the festive season meaning longer hours for Chen Yuhu. Thankfully, Qingjiao and Anji were older now and could lend her a hand, allowing her some respite. When Chen Yuhu went to pay her respects to the matriarch, the elder woman kindly reminded her, Zhengxian will be returning soon. Prepare accordingly and ensure the house is in order for their arrival. Chen Yuhu forced a smile and agreed, promptly delegating the tasks to the servants, doing no more than what was necessary. She had already resolved to boast about her attentiveness during the family banquet upon their return, considering it a way to bolster her own confidence. The gifts for her maternal family were all meticulously arranged by Chen Yuhu. Every member of the Chen family, from her mother to her siblings and their spouses, received thoughtful consideration. Once a person plagued by extreme social anxiety and disdainful of chaotic family gatherings, Chen Yuhu had come to recognize the significance of such connections in ancient times, realizing the necessity of nurturing these relationships. Thus, she approached the preparation of these gifts with great care, and even the young ladies learned a great deal in the process. On the day Lin Xiu arrived, it happened to coincide with Lin Ji's day off, providing Chen Yuhu with some relief. She found it difficult to extend warmth toward Lin Xiu and Tan Shirihua, particularly toward the latter. Yet, Lin Xiu had benefited greatly, and it would be unjust to absolve him entirely. However, she felt compelled to remain silent, for any remarks could incite discord between the two brothers. Chen Yuhu was cautious in her own parenting, aware that she could not act in that manner. Lin Qingtong had been dispatched by Chen Yuhu to the Wang residence. Was there nothing else to attend to? There is no need to linger at home. You should step outside. Lin Qingtong has been sent away by Chen Yuhu, and the young ladies were not brought along either. Thus, only these two individuals, accompanied by a multitude of servants, stand at the entrance. The messenger has long since arrived. Chen Yuhu stands behind Lin Ji, her expression devoid of emotion, appearing exceedingly serious. Lin Ji whispers, "Madam, are you not being a bit too obvious?" My lord, I do not comprehend your words. What have I done to incite your discontent? If there is anything, please voice it. I shall amend my ways. Although her words sound submissive, paired with Chen Yuhu's demeanor, it suggests that should Lin Ji dare to utter a dissenting word, he would face dire consequences. Lin Ji has his own method of coping. He simply avoids meeting Chen Yuhu's gaze. While they exchange hushed words, none of the surrounding servants dare to approach, fully aware of their mistress's current disposition. The old matriarch has indeed shown considerable favoritism. Merely 2 days prior, she had dispatched someone to Ru Yi courtyard for an inspection, which resulted in an elaborate arrangement, even going so far as to open her private treasury. Chen Yuhu is privy to more information than the servants realize. She has heard whispers of the old matriarch confiding in her close acquaintances, expressing her doubts about Chen Yuhu's dedication. The old matriarch's suspicions are not unfounded. She indeed has no intention of expending much effort. From a distance, the sight of an approaching carriage brings a false smile to Chen Yuhu's face. The messenger had already informed them that Lin Chu would arrive by carriage. Otherwise, Chen Yuhu would not wear such a brazen expression. Those on horseback outside can easily discern the countenance of those standing at the entrance. Unable to contain herself, Chen Yuhu glances at Lin Ji, who wears a serious expression, earning him praise for his steadiness. How infuriating it is to witness such contrasts in temperament. At this moment, the composed lord dares not turn to meet his wife's enthusiastic smile. Lin Ji has grown accustomed to his mother's favoritism, remaining unfazed by it. Yet his wife clearly is not. She cannot help but lament the brevity of the holiday, as her younger brother is set to return to his post soon. Otherwise, Enduring such blatant favoritism daily would provoke ire in anyone, even in someone as good-natured as his wife. Chapter 84. New Tea Indeed. Chen Yuhu is still perceived as a gentle and accommodating individual in the eyes of the outside world. The customs of the ancient times are far less rigid than she presumes, even if she were to strike her husband. In fact, at certain times, society is more open-minded. As the carriage draws closer, Chen Yuhu's smile broadens once more, causing the servants to lower their heads even further. As the occupants of the carriage disembark, Lin Ji steps forward, with Chen Yuhu closely following. Elder brother, younger brother, how fares everything? How is mother? All is well, all is well, everyone is thriving. Is your tenure proceeding smoothly? Thanks to elder brother and sister-in-law, all is well. The masked smile conceals unspoken thoughts. It is indeed thanks to your dear mother. Tan Shuriwed descends from the carriage, holding a child, her smile even more strained than Chen Yuhu's. I have met with elder sister-in-law. Is she in good health? Chen Yuhu's eyes narrow, not wishing to see this person. She refrains from engaging in conversation, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, though her smile was exaggerated. No one dared to voice that it was amiss. Lin Ju averted his gaze from Chen Yuhu, ignoring the pleading look cast by Lin Chu. It was Chen Yuhu who beckoned, come into the estate. Mother has been waiting for quite some time, and I have already prepared the courtyard for you. Upon hearing this, Tan Shuriwa suddenly perked up. Oh, how considerate of you, elder sister-in-law. Which courtyard have you arranged for us? Chen Yuhu quietly inhaled, Rui Garden. What do you think, sister-in-law? Is it suitable? Just as Tan Shuriwa was about to respond, she met the suddenly darkened gaze of her husband and fell silent. It's quite good. You have truly put in a lot of effort, she replied. Not at all. It is my duty, Chen Yuhu insisted, her smile now imbued with warmth and sincerity. Upon returning home, the two were to first pay their respects to the elder Lin Matriarch, who was already pacing in the room. She was in good health, requiring no support or crutch, clearly capable of living for many more years. Chen Yuhu hoped fervently for her longevity. For only then could Lin Zhu and Lin Chu hold official positions. Otherwise, they would be in mourning. Lin Qingji was quietly cradled by her nurse, and Chen Yuhu could not help but glance at her again. Compared to a little chick, she was much quieter. Upon reaching Songha Hall, a maid had long been waiting outside. The leading matron, upon seeing them, suddenly exclaimed, Second master. Chen Yuhu's eyelids flickered. Such an impudent old crone would soon find herself dismissed. After her exclamation, she feigned surprise upon recognizing Lin Zhu, hurriedly kneeling and uttering, Your Grace, forgive me. I come to pay my respects. Lin Zhu raised his head indifferently. He truly did not care. Such a foolish person was best kept by his mother's side. It was an intelligent individual who would truly vex him. Catching sight of his wife's visibly tense demeanor, Lin Zhu chuckled inwardly, resolving to inform her later. Otherwise, this foolish woman might soon meet her demise. Such simpletons were not easily found. Lin Chu, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed, his face reddening as he glanced at Lin Zhu, yet hesitating to meet his eyes. The maidservants by their mother's side were not to be reprimanded, so they could only lower their heads awkwardly. Chen Yuhu looked down upon their submissive demeanor, inwardly scornful. Songha Hall was already prepared. A prominent maid personally held back the curtain. Chen Yuhu exchanged a glance with her, noting the excitement hidden in her eyes. This was her first experience of such treatment. Upon entering Songha Hall, before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a heart-wrenching awe startled her. Lin Old Matriarch grasped Lin Chu's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and Chen Yuhu instantly recognized that this emotional scene would not abate anytime soon. She hastily stepped forward to interrupt, exclaiming, I come to pay my respects to mother. The emotionally charged Lin Matriarch jolted at the interruption, glancing at Chen Yuhu with a hint of impatience before waving her hand dismissively. Chen Yuhu instantly rose, exhaling a significant sigh of relief, settling down as she no longer had to stand and observe. In the presence of the Lin family, she had abandoned any pretense of performance. The mother and son supported each other, both with tears glistening in their eyes. In the midst of their heartfelt exchange, Chen Yuhu's unexpected interruption did not disrupt their intimate conversation. Previously, Lin Ji would stand by and observe, but this time, upon seeing his wife seated, he simply clasped his hands and settled down beside Chen Yuhu. The couple, Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji, sat quietly to one side, observing the mother and son, while Tan Shuriwa had no choice but to sit obediently nearby. When she first married into the family, She was quite sensible and got along well with Chen Yuhu. But anyone who receives such affection from the old matriarch inevitably tends to stray a little. Gradually, she became increasingly misguided. My dear child, you've grown so thin. Mother misses you dearly. Mother, how is your health? I think of you often. The scene was profoundly touching, though regrettably lacking in refreshments. Soon, the exchange between the mother and son faltered, unable to continue under the penetrating gaze of the couple, which was far too intense. The old matriarch was assisted to her seat, prompting Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji to rise once more, waiting for her to settle before they too resumed their seats. Once everyone was seated, Tan Shuriwen knelt to pay her respects to the old matriarch, alongside the wet nurse who held Lin Qingji. As soon as the old lady was comfortably seated, she began to wail, "My grandson. Hurry, bring him to me for a hug." Chen Yuhu rolled her eyes internally. Feeling a pang of discomfort, none of her children, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, had ever received such treatment. The old matriarch was decidedly impartial towards her children, treating each one in a manner that felt as if they belonged to someone else. If Chun Laofuren was indeed an aloof person, she was far from close with any of the children. Yet, the boys studied hard, the girls practiced etiquette. And even when quarrels arose with the Chung family, she never hesitated to express her favoritism. Watching the old matriarch shower Lin Qingji with affection, Chen Yuhu could not suppress another eye roll. Unfortunately, she was caught in the act, lifting her gaze to find Lin Ji watching her. This time, she unabashedly returned his gaze with an eye roll. Lin Chu, seated opposite, noticed as well, beginning to fidget uncomfortably, while Tan Shuriwe, with a raised neck, wore a proud yet concealing expression. Chen Yuhu chose to ignore them. At that moment, the old matriarch was instructing her servants, "Quickly, bring out all the toys I prepared for Qingji. Let them take them home for my little one to play with." One could easily surmise they were fine items. Her own children could only purchase limited quantities after passing their exams. To Lin Qingji, the old lady's private collection felt as though it were his own. As a maidservant brought in tea, having seen enough of the commotion, Chen Yuhu picked up a teacup. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a delightful aroma, lingering and rich. Looking down, she noticed the tea was a murky red, clearly not her own. Without needing to guess, she saw it was Lin Chu's teacup, identical to Tan Shuriwe's. Chen Yuhu narrowed her eyes again, setting the teacup aside without tasting it. A maid, noticing her reaction, immediately stepped forward to explain. The old lady said that the second master and second mistress have traveled a long way and need a pick-me-up, which is why we specially brewed fresh tea. Chapter 85. Lack of intelligence. Gazing at the maid before her, who was also the head maid of Songa Hall, Chen Yuhu could not fathom her lack of understanding. With a restrained expression, she felt fortunate that Qingtong had gone to the Wang residence today. Otherwise, the blatant difference in treatment would have surely provoked her ire. Yet, her situation was hardly any better. She beckoned to the maid, who stepped closer, only for Chen Yuhu to raise her hand and douse the maid's face with a cup of crimson tea. The maid lowered her head, speechless. A heavy silence fell over the room, and Lin Chu's expression darkened. Having just returned home, he had hoped to avoid causing his mother any displeasure. However, was it too much tea that she could not manage? Old Lady Lin, unfazed, responded, "What you are drinking is the finest new tea of the year. I merely received a little. Then why not give it all to my sister-in-law? She bears the burden of managing the household," he suggested. The old lady's expression shifted to one of reluctance, but since her son had spoken, she conceded. After all, it was what his sister-in-law desired. What could be wrong with that? The implication was that the head of the household's wife was still coveting such trivialities, a display of shallowness. Chen Yuhu rose, her feigned smile vanishing. "Thank you, second brother, for your kind intentions, but that tea was originally a gift from my sister-in-law to me, and I merely set aside a bit to honor mother. Since you and your wife have yet to partake, please enjoy it. If it proves insufficient, I shall procure more from my family." In truth, the tea was scarce and precious, most of it having been seized by old Lady Lin like a thief. As she turned to leave, Tan Shuriwe interjected, "Is this the manner of your sister-in-law? So audacious before mother?" Chen Yuhu cast a disdainful glance at Tan Shuriwe. Her brows furrowed, her disgust unmistakable, akin to that felt towards a rat scuttling through a gutter, and even more repulsive. Tan Shuriwe had never before been regarded with such contempt by her typically composed sister-in-law, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, Chen Yuhu was not inclined to relent. She pivoted, her skirts swirling dramatically, exuding an air of authority. A sardonic smile curled upon her lips as she declared, "Ah, So it is my sister-in-law. I had not noticed how you had intruded upon my home. Ah, surely, you must have forgotten the New Year gifts for your elder brother, yes? One gift is but a trifle. In the future, it matters not if you do not send another. As her expression grew increasingly cold, Chen Yuhu uttered her final words before turning to exit. Lin Chu had already risen, bowing, prepared to apologize to Chen Yuhu, yet she did not spare him a glance. Once she had departed, the elderly matriarch suddenly barked, "How dare you? Junshi, look at this woman you have brought home." Lin Ji remained composed, sipping the same tea as Chen Yuhu, his head unraised. In truth, he did not possess the filial piety that Chen Yuhu assumed, nor did he place significant value on familial bonds. Otherwise, Lin Chu would not have been able to maintain any semblance of reason under old lady Lin's indulgence. Ultimately, Lin Chu was simply afraid of him. These matters are well known to Lin Ju, who is also aware of the domineering behavior of the old matriarch in the household, akin to that of a bandit, hoarding all that is good for herself. His silence does not imply ignorance. In truth, his wife possesses remarkable patience and is indeed more filial than he. Lin Ju does not exhibit the level of tolerance towards his elderly mother that his wife imagines. Had it been him, he would have devised a strategy long ago, unable to endure for such a protracted period. Upon hearing his mother's accusations, Lin Ju set down his empty teacup and rose to his feet. It is indeed a commendable wife he has taken, for my spouse is consistently dutiful and virtuous. Without her, the Lin family would not be where it is today. I am fully aware of this. And yet Lin Ju feigned a deeply moved demeanor. The old matriarch was nearly driven to her wits' end, asserting that marrying into our family was merely her duty as a daughter-in-law. My wife has fulfilled her obligations. As for the mother, since she has no taste for tea, there is no need to supply the tea leaves from Songha Hall any longer. Lin Ju accepted the handkerchief offered by the maid and wiped his hands. Moreover, Tan Shi, perhaps you might take some time off to learn the proper etiquette from the matrons in the household. Tan Shi's eyes widened with disbelief. Elder brother. Lin Ju flicked the damp cloth away, turning to leave without wishing to hear another word. Lin Chu remained silent, recognizing that it is indeed beneficial for his wife to learn the proper decorum. The entire Songha Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ultimately, the anger of Chen Yuhu and that of Lin Ju are of a different nature. Prejudice in one's heart is akin to an insurmountable mountain. Chen Yuhu must acknowledge that Lin Ju is the true pillar of the family. After the silence, the old matriarch appeared suddenly fatigued, lacking the vitality she had exhibited upon Lin Chu's return, as if she had aged several years. Lin Mu glanced at Tan Shiriwe and remarked to Lin Chu, "Zheng Qian, your brother has always been cold-hearted. The wife he has so desperately sought will not stand on your side." Lin Chu cast a glance at his mother, noticing that her favoritism had grown increasingly pronounced over the years. Especially with his elder brother's rise, she had once maintained a facade of impartiality. Now, even the tea they drank was no longer the same. Lin Chu sighed. "Mother, you are well aware that my brother's ambitions are aimed at establishing the Lin family firmly in the capital, ensuring its legacy like those esteemed families. I share the same objective." When Lin Chu spoke these words, they were imbued with conviction. He genuinely believed them. Influenced by Lin Ju, he had harbored the same aspirations as his elder brother since childhood. In their youth, one trained in martial arts while the other pursued scholarly endeavors. Observing the grand displays of those noble families, they could hardly be described as disdainful, as they simply did not regard them as equals. The two youths were undeterred, their eyes filled with ambition. In pursuit of marrying his elder sister-in-law, his brother even exchanged his military achievements. It was solely to secure a wife of such stature that he could forge a path in the capital. His spouse was also chosen under his brother's guidance. He had dedicated himself to his studies, and while his father-in-law held few official positions, his family was quite renowned in the realm of scholarship, rivaling even the Chen family. This was the result of extensive deliberation between him and his elder brother. From a mere scholar, he had ascended to an official position, and he too would nurture the next generation without losing sight of his original aspirations. "Mother, my elder brother and I are determined to secure the future of the Lin family for generations to come." When Lin Chu spoke these words, his eyes radiated with unwavering resolve. "Please refrain from such actions in the future. My brother and sister-in-law will not neglect me." He and his brother had meticulously prepared for any eventuality, even if it meant sacrificing themselves for the family's future. All they wished for was to leave their mark in the family genealogy. As Lin Chu pondered this, He could almost envision future descendants of the Lin family paying homage in the ancestral hall. Lin's mother observed Lin Chu, hesitating to voice her concerns. Her children had grown, and it seemed futile to intervene. The two brothers appeared almost enchanted. If Lin Ji were to provide Lin Chu with a legitimate reason, claiming he must endure imprisonment for the sake of the family's future, Lin Chu would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Could she be blamed for her favoritism? This child seemed rather dim-witted. Chapter 86. Stubbornness. Old Lady Lin understood their aspirations, yet as a mother, she could not help but worry. She could not sway Lin Ji, who disregarded her counsel, often imposing his will upon her. Now, with this son also resistant to guidance, she felt a deep sense of resignation. Upon seeing her mother's weary face, Lin Chu felt a pang of guilt. If his mother fell ill, his elder brother would surely reprimand him. Casting a glance at his wife, who appeared utterly dazed, a plan began to form in his mind. His mother, with her wealth of experience, could take the opportunity to teach Chen Yuhu while she was at home. This would also allow her to show some filial piety. Upon hearing this, the old lady perked up, though not entirely pleased. The girl was not her choice, nor was Chen Yuhu. Yet old Lady Lin had to admit that sometimes the disparity between people was more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Tan Shi, upon entering, exhibited a degree of caution. She did not wish to embarrass Lin Chu, and given her family's lesser standing compared to her elder sister-in-laws, Lin's mother felt inclined to extend a measure of consideration, wary of how others might perceive her. However, it did not take long for her to let her guard down. Uncharacteristically, Lin's mother did not immediately acquiesce to Lin Chu's request. He internally sighed, realizing how little regard his wife garnered. Lin Chu promptly approached, bowing respectfully to his mother. She glanced at him, pursed her lips, and said, "Rise. Go and appease your brother and sister-in-law. It may soon be too late. Your sister-in-law has a generous heart, and if you delay, she might forget." Having played the villain, it was now Lin Chu's turn. Lin Chu could not help but chuckle at his mother's words. After laughing, he turned to Tan Shi, whose expression suggested the sky was falling, and felt the need to offer some words of encouragement. "Stay here, show your mother more filial respect, and learn from her. If you can grasp even a fraction of her wisdom, it will benefit you immensely in the future, and in turn, bless me as well." What could Tan Shi say? She could only manage a wry smile and reply, "Yes, my husband, I understand." Despite her humble origins, old Lady Lin was no fool. She understood the dynamics of give and take quite well. Chen Yuhu provided financial support, and as a grandmother who rarely left her home, she ensured that everyone in the capital recognized Chen Yuhu as a devoted daughter-in-law. This arrangement brought significant advantages to Lin Ji, Chen Yuhu, and their children. Subsequently, no matter how audacious the elderly lady became, she would not dare to cross the boundaries set by Lin Ji and Chen Yuhu. The astuteness of certain individuals is often concealed beneath the surface. In contrast to Lin's mother, Tan Shi evidently displayed her foolishness openly. Tan Shi could only watch helplessly as her husband abandoned her. Despite her apparent triumph over Chen Yuhu in Songha Hall, she felt a twinge of fear when confronting Lin's mother alone. Lin's mother was correct in her assessment. Chen Yuhu had indeed dismissed her concerns, and her outburst stemmed from a need to assert her authority as the matriarch. Without that, her status would diminish. A matriarch who could openly defy the elder without consequence would be viewed entirely differently by the servants compared to one who passively accepted unequal treatment. Clearly, Chen Yuhu had maintained her authority, reinforced by the support of the male head of the household. Afterward, Lin Chu retired to his study and personally requested his elder brother to convey his apologies to his sister-in-law. Lin Ji readily agreed. Yet his primary concern lay with his brother's official position and how to maneuver for a promotion. This was the matter that truly occupied his thoughts. The trivialities that transpired in Songha Hall barely registered on his mind. The brothers engaged in a detailed discussion, during which Lin Ji reminded his younger brother of the numerous temptations within the officialdom. He urged him to remain steadfast in his ambitions and not be blinded by allurements that could lead him astray. The path of governance has never been straightforward. Rather, it is fraught with peril and complexity. I must candidly inform you that should you ever engage in corrupt practices, I will not hesitate to report you. Prioritizing the reputation of the Lin family and my own political fortune. Lin Chu, upon hearing this, did not take offense. He appreciated the candidness that familial bonds allowed. Recognizing that his brother acted in his best interest. "Elder brother, I shall always remember your words. A hint of a smile suddenly graced Lin Chu's face as he remembered to congratulate his brother on the engagement of Lin Qingtong. Upon mentioning this, even the usually serious Lin Ji displayed a flicker of joy. Many matters associated with the royal family are often fraught with complications. However, the case of Prince Jingyi is an exception. As long as he successfully marries the princess and ensures that no harm befalls her from within their household, it will all turn out positively. For Lin Ji, leveraging Lin Qingtong's marriage as a strategic move proves to be exceedingly advantageous. He harbored no concerns regarding the princess's health or her ability to bear children. If she were able to conceive, splendid. If not, there were others who could. Ultimately, if necessary, the royal family would consent to have a secondary wife to provide heirs. The merits of this arrangement are yet to be evaluated, but it certainly maximizes potential benefits. Interestingly, even Chen Yuhu shared this perspective, acknowledging the challenges of governance in ancient times, particularly for military officers, who faced even greater hardships and a lack of prospects. Lin Ji could not command troops at the borders. Thus, Lin Qingtong would essentially lack protection, leaving his achievements vulnerable to appropriation by others. For instance, in a previous encounter where he had captured a traitor and suffered serious injuries, he was compelled to share the credit. Had he been engaged to the princess at that time, such injustices would likely have been avoided. Who does not seek to protect their own? The royal family, even more so. Even without notable achievements, they would ensure a share of the credit, let alone the tangible accolades of a primary contribution. In matters of the heart, Lin Ji had long since been trained, while Qingbai, both clear and murky, possessed his own insights. It was Lin Qingtong, however, whose mind remained a blank slate, oblivious to her own thoughts. Chen Yuhu had also discerned the advantages of an early engagement, which allowed the couple to grow accustomed to one another, regardless of genuine affection. The title bestowed upon them altered their dynamic. In the crowd, they could not help but steal glances at each other, craving that distinct sensation. Whether or not they were truly special remained uncertain, yet from that moment onward, the other would hold a particular significance in their lives. This vague yet enticing feeling was irresistible. Lin Qingtong, with her simplicity, found a certain advantage in her untroubled mind. She felt no resistance. Engaged? Why not? Let us get acquainted. She found him agreeable, even somewhat charming, so she was open to the prospect of companionship. If their interactions proved pleasant, then acceptance would follow. She did not ponder his physical attributes, his ability to bear children, or whether he could manage a household. Nor did she concern herself with his elevated status or potential to overshadow her. Her singular focus was on the fact that he was to be her future husband, with whom she would share her life. Through their days together, she discovered that this individual possessed a certain earnestness, which had its own merits. Both the prince and princess were somewhat satisfied, and the Lin family bore no grievances, nor did they scramble to curry favor. Everything appeared quite normal. A normalcy that further pleased the royal couple, who found the Lin family neither obsequious nor arrogant, leaving a favorable impression. In reality, Lin Ji was primarily concerned with tangible benefits. Chen Yuhu was indifferent, as he was not her husband. What concern was it of hers? The imperial decree for marriage was inescapable, so acceptance was the only option. That evening, Lin Ji dined at Elan Courtyard, where his primary and secondary wives were gathered, while the children seemed to have vanished. Lin Ji had grown accustomed to such scenes. Upon his arrival, he waved his hand, as dinner was already halfway through, dismissing the two concubines. The concubines exchanged discreet eye rolls, daring not to voice their displeasure. Chapter 87. The royal commotion. Lin Ji naturally took a seat opposite Chen Yuhu, who was promptly served with bowls and chopsticks by a maid. Today, she had ordered a spicy stir-fried rabbit dish from a chef hailing from Shu. Typically, Lin Ji visited her on matters of importance, yet today he seemed preoccupied, incessantly picking up his chopsticks. Chen Yuhu observed as he polished off 2 bowls of rice without exchanging a single serious word. She felt irritation rising within her as the rabbit dish neared depletion. Casting a glance at Lin Ji, she turned to a serving girl and inquired, "How is it? Has Qingtong returned? Has anyone been sent to the Wang residence?" "Madam, someone has already been dispatched, but they have yet to return." Old Madame Fong interjected with a few words of reassurance. "Do not fret, madam. There will be no mishaps, as he is at the Wang residence." The implication was that the Wang residence would ensure no troubles arose. If the Wang residence could not resolve the issue, Chen Yuhu's anxiety would be of little consequence. "I understand," Chen Yuhu replied, wiping her mouth. She had lost her appetite, as Lin Ji had consumed all the rabbit meat. Having finished his meal, Lin Ji, unusually, held a digestive tea and informed Chen Yuhu. Zheng Qian asked me to convey his apologies on his behalf. No need, she replied. He has always been cautious and has never wronged me. While it is said so, Lin Ji is acutely aware that Lin Chu has taken full advantage of every opportunity afforded to him. Chen Yuhu's words do not convey forgiveness. Rather, they reflect indifference, as if he were beneath her notice. Her remarks have already transcended his affairs, leaving them unperturbed by his presence. Chen Yuhu, sipping her tea, felt a twinge of concern as Lin Qingtong had yet to return. She seized a moment to inquire about Lu Guang, asking if young master had sent anything to the residence recently. The maid replied, Madam, young master sends gifts daily and lately. Miss has mentioned him with a noticeably different tone. Chen Yuhu fell silent, merely expressing her exasperation with a sigh. Lin Ji cast a discreet glance at Chen Yuhu, sensing it was time for him to take his leave. Clearing his throat to speak, he was interrupted by another maid's report. Madam, the messenger from the Wang residence has returned. His Highness has stated that the young master will not return today. Chen Yuhu and Lin Ji exchanged glances before approaching the messenger. The maid continued. His Highness expressed that he enjoyed an engaging conversation with the young master and has invited him to stay the night. Chen Yuhu remarked, Not even a decent excuse? She turned to Lin Ji, who instinctively averted his gaze from hers. Once he collected his thoughts, Lin Ji replied, It matters not. Seeking a wife is not a disgrace. I am not concerned about his shamefulness, but rather about you potentially being the subject of ridicule during court. A few jests may be exchanged openly, yet behind closed doors. The comments could be far more disparaging. Lin Ji, unfazed, reassured her, Do not fret, madam. They envy us for a desirable match they cannot attain. I shall take my leave now. You should rest early as well. I will escort the marquis. In truth, what Chen Yuhu refrained from voicing was her own apprehension about being mocked in social circles. Compared to self-important officials, some ladies' tongues were far sharper, akin to the foulness of a latrine. Presently, there were quite a number of families with whom they had grievances. Yet Lin Ji's words held merit. Without a concubine by her side, Chen Yuhu slept soundly. Upon rising in the morning and relishing a delightful bowl of wontons, Chen Yuhu still expressed concern. Has Qingtong not returned? The maid replied, No, madam. Chen Yuhu continued to savor her wontons. It was the mid-autumn festival, and surely the Wang residence would send Lin Qingtong home. Indeed, after finishing her breakfast, when the children came to pay their respects, a servant arrived to announce the return of the second young master. Chen Yuhu acknowledged with a simple indicating her awareness. Soon, Lin Qingtong entered and offered his respects to his mother. Chen Yuhu nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Lin Qingtong's attire, she mentally affirmed that the Marquis's household had treated him well. Did His Highness keep you for a night of discourse? Lin Qingtong nodded with composure. Yes, mother. Chen Yuhu couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He shares his father's audacity. Your father awaits you in the study. Go on. Yes, mother. As he departed, the remaining children gazed at her expectantly. Chen Yuhu couldn't suppress a smile. Off you go. The osmanthus tree in our garden has blossomed. Gather some flowers for me. I crave osmanthus honey. Qingluo, do you wish to join your sisters? Qingluo blinked eagerly. I want to go, mother. Then off you go. Mother, I also desire shredded beef. Very well. Come here for lunch. Chen Yuhu playfully poked Lin Qingluo's nose, and the children joyfully departed. Chen Yuhu then commenced preparations for the family banquet on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, selecting the picturesque Oxiang Pavilion as the venue, conveniently located near everyone's residences. As for the menu, she decided to maintain the traditional offerings from previous years, perhaps adding a single dish of beef, a rare delicacy that was seldom enjoyed by anyone in the household aside from Chen Yuhu herself. After meticulously reviewing the lengthy menu, she approved it for the kitchen. Moreover, Chen Yuhu resolved to implement a shared dining system, arranging small round tables to accommodate the guests. Elegant, delectable, and economical. With her instructions dispatched, it was only natural that tasks would be carried out, while Chen Yuhu urged the kitchen with the setting sun as her backdrop. A small sedan chair quietly entered the gates of the imperial palace. The visitor bore a token from the Empress Dowager's court. Yet the occupant of the chair remained concealed. Lin Ju, the deputy commander, was informed of the arrival almost immediately. After all, such matters required a trusted confidant. Upon learning, those around him felt a tinge of embarrassment. Once Lin Ju was aware, so too was Chen Yuhu. Exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Ju, Chen Yuhu pondered the implications. Could it be? Lin Ju nodded in affirmation. Chen Yuhu fell silent, contemplating the upcoming imperial family banquet for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Illness loomed. Suddenly, she grimaced, increasingly convinced that the world had become utterly chaotic. While the Empress Dowager could be excused, the Chung family was bound to face their demise eventually. Yet, Lin Ju remarked, fortune favors the bold. Those of such stature who dare to act must possess the confidence to retreat unscathed. It merely hinges upon the balance of profit and risk. Chen Yuhu considered this, struggling to fathom what the Chung family could possibly offer that would appease the emperor. It was a thought too daunting to entertain. She felt that observing the royal spectacle was rather unwise. Becoming privy to too many secrets often hastened one's demise. Nevertheless, the grandiosity of the occasion stirred her excitement, even sparking a hint of anticipation for the unfolding events. With this newfound vigor for organizing the Mid-Autumn banquet, she exchanged a glance with her husband, rising to help Lin Ju don his armor. That evening, Lin Ju was to stand guard at the royal banquet. Though Chen Yuhu's efforts were not as deft as those of the servants, Lin Ju willingly allowed her to assist him. Their bond was palpable, despite the fact that his wife no longer shared the same sentiments. Prior to her arrival at the household, concubine Hua had experienced a pregnancy during their engagement. When Lin Ju sought her forgiveness, Chen Yuhu had confronted him in a tumultuous scene, yet she never demanded that concubine Hua be cast aside. Lin Ju saw nothing amiss. A straightforward, yet capable woman was exactly what he desired. However, he ultimately did not permit concubine Hua's child to be born. As the hierarchy of legitimacy could not be disrupted, it was a potential source of calamity. Chapter 88. Virtues of women. Even brothers sharing the same mother possess their own agendas. How much more so those of different mothers? Upon entering the Lin family, Yuhu faced numerous trials from her mother-in-law but endured them with grace, remaining obedient. Only Lin Ju could offer her some protection. This period marked a time of deep intimacy between the couple, as concubine Hua fell from favor, while concubine Hu remained astutely discreet. However, as the children continued to be born one after another, no matter what Lin Ji said, the lady regarded him with a gaze filled with skepticism. She did not trust Lin Ji. There were too many children. It was only a matter of time before her interests were at stake. This marked the beginning of their marital estrangement. The couple often quarreled, leading Lin Ji to spend more nights at the residences of the two concubines, while witnessing Yu Hu's increasing distress. Lin Ji found himself at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, he took the imperial decree and departed to the frontier. He was aware of how the concubines and the other children would be treated in his absence. He knew, yet he could no longer concern himself with such matters. Chen Yuhu's mental state had deteriorated significantly. If he did not let go, he would lose his wife and the support of the Chen family. He had feelings for the two concubines, but they were far from the depths of true love. His heart belonged to his wife, who managed household affairs and facilitated social interactions. The Chen family, which stood behind her, provided him with substantial benefits. Thus, he left without hesitation. A host of concubines and children could not rival the support of the Chen family. As Chen Yuhu fastened his armor, Lin Ji's thoughts had already drifted away. If Chen Yuhu knew what Lin Ji was contemplating, she might conclude that Chen Mu had failed to teach her well. Too virtuous. Such was the style of the Chen family. Yet, many aspects of this world are inherently contradictory. One cannot expect her to be open and forthright in public while behaving like a petty person within the confines of her home. Chen Yuhu also felt that certain customs of ancient times were indeed quite distasteful. As long as there is affection between husband and wife, any unforeseen circumstances would inevitably bring suffering to one party. It was exceedingly unfair. Chen Yuhu fastened the last button on Lin Ji's attire, withdrew her hand, and said, "Very well, my lord." In truth, it was not Lin Ji's turn to be on duty that night. However, as the senior officer had grown old, Lin Ji felt it inappropriate to enjoy a family reunion while allowing an elderly man to stand watch. Therefore, he resolved to take the senior officer's place for the night. Fortunately, the palace banquet concluded without incident. As Chen Yuhu observed Lin Ji donning his armor, she could not help but offer a word of caution. Exercise caution. I sense that the emperor may be in a foul mood. It would be best for our household to remain unaware of matters that do not concern us. Lin Ji's eyes sparkled with a smile. Rest assured, my lady, I shall return swiftly. We shall await your lord's return for a family reunion dinner. Indeed. With that, Lin Ji departed, leaving Chen Yuhu to sit down. ever since Lin Ji returned to the capital to assume his official duties. No one in their family had been quicker to learn of developments within the palace. Cheng Shi had returned to the capital. Chen Yuhu furrowed her brow. How long had it been since the emperor dispatched him? His return was remarkably swift. The Empress Dowager and the emperor could not yet discern who held the upper hand. However, with Cheng Shi back in the capital, the Cheng family was bound to have some response. The last flower banquet had been a significant defeat for them. Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, she did not wish to hinder the lively preparations for the family banquet. The Lin family had delayed the meal quite late, waiting for Lin Ji to return. Chen Yuhu suggested that the elderly matriarch retire early, but she refused, insisting that such a rare family reunion should be cherished. Indeed, even now, it could hardly be considered a true reunion. Chen Yuhu's mood suddenly darkened. Her two sons had gone to Liangxi, where the Donglin Academy stood, a cultural epicenter of great significance, as Chen Yuhu would describe it. They had ventured there for an exchange, and upon receiving their letters, it was evident that their journey had not been in vain. They had garnered valuable insights. Thus, they would not return for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The boys sent letters and gifts back frequently, expressing their remorse and lamenting their perceived filial shortcomings. Lin Ju, however, found little solace in this. Yet, when weighed against the importance of the festival versus the futures of her children, the latter undoubtedly held greater significance for the Lin family. Chen Yuhu felt indifferent. It was only natural for them not to return for the festival. Many were chosen to toil away from home, and she saw no cause for concern. Her views diverged somewhat from those of ancient times. However, observing Lin Chu, who made sure to request leave in advance to return home for the celebration, Chen Yuhu realized that she needed to be more mindful of her own actions in the future. Otherwise, rather than being seen as enlightened, she might be regarded as neglectful of propriety. In ancient times, the concept of propriety was paramount. Time was drawing near. Chen Yuhu adorned herself with the jade pendant presented by her two sons, ready to set off. The Oxiang Pavilion was nearby, and she intended to walk there. A servant went to inform the matriarch that they could depart for the pavilion. At that moment, Lady Lin was kneeling in prayer, accompanied by Tan Shiriwei, who was likewise kneeling, albeit in devotion to the principles of womanhood. While the matriarch selected Buddhist beads, she listened to Tan recite the teachings. She aimed to ingrain these virtues into Tan's very bones, tempering her temperament, so that in the future, when people spoke of her, they would say, "She is a woman of virtue, albeit somewhat simple-minded." Upon hearing the servant's announcement, the matriarch responded calmly, "I understand." As she moved, assistance swiftly arrived, and she was aided to her feet. "Let us go together. Do not keep everyone waiting." "Yes." Tan appeared noticeably more submissive, shedding her earlier timidity. The matriarch instructed her that as long as she adhered to propriety and avoided mistakes, no one could harm her. Even Lin Chu would have to endure her presence, unable to cast her aside. This assertion resonated deeply with Tan. Upon reaching the Oxiang Pavilion, Chen Yuhu had already arrived, yet upon the matriarch's entrance, she too had to rise. "Mother." Chen Yuhu greeted warmly, as if the incident at Songheng had never occurred. Tan gazed at Chen Yuhu, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Chen Yuhu felt a sense of wariness but could not decipher the cause. Unexpectedly, Tan bowed respectfully, addressing her as elder sister-in-law. Chen Yuhu reached out to assist the matriarch, hurriedly nodding in acknowledgement. The formality startled her a bit. Only after the matriarch was seated did Chen Yuhu return to her own seat. When Lin Chu and Lin Ju arrived together, Chen Yuhu was required to rise again. The meal had yet to commence, and she had nearly consumed half a bowl of rice. Fortunately, it was not necessary to bow as she had for the matriarch. A slight incline was sufficient. Only after Lin Ju had greeted the matriarch and taken his seat could Chen Yuhu finally settle down. The feast was abundant, but the atmosphere lacked a certain warmth and camaraderie. However, it mattered not, for everyone knew how to put on a fade. The beef dish at the table was transformed by Chen Yuhu into a soup, mildly spiced. The Tan family could not tolerate spice, and the elderly matriarch was likewise unable to partake. Forewarned of their circumstances, she simply opted not to serve it at their table, substituting it with another soup. Aware that this was a trivial yet clever little ruse, it sufficed to amuse herself. Lin Ji abstained from alcohol, instead lifting the bowl to savor a sip of soup, which was quite delightful. Chen Yuhu felt a flicker of joy from her minor misdeed. Chapter 89. The Moon Through the Ages. After the awkward dinner concluded, Chen Yuhu returned to Yilan Courtyard, where her two concubines awaited her. Their midnight feast was prepared, but soon the children arrived. They all ventured outside to admire the moon. Originally, Chen Yuhu had planned for a hot pot, but with too many children, she was compelled to switch to a barbecue. Naturally, they were only responsible for indulging in the feast. Chen Yuhu reclined in a rattan chair in the courtyard, holding skewers in one hand and a wine cup in the other, as the full moon hung high above, casting its gentle luminescence. The melodious strains of Hu Yinyang's pipa resonated, its echoes lingering sweetly. Surrounding her were the animated voices of children. Indeed, this scene was profoundly heartwarming. Yet, a bittersweet sensation began to stir within Chen Yuhu. As the moon waxed and waned through the ages, her thoughts were steeped in nostalgia. She drained her cup in a single gulp. This moon, which once shone upon the ancients, remained a constant in a world where only the sun and moon persisted unchanged. Her cup was once again filled with wine as she attentively listened to Hu Yinyang's pipa melodies. That night, Chen Yuhu drank excessively. On this particular evening, the lightheartedness seemed to evaporate, and an intense longing for home enveloped her. The following morning, she awoke to find a child clad in a vibrant green dress sitting at the bedside, where a maid had kept vigil. Upon hearing movement, the child joyfully exclaimed, "Mother," and formally greeted her mother from behind the bed curtains. "Auntie, mother has awakened." Soon, the two concubines appeared, one adjusting the bed curtains, while the other assisted Chen Yuhu in rising. In that moment, a maid brought in a cup of water. Hu Yinyang took it, intending to offer it to Chen Yuhu. However, Chen Yuhu graciously accepted it, saying, No, you need not do this. Leave it to the maids." She had never endorsed her concubines attending to her in such a manner. After sipping the water, Chen Yuhu grasped Hu Yinyang's hand, bidding her to sit. Hu Yinyang smiled shyly, having spent her youth in service, and now serving Lin Ji as a concubine. Regardless of her efforts, the Marquis had never told her, "You need not do this." She understood that, in his eyes, she remained merely a servant. At that moment, Hu Yinyang had already brought in clothing. Chen Yuhu turned to her, saying, "You, too, should refrain. I have already stated that I do not require your service." Hu Yinyang laughed. "How can this be called serving? It is our voluntary wish to be near you. Please grant us this opportunity." Yu Ji watched with bright eyes. Ultimately, Chen Yuhu did not permit her two concubines to extend their hands in front of the children. After all, she was the children's biological mother. As the girl grew, it was essential to preserve her dignity. In truth, when it comes to dressing Chen Yuhu, the maids merely serve as assistants. She typically dresses herself. However, during the makeup and hairstyling session, the two concubines truly showcase their talents. She must admit that both possess a keen aesthetic sense, which she appreciates. The two concubines, in turn, delight in witnessing the surprise on Chen Yuhu's face, often admiring their handiwork in the mirror and showering each other with compliments. When they emerged, breakfast had been laid out, though only one table was set. Chen Yuhu smiled and suggested, "Let us prepare a separate table for the children." She understood the underlying issue. After all, who in the household was depriving them of their monthly allowance, causing them to come to her for meals daily? Yu Ji, with a beaming smile, replied, "The aroma of the food here is irresistible." Her words made Chen Yuhu's eyes squint with delight, as if the grievances of the previous day had been whisked away with the rising sun and the setting moon. The meal was divided into two tables. The children need not dine with the concubines, while it was only fitting for the two concubines to attend to their mistress during her meal. A young lady of status, such as Chen Yuhu, valued her reputation. Thus, the concubines would have to stand while serving at the same table. Having indulged in wine the night before, breakfast was rather light, and Chen Yuhu found little joy in it, still somewhat affected by her mood from the previous evening. After breakfast, concubine Hua presented a bowl of 8 treasure pear soup, suggesting, "Madam, you drank last night. Perhaps some pear water will soothe your throat." Initially, Chen Yuhu felt indifferent, but her instinct prompted her to clear her throat. Upon receiving the pear soup and taking a sip, she found it to be of perfect temperature and flavor, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure. Concubine Hua observed Chen Yuhu's expression, which sparkled with delight. At that moment, she seemed less like a matron and more like a child. Before long, a servant came bearing news that the second young master had not gone to the Jingyi Wangfu today, but had instead retreated to the study. Chen Yuhu acknowledged this with a nod. Since he had already gone to Lin Ji, she decided not to concern herself further. Once Lin Chu and the others had departed, Chen Yuhu returned to her contemplation of lucrative ventures. She began to reminisce about the various ancient methods of production she had seen on short video platforms, particularly those with high engagement rates. Among them, she had viewed numerous soap-making videos. Chen Yuhu had always held high standards for the soaps and lip balms she used, insisting on quality ingredients, pleasant scents, and appealing designs. Hence, every time she encountered similar videos, she found herself engrossed, and the impressions lingered in her mind. However, the ancient methods of personal hygiene were manifold, especially those used by the nobility. The bathing rituals Chen Yuhu employed were intricate, with the ingredients involved being quite complex. There were also various facial pastes and medicinal powders. She contemplated the prospects of soap making, realizing that she had not memorized the necessary ratios. Perhaps she would experiment with it when time permitted. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuhu made her way to the study. Today, Qin Jiao unusually accompanied her, sitting beside her while sipping soap water. Chen Yuhu, deep in thought with her brush in hand, reminded Lin Qin Jiao, "Drink less, it's too cold." "Yes, mother. Would you like to have a bowl as well?" Chen Yuhu shook her head, saying, "No, I prefer something warm." Indeed, she was a lady who prioritized her health. Chen Yuhu spent an entire afternoon meticulously compiling all the necessary materials. Camellia oil, dyeable flower seeds or fruits, and beeswax were readily obtainable. Her greatest desire was to acquire a modern, mess-free lipstick case, yet such items existed in ancient times, albeit rarely due to their intricate design. Achieving a unique triumph was no simple feat, especially with the prevalence of lip balm in the present day. Even during the Tang dynasty, black lipstick had emerged, epitomizing fashion. With a sigh, Chen Yuhu lamented the brilliance of ancient people who left her little room for creativity. Perhaps it was best to amuse herself. Her ancestors had seized all the opportunities. Gradually, Chen Yuhu contemplated giving up, perplexed as to why, despite her extensive reading. The heroines in the stories always seemed to amass wealth effortlessly. In her case, without even opening her business, she foresaw herself losing everything. Just then, Lin Ji arrived and noticed her busyness, prompting him to inquire, "What are you so afraid of in business?" He asked. "I fear losing money," she replied. "Our family has wealth. How much could a single shop possibly lose? Your annual charitable contributions far exceed that amount. I fear malicious intent, where someone claims to have used my products and accuses me, which could lead to considerable trouble." Lin Ji, who had been sipping tea, paused completely, raising his gaze to Chen Yuhu. "And what is my official title?" "Deputy Commander of the capital. Who would dare to slander you under my watch? If they do, they shall not escape my wrath."